Thousands and thousands of kilometers below the Earth, there is a place covered with thick lava and sizzling with hellfire. The name of this place is Hell, and it is impossible for anyone to escape from its 9 circles for ages. On the most horrible and distant of all existing circles of hell, where the ominous light shines something resembling an angry sun, everything looks terrifying. This particular place has become a favorite frontal spot for the most intimidating demons wishing to engage in combat to ascertain power in the underworld. A whole eternity destroying each other, they wage a fierce battle on the 9th circle to determine who of the demonic halo is the strongest. Again and again on the 9th circle came the most brutal in the universe of uncleanness that wanted to subjugate other demons. The whole underground world shakes during the next battle, and like a volcano that spews lava throws out the loser, or rather all that is left of him. The sharpest claws of the fiercest beasts, huge horns, untold strength, and armor made of the strongest metal in the universe are the order of the day weapons here. Don't forget about the sharp swords that cut opponents into small pieces and are also made of unearthly rocks. In a duel between two ferocious demons, the great demon Gargus and Palak, everything goes to hell and even the devils themselves. There's no room for pity. But that could all change when Gargus makes a tactical error. And now, losing all touch with reality, another equally fearsome monster strikes. Again and again the one who in the beginning could with a precise probability lose strikes his opponent with his swinging fist. The surface of the earth, shuddering from each crushing demonic blow, each time absorbs everything that happens on it and takes it to a place where there is definitely not even hell. The demon Palak finds himself forcefully slammed into the airspace by Gargus and suspended in midair. Vanity overtakes the great and terrible Gargus. He looms over Palak with a sense of complete victory. Gargus dares to confess that he expected more from him. He adds that he's unimpressed with Palak's fighting skills and expected a more experienced opponent prepared for battle and knowing how to throw punches rather than tickling him. Furious, Palak tries not to give in to his rival's attempt to hurt his ego and hints to him that now it's time not to talk, but to find out in a fight who is stronger. He grins at Gargus as he waits for the fight to continue and smiles fiercely with his needle-sharp fangs. Hearing Palak's words about his talking too much, the demon Gargus, as if gaining a second breath, soared into the air with a bright flash to attack his opponent again. The powerful explosions rang out, announcing that the great battle of the two confrontations was not yet over. They rumbled wherever the demons were. Once again, the great demon Gargus was defeated and was pushed back a decent distance by his opponent. Palak's triumphant face showed that he was just beginning to get into the swing of things. The fire glittered in his sinister yellow eyes. The demon's hand clenched tightly into a fist once more as he flew over the blazing and thundering ground to strike Gargus again. Gargus tried to get up after each calculated blow, but once again fell under the powerful force of Palak. Gargus's even earlier display of arrogance and vainglorious behavior seemed to have awakened hidden power reserves in the great and terrible demon Palak. Palak's mood took on victorious hues with each successful strike. The wings of either a dragon or a huge bat helped him maneuver in the air and fly around obstacles calmly. The demon Gargus must have regretted calling his opponent weak. Palak was shattering rocks with his two huge fists to damage the demon Gargus with the shards. Virtually every strike of the saber-toothed demon dealt crushing damage to the once great Gargus, and he once again flew back into the very bowels of the 9th circle of hell. In the air, one after another, there were powerful explosions, with which the two demons tried to put a fat point in the confrontation. The demon Gargus tried not to lose his temper and take control, but he had nothing left but to dodge the agile and cunning Palak. In a burst of his fighting might, Palak thought the advantage was on his side until he saw something knocking the ground out from under his feet. It was the other representatives of the demonic world on the 9th circle who came to prevent Palak from proving that he was the most powerful demon of hell. One-eyed with ghastly teeth and short arms, they tried to clamp Palak in a vice and thus give Gargus a chance to attack him. Palak was surprised at such unpleasant company, but he did not lose his senses. At the same moment, his swung fist flew toward the foul creatures, who were already shrieking in fear. He growled fiercely that they'd better get out of here soon while the bones were intact and not interfere with his triumph. He grabbed one of the creatures and hung it from his wing. The monsters squealed in fear and tried to hide. They begged Palak for mercy. Two of them hung on his huge limbs with a pitiful look and tried to apologize for their ridiculous and obscene behavior towards him. While Palak was figuring things out with the lower-ranked demons and trying to fend off their feigned civility, the demon Gargus made an attempt to attack him. At this point, Palak began to experience a choking attack. The vile monsters used a foolish trick to distract him, and wrapped their arms around his neck in a strangling maneuver. Immediately, the great and terrible demon Gargus once again regenerated all his power, and this time into a ferocious hellfire capable of sizzling everything in its path. These flames raised the degree of confrontation again, consuming all the Earth's rocks and renewing the raging lava flows. The demon Gargus exulted and triumphed in controlling these hellfire, not allowing Palak to even get close to him. With the help of his magical abilities, the demon Gargas decided to raise the most scalding lava from the bottom of the volcano and direct its streams towards the enemy. But almost immediately he had to stop. Gargas looked at his opponent with a puzzled expression. Through the puffs of bursting smoke, he saw the demon Palak holding two fireballs. Palak was not only not afraid of lava or blocks of fire, he could control them skillfully and even change their direction. The demon growled at Gargas to stop fooling around and wasting his time. Without wasting any time, the demon Palak soared upwards with the goal of striking his opponent and ending this fight. Instead of fists, he easily maneuvered fireballs. Another crushing blow was dealt to Gargas, who had miscalculated his opponent's tactical skills, which was red on his furious face. His mouth opened wide, and with his saliva he bloodily spat out a wish for his rival to die. Palak didn't even think of stopping. Gathering all his remaining strength, the demon Gargus raised his hand to strike the cheering Palak. But instead of seeing his enemy twist in pain, he saw a fireball of unprecedented size coming towards him. The demon was scared out of his wits. The great and terrible Palak loomed over Gargas, snarling fiercely. There was no longer any point in using the fiery trappings of his power. The enemy was defeated. Another demonic battle was completed on the ninth circle of hell, and Palak was awarded the official status of the strongest demon of the ninth circle. The defeated once-great demon Gargus was horrified to realize he had lost his name power influence when the fireballs literally tore him apart. To bid him a final farewell, Palak doused him with a stream of fire and threw him into a pit of raging flames. The defeated demon Palak stood for a while longer and watched the intense hellfire turn his opponent into lava. No one ever thought that in these fierce battles, which had no end and no edge, the absolute champion was determined. The gaze of Palak, the greatest and strongest demon on the ninth circle, was clearly filled with pride and arrogance. Until this hero appeared. Palak's forehead with bright red fur was covered with vapor, despite the fact that just moments ago he had managed to defeat one of the strongest demons in hell. There was a deafening silence in the dungeon as the newly minted strongest demon of the ninth infernal circle knelt down. He was in the dungeon in the throne room of the Lord of Darkness, adorned with the skull of an unfamiliar creature. It must have been the skull of one of the losers. The Lord of Darkness, or the Lord of all demonic entities as he is known here, sat solemnly on his equally intimidating throne. Few dared to look into his eyes, completely covered by a huge helmet. Palak approached the Lord with great reverence, asking him to explain his desire to leave the underworld. A sepulchral silence hung in the throne room, and everyone bowed their limbs waiting for the answer of the Lord of Darkness. Something tormented the Lord's mind, but Palak, like the other subjects, looked at him with bewilderment. Before the eyes of the skillful demon Palak, many battles flew by in which they were victorious. The uncontrollable desire for power overpowered them at that time. Various demons were defeated by them. Even the circle of the formidable 7 princes was broken. This happened partly because the princes could not agree. In flashbacks flew through, and the great and terrible Gargas, who made a tactical error, allowed himself to underestimate the strength of the enemy and was also overthrown. The representatives of the underworld were saddened by the general mood in the throne room and felt guilty for not being able to please the Lord. The Lord hovered menacingly over Palak, demanding an explanation of what he would lose if he decided to give up the throne. He began to talk about how everything here, including the hellish battle scenery, for his amusement. All of this no longer pleases him because he has given 10,000 years to this. He was no longer excited about his conquests of the underworld, or even about his huge, extraordinarily interesting and mesmerizing castle. For a moment, it could even seem that behind the powerful armor, the Lord first exhaled a long breath and then even sobbed. The Lord of Darkness couldn't stand it any longer and climbed out of his protective shell. He looked no more than 25 years old. His bloodthirsty eyes glittered, and his name was O Kang-woo. The loyal demon Palak asked if the Lord of Darkness was hungry and offered him something special that his humble servant had saved for a special occasion. Palak also assured O Kang-woo that his trophy might seem like a mere trifle compared to the unclean things already devoured, but he asked to accept the gift from his humble servants. Palak's powerful hand quickly lifted the lid of the edible presentation for O Kang-woo, and he began to tell what kind of trophy was on the platter. The demon offered the Lord of Darkness to eat the last of the strongest creatures of the underworld folklore, which resembled an ugly octopus with warts. At the same moment, the dish with the disgusting treat for the Lord flew at Palak, and he shrieked furiously that he was not going to eat it. Palak apologized. The octopus flew almost all the way across the throne room and plopped down on the tiles, disgruntled with the stinking slime. The Lord opened his mouth and was about to say what he wanted to eat. The whole throne room froze in anticipation. The Lord hesitated for a moment, but shouted joyfully after the kimchi stew. The whole room gave a friendly squeal of kimchi stew, but no one had any idea what it was or who it was. The creatures of the underworld screamed and even suggested that the dish worthy of the Lord was kimchi stew, namely raw, juicy meat. Palak rubbed his hands together and begged for a recipe for kimchi stew. He even suggested that the dish be based on someone's head. His devotion was bordering on insanity. The Lord exhaled, realizing that he would not be able to eat kimchi stew here. His servants were a little saddened by the realization that they would not be able to carry out the Dark Lord's orders. The King of Darkness, O Gang-o, lamented their stupidity. Palak realized that the king lacked bread and circuses. O Kang-woo cried out that he wanted a novel and a manhwa, not a bloodbath. The Lord's loyal servant thought that he had once again angered O Kang-woo and offered his death as entertainment for the King of Darkness. The monster almost cried, but was ready to give his worthless life for the pleasure of the Lord of all the circles of hell. He begged his king to kill him, but he got even more angry and told him to listen to him carefully and not to talk nonsense. Oh, Gang-yu dreamed of finding the one he loved. That's all he wanted now. Not to be alone in this circus of freaks. Suddenly, out of nowhere, appeared a refined feminine figure on the feet of which flirtatious stiletto shoes and a slit sew and beckoned to destruction. The succubus queen showed interest in the problem and offered her candidacy. All the demons in the room began to murmur among themselves about how beautiful she was. Lilith came closer. She was wearing a beautiful dress with an enchanting neckline and ruffles, but there was one thing. She was not badly shaped, but that was the end of her beauty. She had tentacles behind her back instead of one pair of eyes and a trunk instead of a neat forehead. The Lord of Darkness literally turned white with fear of his approaching passport. The veins in his face began to crack at the seams. Putting his palm right in front of her face, he ordered her not to approach him. Lilith flinched. It seemed to her that the Lord was embarrassed. She made another attempt to approach the Lord of Darkness, but he was very insistent in his refusal. The demons whispered again to them it seemed that the king's behavior did not befit a gentleman. Oh, Kang-woo immediately explained his action. The succubus was a female succubus that was nothing more than a male energy sucker. The succubus queen didn't stop, and then the Lord of Darkness looked her in all eyes and said that even Palak looked more attractive. The ruler of the underworld was so horrified by what he saw that even his loyal and faithful servant Palak offered to eliminate all this evil. At the same moment, the Lord of Darkness, O Kang-woo, decided that today or never, he must return to humanity. The throne room once again fell silent. The demonic entities did not want O Kang-woo to leave them, and were very frightened by his decision. They were about to object, but the king sadly and detachedly said that it was his decision 10,000 years ago, and it remains his decision today. He went on to talk about the possibility of his leaving the underworld 10,000 years after the fall of Baal's last demon. He wanted to go home to the earthlings. The Lord of Hell rose from his throne and walked to the cliff overlooking the 7 circles of hell. He ordered Palak to prepare for the ritual. Palak didn't want his hotly loved and adored master to leave him and the entire underground realm and try to stop O Kang-woo. The Lord merely snapped back and asked not to be forced to repeat his order. Realizing the hopelessness of the whole situation, Palak apologized and said that he would begin all the necessary preparations at once. The Lord's servant gave out instructions to the other demonic entities. He ordered to summon a special demon and prepare the statues of the 7 princes of hell. After a while, the demon and sorcerer Aemon, who was responsible for bringing O Kang-woo back to Earth, began the ritual of waving his staff and reciting incantations. The stone statues of the princes of hell stood motionless, but there was already some magic in the air, and it was only a matter of time. The demons lined up statues around a ritual altar on which a glowing octopus lay. Sad Palak reported to his master that all preparations were complete and the ritual could be performed. The faces of all the representatives of the demonic world had a clear look of longing on their faces. Queen Lilith looked pitifully at O Kang-woo, nor did the loyal but great and terrible demon Palak hold back his heartfelt tears. The old sorcerer Aemon was waiting for his master on the stairs. O Kang-woo threw off his armor and went up to him. He warned him that if he used all his power and the power of magic to invest in the statues of the princes, then time would suffer a change and a gap would appear. The King of Darkness was eager to finish it all and start again as a representative of the human world. The jubilation on his face came from the mere thought that very, very soon he would be back home to his people. O Kang Wu stood over the sprawling magi, waiting for a miracle and imagining what he would do once he got out of here. When the demonic energy in the core reached 10,000 magi demons transformed into a bright purple glowing ball. At the moment when all the circles of hell lit up with a bright purple light that could blind you, the orb opened and a flowing stream poured over the demon lord. The enormous powerful force of the stream lifted O Kang Wu into the air and lifted him up as if checking if he was really ready to leave his domain. Blinded by the inexplicable radiance, Dark Sorcerer Aemon could barely hold his staff, but marveled at what was happening and the power of the magic that would bring O Kang Wu back. After the spells he recited and the magician invested, the statues awakened as evidenced by their burning eyes. Even though they stood like statues, they still inspired fear of the apocalypse in anyone who looked at them, even in hell. The Dark Sorcerer Aemon shouted to the Lord that all the statues had awakened and were ready to send him home. At that moment, O Gangwu himself was thinking about the future. As he took a confident step towards the time-space continuum portal that opened up in front of him, O Kang Wu heard a sobbing sound behind him. Lilith was the one who couldn't say goodbye to him. Everyone was bawling their eyes out. Palak wiped away the man's stingy tears, and the queen wept with a dozen eyes at once. The Lord ordered the succubus queen not to roar and pull herself together. He didn't even want to turn around to comfort her. Ever in love with her master, Lilith wiped tears behind his back, and the role of a comforting vest was taken by the powerful demon Palak. The succubus queen's heart was literally jumping out of her chest as she lunged for O Kang Wu. He was scared because he realized that she wouldn't just get rid of him. A look of horror appeared on the Dark Lord's face as she ran after him. He really didn't want this. He decided not to hesitate and jumped into the portal as soon as possible. In the fog of what was happening, Kang Wu could clearly hear Lilith's desire to go with him at all costs. The succubus queen continued to scream, but the sound was becoming less and less noticeable. O Kang Wu flew to the core to go to the humans. When the distance between him and Lilith confirmed the impossibility of her landing, O Kang Wu turned around and showed an inappropriate gesture last. In a moment he was in the core. Strange thoughts tormented his head. He realized that there was no past he regretted, no future he dreamed of. O Kang Wu grinned gloatingly, not at all regretting leaving the demon world. He had a clean slate of life ahead of him. But something suddenly disturbed him. The instruments showed a nuclear crack, although the mechanism was generally functioning properly. O Gangwu was anxious and didn't understand what was going on. The display indicated that all the measurement defense mechanisms were working properly, but O Kang Wu didn't understand what the system was saying. At the same moment, a new notification popped up that the Gaia system was overloaded. Space began to pressurize O Gangwu, causing him to scream. The next step was the window notification of the launch of the selective compression system. O Kang Wu felt the space and his body shrinking. He felt with every atom of his body how his cells were shrinking, and it was becoming difficult for him to breathe. The guy lost any perception of reality. Sunlight shone through the closed eyelids of the King of Hell. It welcomed him into the human world in a friendly manner. Lying on the green grass and breathing in the beautiful scent of morning freshness, O Kang Wu realized that his adventure had ended successfully for him and he had returned home. He tried to get up but found his body aching. A holographic message in the air distracted him from his thoughts. It was a player's card. Based on the information on the card, O Kang Wu concluded that his magical talents were blocked here. O Kang Wu wailed when he saw the strange creatures that reminded him of the ones he had just escaped from. It had never been seen on Earth before, he realized, and so he was even upset and a catch lurked in his heart. Deciding to attack the familiar foulness in one fell swoop, he raises his arm to deliver a powerful blow. The realization of the loss of his own powers was present in the Overlord here on Earth after a failed attempt to use them. The demonic strength was 10,000 demons, and it certainly wasn't enough to attack the monsters. Then O Kang Wu decided to use a different method and lashed out directly at the unclean things around him. Rising high into the sky, Kang Wu decided to test how strong his opponents were surrounded by the human atmosphere. He applied the power of the Shabnak demon in the form of a powerful blade, thus activating his accumulated knowledge and chopping the monsters into several pieces. The alert system notified Gang Yu that he had defeated an ordinary E-class goblin. The entire lawn was littered with such ordinary goblins. A message appeared in the air that his player level had been upgraded to level 4. The young man wondered where the monsters had come from on his once favorite planet. He also didn't understand what kind of game system with experience was notifying him. Of course, the system only displayed statistics, but O Kang-woo began to feel much stronger after the fight. The Lord of Darkness made an urgent decision to check where the time-space continuum portal had thrown him. O Kang-woo raised his hand to gather the monster's energy information. It said that he was the Darkness King, O Kang-woo, with certain skills. After getting all the necessary information from the defeated demons, he realized that he knew nothing about the world around him. The system notified him that he had received 1 Magi point. It must be said that it scared O Kang-woo quite a bit. An inner voice told him that if this place had a computer system from hell, it was definitely not Earth. He clutched his head. He had to endure compression in all circles of hell because his belief that he would get home exceeded his fear or even death in the universe. While the frustrated Kang-woo was thinking about his sad situation, he heard screams coming from deep within the forest. He ran to help. As the Dark Lord ran closer, he saw that a man was screaming. Using the acceleration power of the demon Valafar, he flew to the tree to try to save the screaming man. Thoughts flew through his mind. He thought back to the 10,000 years of being imprisoned in hell. O Kang-woo assured himself that it didn't matter what a person looked like, as long as he was a person. His inner prayers of wanting to meet a human filled the entire space. When O Kang-woo flew close enough to the tree, he saw a girl surrounded by monsters. Kang-woo was horrified to find that the person screaming was none other than a human, namely a girl with a pair of eyes, arms, ears, hands, and most importantly, no tentacles. The king of hell cried with joy at seeing a human being. The monsters surrounding the girl had already come close to her and wanted to take her life. This attention surprised the monsters, and they started swinging their weapons at the king of darkness. There was no hope for salvation in the girl's eyes. Astonishment was on her face when she saw O Kang-woo, who was cutting up the foul creatures like toys with his magnificent fighting talents. Eliminating all the demonic entities, O Kang-woo ran up to her and perplexedly looked into a pair of her beautiful human eyes. He held out his hand for her to stand up. O Kang-woo was still stunned that there was a real person in front of him. The beautiful girl with huge eyes and more than just shyly thanked her hero O Kang-woo for saving her. The Lord, who had not held the hand of a single soul for 10,000 years, had a strange feeling. There was a pleasant, exhilarating surprise on his face. He was literally flying through the sky with happiness, but he tried not to show it. He reached for her hand again and pulled her toward him. When the girl stood up, she once again thanked the King of Darkness more cheerfully and introduced herself. Her name was Han Seol-ah. O Kang-woo was speechless when she spoke to him again. The girl was scared and embarrassed. She asked him if he was okay. Dumbfounded by his joy, he pulled her towards him and made her a sudden proposal to marry him. The girl obviously did not expect such a thing. O Kang-woo looked at the savior of his sullen loneliness with loving eyes and offered her to be his wife. But Han Seol-ah didn't understand what was wrong with him. The moment an embarrassed pinkish blush appeared on Han Seol-ah's cheeks, the King of Darkness realized the stupidity of his behavior. He apologized and introduced himself as O Kang-woo. The girl was bombarded with questions. He even asked her name again, even though he remembered it clearly. It was a pleasure to talk to a person. Han Seol-ah was embarrassed by the Dark King's questions, but she enjoyed the conversation. She assured him that she only had one small scratch on her knee. Once again, the alarmed King of Darkness, O Kang-woo, wondered if she was okay and needed medical attention when suddenly the phone vibrated. Kang-woo's joy and happiness was unbounded. He clearly remembered the rectangular thing. He asked her to sit by the tree while he dressed her wound. O Kang-woo's mood improved noticeably. He thought about the fact that they were having a good conversation. He remembered how he had taught the demons in hell to speak Korean and even smiled. When he finished with the bandaging and assured his new acquaintance that it would be better for her, he heard her thank him for his help. Kang-woo also returned her phone to her. But suddenly, the year 2023 appeared on the screen. 5 years had passed since he had fallen into the abyss of time. The Lord suggested that Han Seol-ah take a break for a while longer and sit under the tree until the pain subsided. He needed to find out how the monsters had come to humanity. He asked what the girl was doing in this godforsaken place, and she replied that she was hunting monsters alone. Seol-ah said that she had just awakened as a player yesterday and decided to go hunting alone. She then reproached herself for this illogical act. He wondered what level she was at. She said she was at level 6 because she was a beginner. Han Seol-ah asked him a counter question. To himself, O Kang-woo wondered if she was asking why a strong player was in this forest when his level was lower than hers. He replied that it was a coincidence. Kang-woo looked at her beauty from head to toe and was clearly embarrassed. He could understand that he hadn't seen a girl as beautiful as Han Seol-ah in a long time. The girl stood up and told him to get out of here. He wondered if her wound was bothering her, but she assured him that she was fine. Han Seol was about to go, but suddenly Kang Woo gently took her by the arms. She felt embarrassed and asked him to let her go, but Gang Yu was more persistent. Gently taking her under his arm, they walked towards the exit. In his mind, Gang Yu noted that he had initially made a mistake with his unexpected proposal. Soon, the couple arrived at the entrance, and Han Seol-ah solemnly declared that this was the exit. Her eyes lit up. The King of Darkness saw the so-called exit in the form of a gate, or rather even a portal to somewhere. He realized that traveling through the rifts in the space-time continuum did not lead to Earth. He couldn't find any equipment to keep the portal open. The girl assured the brooding King of Darkness that she was feeling better, freeing herself from his strong, secure arms. She suggested not to hesitate, and they stepped through the portal together. The bright light blinded Gang Yu. Kang Woo's eyes opened wide because the bright light was replaced by a moderate light, and the transition took place. The Lord of Hell saw a man who was shouting that there was a recruitment for a group of E-class monster hunters. Nearby, the guys were sighing sadly because there was no tank. Nearby, a guy was talking to an officer and asked if he could join the group. He clearly saw that everyone has two eyes, a nose, and a mouth, and thus he concluded that this world is full of all kinds of people. Han Seol-ah stood behind the Darkness King's back and frankly didn't understand what he was so surprised and delighted about. Tears appeared in Kang Woo's eyes. How long had he dreamed of getting out of the underworld and being here among millions of other people? The girl hurriedly interrupted his worries. She bowed to her savior and invited him to dinner at her house. She started to make embarrassed excuses that she was uncomfortable, but she wanted to thank Kang Woo for saving her from imminent doom. At this moment, Kang Woo experienced a feeling of flying spring came to his heart after her invitation to spend time together. He reminded her that it was foolish to refuse help and offers, so he agreed. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted. The law enforcement officers asked the two of them to wait. The police officers approached the couple to check their cards. The uniformed men politely asked for identification. Gang Woo hesitated, and his companion started looking for her card. Kang Woo was scared because he didn't know what to do. He got the idea to use the skills of a Dark Lord just in time. He used the demonic power of the demon Dantalion to distort the perception of an object that made the subject of that power see what was needed to him. A demon invisible to humans clouded the officer's mind, and with eyes reddened from the pressure, he informed his partner that he had checked the card. Kang Woo cheerfully turned to Han Seol and asked him if you were going to feed me. The officer's conversation was coming from far away, and the exposed partner asked him to get ready. As she approached a tall residential building, Han Seol-ah happily announced that this was her home. Han Seol-ah also added that they will have to use the stairs instead of the elevator. The King of Darkness enjoyed what he saw. He didn't care at all about the lack of an elevator in Han Seol-ah. He was immersed in his memories. He was more cheerful than ever and remembered the smells of freshly constructed buildings. He enjoyed the narrow flights of stairs and the cold metal railings. A gloating grin appeared on his face. He thought that of all the places on Earth he could go, he was going home to Han Seol-ah. Kang Woo was easily climbing the stairs, thinking that this was the best place in the world and a promising start to a new life. Suddenly, Han Seol-ah was shouted out by her mom. At that moment, Gang Woo's reverie fell apart like a house of cards. He wondered why his mother had appeared in this romantic scenario. Han Seol-ah spoke to her mother, who asked where she was and if she was hurt. The Dark Lord realized that the girl had really called him for dinner. The girl turned around as if remembering her savior. She introduced him to her mother and explained that they would have dinner together. The girl's mother gratefully grabbed Kang Woo's hand. She was touched by the guy's act and felt uncomfortable not knowing how to thank him. The woman invited him into their humble abode but assured him that he would be well fed. Kang Woo was smiling. He was excited about the fact that they were going to have dinner as a family. In fact, it made him happy just thinking about what he had gone through. The woman offered her daughter Sol-A to help set the table, which she gladly agreed to do. Sol-A took a second to check her phone and saw many messages from her mother. The woman at that moment asked her daughter to keep in touch when she went hunting. The King of Darkness realized that the girl's smartphone could help him find the information he needed. He asked Seol-ah if he could borrow her phone, to which she agreed and handed him a smartphone. When the Lord of Darkness picked up the smartphone, he experienced the pleasure so much he missed the joys of modern civilization. He took off his cloak, sat down at the table, and began to search. He had been in hell 5 human years ago. The news had to be from the year 2018. On February 22nd, 2018 years in the world, there was a catastrophe in the megacities appeared strange portals through which came the evil. Weapons proved helpless soldiers were quickly turned into meat. Under U.S. leadership, a defense organization was established, which Korea joined as the ninth. The article also mentioned the mysterious first player from the USA, a girl no one knew. It was also said that factions of players have been set up around the world to take down demonic entities. Wo Kang-woo sat at the table and immersed himself in this information. He couldn't believe his eyes. On one news portal, he managed to find a very important article, the date of which coincided with the date of his disappearance. The article talked about the emergence of the portal. Oh Gang-yu began to understand. The demons opened the portal and he was sucked in. A voice came from the kitchen. Kang-woo was really looking forward to the food being ready. He started to thank her for the invitation, but he saw something behind her back. He couldn't believe his eyes again. His pupils dilated and his mouth drooled. He knew from the smell that it was kimchi stew. Dumbfounded by his luck, he couldn't say a word. Han Sol-ah's mom excused herself, saying that they served what they had. The Lord of Darkness cheered. With trembling hands, he grabbed the spoon and began to eat. The flavorful dish sent him straight back to his warm past. Seol-ah's mother asked her daughter to stay focused and eat well. Han Seol-ah and her mother could see how quickly and promptly the food disappeared from the plate. The women looked at him with bewilderment, for they did not know about 5 human years and 10,000 years in hell. Once in hell, the guy had a hard time. In order to survive among the demonic entities, he was forced to resemble them and consume demonic energy. Palaks, viands, and presences which he graciously presented to his master did not please him at all because his preferences remained human. Memories came flooding back to the Dark Lord as he ate the bitterness with a delicious kimchi stew. He cried. He cried with happiness that he was on Earth. The woman and her daughter did not understand what was happening to their guest, because tears were streaming from his eyes. Kang-woo tilted his head so his tears wouldn't show, and sobbingly thanked them for the delicious dinner. At that moment, Seol-ah blushed and got embarrassed. She said that she was the one who should thank him. The girl asked if her savior liked the kimchi stew, and he said he did, and asked for more. The woman and her daughter were very happy to please their guest. No one in their house had ever eaten kimchi stew with such gusto. Han Seol-ah brought a thermos of stew and kimchi, which she placed next to the Lord of Darkness. The Lord gorged himself on the second portion and rejoiced again and again that he was home. There was a childish, naive, puppyish delight in his eyes. A sudden sound startled everyone in the apartment. A shadow appeared in the doorway. The women were more than a little frightened. The voice expressed its dissatisfaction with the strength of the door. There was a young man standing in the doorway looking slightly enraged. He started yelling at Han Seol-ah to come over to him immediately. Irritated, the stranger walked right up to Han Seol-ah and asked her why the hell she went to the gate without telling anyone. Seol-ah's face turned aggressive as she barely restrained herself from attacking the stranger. Through gritted teeth, she hissed at the stranger to leave. This sudden encounter was clearly not to her liking. The stranger was surprised at such insolence and interrogated Han Sol-ah. He probably heard something else. In the next picture, Seol-ah looked more like an angry demon than a nice girl. She yelled again for Han Dae-hyun to get out. She was angry because he broke into her house without asking. The girl warned that she was a full-fledged player. Han Dae-hyun's eyes became even more perplexed, and for a second it seemed that by lowering his head he was feeling guilty. But those words only made him laugh. He mockingly asked if she was really a full-fledged player and was surprised. The guy came close to Seol-ah and her mother and started to insult them in a low and mean manner. At the same moment, he hit the wall with his fist. Shielding her mother from the threat, the girl extended her arm to respond to his flying kick. She had a decidedly unfriendly look on her face. Han Dae-hyun looked menacingly at the woman and said that his father was a weakling and died, but he didn't expect his mother to be a coward. Han Seol-ah's scream ripped through the space. She called him crazy and said that he was the one who put them in this situation. As it turned out, Sol-ah's brother didn't listen to the girl and grabbed her arm and dragged her towards the exit. He wanted to go to Andras's guild. She struggled and didn't want to go with him. Sol-ah begged him to let her go and not drag her to the scum guild, but he was adamant. Squeezing her hand tightly, Dae-hyun wondered why she thought Andras's guild was scum. The girl was in terrible discomfort being grabbed by her hand because Dae-hyun was squeezing her hand hard. Suddenly, she sank her teeth into his arm and bit him hard. The blood didn't come out of his arm, but she managed to leave a bloody bite mark on his skin. At the same moment, Han Dae-hyun turned around and slapped her hard. He was angered by his sister's insolence and boldness. The girl's mother screamed when she saw her daughter falling to the floor. She was very scared of Dae-hyun. The enraged brother stood in the doorway and rolled up the cuffs on his sleeves. He couldn't afford to leave here humiliated by women. With blind rage in his eyes, he asked Han Seol if she was really sure she could survive in this new world by being a good person. He approached the shaking women closely again and offered the girl to be his offering to Andras's guild to avoid a showdown over who was stronger. Seeing the negative reaction on her face, Han Dae-hyun suggested that he would use his fists to find out who was right, and made it clear that he would forcibly take the girl into the guild. Han Seol-ah's mother ran up to him and begged him not to drag her daughter into that unsafe place. She told him to take her and not his daughter. She tried to take his hand and plead for clemency for her daughter's future fate. The woman also received an unfortunate slap from Dae-hyun and fell to the floor. Han Seol-ah was frightened. The girl screamed in terror. She was afraid that something might have happened to her mom. Seol-ah crawled over to the woman but saw that she was unconscious. Han Dae-hyun said he warned her and told her not to interfere. The brother was clearly losing his temper more than he'd planned. He gritted his teeth viciously so she wouldn't piss him off. Wiping away tears from her huge and expressive eyes, Seol-ah turned to her offender in a threatening tone. He looked at her questioningly. There was a passed-out woman in the girl's arms. Dae-hyun said that her look frightened him. Trying to hurt again, he reminded her that she was a low-level newbie bug understanding nothing in this new world, and he was in the second stage of awakening. The tall and powerful Dae-hyun loomed over the defenseless girl. He wondered if she really thought she had a chance against him. Dae-hyun grabbed her face roughly and added that the only thing she had was her pretty face and that she was dumb as a cork. He added again that it was vital for her to join Andras's guild and be watched by her elders. Han Dae-hyun heard strange sounds. He walked down the hallway, hoping to calm down. He didn't expect what he saw at all. There was a question mark in his eyes. With those same eyes of his own, he saw a stranger eating kimchi stew in their kitchen. He turned disdainfully to the King of Darkness, demanding an explanation of who he was. It was as if Oh Kang-woo didn't hear the question, as he had a date with a traditional stew with kimchi. Dae-hyun insistently repeated his question to the stranger and reminded him that he wasn't in a restaurant. He called the King of Darkness a bastard who doesn't understand the importance of what's going on. Han Seol-ah was worried about her guest. Once again disrespectfully addressing the Lord of Darkness, Dae-hyun understood that he was as if mesmerized by the flavor of the kimchi in the stew. He was perplexed by the level of insolence the stranger possessed, and even scratched his reputation, not knowing what to do next. At some point, Dae-hyun couldn't stand it and broke the silence with his powers and a shout. The kimchi stew and the table flew in different directions. All the King of Darkness could see was their most coveted dish for 10,000 years being blown apart by some deranged person. Han Seol-ah covered her mouth with her palm. She was very worried and afraid that Dae-hyun would do something bad to King Oh Kang-woo of Hell. His body hung over Oh Kang-woo. He clearly by his appearance demanded an explanation for his insolence and desire not to hear the questions of the almost owner of this house. The King of Darkness was still reliving the parting of the kimchi stew, holding the empty spoon in the air. The table and the dish were no longer in front of him. Crying and wiping tears from her eyes, the girl turned to her guest. She didn't want him to get hurt in the battle with her crazy brother. The only thing that escaped the lips of the King of Darkness during all this madness was a hellish cry of regret that he hadn't finished his kimchi. The King of Darkness slumped to the floor, hoping that at least something had survived as Han Dae-hyun looked in his direction and didn't realize what was wrong with him. He asked Seal where she found this particular homeless man who wanted to eat so badly and was upset about the kimchi portion, to which the girl cried. At the same moment, the King of Darkness himself was in tears. Dae-hyun addressed him disrespectfully, pointing out the undeniable fact that he had no place to live. Disdainfully touching the King of Darkness with the toe of his boot, Dae-hyun suggested that he stop whining and deal like men. Suddenly, Kang-woo raised his fierce gaze to Han Sol-ae. His eyes were red with rage. When Han Seol-ah's brother saw that look, he was really scared. He had no idea why that homeless man was so angry with him. The King of Hell declared his annoyance and in a flash turned into something horrible and visible to his opponent, a monster that crawled towards Dae-hyun to punish him for the overturned kimchi. Brother Sol-ah couldn't believe his eyes when he saw all of this and jumped back a meter. The monster, streamlined on all sides by a purple glow, wheezed menacingly toward Dae-hyun. The King of Darkness was not happy about the lost kimchi. Gritting his teeth in fear and not understanding what was going on in the room, Dae-hyun gathered all his courage into a fist and seasoned it with magic. As a result, 2 fireballs of blue flame formed in his hands, which were intended to attack the King of Darkness. Daehyun wondered what the stranger had transformed into and assumed that he had imagined it and that his rival was just a homeless man. Brother Han-Sol-Ah skillfully controlled the radiant stream of light emanating from his fist. He still realized that something was going wrong his abilities, as if his opponent's strength didn't beg for it. Han-Seol. I watched the scene in a state of panic. She shouted at Kang Woo to run away. The girl was very worried about him. But Gang Yu didn't even think of leaving until he punished the offender for his disrespectful behavior. While Kang Woo was getting up, his opponent had damaged him with magic orbs and it made it difficult for him to get up. A triumphant Daehyun assured himself in the same instant that his opponent didn't possess much speed. Oh, Gang Woo's eyes were red with rage. He felt the enemy approaching from his left. Gathering all his power together, the King of Darkness attacked his opponent, who screamed with rage. In the next few minutes, Daehyun felt like he was losing his strength and fear covered his eyes. Clenching his teeth as hard as he could, Daehyun used the flame ball magic again. He put all his strength and power into his actions, but he observed that his opponent was not afraid. At the moment of hitting the windows, he maneuvered them as if playfully. With his punches, Kang Woo had knocked his interlocutor off balance. He wasn't impressed by his skills. It wasn't that Daehyun was weak, just that his strength wasn't enough to attack the King of Darkness. Time and time again, using various magical techniques, they both tried to put their opponent in his place. Kang Woo also had to dodge the fireballs and arch his back like never before. However, Daehyun lost to him significantly and once again found himself sealed into the wall or the floor. The King of Darkness didn't relax for a second and continued to deliver precise blows. Daehyun was literally bursting with rage. He let out flames without any control over his actions. The result was always to weaken him. The broken jaw and broken nose clearly showed him who had the upper hand. Lying on the floor and in pain, Daehyun wondered many times who this stranger drifter was. He spit out his blood over and over again and eventually lost the strength to fight any further. The angry Oh Kang Woo put his foot on his head and pressed it hard against the floor. Daehyun took this action of his opponent in the most hostile way possible. He sent strong words to Kang Woo from somewhere below. Oh Kang Woo pressed down even harder. King of Hell. Oh Kang Woo appealed to his caller to stop whining like a little girl. His eyes were filled with rage as he promised that Daehyun would be held accountable for the overturned kimchi. Soleil's brother Soleil being penned into the floor, genuinely wondering why the latter was angry at him over fucking kimchi. The Lord grabbed his head and started shaking him by his hair. He asked him to repeat exactly what Daehyun had said about his favorite dish. He dragged him by the head again and again and glared at him with a cold-blooded stare. Kang Woo hissed that no one had the right to call kimchi that. Realizing that Daehyun would get even more for arguing, he started making excuses. The King of Darkness didn't plan to stop. He slammed his new girlfriend's brother's head into the floor again and again. All his demons were climbing outward to make it completely incomprehensible to his opponent how this was possible and who he was. Kang Woo demanded that he repeat the words after him. When he said the words once, loudly and clearly, kimchi was to be said. When he'd say two, Daehyun had yet to respond with the food of the gods, and preferably louder. Daehyun said the right phrase a few times, but not loudly or clearly enough as it seemed to the Lord of Darkness. Each time he was punished severely for it. As if he had lost his mind, Kang Woo mocked his opponent. He didn't like the way Daehyun was shouting. He hoped that after another attempt, Gang Yu would let him go. Kang Woo pressed his hand with his fingernails and suggested that he pretend it was a proposal to the woman he loved. All this time, with complete incomprehension of the situation and fear in her eyes, Seol-A stood by the side. The demons within the King of Hell exulted, penetrating every cell of his opponent with hellish pain. Over and over again, Daehyun tried to utter the phrase with his teeth knocked out, but only Oh Kang Woo's anger came to him. It demanded that he muster up all his strength and shout it out with all his might. Han Daehyun then shouted the phrase he hated in his heart with a sense of tact and other trappings. It seems now the King of Darkness has calmed down, his appearance has changed to his usual one, and has lost all interest in this battle. Standing over him, he declared that he was satisfied with that answer. Oh Gang-woo stood up and stepped aside. His powerful, muscular body hung over the carcass of the enemy. The King of Darkness flashed his demonic gaze for a second more, and hissed that he dare not desecrate kimchi anymore. Daehyun was almost unconsciously just trying to figure out what was wrong with this stranger, and why he was so crazy. A little later, Seol-A was bandaging the head of her mother, who was lying on the couch. She was very worried about her health. The girl looked at her very sadly and literally sobbed. She was scared. She didn't want to move away from the couch at all and made herself comfortable on the chair opposite. At that moment, someone in red rubber gloves was washing a plate of kimchi and wondering how he could have gotten into such a mess. In his underwear and t-shirt, Han Dae-hyun was washing dishes and thinking about who this stranger was. The King of Darkness watched him sitting on a chair. Not only did he beat him in battle and make him do the dishes, he took his clothes. There was a bruise on his face, and he didn't look his best. He was so angry at that kimchi fanatic. He couldn't accept the suffering. It gave him no peace. Oh Gangwoo asked if he was worried and if he was okay. Kang-woo asked him if he was worried about the suffering he'd received after being insulted by kimchi, to which Dae-hyun shouted no. The King of Darkness looked at Han Dae-hyun without any interest, and at that moment, their gazes met. He said that Dae-hyun was throwing his life away. At that moment, he was thinking about monsters and how disgusting it was to eat them. Kang-woo remembered how he forced himself to eat the trophies from Palak and added that he had no idea how lucky he was. The King of Hell spoke sincerely. Brother Soleil replied that he understood, but thought to himself that the stranger thought he was very cool and would soon pay for it. He also planned to report his unplanned battle to Andras of his guild, which would definitely tear the arrogant bastard to pieces. Calmly looking at the poor guy, Kang-woo turned to Dae-hyun and asked him to come over if he was done washing the dishes. Placing his palm on the surface of the broken table, Kang-woo began to say something that Dae-hyun of course guessed. "I've been thinking," he said. The King of Hell had told him honestly that he had no reason to let him live, and that there was nothing good to expect from him. Dae-hyun shuddered. He also added that the world doesn't need people like him, and he assured him that he doesn't need to worry. Gang-yu grabbed the lawless man by the chest. The demonic essence reactivated in Kang-woo's body. Its huge pupils spoke of danger to Dae-hyun. He said he wouldn't kill him. His eyes read the abyss of the cosmos, the universe, and all the most beautiful and terrible things combined. He added that if it were him, he would prefer to die. At that moment, the ground went out from under Dae-hyun's feet, and he literally lost his mind and didn't realize what was happening. The Lord of Darkness harnessed the power of the demon Orobus, or rather, the fear-mongering demon. He turned into a three-eyed, white-haired horse with the jaws of a killer. Orobus clutched Dae-hyun in his arms, who was experiencing the wildest fear of his life. Brother Sol-ae begged the monster not to approach him because he had never seen such monsters. Dae-hyun screamed and begged for help, but the demon didn't stop and insinuated terrible things into his soul. Something terrible was happening to Dae-hyun that he couldn't explain to himself. From the outside, it looked like Oh Kang-woo was just standing over a guy who didn't make it to the bathroom in time and fell into his own puddle. After threatening him to keep quiet about everything that happened, Kang-woo asked him to leave and Dae-hyun turned into a puppet. The King of Hell threw him some pathetic idiot phrase and Dae-hyun disappeared out the door. Han Seol. Only noticed Dae-hyun running away in his underwear into the entryway and gave him a surprised look. She thought about it. So Kang-woo had saved her once again, and this time he had stood up for his mother's honor. At that moment, Oh Kang-woo was on the phone and suddenly he was cursing. He remembered Dae-hyun's words about not having a house and money and agreed. In Gang-woo's mind, he thought that he urgently needed money. He looked very convincing. It was as if he was happy to see the information he was interested in on the phone screen. Oh Kang-woo was looking at Wikipedia about the magic stones that are extracted from monsters. The darker the stones, the higher their quality, and the stronger the monster. The King of Darkness approached Seol-ah to ask if she had such stones and if she could show them to him if so. The girl replied convincingly and reached into her bag to pull out her trophies. Han Seol-ah held out a rank E magic stone that she had managed to extract from the goblin in the very gate and placed it in his hand in confidence. After taking the stone in his hands and seeing it darken, Kang-woo remembered the words from Wikipedia that if a stone is dark, its quality is high. He was a little worried because he couldn't feel the magi at all. He thought about the fact that he clearly had some power in him, but it wasn't magical. Kang-woo remembered getting magic in the forest and thought that magic was inside the stones. He turned the stone in his hands. It was a slightly different kind of energy, and it was called magic. Twirling the stone in his hands, the guy wondered then where the system had gotten him 1 mage point. He returned to the conversation and complimented her trophy, and thanked the girl. In his head, he was thinking of a plan to collect more stones and sell them. Recalling the incident with the police, Kang-woo asked Seol-ah where the player's activity management office was. When asked, the girl said that the main office was located at Seoul Station. Han Seol-ah said she wanted to go there too and offered to go together, to which Kang-woo looked at her in surprise and wondered why. The girl stated that because of the situation she and her mother were in, she needed to activate as a player. She held the stone in her hands and explained why she went to the gate alone. Han Seol-ah also added that it was a foolish act. She thanked her again for the life lesson she had learned, but Kang Wu hesitated. He didn't know what she was talking about. The Lord smiled sweetly and said he just wanted to help good people like her. She didn't know that he hadn't met a single living soul in the last 10,000 years. It turns out that he found an angel in Han Seol-ah the moment she shared her plans that she wanted to learn and move on to the second stage of awakening. Mentally, he was talking to himself and realized that he couldn't help her, so once again smiling, he just added that she should do a good job. He suggested not to lose a minute and move out on the road, to which the girl asked for some time to pack. Watching her from the side, Kang Wu realized that because of her poor training, his effectiveness might be questionable. It was hard for him to accept it. Kang Wu realized that she could cause him various difficulties, so he decided to regain his strength first. Gang Yu walked to the window. He thought that if he was able to return from hell after such a long time, he would be able to rise stronger. He remembered how much power he had in hell. His eyes glowed red. The girl distracted him from his thoughts by asking if he had any documents with him. He said it would be a good idea to go to the district administration first. Kang Wu was holding a brand new ID card in his hands. He managed to get it quite quickly. Together with Han Seol-ah, they went down to the subway and rode towards Seoul Station. The migration office prepared this card very quickly in one day. He was surprised because the dispatcher of this service didn't quite understand what the problem was. Kang Wu hesitated, but he reported that everything was fine. He wondered to himself that no one had reported him missing. Already on the subway, he looked sadly at the card and thought again that no one had missed him. His head was tormented by the thought that in 5 long years, not a single soul, not a single buddy, had asked where he was. He was alone. While he was choking on Palak's trophies in the form of various demons so that he would have the strength to return home, not a living soul inquired. At this moment, the pain of loneliness that had haunted him before Han Seol-ah appeared was evident in his eyes. Han Seol-ah distracted him from his bad thoughts and suggested he look somewhere. The King of Hell looked up. He looked very upset, one could even say frustrated and trampled. They were arriving. Outside the window, the most beautiful, futuristic buildings of the player's activity management office appeared. These structures mesmerized everyone present. Seol-ah wondered if he liked the views. Kang Wu blurted out that it was very beautiful. He hastily tucked the documents into his pocket and continued to look at the brightly colored, fanciful buildings. Kang Wu thought to himself that things would be different from now on. He again assured the girl that he was very impressed with what he had seen before exiting the subway car. The couple arrived at the Players Association, which was the central office that handled all participant matters. The delight of the scale of the architecture was overwhelming his mind. He even thought and compared to himself that the Incheon airport was smaller. Han Seol-ah handed Kang Wu her old cell phone. She assured him that it had Wi-Fi and that they would be in touch. Seol-ah's sweetness and generosity almost made the King of Darkness cry. He thanked her. The girl chirped that she had to run to the entrance briefing. Kang Wu replied that he'd be going soon, but they'd be in touch. Afterwards, Han Seol-ah offered to have dinner together because she probably realized she was here for a long time. Satisfied with the offer, Kang Wu agreed and thought to himself that luck was on his side. He told the girl to take care of herself and headed towards the Players Association building. He was very impressed by the size of this building and its overall functionality. Everything had been thought out down to the smallest detail. Some of the players he met were dressed in special costumes, and most importantly, each one was different. He thought that roles in this world were not secondary. The Lord of Darkness walked over to the ID card reader. The thing was supposed to give him a ticket to the reception. Kang Wu inserted his card, and it identified him as player Kang Wu with a ticket number of 18. This ticket had to be presented at the selection hall. At this moment, 2 blue stripes appeared on the ticket, which surprised Kang Wu a little, and he got nervous. The system once again notified him to present his ticket in the selection hall, and the signage bars lit up brightly to escort him to the selection committee office. Kang Wu settled into a seat in test room 09 and listened to the conversations of the players around him. 2 players were talking to each other about the rank they had been assigned in the first selection, and one told the other that he had been assigned rank D, which is pretty good. They also discussed some Baek Kang-hyun and Cha Young-ju who had exorbitant ratings. Kang Wu was already checking something on his phone when both players stated between themselves that they still had a long way to go to reach the level of these players. Next, he found information that these people were guild masters and were given the S rank in the first selection. The lucky ones with this rank were invited to join any of the 5 guilds. Kim Jae-hyun Cha-young, Ju Baek Kang-hyun Jong-hyun Ju Min-hyuk represented Mir Scarlet Rose Hanul Sanare and Onuri according to the internet. The King of Darkness thought that he could not avoid meeting the leaders of these guilds after fully recovering his strength. Feeling his power, he longed to regain it all in order to be ready for a duel with the best of the best. He thought that if he checked in with the players, his strength would return faster. Suddenly, the system alerted him that it was his turn. The girl at the entrance to the selection committee told him to sit at the teller's desk. At the desk, the polite teller asked him his name, which he confirmed. She entered some data into the electronic logbook and continued. The employee of the center asked to put his palm on a special ball that will determine the strength and will be colored in the color of the corresponding rank. She added that the darker the color, the higher its rank. Gang Yu was a little upset and wondered what if the balloon showed the highest rank. He placed his hand on the snow-white ball, waiting for his cards to be revealed. The sphere began to absorb space as he thought, and the power of the light was blinding him. For a moment he thought he was going to get caught and the teller would figure out his real strength. She turned to him. He didn't even want to open his eyes because he felt like he was in serious trouble now. The girl turned to him again and told him that he had an F rank. Kang Woo was stunned by what she said because he expected him to have the highest level available. The girl asked him to take his palm off the ball. She kindly offered to help Kang Woo and began to tell him things he needed to know. At this moment, Kang Woo was thinking about the fact that even though his strength sealed F rank, it was too little for him. The teller said that he would first have a rank E player card for gates rank E and below. She also said that higher gates can be accessed with an escort. Kang Woo thought for a second about Palak, who would clearly be furious at this news. The King of Darkness looked at her tiredly and asked what he needed to do to get his rank increased. To this, the girl replied that he needed some training on the basic course for promotion. That's what Hanseol-ah was doing right now. She added that in order to increase rank faster, it was necessary to find magic stones. Gang Yu thought that was a good way. The King of Darkness informed the dispatcher that he understood and was about to get up, but she asked him to wait for the player card. The girl also suggested that he register for the basic course training for promotion, to which Kang Woo dryly said that it was fine. She thought he was shocked by his rank. Unfortunately, she didn't know the real reason she thought he might be killed by monsters, and it was better for him to surrender. Suddenly, she noticed that the color of the balloon began to change and darken before her eyes. She wondered, but soon decided that the balloon must be ruined. As soon as the dispatcher put her hand near the balloon, it burst into two pieces. Not realizing what was going on, she hurriedly took her hand away from the balloon, which exuded the smell of smoke. The girl thought that even a player from rank S had a dark gray color. The dispatcher hurriedly went to the administrator to change the crystal ball. She couldn't believe what she saw. The crowd on the streets of the city was actively circulating offers for players. Some needed a damager, some needed a mage. And even a rogue was looking for a group and getting rejected. Most people were looking for healers and players of D rank and above. Bandit tried his luck once again, but was once again rejected. Gangwoo heard them shouting about taking everyone, but the bandit stayed away. He didn't understand why. Just as the teller had promised, his card said he had an E rank. He thought it was none of his business to find out why brigands were not favored. The policeman scrutinized his card and informed him that he could pass. Kang-woo was inside the portal at the edge of the forest and there wasn't a single soul near him. He was a little afraid he'd end up in hell again. He didn't like the teleporting things. They made him uncomfortable and scared him. He first started looking around for a couple monsters. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind with a hey sound. The King of Darkness turned and looked at the stranger seriously. He hadn't expected to meet anyone at his first operation at all. A player of imposing size stood directly above him and glared at him with his huge eyes, calling him brother. The formidable stranger asked if he was alone here, to which he replied in the affirmative. He also asked if he had any desire to awaken. Someone turned to the player and said that they were ready. Gangwoo blurted out that he wasn't ready to wake up yet. The stranger smirked and informed Kang-woo that he looked like a green rookie. He also suggested that he team up because his rank was low and didn't hunt alone. Kang-woo listened with interest to the stranger, who added that if he didn't want to join, then he could just travel with them. In a flash, a girl behind the big man's back screamed that he had no right to invite a stranger without consulting the team. They started complaining. The formidable dork rebuked them and reminded them that they were obliged to protect him since he was in a dire situation. He offered to divide his magic stones among the team, but to take them with him. At this moment, Gang Yu thought he had met a good person, but he still refused the offer, choosing to hunt alone. The player extended his hand to him and told him that the team was fine with it and they needed to get acquainted as soon as possible. He gave his name as Kang Dai-Su. The player also asked the King of Darkness what his name was. He was curious and eager to know the daredevil's name. Oh Kang-woo dryly announced his name. He thanked me again for the invitation and said that he wasn't going to join the group. Kang-woo's new buddy replied with a laugh. While formidable, he was still young at what the King of Darkness was surprised by. Dae-su took out his card, which showed the year 1999. The Dark King wondered what could have happened in 5 years. He told Han Dae-su that he was grateful for the invitation to join their group, but that he would decline because he had other plans. The team looked at the King of Darkness with bewilderment and incomprehension. Dae-su was upset and said that if the newcomer insisted, he didn't need help. He asked Oh Kang-woo to be careful as these lands belong to the goblins and there is one very healthy and powerful hobgoblin among them. He explained to Gangwoo what this goblin looked like and said that he was the boss and was many times stronger than the rest of the land. He told him to run away if he met him. Kang-woo smiled. He thought to himself that Kang Dae-su was indeed a good man. He thanked him for the warning. Dae-su's team headed deep into the forest while Oh Kang-woo wondered what could happen to him if he really was a rank F player. He looked after them and even thought that he could travel with them and feel more secure. Gangyu began to roll up his sleeves as if preparing for a serious battle. He continued to adjust his clothes and began to take steady steps toward the forest thicket. Going in only a few meters deep, he saw the footprints of goblins, of which there were many on the ground. He quickly found these goblins who had settled in the clearing in defensive positions, as if waiting for someone to attack. Kang-woo suddenly burst into their company to attack them and do his first official battle with the Otherworld's undead. The King of Darkness triumphantly shouted bingo, not expecting an attack because he was used to being afraid of him and not the other way around. He swooped down on the crooked-toothed monster at the most unexpected moment, and it was obvious how his opponent was literally taken aback by what was happening. Oh Kang-woo saw that most of them were as prepared as possible for battle, and this only made him more excited. The ferocious nose goblins were hungry for his life. Waving the blade of their weapons, they approached the King of Darkness. Again and again, Kang-woo struck the monsters with his powerful fists, knocking the ground out from under their feet and letting them know that he was not afraid at all. With the help of the immense strength anchored in his body, he began to deliver tactical blows to overwhelm the goblins' abilities. All the monsters had to do was shriek and scream with anger and rage because it was almost impossible to keep track of Oh Kang-woo's movements on the battlefield. His eyes burned with a furious red fire as he flew through the air to strike another decisive blow and show the monsters who was in charge. The monsters of the Netherworld fought with all their might and horrible sounds came out of their mouths, but it did not help them to harm the King of Darkness at all. The goblins swooped down on the King of Darkness. They were eager to bid him farewell. Using all his power and battle magic skills, Oh Kang-woo cut off the monsters' heads one by one. The goblins collectively tried to attack Gangyu from different directions, but it was all to no avail because the Darkness King's combat training was top-notch. The monsters looked at the King of Darkness with the frightened eyes of beaten puppies. Kang-woo addressed them with a sneer that there were quite a few of them left and started neutralizing the goblins again. The Lord of Hell was so confident on the battlefield, and throwing the heads of monsters across the field that he didn't even notice how the battle was almost over. He looked at the breathless bodies of the goblins with a sneer and thanked them for the treat. After a while, fatigue crept into his body, and then he managed to look around and realize that there was no one else on the field. The field was simply strewn with dozens of decapitated goblin bodies. Oh Kang-woo thought to himself that it was very risky to fight alone against such a large number of foul beasts. An alert system appeared in the air. He defeated the E-rank goblins and gained certain experience points and also increased his level by 4 and gained 1 mage point. Oh Kang-woo grabbed the lifeless body of one goblin. He thought about the fact that he knew what to do with it because he didn't find any mages in the magic stones. He looked at the lifeless body of the monster and wondered how he could get his hands on the coveted mage. After activating the power of the Devourer, which was evidenced by the purple fire more reminiscent of fangs, Kang-woo took a breath. He closed his eyes for a second and felt a rush of magic in his body. How much he missed it. And he seemed to know at that moment that he would soon have as much magic as he wanted. On the field, Kang-woo guessed that the magicians were not coming from his body, not from magic stones, but from something more primitive. He decided that the mage's power came from the bodies of slain monsters because it was from between their broken ribs that the blue glow emanated. Realizing that the number of mages differed from the time they left their bodies, he concluded that he needed to eat their fresh, recently killed bodies. After Kang Wu finished his meal with the goblins, the system notified him that he had received 2 mage points. He was happy about this now that he knew where to get the stones to sell. There was no limit to his joy. He had found a way to get mages. Examining the bones of the monsters he had eaten, he noted that it was important to remember to collect the stones before leaving. When O Kang Wu was collecting the stones in a linen bag, he was only thinking about how much chicken he could buy if he sold the stones. In a moment, it even seemed to him that this action resembled the process of pulling pieces of meat off a chicken. After thinking about it, O Gang Wu's appetite had been whetted, and before his eyes were no longer goblins, but a fragrant chicken. Kang Wu thought it would be nice to eat it with Han Seil A. He imagined how kind and cute she would be as she held out her leg to him, and he licked his lips. He was picking up the remaining stones and thinking about how happy he would be to have fried chicken in sweet and sour sauce with radishes, when suddenly something distracted him. The King of Hell looked warily to the side, expecting to see someone coming into the clearing. He saw a huge goblin monster looming over him, and realized that it was exactly what Han Tae-su was talking about, a hobgoblin. The fierce eyes of the boss of the defeated goblins looked directly at Kang Wu, and his mouth was filled with incomprehensible sounds that clearly indicated his dissatisfaction with the situation. Kang Wu couldn't believe his eyes. The goblin in front of him was clearly using magic to attack. The King of Darkness wasn't prepared for this turn of events, and the frozen surprise on his face testified to that. He stood in front of this huge and ugly creature and was not perplexed as to how it could use magic. Although O Kang Wu stood in a defensive stance ready to attack the monster, he also didn't understand how the goblin could command magic. In a moment, he thought about the fact that if the goblin could use his magic skills, then perhaps he should remember his fighting abilities. Observing the goblin's actions, Kang Wu concluded that its magical ability capacity was much higher than his opponent's and should use destructive power. The hobgoblin's eyes were filled with rage and a desire to destroy O Kang Wu. He was clearly aware that he was alone without his retinue, and his distress was accompanied by shouts and growls. The angered monster came at O Kang Wu with a cleaver made of the most powerful steel. In a flash, the monster tried to attack him with its heavy weapon, but Kang Wu was able to get away. At first, using only his natural strength, he tried to keep away from the blades that were ready to cleave his head at any moment. But the goblin's magical abilities allowed this monster to throw him back 10 meters. The goblin again made a confident move to take his life. O Kang Wu realized that he couldn't cope with natural strength since this hobgoblin weighed almost a full ton. Again and again, he dodged the nimble blows of the powerful goblin boss, trying to save his skin with wits and pirouettes in the air. His opponent didn't give him the slightest opportunity for respite, and tried to attack from different directions. Kang Wu fell to the ground from the blows of his weapons, but got up again to defend himself. For a moment he wondered if his stats were not up to the level where the goblin's recoil wouldn't be as strong. Kang Wu was examining the hobgoblin in order to determine its weakness in order to strike a precise tactical strike and defeat the monster. However, the hobgoblin did not give up hope and continued to paw the ground in fury at which the King of Darkness was dodging. Although O Kang Wu dodged and was still alive, he was very tired, once again falling to the ground. At one moment, Kang Wu realized that his opponent had very powerful fists that were not good for him at all. He also realized that the hobgoblin was indeed the boss. The goblin demolished everything in his path with his axe that split the trees in two. Moving across the field in order to survive, O Kang Wu thought that the goblin's actions were insane, as he was destroying his own domain and all of his subordinates were already in the other world. Fiercely glaring at his opponent, Kang Wu assured that he would only be his prey. The hobgoblin flashed his fangs as if accepting an invitation to a serious battle. Behind him could be seen the vast amount of bones and skulls of his goblin troop, who were no longer alive. For a split second, a look of bewilderment appeared in the goblin's eyes. He didn't quite understand how an ordinary man could deal with dozens of goblins prepared for a surprise attack. O Kang Wu shouted at him that he was caught and used his weapon in the form of something sharp, clearly meant for the hobgoblin. He decided that he would release all of his anger as well as the destructive power that was contained within him. Gang Yu clenched his hand into a fist. Utilizing the magical power of the demon crockle and the power of rage, he once again rushed into battle to overthrow his opponent. He decided that he would not direct the power of rage at himself, but would inspire the goblin. At that moment, a terrifying demon with huge fangs and turquoise burning eyes hovered over the goblin's head. The incomprehensible goblin only had to make strange noises in anticipation of the uncontrolled state that would lead to his imminent death. One could see the power filling his entire body. It was also reflected in his burning demon eyes. He struck sharply, but into the void. Oh, Kang-woo was jubilant that he had managed to combine demonic power together with the power of rage and thus throw the hobgoblin off balance. One after another, the goblin's ferocious movements tried to strike Oh Kang-woo's body, but didn't even come close to reaching him. He tried to attack him from the air and so on, but the axe in his hands was more like a glowing toy that was no longer necessary to be afraid of. Watching his opponent and his actions, Oh Kang-woo realized that there was more to this special power than just impressive damage. The monster had to pay for this power by not being able to control his movements when he attacked. He swung his weapon again and again, but to no avail. Another attempt to chop the ground with his blade failed. His body no longer obeyed him. He roared fiercely. It was enough for Oh Kang-woo to just step aside and not prevent the goblin from fighting himself because the power was to lose his sanity. He looked contentedly at his opponent who had stopped thinking straight and was mindlessly attacking the air and the ground. At the moment of another strike, Kang-woo concluded to himself that it was much easier to dodge such an uncontrollable force. He also noticed that the goblin's weaknesses were presented to him as if on a platter because he couldn't defend them when he wasn't in control of his actions. What could not be said about the battle tactics of the King of Darkness, whose blows became more technical and thoughtful. In a moment, he tactfully nudged the goblin boss and he fell to his knees, badly hurting his knee. The goblin still believed that victory would be on his side and waved his weapon in different directions. Having his battle strategy and dodging the reckless movement of his blade in the air to avoid losing his head, Kang-woo was feeling the tides. The Lord of Darkness unleashed his magical skills and delivered a deafening and decisive blow to his opponent. Inhuman blood gushed from his wounds. With a sigh of relief when his opponent's weightless carcass collapsed to the ground and no longer showed any signs of life, Kang-woo thought for a moment. He found it sad to win like this when his strength and he were in unequal proportions. He longed for more power and experience from this battle. Kang-woo realized that it would have been much easier for him to take down all of the evil beasts if he had been prepared and equipped with his former strength. A system notification hung in the air. It said that he had won a single victory over a goblin lair and defeated a hobgoblin. It gave him a 150% bonus and unlocked a second awakening. Also, the system reported the acquisition of a special skill of the second awakening, consisting of getting more magi when applying the power of the devourer. Oh Kang-woo approached the defeated body of his opponent to test his special devourer skill with giving out more magi. After activating the devourer's power that emitted a blue-violet glow in the form of tongues of flame and fangs, Kang-woo began to get rid of the evidence. The system notified him of the activation of an overwhelming sense of hunger, allowing him to gather more magi than usual. The purple smoke thickened. The King of Hell cried out as he felt that there was a lot more magic, and it was easier to get it from monsters. The mages had increased by 3 levels, making a total of 19 units. He concluded that the stronger the Otherworlder was, the more coveted magic he received. He wondered how his new power would feel. The player closed his eyes to feel his power reserves. He concentrated but quickly opened them in surprise. According to his calculations, his strength should have doubled, but his senses told him 3. Kang-woo was extremely surprised by his statistics. He didn't understand how this could happen, and even speculated that such a jump could be dangerous. Suddenly, it hit him. He realized that the power that was restraining Manhwa was beginning to weaken. It was affecting all the characteristics. The Overlord was trying to figure out in his head why the power holding this element was starting to give up and how it might be affecting his stats. It seemed to him that raising his rank couldn't affect the power holding Mahjong's seal. With the improvement of his performance here as a player, he will be able to get rid of the seal, limiting his power, which will come back to him. This news pleased him, because he wanted to be as powerful as he was in hell. His eyes lit up with a bright red demonic glow. Rising up from the ground after another meal by the foul creatures, Oh Kang-woo decided to go to the gate with a higher rank at all costs to obtain the maximum mage. Gathering all the remaining magic stones left after the battle with the goblins that were coveted in the human world, Kang-woo hurriedly hid some of them. Twirling the largest stone he had gotten after a fair fight with the hobgoblin, he set himself the goal of reaching the third awakening at level 20. After hunting and returning to the human world, Oh Kang-woo went to dinner with Hansol-ah at a place that is famous for its succulent chicken in a variety of sauces. Back on the battlefield when Kang-woo didn't know if he would be able to defeat the goblins, he had imagined this chicken, and now he and his battle friend could savor the flavor. The King of Darkness was savoring every bite of chicken and radish with a good sip of fresh beer. The foam was so good in his stomach after eating all sorts of alien creatures that Kang-woo just gave in to the temptation and did not part with the massive mug. He declared that this chicken was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted, and he was drooling. Han Seol-ah shared his enthusiasm, but was genuinely surprised at how easy it was to please her new friend. It was enough to pile on a good portion of kimchi or wings, and he was good to go in no time. Looking him straight in the eye, a slightly embarrassed Han Seol-ah wondered if this chicken was tastier than the kimchi she was making for him. Oh Kang-woo was even a little annoyed. How could one compare flavorful kimchi and crispy chicken? There was no clear winner in this difficult struggle. In Kang-woo's mind, the leg was lying next to a good portion of kimchi, and he wasn't surprised at all. He was about to make excuses to the girl when she said laughingly that she was joking with him. She also called the King of Darkness funny, which made his face take on a pinkish blush. The girl carefully offered him her piece of chicken and with the help of special tongs transferred the chicken to his plate. An embarrassed and clearly unequal Seol-ah wished him a pleasant appetite and looked at him with pleading eyes. The girl decided to ask Kang-woo if he had any family relatives or at least friends. The King of Darkness took another impressive sip of beer. It was as if he were pulling and holding the pause, searching for the right answer. The next moment, he coldly placed the mug on the table and answered dryly, no. Soleil could observe at this moment that something had obviously changed dramatically in his mood. He looked away sadly and added that he had no friends or family. Seol-ah asked him where he was going to spend the night. Kang-woo replied that he honestly didn't know. He began to reassure the girl that he would be fine and would not be lost. A look of surprise froze on Gang W's face. He hadn't expected such generosity and kindness. He asked in return if they would be burdened by his visit. The girl looked gratefully into Kang-woo's eyes and assured him that after all he had done for her and her mother, finding him was an honor and a reward for them. He smiled. He was very pleased with this attitude from Han Seol-ah and her little family. He thanked the girl for the hospitable gesture. Kang-woo, handing her the instruments, literally touched her hand gently and quietly said that he relied and trusted her completely. Han Seol-ah smiled back and quietly said that she was counting on him too. At this moment she was very embarrassed. She looked fondly at Oh Kang-woo once more and thought that all these acts of protection and responsibility were so much like him. She felt a warmth spreading through her chest. When Kang-woo remembered something, he went into his pocket and said he wanted to give it to Han Seol-ah and her mother. The King of Darkness placed the package on the table and said that it contained approximately 3 million won. The girl was surprised. She didn't expect such a surprise and didn't understand what was wrong. Kang-woo told Han Seol-ah to take the money as a housing payment, but the girl flatly refused to accept such a generous gift. She felt that Kang-woo had helped her and her mother a lot, and if she took the money, it would be wrong. She frowned at the awkwardness of the situation. Oh, Kang-woo insisted. He assured Han Seol-ah that she cares and spends a lot on him, and if that money isn't for housing, then let him consider it as food money for everyone. After his persuasive words, she still took the envelope and tears of emotion appeared in her eyes. She thanked Oh Kang-woo many times for his support and clutched the envelope to her chest. She immediately added that she would go to the department store tomorrow to buy food for the flavorful kimchi. Oh Kang-woo, of course, agreed to the idea. The soul of the King of Darkness rejoiced and cried with happiness. He vowed to bring many stones to make her happy by all means. In the meantime, Oh Kang-woo asked the satisfied Han Seol-ah if she knew where the D-rank gate was nearby. The girl thought for a moment, but after 5 seconds she said that she knew one, but she had never been there. She added that the gate was inhabited by ogres. After receiving the information, Kang-woo grabbed a piece of the remaining chicken and began to eat it with gusto. He reasoned that he would have to find the gate tomorrow and pay a visit to the ogres. Han Seol-ah graciously offered her brother's former room for the King of Darkness. He went inside with the girl and sat down on the bed. He thanked the girl for her hospitality and added that thanks to her, he could now rest and regain his strength. Seol-ah turned off the light, and Oh Kang-woo stared at the moonlight seeping through the fabric of the curtains for a long time. The Lord of Hell lay down on the bed and thought that he had not experienced such softness and comfort in 10,000 years. His eyelids slowly grew heavy and drooped, and he enjoyed being on a comfortable feather bed with a soft pillow. Going to the gate in the morning, he saw a huge crowd. The representatives of the gaming estates were looking for players of C rank and above, and were offering a quick awakening of the 3rd level. Kang-woo listened to the bandit who had always been rejected. He begrudgingly asked for something and promised to be useful, but was again refused. Gang-yu wondered why. Presenting his card to enter the gate, Kang-woo felt pity for a second for the player he didn't want to take, but later decided it was none of his business. After checking his documents, he quickly entered the portal and disappeared. He couldn't devote time to the problems of others because he had clear goals that he couldn't be distracted from. Soon he found himself on the other side of the portal. Gang Yu looked around. He decided that it would be better to move quietly in an area he didn't know. After activating the power of silence, Kang Wu continued to advance deep into the forest with slow, cautious steps. There was a strange, unfamiliar sound not far from the portal that alerted the King of Darkness. He assumed it was probably ogres. He remembered what he had been told about ogres by Han Seol-A. They don't have good eyesight and are sensitive to sounds. If a few ogres spot an outsider, the whole horde will soon rush to the aid of their tribesmen. Gangwu suddenly flew into the field where several ogres were waiting for their prey. He attracted their attention with his spectacular and unexpected appearance. He was pleased with his quick success in finding monsters. His eyes burned with the familiar red demonic fire, and he was jubilant. Kangwu also remembered that his battle friend had mentioned fire, and that the ogres were afraid of it. For this reason, people with fire-type mage skills were welcome to enter this gate. Without a moment's thought, he activated Andras's demon hellfire power and swiftly flew at the ogres. With his battle magic skills, Kang Wu directed streams of hellfire at the monsters, literally burning their scales. The ogres clearly didn't expect this person to use powerful firepower against them. They growled viciously and tried to attack Gangwu. There was annoyance on their faces because they could not control the demonic flames. You could say they were burning alive. Andras's demon flames spread across the field, burning everything in its path. There was no escape. Kang Wu didn't even have to do anything. His attraction of demonic fire alone was enough to topple the monsters. He stood to the side and watched what was happening. He was well aware that the demonic power he had activated was subject only to powerful magic. There was no other way to stop the flames. Hellfire also had one feature in that it burned life energy rather than the monster's body itself, which could be absorbed. For a second, the King of Darkness remembered Han Tai-hyun, the annoying, arrogant brother of Han Seola of the Andras Guild he boasted so much about. Kang Wu used the power of the Devourer to get even with the rest of the monsters and absorb their bodies. He concluded that if Tae-hyun made him angry again, he would just kill him. Gangwu, who was in the middle of his thoughts, hardly noticed the intruders approaching. He suddenly looked back. He was surrounded by a horde of cannibals who witnessed Gang Yu eating their relatives. The fierce eyes of one of the bulkiest glittered with the desire to take the life of the King of Darkness as soon as possible. With absolute calmness in his mind, Kangwu looked at them over his shoulder with a smirk. They didn't yet realize what awaited them in the next few seconds. Reactivating Andras's demonic power and his all-consuming hellfire, Kangwu directed it at the remaining ogres in the formation. Without distracting himself from the main task of activated Devourer power, he noticed that the crowd of ogres was harder to deal with as they were loud. He just stood back and watched once again as the Netherworld was deprived of the gene pool of cannibals that the other players feared so much. The system notified Gangwu that his level had increased by 1 unit. He noted that Mariok's characteristic had its own peculiarities. Gang Yu concluded that the higher his level became, the more effort he would have to put into training. That wasn't enough. He thought about it. He thought he should look for bigger mobs than these. He heard someone calling him from behind. Kang Wu turned around to see who had called him. He didn't expect that there would be anyone else here besides him and the eaten ogres. He was knee-deep in the swamp when the strangers came closer. They said that even though he was a newcomer, judging by his uniform, they were still inviting him to hunt with them. Kang Wu inquired about the guild, and the boldest and clearly the leader of the guild proudly announced that they were representatives of Andras. The stranger's face was clearly proud of what he had said. He smiled broadly and cheerfully. Already knowing what kind of arrogant jerks he was messing with for a second, Kang Wu rolled his eyes and further said that he wasn't interested in the invitation. Kang Wu came out from the backside of the swamp and muttered something to himself as he headed in the opposite direction of the strangers. Kang Wu's abrupt reply clearly didn't please the Andras Guild players. Their leader's face was clearly twisted with anger. Plus, his partners were saying that he couldn't just let him go. Andras decided that since he disrespected their invitation, they would beat him to a pulp. They were glad. At last, they would have a chance to catch their breath. Clenching his fists as hard as he could, the leader of Andras decided he would teach this newcomer a good life lesson. Kang Wu continued his hunt. With the help of the Hellfire demon Andras, he killed more than a dozen more ogres. When the last ogre had been dealt with, Kang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. He was pleased with the results of the hunt today. He knew that by now there were no more ogres left in the area, and those hiding from imminent doom would not venture out. Kang Wu thought that it would be better for him to focus on leveling up instead of catching the same monsters. The King of Darkness again heard someone dismissively calling him from his right side. He turned his head and looked with interest. The stranger's voice stated that being a more experienced player, he was just keeping tabs on Kang Wu. The King of Darkness recognized that voice when the Andras figures appeared right in front of him. The leader of Andras's company claimed he had every right to track how the newcomer was hunting. He smirked. Kang Wu thought that losing control was the most unnecessary thing, so he calmly replied after catching his breath that he was worried for nothing and that he was fine with his skills. Andras's leader wouldn't stop. He said that all he saw was a newcomer dressed in fancy clothes and no dead ogres around. Kang Wu, who had just ended the lives of at least 10 ogres, calmly replied that he was currently resting after a difficult battle. The Andras man clearly liked to bully the newcomers. He began to accuse Kang Wu of statutory disrespect for his elders, to which he received a sharp reply that his chatter was annoying. Andras's representatives were clearly not in a friendly mood. This was evidenced by the insults directed at the newcomer, Kang Wu. Kang Wu looked at the swollen veins on the guild leader's face with a sneer. He questioned him if he really wanted to fight. The angry player literally tried to pounce on Kang Wu with his weapon, but his path was blocked by someone's strong arm. The bully from Andras tried to talk some sense into Hojun, the name of the man who had stopped the madness. The stranger told him to calm down. Threats came out of his mouth one after another. He was eager to punish the newcomer for his insolence and teach him a lesson in obedience. He looked at Gang Wu fiercely and threatened him again that he would be in trouble because he had attacked him. Gang Yu thought about the meaninglessness of his actions. The King of Darkness was not left out. He was also pissing the Andras man off with his nonchalant calm and smile. The Andras man still drew his sword and tried to attack Kang Wu so much his ego was hurt. He was only scaring Gang Yu with his actions. When he calmed down a bit, he asked mysteriously if the King of Darkness knew that ogres were sensitive to sound. Kang Wu looked at his attempts to intimidate him without any interest. He knew exactly what to do in this case. The jerk from Andras once again swung his weapon at something heavy to create the most unpleasant sounds possible. Gang Yu grinned to himself and called him a softy. The King of Darkness didn't feel like fighting at all. His concentration was only on leveling up. He watched this circus calmly and without even moving. His opponent shouted that someone was coming and ordered magical barriers to be set up. His partners began to build a defense for them. Hiding under the protective magical dome, the Andrasovian shouted to Kang Wu that he would love to see how he would get away with it since there were many ogres. He asked Kang Wu if it was too much for him as a rookie and laughed and continued that he would protect him if Kang Wu kneeled down and apologized right now. The bully couldn't see that Kang Wu was smiling gloatingly at this moment because his back was turned to him. Suddenly, when all the Andrasians were gathered in a pile under the protective dome, he spoke. He was very curious to see what they had in store for him. The idiot from Andras was still going on. He didn't understand why the newcomer was calm and unafraid, because if this dome of protection wasn't here, he would surely shit himself. He told him that if Gang Yu wanted to do something, let him do it because now was the time. Gang Yu opened his palms and started activating something. Kang Wu's eyes stopped being human again. He flew into the air and activated something with a gloating grin. The Andras man's words echoed to him. Calling forth a powerful force of sound, Kang Wu flew upwards. The power was so powerful that the ogres would rather go back to hell than be here. The surprise on Andras's guild representatives' faces was impossible to hide. They frankly didn't understand how the newcomer had such strong combat skills. The magical ability of the power of sound not only annoyed the ogres, but also removed any little to no defense from the guild members. The bully started yelling at the top of his voice that Kang Wu is a psychopath and that he should stop now. Kang Wu, approaching the Andrasians and pulling the dome off of them, smiled and said he was right. The face of the once brave representative of the Andras Guild. Who was the reason for this mess? You could tell that he was very scared. The Andrasovians tried to keep their formation under the dome, but a terrible fear overtook their minds, and they lost their defenses. The ogres who had come at the sounds of hell and could not control their ferocity emerged from the swamp and moved purposefully toward the dome. Andras's players, who moments ago had been flaunting their levels and skills, shook with fear as the ogres came close to the dome. The guild girl, surprised by the scene, said wistfully that she had never seen anything like it, and the bully ordered her to hold the dome's defenses. The leader wailed at Kang Wu that he was completely insane and clearly wanted everyone to forfeit their lives here from the clutches of these cannibals. Kang Wu, who had been sitting in the tree all this time, turned to the Andras man with a sneer and asked him a clarifying question about the Ludo Eater's sensitivity to sound. He told his opponent with a winning smile that he was well aware of this. With that, the huge horde of ogres were getting closer and closer to the dome, hoping to eat Andras's green players. The protective dome that the guild members had hoped for was cracking at the seams, and it was no longer possible to hold the defense. Andras shouted that Gang Wu wanted to kill everyone. The bully shouted at the top of his voice that Kang Wu wasn't at home since he decided to send them all to the other side. Kang Wu calmly assured the raging fury and indignation of the enemy surrounded by ogres that he had no plans to die today. He activated the power of silence and, gloating with his red eyes, added that they would all die, but not him. Ogres flocked to the magical protective dome from all directions and even from the trees next to Kang Wu. No one noticed him. For a moment, the Andras man seemed to realize why he was invisible to the ogres. He mumbled something about the power to control sound and plunged into the battle. Kang Wu was still standing on the tree branch, not worried at all that the monsters might attack him. He didn't feel threatened at all. At the same moment, his opponent, the very bully from Andras with eyes full of terror, realized all the mystery of what was happening. The protective magic dome had practically fallen, and monsters could enter the sphere as if it were their home. The leader from Andras's guild was shouting at his partners to strengthen the magic barrier in every possible way. The ogre had already attacked and sent the Andras representative in female form to the other world. One of the Andrasians heard strange sounds behind him and turned around. From the horror approaching him and his powerlessness to stand against these creatures, he spat on the ground and began to frantically stagger backward. He wanted to scream in terror, but he hurried to cover his mouth tightly with both hands so as not to attract even more attention from the nearly blind monsters. He and his partner held on as best they could, but they realized that despite the savagery of this bloody situation, they should keep their mouths shut. The bully could see his partner thrust a sharp spear through the throat of an ogre that had managed to grab him with its strong jaws. The spear fell out of the dying player's hands, and he made the last sounds of his life and dropped out of the game. Andras's daredevil covered his mouth with his hands to keep from making a sound. He was visibly sickened to see all his partners fall. He became very scared when he realized that because of his stupidity, he was left all alone with a huge number of unclean things with huge fangs. He begged Kang Wu to come down from the tree and help him. He really didn't want to die. He said he was wrong, and he was wrong. The only hope for his worthless life was Gang Wu standing by his side. Kang Wu gloated and wished good luck to Ho Jun in this difficult endeavor. He raised his fist in the air for good luck. Unable to bear the pain of refusing to help, Ho Jun shouted at the top of his voice that Kang Wu was a horrible, ungrateful person. That shout was a big mistake. The monsters quickly paid attention to the sharp sound, and, in a moment, they were one step away from the arrogant player who had only a short time to live. At once clacking their huge jaws with battered fangs, the ogres devoured the cocky Andrasian. The King of Darkness watched the defeat of his opponents and their demise. Finally, he said that evil must be defeated by more evil. Gloating played brightly on his face. He added that the killers must be defeated by even more bloodthirsty killers. Soon after the ogres neutralized all of his enemies, he activated the Hellfire demon Andras's power and dispatched all of the ogres in a flash. He sighed in relief. At the time, he had thought the hunt was over, but now he had to admit that fate could make a difference. He was to devour all the defeated ogres with the power of the Devourer mixed with the Andras foes. The system notified him that his magi had increased by 1. However, the Devourer's power could not be used on those protected by the Gaia system. Gang Wu remembered that he had heard of this system before. The moment when he was returning home from the Netherworld flashed through his mind. He looked at the immobilized bodies of the Andras Guild players and realized that they were protected by the Gaia system. Kang Wu wanted to find out if he would be able to appropriate any of their talents and traits after they died. He decided that the amount of magic they received was more important. At this moment, the system alerted Kang Wu that his magi had increased by 30 units. He wondered. The amount of magi had increased significantly since his last attempt to collect it in the previous fight. Kang Wu also realized that the magic had not just increased, but had become noticeably stronger. He felt a surge of more powerful magic in his body. The King of Darkness activated the power of the Hellfire demon Andras again and saw it grow noticeably in its power. After collecting magic stones and mages from all those who had lost their lives in this battle, Kang Wu left the battlefield and went home. 3 days later, he was sitting in the kitchen of Han Seol-ah's apartment, happily gorging on the kimchi he adored. He thanked Han Seol-ah for such a delicious meal, and she asked if he would go hunting at the gate today. He stated that this item is on his day plan and added that he plans to be back for dinner. The girl asked if O Kang-woo was not too tired from hunting because he hadn't taken a vacation for a long time. He replied that he was fine. Kang-woo asked Seol-ah when her training would end, and she said within a few days. She also stated that they were going to hunt goblins. She also shared her desire to reach the second awakening as soon as possible. The King of Darkness encouraged her and assured her that she would succeed. The girl brought a pot of fragrant tea to the table and offered Kang-woo a cup to relax. He thanked her for her concern. The girl remembered something very important and rushed to share it with her comrade. Seola asked if Oh Gang-woo had heard about the latest rumors. Oh Gang-woo looked at her in surprise and asked her which ones she was talking about. She added that the rumors are still just rumors. They falsify their ranks and attack. Cow players had been spotted at the gate. To herself, Kang-woo drew parallels with Andras. He also remembered that before he left the field, he had cleaned up after himself thoroughly and checked the area for witnesses. He thought that if it was him, there was no need to worry. However, there are still reasons to be worried, and it is necessary to accelerate the increase of the level to avoid trouble, he concluded. His stats and magician's acquisition level increased as evidenced by the alert system that was silently reporting the upgrade. The performance had improved significantly, but as it seemed to the King of Darkness himself, it was a completely different level. On his next visit to the gate, he tested his power. As he had expected, even the power of the Hellfire had changed for the better. He concluded that with each promotion, Mahjong's seal weakened more, releasing the languishing mage. The system notified of the third level's awakening feature. It was the ability to draw Mariok's power from the stones that transformed into mages. In the mouth of another slain monster in the gate, a magic stone was glistening. Oh Kang-woo decided that he had to try to pull out Mariok and turn him into a mage. The special ability of the third awakening is Mariok's Thirst, allowing it to draw out magic and transform into mages. Kang-woo decided to immediately test it on the new monster. The monster held a magic stone in its open mouth, all covered in saliva. Gang-woo took the monster's head in his hands. He felt that it contained more energy than usual. With the power of the Devourer, he tackled another ogre. He thought he could make a good profit on the stones, but now it would be better to accumulate energy faster. He took a break from the process and looked at his cell phone. He decided that he had already made a good profit on the stones, and the financial issue could be closed for the day. Oh Kang-woo remembered that he still had plenty of time and decided it was time to try out his new power. He felt it was a good time to stretch out and try something new he hadn't tried before. The King of Darkness stood up to his full height and prepared to activate a certain magic skill for the first time. He squatted down and then stood up sharply again and soared into the air. He unleashed the power of the heavens within him. Gang Yu thought for a moment. He had never encountered an ogre boss during his time with the ogres. He squinted his eyes and looked around. The boss of the ogres would probably give good rewards to the one who killed him, O Kang-woo reasoned. He realized that it was impossible to see anything in this thicket. Kang-woo also thought that for the Watcher's strength, he also lacked energy. Suddenly, someone shouted bro behind his back. He turned around. He saw Dae-soo and someone else who were clearly not having a friendly conversation. The two strangers were calling Dae-soo a stubborn and ugly mountain of muscle. Hiding behind a tree, Gang Yu watched the scene. He realized that things were getting hot. The Lord saw the same outlaw who was not accepted anywhere fall to the ground. He recognized him. He also heard Dae-soo angrily asking someone why they were attacking their own. Dae-soo was out of his mind with anger. He shouted at the two strangers and demanded to know why they were attacking the same players. The strangers replied to him that he should not shout loudly as it might attract the attention of the ogres. Dae-soo demanded an explanation and an answer, and he wouldn't calm down. Oh Kang-woo realized that he had probably been tricked. It was none other than the cow players. Gang Yu realized that the stories about cow players weren't stories, but it must be said that he was greatly relieved that no one suspected him. One of the Koa players took a swing at the bulky Dae-soo and ordered him to shut his mouth and stand still. He tried to attack the powerful player, but got caught in his bulletproof armor. This created unnecessary noises that attracted the lizards. Dae-soo gathered all his anger and rage together, demonstrating it with a ferocious grin. The one who had tried to attack him turned to his partner to ask if Dae-soo was really on his second awakening, because his skills were clearly superior. Dae-soo clutched at the steel chains of his shield and growled to the strangers that they would never defeat him. The attacker's partner reassured him that he might have good physical fitness. But that was nothing compared to the third awakening's abilities. Dae-soo didn't like this information, and even if the cow players wanted to calm him down, they couldn't. That was the look on his face. Suddenly, the strangers announced that it was time to call it a day. They also reminded Dae-soo that no one should die today. Oh Gangwoo, who had been sitting in the ambush all this time, didn't understand what had just happened. He was in a state of confusion. The level of hostility on Dae-soo's face didn't change. You could tell that he was even more tense. The King of Darkness was very curious about what was happening in front of his eyes. He remembered how he'd met Dae-soo and how friendly he'd been with him. He wondered if the bully needed help. One of the Koa players grinned and shouted at Dae-soo to arm himself to the teeth before the battle because he would hurt him. Oh Kangwoo's eyes widened in surprise. There was no explanation for what he saw in front of his eyes. He suddenly jumped out of the ambush not even to protect Dae-soo, but to wonder why the hell the cow player had a weapon with magi. The Lord was very confused. He didn't understand who these guys were, and he wasn't sure if they were Koa players. He looked at the strangers curiously. The man unceremoniously wielding the mages disdainfully questioned Kong Wu and demanded an explanation of who he was. The strangers mockingly asked if Kang Wu was taking an evening promenade here, and added that if the answer was yes, his luck had clearly run out. Dae-soo's forehead was sweating at this moment. He too looked at the acquaintance who had appeared out of nowhere. Kang Wu stood directly in front of Dae-soo as if to block him in an attempt to protect him. His acquaintance recognized him and called his name, but the stranger added that he'd heard too much. A hostile couple of players with weapons that clearly showed the presence of mages exchanged phrases about whether they should kill the stranger and agreed on a positive answer. They also talked about some norm they had met for the day thanks to Oh Kang Woo's sudden appearance and Dae-soo's stubbornness. Standing in front of them, Kang Wu was still shocked at how mere mortals could have mages. He hadn't come into conflict with them yet. Dae-soo shouted at the thoughtful Kang Wu to move away because one of the cow players with a special weapon was coming at him. The rogue decided to attack the King of Darkness with the weapon that had so interested Kang Wu with the presence of mages in it. But in the next instant was thrown back by the force of the powerful resistance several meters away. The other Koa player looked at what was happening in surprise. He was speechless and didn't understand what was going on or who the hell this impudent stranger was. With just one powerful punch, Kang Wu laid his opponent face down on the ground. He cried out in sudden pain. When the attacking Koa player was able to get to his feet and move back to his partner, he asked him what was wrong with him and why it had happened. He shrugged. Kang Wu came close to him and grabbed the player's cheeky face. He clearly wanted to know something from the poor guy. The King of Darkness had to punch the Koa player a few more times to make him realize that the jokes were over and he had a worthy opponent. Dae-soo could only watch as his new acquaintance punched his detractors without giving them a chance to say a word. He was embarrassed by what he saw. The Lord of Darkness realized that the cow player wasn't going to say anything and swung once more to strike his face as Dae-soo suddenly shouted his name. Once again, Dae-soo alerted him to the danger. This time, it was the angry partner of the poor guy who was about to die. He was furious and swung his sword violently in the air. Oh Gangwoo noticed that this player was also using mages. Oh Kang Woo didn't hesitate long to put out his hand and activated the destructive void power. From this maneuver, the second Koa player flew sideways, hitting trees and rocks in his path. Cow player flew off to the side and just squirmed in pain and screamed. Neither of them realized who was standing in front of them and what kind of power they possessed. His weapon flew to the side and ceased to illuminate the magician, and he himself fell to his knees from the powerlessness to fight such a strong opponent. Rapidly approaching the first cow player who had already recovered, Kang Woo grabbed him by the hair. He growled fiercely. He wondered how people like them got the magic that demons used. Cow player looked at Oh Gangwoo with hatred and gritted his teeth and said that he was a bastard. Kang Woo couldn't take it anymore and grabbed his head and shoved his face into the ground. Pressing the cow player's face to the ground, Oh Kang Woo repeated his question once more. He was interested in where they got the mages from. The player asked how he knew about it. Oh Kang Woo grabbed him by the hair and told him that he was the only one asking questions, and he was only allowed to answer. He repeated his question about the mages again. The cow player, with his teeth knocked out and a twisted face, said he couldn't say. At the same moment, Oh Kang Woo activated the fear power of Orobus's demon form. He informed him that the player would have to tell him everything. The terrifying horse's face approached him and clacked its jaws smilingly. With his huge, inhuman hands, Demon Orobus grabbed the player by the neck and was about to break it as the KO player began to speak with tears in his eyes. He turned away from Oh Gangwoo as if he had seen the devil himself and said the word guild. He also wanted to add about the founder of the guild, but he didn't have time. The second Koa player woke up in time to activate and demanded that Seo Dae-ho shut up now. He clearly didn't want to share that information. He said through gritted teeth that his comrade had lost his mind. Oh Kang-woo really didn't like that their conversation was interrupted. The King of Darkness raised his hand to use some kind of force against the cow player. With a powerful wave of void force, he stunned the second Koa player almost to unconsciousness and added to make the doggy sit in the corner. The Lord of Darkness turned back to the player who was talking about the guild. He was interested in all the information he could get. He asked which guild he was talking about. A terrified player with a mangled face and knocked-out teeth shouted Andras's guildmate in his hearts. Cow player also added that Andras's leader performed a ritual and gave him this power. Oh Kang-woo wondered what kind of ritual had been performed. He looked intently at cow player Seo Dae-ho. Crying in fear and pain, the cow player tried to say something, but sobs escaped his lips. Oh Gangwoo grabbed his face again. He told the Andras man that he had learned his lesson poorly and demanded that he speak. At that moment, the demon Oribus looked into the Koa player's eyes with his huge eyes. His soul was ready to jump out. Seo Tai-ho tried to tell me what the ritual was. He repeated the word many times, but nothing came out. More and more foam gathered around his mouth, and the veins on his body swelled. Crying in hellish pain, he looked into Oh Gangyu's eyes, begging him to stop. Suddenly, one of the veins exploded. Oh Kang-woo disdainfully looked at this picture, but seemed to begin to understand what was going on with the cow player and why he didn't want to talk. Daeho's breathless body lay on the ground with streams of scarlet blood flowing out of it, expelling the tension that had suddenly attacked him. Oh Gangwoo realized that the information was protected. The King of Darkness heard someone addressing him. It was Han Dae-soo who had regained his composure. He asked the Lord if he was Oh Gang-yu. Gang-yu nodded. At that moment, the same guy who had asked to be on teams but had never been taken because he was an outlaw woke up behind him. He had a confused look on his face. Han Dae-soo was overjoyed and said that he knew he was the same Oh Kang-woo. He also looked at his partner Dae-hyun who had woken up. With his hand, the bulky man pointed towards Kang-woo and said that a player named Oh Kang-woo had saved them. The player reported that he did not think he would encounter Oh Kang-woo in this gate because he thought he was hunting in the E-rank gate. Oh Kang-woo hesitated, but abruptly blurted out that he had been there to do errands from above. Dae-soo exclaimed that he meant that he wasn't a rookie. He realized why he had refused to help him then. Oh Kang-woo nodded affirmatively. The player shook Kang-woo's hand in a very friendly manner and thanked him again for saving them, because if it wasn't for him, they probably wouldn't be here. His partner Dae-hyun hesitated when he saw that picture. He felt like he should be thanked for saving the King of Darkness. Dae-soo laughed and added that he couldn't believe they'd met again under such circumstances. He said he owed him a debt of gratitude. The King of Hell looked slyly at his new buddy and thanked him for the warm words he said. Han Dae-soo suddenly thought of those bastards from Andras and added that they had a very bad reputation. He also added that he didn't think at all that they would turn out to be Koa players, killing other players for their own amusement. The player said that he needed to report the incident urgently and picked up his phone. He added that the Hwarens should be notified. Since Oh Kang-woo didn't know who the Hwarens were, Dae-soo kindly explained to him that the Hwarens were players under the country's control. They are the ones who will investigate Andras. Oh Kang-woo thought for a moment. He didn't know if it was right to tell the Hwarens because he felt a certain danger. He asked Dae-soo not to tell anyone about what happened here, to which Dae-soo gave him a surprised look. He added that if he was worried about the Andras Guild, he would deal with it himself. Dae-soo agreed not to tell anyone anything, and Oh Kang-woo thanked him profusely for his understanding. At the same moment, he ordered him to forget everything that had happened here. The thug fell to his knees. Strange words came out of his mouth, saying that he was a real man and would help Kang-woo in any way he could. And he swore that they would get even with the Notorious Guild. He also said that they would personally punish the cow players from Andras. Oh Gangwoo didn't quite understand what was going on and only looked at him questioningly. Dae-soo revealed that he adores this sense of justice and bows his knee to the justice of the King of Darkness. He kneeled down and said that he was obliged to repay Oh Kang-woo and wished to join him in this difficult adventure. At this moment, the King of Hell even felt a little funny because he remembered a moment that was pleasant to his heart. To himself, he compared Han Dae-soo and Palak. They were undoubtedly similar in their sincerity and devotion. Han Dae-soo's bandit partner Dae-hyun added that he also wants to thank Oh Kang-woo but realizes that he will be of no use to him now. He shouted that he would do anything to help Oh Kang-woo. Kang-woo asked why he thought he was good for nothing. The Dark King remembered how this bandit had said that he would silently dress the wounded because he was a bandit. Now Gang-yu understood why brigands were disliked. He reported his thoughts to his young partner Dae-soo, who sadly exhaled and said it was his fate. Clearly being in a good mood, Dae-soo suggested to his partner in case he wanted to repay him to get the group together right now. Tears came to the outlaw's eyes. Of course he would like that very much. The boy said he really appreciated it. He added that he thought he was so worthless and had become Dae-soo's ballast, to which Dae-soo looked back in surprise. He hadn't expected such words. Bandit held onto his heart and promised everyone that he would be much stronger by the next time they met. Dae-soo cheered him up and told him that it was chivalrous, and that his valor and determination to improve were admirable. Oh, Gang-woo thought they were in a bad place. The bandit bowed deeply and said he had to go, to which Dae-soo wondered if it was time. Gang-yu smiled mysteriously. He thought that it was tempting to have people who owed him a favor. Looking at Han Dae-soo carefully, he also realized that this was all very interesting, but he didn't know what to do with him. The King of Darkness asked Dae-soo what his level was. He needed to find out all the information about his new friend. Dae-soo rather quickly reported that he was at level 12 and had just recently reached his second awakening. He also said that his first special ability was C rank and that it was in hunting that he had leveled up. Gang-yu asked with interest what rank his ability was. Dae-soo laughed and said that his special ability of the second awakening was a rank. To which Kang-woo was surprised. He didn't really think that he had more potential than he expected. The Lord asked why Dae-soo didn't join any guild, since he had been invited to join any guild he wanted to join. Dae-soo said that he had thought about it. He also added that there was no need to join guilds now. Kang-woo looked at him in surprise. He didn't know what he was talking about. Dae-soo wailed again that he was a real man, and he would faithfully follow the King of Darkness wherever he went. Again he reminded Gang-yu of the most loyal demon Palak. He laughed at what he had said, and Oh Kang-woo thought that it was not bad because Dae-soo had a high chance of getting powerful abilities in the third and fourth awakening. Oh Kang-woo also remembered that Han Seol-ah was about to reach her second awakening. He said that he was receiving Han Dae-soo. There was no limit to Dae-soo's joy. He was very grateful to Kang-woo and called him brother several times. The new friend also offered to exchange contacts and pulled out his phone, waiting for Kang-woo to say his number. While adding the number to his contacts, Oh Kang-woo turned to Dae-soo and said he had something he wanted to ask him. Dae-soo's eyes lit up with devotion. Kang-woo asked him to stay at the gate because Seol-ah was about to graduate and needed the support and protection of such an experienced fighter. The player asked Han Sol-a what class Han Sol-a was, to which the King of Darkness replied that she was a hitman. Dae-soo nodded happily and said that he would accept her. Dae-soo added that damagers were easier to find, so a great group was just around the corner. They agreed that they would contact each other later. He asked Kang-woo if he would go to Andras. At the same moment, one of the players and guild representative Andras woke up. He groaned from the pain running through his body. The Lord of Darkness interrupted and swiftly headed towards him. Grabbing the Koa player by the throat, he looked him in the eye. The Andrasovian looked at him with contempt. Oh Kang-woo said he has some questions for this player and he better be able to answer them honestly. He looked his opponent straight in the eye and informed him to nod if he knew what he was talking about. The King of Darkness abruptly released him and he fell to his knees. At that moment, Dae-soo turned away, clearly uncomfortable with what was happening. He listened intently to what the Andras Guild player was saying, and for some reason, he looked a little anxious. Kang-woo asked the player's name, and he said that he was Kang-jul-ho. Kang-woo continued. He said he'd heard that they'd discussed taking Dae-soo alive. He asked what it was. Jul-ho replied that he didn't remember. Oh Kang-woo didn't like it because he realized that he was hiding the information he needed. That Andras Guild bastard managed to piss off the King of Darkness again and punched him in the face. The terrible pain came over the Koa player again. He screamed. All he wanted now was for this agony to stop. Gang-yu grabbed his face and shook him. He wondered if he remembered anything now. Suddenly, his victim cried out that the reason not to kill was because of the sacrifice. Lost and shattered, Chul-ho looked at the King of Darkness, who interrogated. He didn't understand what sacrifices he was talking about. At the same moment, Oh Kang-woo concluded to himself that Andras was even more repulsive than he had imagined. Then he remembered Han Sol-ah's brother Han Sol-ah had said something like that before. Oh Gang-yu thought about it. The King of Darkameth came very close to the Andras Guild player and grabbed his face again. This time he used the demonic power of fear once again, and the profile, or rather the burning eyes of Arobus, appeared in front of the Koa player's face. Looking at the shameless guild player Andras killing other hunters with his inhuman demonic eyes, he informed him that he had a request for him. A tired and tortured man dragged his suitcase behind him in some deserted place where only rats looked at him. Someone ordered him to stop and asked him if he was Kang Chul-ho. The player nodded, and the man with white hair asked where his partner from the hunt in the D rank gate was. He was very curious about what had happened and where his partner was. Kang Chul-ho replied that his partner had died, to which the man asked how it happened. Chul-ho tried to shove the suitcase and not talk much, but the stranger was asking questions, and he wondered how a talented player could be killed in a D-rank gate with rookies. The stranger was indignant. He couldn't believe that two trained warriors in a low-ranked gate could experience such serious difficulties. He demanded an explanation of what had happened. Chul-ho looked to the side and said that there was a high-level player he could barely handle thanks to such a sacrifice. The stranger opened the suitcase and showed the beaten man. He added that he had now taken him as a victim. Gang Yu was still breathing. They checked together to see if the prisoner's condition was stable, his face covered in blood, and he was screaming in pain. The man told Chul-ho that he was acting strangely, to which the man made excuses with a disgruntled face, saying that his partner had died, and that was the reason. Closing the suitcase, the stranger told him to forget, as it was even better with fewer people. The stranger also said that if he made a sacrifice, he could participate in the baptism, and all the magic would go to him since his partner was no longer here. Chul-ho was frustrated. The stranger continued. He assumed that he would be able to use a bit of mage power and called him a bastard. The stranger laughed and said that maybe Chul-ho killed his partner to take his share of the magic. Chul-ho shouted that he'd better take better care of the suitcase and that he was leaving. The stranger didn't like the fact that their conversation was interrupted. He demanded to know where Chul-ho was going. The player rushed along the dark, unlit streets because he didn't want to be here anymore. At that moment, the King of Darkness thought that maybe he was scared. The stranger opened some doors and went inside with the suitcase. He too thought that Chul-ho was overly sensitive. He carried the suitcase into a huge hall where people in robes stood along the carpeted floor and an altar table was placed on the stage where someone sat. The one sitting at the table on the stage was the head of the guild. He informed the stranger with white hair that he was late. The man reported the information he received from Chul-ho. He said that they were delayed because of a high-level player who tried to stop them, and his partner was killed. The guild leader asked about the victim. The man pointed to the suitcase and said that the victim was there, to which the guild leader demanded that it be brought closer to him. Oh Kang-woo was in the arms of an unconscious man as they thought. In reality, he had heard all the chanting of great Andras's immortality and power. Everything was going according to plan. The man in the mask of some horrible monster bird in a robe squealed and asked Andras to bless him with his great power. The guild leader thought that in a year of his conversion, he had many followers, and this strength was growing day by day. The servants from the Andras Guild placed Oh Kang-woo's body on the altar and began to praise the great Andras again. They asked for the same destructive and monstrous power from Andras. In fact, she would always be scarce. So all-consuming she was. The head took off his mask. Behind it was the face of a young boy with bursting veins in his face. The ceremony had begun. Leader Andras's face was amused when he saw the breathless body of the strong player. He demanded that the magic stones be prepared quickly. Soon he opened a chest fully laden with magical stones and turned to Andras again to allow him to obtain the power. He looked at the still body of the King of Darkness and thought that the stronger his thirst, the bigger his body and soul became, and he turned into a real demon. Laughing loudly and angrily, the leader shouted that he would become a real demon. He asked the people around him who would receive the reward. The man who brought the suitcase replied that it was supposed to be Chul-ho, but he refused and ran away, from which the guild leader was a little surprised. He also said that in that case there would be no reward today. The crowd protested. They had not expected such a turn of events. He demanded that everyone be silent. He turned to the crowd and said that if they wanted a reward, let them go and make new sacrifices, but the idlers would get nothing. The followers bowed their heads and agreed. He also added that without his instruction and skills, they would have had no opportunity to perform baptismal rites and receive magi. The leader's eyes lit up with an inhuman glint, and the veins in his face were even more pronounced. He stated that this victim belonged to him alone. The guild leader called for the ceremony to begin and raised his hand. He clearly expected to fully enjoy the process. Along with all of his available magical paraphernalia, he stood on the pedestal opposite the body and began to activate the power of the magi. He noticed that the amount of magic stones he had would be enough for dozens more rituals. It would help him become even stronger. By creating this rift using magical stones, he was getting magi that gave him the very crazy power of the flame ruler Andras. He rolled his eyes in pleasure as if he had taken a drug. The guild leader thought it would be good to devour her with every cell of his body. But he stopped immediately. He remembered in time why he needed a mediator. Without a mediator, the body wouldn't be able to withstand it. He grabbed Ogang Yu's head. He found a way to get magic from the victim. First, the magic is transferred to the victim and then he drinks his blood. Let the demonic energy consume the victim, he said. Even though Kang Wu was shouting and was extremely uncomfortable, he was holding up well, which the guild leader himself noticed. He thought that he might be a rank A player. The head also admitted that the longer the transfer process lasts, the more magicians he will be able to get. He watched his victim absorb mages, and he was surprised. She was absorbing 5 times, no 15 times more than a normal victim. Already with a completely insane laugh and look, he noted that O Kang Wu was a very unique victim, absorbing much more energy that would be transferred to the guild leader. He demanded that the victim open her eyes and scream at the top of her voice, but saw that she still continued to take mages in vast, unthinkable quantities. A violet glow enveloped the entire hall, indicating the presence of a huge concentration of magi in this room. The guild leader didn't understand why it wasn't ending. The guild members were perplexed as to why the mages did not stop after the head stopped carrying out further stages. They begged for the mages to stop saturating the victim. The guild leader seemed to be exploding with fear and horror at what he himself had just done to this man. He didn't understand what was happening. The space was enveloped by terrifying fiery violet streams that emanated from the body of the King of Darkness. The head of Andras looked at everything that was happening with his mouth open. Never before had he thought that such a thing could happen. O Kang Wu woke up and first said that thanks to his machinations, his stats had improved by 20 units. He was calm, unlike the guild leader who was staring at him. The guild leader, now with all the surprise on his face, could watch with his own eyes as the victim took all the possible magic that was almost in his hands. He didn't understand a thing. The King of Darkness smiled and said that this ritual was awesome. He offered to repeat it and smirked. He smiled once more and suggested that the guild leader repeat the whole procession one more time. As soon as the guild leader realized that nothing bad had happened to the victim, and there was no power transfer, he yelled at the top of his voice that he was insane. The leader suddenly activated his flame power and tried to attack Kang Wu with a fireball. In his mind, he now had a picture that he would show this stranger who was in charge, but O Kang Wu dealt with the fireball in no time. The Lord smiled and declared that he was quite good at this skill. It was said with a sneer. The words spoken by the King of Darkness further infuriated the leader Andras, who flew at him with weapons and swung fireballs left and right. Powerful elements raged throughout the hall. All the observers could see 2 powerful players using the power of flames to destroy each other. Suddenly, in the midst of this confrontation, Andras's guild leader froze in bewilderment. He could not believe what he was seeing before his eyes. The Lord, who had just taken away all of his magic, decided to use it and activated the power of the Iron Curtain. Kang Wu was extremely calm and even satisfied because he had always felt much more comfortable with mages. The guild leader turned to the members of the procession and started yelling at them for not participating in the battle and not trying to attack O Kang Wu. Several members of the guild decided to take the stage and defend the honor of the chapter by taking part in a confrontation with this strange stranger. And even if most of them possessed some amount of mages, it was still not enough to really deal serious damage to O Kang Wu. Every so often, the guild leader's disciples would fly off to the sides and try to reach the King of Darkness again, but they failed. The bloody confrontation lasted long, but no one knew how to overthrow the stranger who took all the magic for himself. Kang Wu had to fight off the Andras Guild members. He tried to push them down the stairs, but they kept coming without stopping. Then the King of Darkness got really angry. He came upon the brave one who had first rushed to defend his ruler and punched him in the face. From the darkness, King's sudden and strong strike, Andras's guild opponent fell right onto the carpet. The King of Darkness was outraged. He demanded that they clear the way because they were useless brats to him. One of the disciples shouted to the guild leader that there was some power he had forgotten about, and it was time to use it. The Andras leader laughed. Indeed, he had something in his arsenal that would make everyone terrified and get rid of the intrusive stranger. He activated a huge fireball and said that this flame was capable of burning to hell any life form, and it was called the power of hellfire. The Lord of Darkness, with absolute boredom in his eyes, looked at the leader Andras, who did not know how he could protect himself and his followers from destruction. The guild leader's eyes reflected fire. He said that he didn't know how he could control the mages. He held a huge fireball in his hands and added that against this power, he was definitely insignificant and he was finished. After throwing fire at O Kang Wu and not getting the desired reaction, The guild leader literally lost his face. He stared at everything around him in incomprehension. The leader could see the victim in the person of Okang-woo playing with this fire and not being afraid of it at all. He watched as he extinguished the streams of flames one by one just by touching and whispered to himself that this couldn't be happening. In a moment, he looked at Okang-woo, whose eyes had changed color to bright red and also reflected fire in them. The King of Darkness himself was smiling greedily. The guild leader realized that Kang-woo wasn't just a man, and he couldn't attack him with his magic because he was much stronger. He fell to his knees. Kang-woo was surprised. He didn't expect this and asked the guild leader what he was up to. He heard the head of the guild praise him and say that he was the great incarnation of Andras. The King of Darkness looked at the head of this ill-fated guild in surprise and didn't know what he was talking about. The head of Andras, with all honor and reverence, leaned even lower and announced that the entire guild had waited for him for so long, and he was their king and god. He pointed towards the students who were also looking at the King of Darkness in surprise, and added that he was the tyrant who should rule this world. At the same moment, the guild leader shouted, causing all of Andras's representatives to bow their heads. Such behavior was not befitting of Andras's followers. He said that Gang Wu was the one who would lead them out of their doomed life and into eternal life. Gang Yu thought that the guild leader was probably an idiot when he listened to what he was saying. The guild leader addressed him as Great Andras and said that he recognized him as soon as he saw him. Oh Kang Wu grinned because he knew the answer. He thought he might be mocking him. Andras's leader introduced himself as Jo Deok Hyun and said that his heart was bursting with emotion right now. The king thought that maybe he wasn't such a moron after all. Jo Deok Hyun accurately understood his position and bowed down to Okang Wu as if he had truly seen the Messiah. Suddenly activating the power of the sky, Kang Wu soared into the air and thought that this was an opportunity he shouldn't waste. Everyone looked at him like a god. Jo Deok Hyun was literally crying with happiness when Okang Wu told him that he was happy that he was finally recognized and that he was a great fire lord. The guild leader laughed like a child with joy that the ruler of the entire world had spoken to him, Great Andras King of Hellfire, Lord of all demons. The Lord of Hell was not satisfied, and he added all these honors to himself while in the air. He repeated many times that he was the king of all demons and the ruler of Hellfire. He looked at Jo Deok Hyun contentedly and ordered him to let all the subordinates go because he had something to discuss with him. After the King of Darkness had made fun of Jo Deok Hyun and his followers, he told him that he wanted everyone to leave because they had something to discuss. After making himself comfortable on the altar where he had to say goodbye to his life a short while ago, Kang Wu asked the head's name and said that he had a few questions for him. Jo Deok Hyun was still wailing about Great Andras and his power, and it was tiring Kang Wu. He asked him to calm down. Changing his tone to a more serious one, he said that he wasn't Andras. There was a look of frustration on Deok Hyun's face. He asked who Kang Wu was then. The question did not please Gang Yu. He took him by the chest and demanded that he answer his questions, reminding him that he was the only one asking them. Gang Yu stared at him with his red eyes. Kang Wu looked even deeper into the guild leader's soul and started asking about the possibility of the ritual. He also wondered how he knew about Mariok creating a rift. Kneeling and shaking with fear, Deok Hyun blurted out that someone had taught him. Kang Wu interjected. One day a demon mask guy approached him and offered to follow his teachings. Jo Deok Hyun leaned down hard and touched the ground with his forehead. Kang Wu said he was crazy and wondered how he could have agreed to this. I don't know who he was. Lying on the floor and weary of uncertainty, the guild leader reported that that man was very powerful. He promised immortality for obedience. Deok Hyun remembered hanging in the air suspended by his chest by that demon. He ordered him to follow him or die. At that time, Deok Hyun thought he had no choice. He knew for sure that he wouldn't be alive if he disobeyed the orders of the stranger with the demonic mask holding him tightly by the throat. His eyes were full of terror. Gangwoo asked where the bastard was, but he replied that he didn't know, and added that he hadn't been around since that day and that he gave orders through letters. Kangwoo asked with obvious interest if that was the reason why he was so firmly following his instructions, to which Jo Deok Hyun looked away and whispered that he was very strong. He thought to himself and considered what had been forced at first, but he realized that the temptation was great, and having gained such immense power, the magician's rituals became more frequent of his own accord. The King of Darkness looked around and wondered who it could be. He was faced with this information for the first time, not knowing what to do. He thought about how this demonic doctrine seemed like just another cult. but the problem was that they knew how to get to Hell, and that wasn't worth ignoring. Gang Wu demanded the guild leader to hand over the order letters and soon received one letter. Gang Yu was surprised and asked why there was only one letter. Zhou Daokyun confirmed in a voice full of terror and fear that there was only one letter. Kang Wu nodded and started to open the envelope. The first words that caught his eye were the words about the requirement to absorb mages and become stronger and convert as many players as possible. He reread it in horror. This letter put the King of Darkness very much in thought. He had nothing to say. He reread it again and questioned that Yonu One Leon had gotten such a decree, to which the guy said he didn't know. The King of Darkness lowered his head. He thought that Dak Hyung was probably not the only one, or else they were idiots. They would never realize what they wanted by relying on Daok Hyun alone. Kang Wu abruptly grabbed the guild leader by the chest and began to shake him. He wasn't satisfied with this answer because he wanted more information. The King of Darkness activated the demonic fear power of the Orobus demon. His eyes burned with red fire. He said that he would say 3 things that one should listen to carefully. A huge horse with a white mane was standing in front of the guild leader at this moment and looked straight into his soul. The first thing he said was to find out about the head of the cult. He also told him not to conduct the rituals anymore and to keep everything secret. Gang Yu ordered him to get out of his sight. Seeing the guild leader fleeing in terror from the ill-fated ceremony hall, Kang Wu thought that although he had forced them to stop their activities, they had done a lot of bad things. He even considered the possibility that they had performed their rituals more than once or twice. And when the Hwarens got on their trail, they would start a serious investigation. Gang Yu also thought about the risk of the Hwarens coming after him while he was investigating the cult. The King of Darkness immediately calmed down. Leakage was impossible. The power of the Orobus demon's fear he had applied would refract any desire for Andrasian chatter. He exhaled a sigh of relief and headed towards the exit of the Andras Guild ceremony hall. It had been a long day. He needed to rest and heal. A happy and joyful Kang Wu showed up at Han Seola's apartment door and told everyone that he was home. He really needed to catch his breath. A worried Seola came out of the kitchen. She wondered what had happened because it had been so long since he had contacted her. She said she called him, but he didn't pick up, to which Kang Wu said he had something to deal with and was fine. The girl was obviously worried about him. Smelling this moment of concern and worry, Kang Wu unmistakably smirked and thanked her for thinking of him. Of course, he was flattered by the girl's attention. The girl also felt that she had said too much and became embarrassed. Kang Wu said he would warn her next time, to which she said she was taking him at his word. Seele reminded him that he was home now and needed to eat dinner. The King of Darkness blurted out that he wanted kimchi, of course, and overjoyed Han Seola laughed. She said that she knew he would choose kimchi, and so she started cooking it with stew, which made Kang Wu drool. At that moment, he was grateful to the universe for the fact that she cooked for him almost every night. Kang Wu said that he was very grateful to her, to which the girl said he shouldn't be. She was in a good mood, and also said that she had reached her second awakening on the hunt today, and it was time to pay the bill, to which Kang Wu almost choked. He asked again. The girl continued that in addition to her second awakening, she had gained the special ability of blessing light in rank. Seola glowed as she said this. Kang Wu at that moment thought that now the great group with Daesu could really claim their existence. Hiller with high-ranking ability and a great tank. He also thought that if they worked together, their power would be far beyond their limits. He asked if Salt had received an invitation from the guild, and the girl nodded affirmatively. Kang Wu asked her which guild she wanted to join, to which Seol-ah assured him that she had no such goals despite the high demand and the huge number of invitations. She added that she didn't want to join a guild but wanted to help him. Gang Yu thought she was definitely an angel. He was careful to say that despite the abilities gained and the awakening, it wasn't a good idea to join him now. The Lord got a little more serious than he had hurt the girl. Kang Wu said that even at this stage, the Salt wouldn't be able to help him. She sighed heavily and said she understood. Silence fell in the kitchen at that moment. Gang Yu realized he had hurt the girl, and she realized he was right. He thought it might be later. He covered his eyes in frustration. He also realized that he was a stronger player than anyone else at his level, and if he made the team now, he would miss out on opportunities at his level. He had a strategy in his head that he needed a group with players who complement each other like Tank Dae-soo and Hitman Han Seol-ah. Deciding to break the silence, Kang Wu told Seol-ah that he knew a tank with A-Rang's abilities, and he thought they should team up. The girl seemed to let this information pass her ears. She was upset and said quietly that she understood. He also said that when she reaches a higher level and gains experience, then they can form a group to go to a more serious gate together. Whether it was true or not, no one knows anymore. But her mood improved, and she replied that she would be happy to join the tank. Kang Woo added that both of them are strong players, so they can help each other level up pretty quickly. The girl added that she wants to do it faster. She assured me it wouldn't take long, but until then, she would help as best she could. The heated kimchi bubbled in the pot. Thanking her once again for her care and warmth, Oh Kang-woo thought about it. He thought that he had a great strategy to invest in the future. Tasting the aroma of the tantalizing kimchi, he realized that now he had to do something to help them raise the level. Sola said that while they were chatting, the food was cooking. Just like any other time, Oh Kang-woo, who was enchanted by this flavor, was simply speechless, and all he could utter were sounds of exclamation and appreciation for this dish. Oh, Kang-woo was about to dive his spoon into the pot of kimchi, but Seola stopped him. She told him to wait and try a different version today. The Dark King's eyes widened in surprise. He had never imagined that his favorite dish could become even more delicious. It was ramen stuffing. Enjoying the usual human pleasures in the form of deliciously flavored food, Oh Kang-woo didn't notice how immersed he became in his thoughts about the demonic cult. He called them bastards to himself and promised to protect this planet, if only for the sake of kimchi and ramen. He would definitely save this world from evil. The next day at the Player Service Center, Kang-woo was told that the C-rank card would be delivered tomorrow. He asked if he could pick it up earlier, but was told that he couldn't. The reason the certificate will take a whole day to prepare is because of the rigorous testing of the magic stones. That's why it's impossible. As Kang-woo walked out of the center's doors, he remembered that Han Seola had said that it wouldn't take more than a day. A slightly annoyed and tired Kang-woo hesitated. He had expected to receive the card today. He was surrounded by people just like the players. He thought about the fact that he hadn't rested once since he came back to Earth. He saw that the players were trying to live harmoniously and do their favorite things. Gang Yu thought that this was a chance not to be missed. Gang Yu looked around in complete ignorance of the world. He looked at the screen of his phone at that moment, thinking about the fact that before going to hell, he didn't have any money to go anywhere. So he killed time reading comics and watching movies. At the same moment, he decided that it was better to turn off his phone and not go back to the past and try something new. He decided he shouldn't live like he did 10,000 years ago because he'd worked too hard to get back to the human world. He decided to try everything. A computer club that beckoned him with a brightly glowing sign caught his eye. Oh, Gangwoo thought about it. It was something new for him to visit an internet cafe or a computer club. He looked at the details on his desk and noted that the chair was very comfortable. When he opened his computer, Oh Kang-woo was even more surprised as the system offered to order food for him. He was drooling. He thought he was in heaven. On the administration's recommendation, he ordered himself some ramen and opened a game in which he had to form a group of 5 people with different roles. He thought it was almost like life. The game finally launched, and the hero Oh Kang-woo, in the form of a cute cat of his choice, was welcomed into the stream of summoners. The King of Darkness was surprised by the game format in a good way. As in life, the hero of the King of Darkness needed to defeat the most terrible and ferocious monsters to save his world. Gold was awarded for each successful confrontation. Oh Kang-woo saw another character appear on the screen behind him. He thought he was a newcomer because he was upset. At that moment, someone in the chat room was wondering what the hell he was doing. The Lord thought it would be a good idea to explain to the Green Gaming partner how to kill monsters and get gold. The Lord thought it would be a good idea to explain to the Green Game partner how to kill monsters and get gold. They brought the flavorful ramen that the internet cafe management had recommended. Mr. Oh Gangwoo asked for a bowl of change to be placed in front of his keyboard. While Kang-woo was enjoying the magical ramen with radish, the game chat was bursting with discontent right as he was eating. After he finished eating, Kang-woo thought he would definitely order this ramen again. He decided to drink the pleasant spiciness and flavor of the dish with a fizzy soda. After taking a couple sips of refreshing soda, Oh Kang-woo finally deigned to pay attention to the gameplay and chat. He was very surprised. The message on the screen said that he was dead. Someone was swearing really hard at a certain Timo, who ran away from a game confrontation just seconds before the whole team was supposed to be upgraded. Oh Gangwoo thought for a moment. The game nickname Timo belonged to him. And if anyone was complaining about the lack of responsibility and discipline in the game, they were complaining about him at the moment. The Lord turned his chair with interest and a desire to know who had a bad rink and who was so nervous. He looked around and saw a girl on the next side getting nervous. The girl demanded an explanation of who he was who was poking his inquisitive eyes into her screen. Kang Wu continued to stare at the stranger incomprehensibly. The girl almost shouted at him, telling him to turn away because her mood had been ruined by some unexpected event. She glanced at the screen of Kang Wu. The girl was dumbfounded. She asked sharply what it was. An oil painting indeed, murdered characters, and a calm king of darkness. He was amused by the coincidence because he had seen a similar picture on her screen. Kang Wu said it was a funny coincidence, but quietly muttered to himself for the best. When the girl realized who leaked the rolling on the screen, she suddenly stood up and approached Kang Wu. She rudely asked him seriously if he thought it was the right time to gorge on ramen. She threatened that he had better run away as she was very angry at his irresponsibility in the game. The girl insulted him several more times and pointed at the door. Kang Wu didn't quite understand the reason for her anger. He looked at her boredly with a distinct lack of interest and asked who she even was and what she was talking about. The stranger's eyes flashed with an unkind glint. She smiled maliciously and asked him rudely enough if he was in his right mind to ask who she was. The girl could hardly contain her anger and her desire to punch Kang Wu in the face. She asked him if he was making fun of her by accident. She looked questioningly at the King of Darkness. He, in turn, calmed her down. He held out his hand, expecting her to hit him. The stranger was clearly not afraid of an opinion and waved her hands charged with magical impulses to the left and right in an attempt to get it. Kang Wu was slightly perplexed. She was just about to start teasing him when his gaze changed from friendly and calm to irritated and indifferent. Despite society's unspoken rules against using battle magic, the stranger seemed to have activated her fiercest reserves. Her eyes were lost in space. If Kang Wu were an ordinary player with mediocre skills, he would have been sealed into the wall by her force. However, only the Darkness King's hair reacted to her efforts to teach him a lesson. After a while, she managed to dislodge Kang Wu from his seat with a shockwave of her strength. He wondered why she was doing all of this and if she could get so mad over a game. The girl stopped controlling the anger in her body and undeservedly applied some of the most powerful techniques of fighting the enemy to Kang Wu. Everything in the world has a limit. The peace of mind that was first repeatedly disturbed and then destroyed. He put up a protective barrier. The girl realized that her hands were undergoing some undesirable metamorphosis. The desire to kill the stranger gradually subsided and was replaced by a healthy interest. She tried again to break through the protective barrier separating her and Kang Wu with her fist, but felt that her hands were no longer under her control in the moment of attack. Realizing that this was not just a player, and he clearly had good skills judging from the purple glow holding her hands, Cha Young-ju muttered something to herself. The next action of the girl, who was more conscious at this point, was to ask whether Kang Wu had been planted by the Peace Guild. Being in a fighting stance and in a more balanced state, the girl asked the experienced and unperturbed Kang Wu if he had been sent by the Mirror Guild. He thought for a second that the World Guild was one of the top 5 guilds that everyone knows and dreams about. He replied that he didn't know what she was talking about and wasn't a member of any guilds at all. The girl was getting angry again. She pointed out to him that he was too talented to be a member of anything, and she would not tolerate lies even from an experienced player like him. Kang Wu started to defend himself and asked her to explain her reasoning for why he should be in the guild. He asked the stranger what guild she belonged to and received a smirk at first. The girl continued that she was a member of one of the best of the 5 in the infamous Scarlet. She immediately shut up, realizing that her vanity had ruined her, and blabbed. While she was talking about her direct involvement in one of the most popular guilds, Kang Wu headed to the receptionist's office before asking for the bill. When she saw Kang Wu leaving, she yelled for him to stop. He mockingly said he was glad she noticed his absence and added dryly that he didn't like her face. Young-ju took a step towards him and demanded that he stop pranking her. She reminded him that A-rank players were not out of the guild because they were very valuable. The Lord of Hell, tired of proving to the stranger that he wasn't a giraffe, simply pulled out a card and showed it to her. D rank. He winked at her with another sneer. Confusion crept into the girl's mind. She didn't believe what she saw on the player's card at all. She unconvincingly asked him if he was really a rookie, and Kang Wu said that he was. Doubts bordering on logic began to eat up all of the girl's attention. She thought that if he were a D-ranked player, she'd be able to handle him. Kang Wu asked if she was done with her suspicions, and without waiting for an answer, he left the internet cafe after exchanging a few kind words with the receptionist. She stared after him, her mind drawing more and more options. She quietly told him to wait, realizing that he was already gone. She took a breath and tried to calm down. The King of Hell came out of the internet club a little upset. He'd been insulted by that guild wench and tried to attack him in the middle of nowhere. He was so looking forward to having a fight-free time. Gangwoo thought about how most of his abilities were still sealed, despite everyone squealing at his skills. Most of his reflexes were still from his reign in hell. It never occurred to him that he would be able to meet a player identical to his skills so quickly. The King of Darkness remembered that playful confrontation at the internet cafe and those moves at the end that fascinated him. He could have sworn that for a moment the stranger was completely out of his sight at that moment. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, disintegrated into atoms. He wondered who the stranger was at the moment. He exhaled and remembered for a moment what had happened at the internet cafe. Kang Woo wanted to know where she got the resources for such a big fight. He walked down the street, immersed in the thoughts that the aftertaste of this strange encounter had brought him. In a moment he felt as if someone was following him. Kang Woo looked around and questioned in surprise. With a swift step, the man's feet snapped downward in a leap. It was the same girl from the Scarlet Rose Guild. She apparently didn't finish her sentence. Her gaze was very serious. She was intent on learning about a new player she didn't know with above-average stats everything. Standing on the ledge of the first floor, she made sure no one was around and pulled out her cell phone. The Scarlet Rose Guild's emblem appeared on her phone's screen. She was probably logging into some secret connection to contact someone. The other end of the line said it was the strategy department. The girl's name was Cha Young-ju. She then asked to be connected to the head of the human resources department. The person on the other line introduced himself as Park Hyun-woo, the head of the human resources department. He knew who called him and called the girl as the head of the guild. The girl said hello and asked Hyun-woo to investigate something that was very important to her. Hyun-woo asked if it was about a demonic cult. Yeonju replied that the question is moot, and added that the player she met at the cafe is suspicious and possibly hiding his identity even though she saw his card. She said the player's name is Kang-woo, and he's a D-ranked player. He also does not have an identification stone to prove his identity, suggesting that the card is fake. The girl added that he could kill players of his level and below. The man on the phone tried to object. She said that he was not who he said he was and had calculated her moves. Park Hyun-woo replied that no conspirator involved in the cult had ever managed to defeat her even in not her best form, and it was impossible. It was. Until now. The girl reminded her that she had been in the demonic cult business for a long time and had never once met someone stronger than her. She remembered Kang-woo and how sharply and quickly he had managed to react to her attack. And how he did it. It was a game. Youngju called Kang-woo a jerk, recalling the whole picture of her sudden defeat in front of a stranger. For a second, the girl wondered if it was really his fighting skills and trained reflexes, but stopped and concluded. She realized that if his skills were taken into account, he was one of the main representatives of the cult or a leader at all. Her hands began to shake with tension. Park Hyun-woo asked if this was seriously a cult activity. The girl replied that it was likely and should be checked thoroughly. Park Hyun-woo replied that she understood the task and was investigating and hung up. Youngju was deep in thought. She thought that although she didn't know about Kang-woo's involvement in the demonic cult, she knew one thing for sure. In her hands was a button from Kang-woo's bomber, which she tried to grab him by during a confrontation at an internet cafe. At that moment, somewhere on the street, a frustrated Kang-woo noticed that a button on his bomber had come off. He thought he hadn't dodged the stranger well enough. It was as if an invisible link had slipped between the two players. The girl thought that without knowing anything about him, she felt that he was stronger than her. She thought about the fact that if he really is a D-ranked player, and it's all his accumulated experience and talent, then she wouldn't be able to be the strongest player. Kang-woo walked down the alley and thought that as soon as he received his new ID card, he would go to the S-rank gate. The girl returned to the cafe through the restroom, letting him know the break was over with a desire to get back at him at least in a game. As she approached the place where Kang-woo was sitting, waiting for him to come back soon, Youngju realized that the jerk had already left. Youngju walked to her chair and looked at the screen questioningly. A veil of anger was obscuring reality, and bright red lightning bolts of rage seemed to be flashing in the air. She saw that due to her long absence from the game, her player rank from gold had been downgraded to bronze. She clutched her button and vowed to get to Kang-woo. At that moment, walking somewhere in the city, the King of Darkness experienced a strange cold feeling on his back. He wondered what it could be and hugged himself to his shoulders. The next day, Kang Wu, as soon as he received his ID card as promised to himself, went to the S-Rang gate. In his hands, he held a new upgrade card and a memo. Trolls dominated this gate called the Mokdan Gate. He was eager to go hunting. The police stopped him at the entrance and informed him that only C-ranked groups of at least 5 players were allowed to enter. The reason is that dangerous trolls have appeared. One of the officers reported that a troll boss has appeared and that single players are not allowed to enter for the time being. The Lord of Darkness replied that he understood. In his heart, he was frustrated. As soon as he raised his rank, some strange monsters would appear and destroy his plans like a house of cards. Oh Kang Wu looked around. People were talking about the new troll as entertainment. Some asked when it would appear. Others were not happy about the prospect of going there. Kang Wu thought that the atmosphere at the C-rank gate was special. It was completely different from the atmosphere at the lower-level gate. Looking at the players willing or unwilling to pass through the gate, he noted that their equipment was also an order of magnitude higher than in previous gates. The Lord of Darkness realized that the test at the S-Rang gate was more serious, and it was impossible to pass through it alone. He pondered what he should do. The monster hunters were discussing amongst themselves how they would first blow the head off the bloodthirsty monsters, and then how they would divide the 1,000,000 one amongst themselves. Oh, Kang Wu just wanted to get in, but he didn't know what to do. So he wandered around from the couple players to the groups listening to their conversations. He could see the fear and panic in the eyes of the players who had come to the S-Rang gate today. Some even suggested skipping today's hunt and scoring the state prize. He thought of nothing better than to back up this whole range of emotions with a spoonful of anger. He activated the demonic power of rage. Gang Yu was thinking about who to choose as his victim. He heard a group of players discussing about the monster, either hesitating or raising new hopes. The King of Hell discreetly put his hand on one of the guy's shoulder. He decided to push one of them so that everyone could see the monsters. One light push from the King of Darkness was enough for the unfamiliar player to first feel the heat in his back, and then plunge into an avalanche of rage. Suddenly to everyone but not to Kang Wu, the young man boldly turned to his buddies to ask how long they were going to be so pathetic. His buddies were extremely surprised. They did not understand what had happened to their comrade. One of them asked what kind of fly had bitten him. The boy fell into sad flashbacks of the past. He remembered the thugs beating him up in high school and middle school. He went on to say that they had all once dreamed of revenge. And then the gate opened, and there seemed to be hope in my heart that there would be no more humiliation. Suddenly, he shouted very loudly to his buddies what was happening to them, his eyes bulging furiously with anger. He asked why they were afraid of monsters. Now his whole group was staring at him dumbfounded with bulging eyes. They told the boy that he was not himself today and that he was strange. At the same moment, one of his buddies, as if catching this wave of rage, shouted that he didn't understand why all the big men were trembling in front of the monsters they would kill in no time. A newly interested player added that he would never forgive his brother's death. Behind him, someone shouted even louder that he would slaughter everyone. Another comrade joined the discussion and said through gritted teeth that he would kill everyone and be rewarded for his suffering. He added that you can't hide in a low-level gate for the rest of your life. He looked at his friends and angrily hissed that monsters or not, he would surely bring the offenders to their knees. One by one, the demonic power of rage overwhelmed the entire formation of players. They were all thirsty for the blood of the monsters and the boss. The guards looked on in incomprehension at what was happening. It seemed to be the first time in their entire service that the players were so frantically demanding that the gate be opened. One by one, the players, racked with rage, approached the gate guard and shoved their cards in his face, demanding to be let in and get even with the troll boss and his subjects. The crowd was in a frenzy and was almost ready to blow the guard station and the gate itself to smithereens. Everyone's sense of rage increased as more and more joined in. The officer at the post, who was now in danger of being swarmed by the furious crowd, hesitated. Never before had he seen so many mad people wanting someone dead. While the people were rioting and the guards didn't know what to do about it, Oh Gangwoo slipped past them unnoticed. He was cheering. The crowd at the main gate helped him. He flew over to the back entrance of the gate while the guards were busy dealing with the players. His soul exulted that he had beaten everyone, and now the bounty on the troll boss's head would be his alone. Kang Wu stepped through the portal and found himself in the desert. He looked around for the people he had come for, as usual. The King of Darkness noticed that a desert was markedly different from the same forest or swamp, which was even worse. He also realized that the desert was a vast expanse of sand. The Lord noted to himself that it would be difficult to find the troll leader in this vast area. He wondered if he could use the power of the heavens. Kangwoo hesitated a bit because he wasn't 100% sure if this was the right time to use the Magi reserves in his body. After confirming with the player system through the bracelet that the magician's score was already over 50 units, Kang-woo scattered from the rocky cliff and activated the force. He awakened the power of the demon Astaroth, which included the power of the Watcher. He placed his palms on the sand and began to read the monster's locations. In an instant, his eyes turned into two bright red radars that seemed to come out of their orbits and became larger than the entire desert. He easily detected the trolls. Kangwoo clearly saw the crowd of trolls with their leader who clearly outnumbered them in size and strength. He was surprised by the staggering effect of the force. After pulling his hands off the surface of the ground, Kangwoo returned to his usual appearance. He whispered confidently that he had found the troll boss who was to be his prey today. Kangwoo also realized that around the leader of the troll pack, there were many soldiers guarding their lord. The lord looked around. He heard the voices of people off to the side. It was the maddened crowd that had been allowed into the gate. They were chanting for the fourth awakening. The King of Darkness realized that the crowd was heading towards the monsters. He thought, why not use them to successfully accomplish his mission? Gang Yu decided to take the leader of the trolls and leave the soldiers and small folk to be torn apart by the crowd of players. He jumped down from the cliff and followed them. Once near the monsters, Kangwoo realized that in order to defeat the boss, he first had to take out his henchmen. He stood up on the sand and with a firm conviction to begin the onslaught on the undead activated another unprecedented power. He was holding something that looked like a spear. He flew through the air, wanting to strike a massive blow at the soldiers guarding the troll boss. He whirled in a murderous tornado, moving closer and closer to his target and holding his weapon at full alert. His eyes glowed red. He only needed to fly up to the boss and his soldiers and swing his weapon once, creating a more powerful wave of battle tornado-activated power. The launched spear flew into the target. The bulky troll boss instantly collapsed under the unprecedented strength of the King of Darkness and his throat-piercing weapon. Suddenly, the system started notifying Kangwoo that he had heroically defeated the troll boss single-handedly, and his points had been tripled. His level was also raised. He was shocked. Kangwoo watched as the loyal soldiers of the slain troll boss stood over his huge body, wheezing furiously in his direction. For a moment, he wondered if he was the boss. He scrutinized the windows, notifying him of his victory over the S-rank troll boss. He exhaled, but still wondered how it was possible to be such a weak S-rank boss. The King of Hell tried to remember him in his lifetime. Huge with eyes full of rage, he was clearly not a weakling. And according to his information, he was indeed the boss of the S-rank trolls. At the same moment, Kangwoo realized that it wasn't the boss who was weak, but he was too strong. He sighed as he broke his promise to hunt carefully and without attention. Kangwoo realized that with such strength, it would be extremely difficult to conceal. He opened his arms with weapons, clearly mocking the grief-stricken trolls. The King of Darkness looked at these poor souls and smirked. He decided that plans could generally change. The fierce monsters came at him with huge maces and sticks. They wanted to avenge the loss of their leader. The Lord was in no great hurry to unmask his defenses. It was as if he had been standing with open arms for the trolls until the last moment, waiting for them to act. A plan was brewing and solidifying in the Hell Lord's mind. It made the welcoming demonic smile on his face grow even wider. He realized that if the cards fell this way today, he should get even with the evil one or more blows. Kangwoo turned his back to them for a moment, daring to activate another killing power that could give the trolls a one-way ticket. The group of trolls, united by their rage and desire to destroy Gang Yu, stared at this in bewilderment. It was beyond their intelligence level. With an attack that unleashed the full power of his blade, Kangwoo gave a decisive blow to one bulky man and he fell before he could even utter a sound. The others were next. Kangwoo noted to himself that with as many mages as he had, the use of such skills becomes unhindered. After a couple more tactical strikes on the trolls, Kangwoo heard the system once again notify him that he had defeated the C-rank trolls, and his level increased by 2 units. The system notified him that he had received a special skill of Earthblade power, a rank that was given to the best players. At that moment, the trolls who didn't understand anything just stared at him. Kangwoo turned to the undead and asked if they would like to test the newfound skill right now. He smiled and raised his hand. Maggie was accumulating on his fingernail. One drop of magi was enough to turn the desert into a bright purple target where the remaining trolls were targeted. Once again, the surviving trolls frankly did not understand what was happening on the field of this confrontation. It wasn't until some time later, when the purple circles of earth blades reached them and began to chop their feet, that they realized how much damage O Kangwu could do to them. Realizing that these circles could be the cause of their deaths, the trolls ran in the opposite direction thinking that the attack had passed them by. But the power of the earth blades mercilessly caught up with them across the sand and rose into the air to create a meat grinder for the trolls. O Kangwu only watched as the limbs of the monsters flew through the air. Seeing the lifeless bodies of the once dangerous trolls fall from the sky, O Kangwu triumphed. Another victory was in his pocket. Activating the power of the Devourer, O Kangwu began to absorb the monsters' bodies with a violet glow. At this moment, a notification came in that the mage had been upgraded by 2 units. He was surprised. O Kangwu was a little disappointed. He thought that the mage had increased by such a small amount due to the fact that he had more than 50 units himself. Now the King of Darkness understood what they meant when they talked about the gradual increase in difficulty of increasing stats. There were 4 levels left until the 4th level of Awakening. Gang Yu decided to hunt some more. Meanwhile, a group of players searched the entire desert for the boss. They complained that they couldn't even see it from the outside, let alone defeat it. Amongst themselves, the team of players discussed the possibility of falsifying information about the troll boss because no one had even seen the trivia, let alone their leader. Other players added that they were lucky enough to see only a few trolls fleeing in fear into the unknown. Eventually, they came across a place that looked like the boss's trail. The players thought that if there was a trail, then where the boss himself or his body had gone. A group of players decided it was time to go home despite the lack of any positive results. Many lamented that they were tired of wandering around the desert. The crowd stood over the spot where the troll boss had clearly fallen and discussed that they needed to complain to the player center or to the government because they had miscalculated the timing. The Lord of Hell thought it was a relief to see the clueless players leave the space. He also noted that the power of rage was still working on the crowd of hunters. O Kangwu realized that in order to draw attention away from himself, he needed to join the players as if he had been with them from the beginning. He listened to their grievances as he headed for the exit. After leaving the gates, the crowd went to the security guards demanding an explanation for this oversight and compensation for the players. Everything was going according to his plan, and no one had any idea where the troll boss and his entourage had gone. O Kangwu smiled as he suddenly heard someone shout silence. Kangwu looked in surprise at the direction where the silence order came from. He was frightened and surprised. A squad of Hwarans was heading straight for the gate of the S-Rang. They all looked puzzled, and their marching step was unbroken. The Overlord could hear the crowd talking. They were discussing that they could understand the fury of the players who had returned from the gate, but it was unlikely that they would risk it. Gang Yu wondered what they had come for like everyone else. The entire crowd roared when a gawker suggested that they all look in the same direction. Kang Wu could see the figure of a man in a serious outfit from afar. He wanted to go home. It turned out that everyone was staring at the 3rd squad leader, Baekhwa Young. She was rapidly approaching the gate, and her assistant officers once again demanded silence. Baekhwa Young reported that the Hwarang had some breaking news for the players of this gate. She reported that cow players had been spotted at the S-Rang gate. That was why the Hwaran squad had come here on a mission to check the cards of all the players in order to verify that they were Koa players. And so the officers proceeded to do just that. They needed to check all players of the 3rd Awakening and above. The team of officers apologized on behalf of the entire government and proceeded to check. The King of Hell reflected that Koa players are quite the topic of discussion in the world today, and the issue has not lost its relevance. Baekhwa Young asked all the available players in the S-Rang gate perimeter to show their IDs. O Kang Wu wondered if he would get caught. The Hwaran said that it wouldn't take long to check, and as soon as they were sure that the wanted players weren't here, they would leave immediately. O Gangwoo's only thought at the moment was that today's hunt wasn't exactly neat. He was worried that they might be looking for him. He also pondered that no power he would also not be able to use, since there were too many prying eyes. Kangwu realized that as long as Baekhwa Young is here, he won't even be able to escape because just by looking at her it's clear that the criminal can't escape. The Lord understood that it was necessary to leave the space of the S-Rang gate immediately, but he did not understand how to do it without unnecessary eyes and problems with the law. Meanwhile, Baekhwa Young herself asked the King of Darkness for his ID. She also assumed that he had lost them when she saw him hesitate. Kang Woo handed the girl officer his card and smiled. He thought that maybe he was paranoid and there was no problem. The girl stared at the document without saying anything, studying every line of the document. At that moment, Oh Gangwoo thought that it didn't look like he was in trouble. Kang Woo thought that he should be careful when hunting because the cow players who were clearly involved in the demonic cult had already made their move. He thought of asking the officer for information. Kang Woo thanked her for taking a personal interest in the matter, to which she replied that giving orders doesn't earn you authority. The King of Darkness was speechless for a moment at the resilience and confidence of this beautiful and strong girl. He added that she was definitely worthy of respect. Oh Kang Woo continued. He said that there were a lot more cow players recently. The female officer looked at his card and said that was the reason for the inspection. The girl handed him his ID card and told him that he had passed the inspection. Oh Gangwoo thanked her for her quick work. Lastly, he said that going hunting regularly was enough for a normal life and there was no need to kill other players for money. The officer agreed with him. She added that the influence of money was frightening. Oh Kangwoo agreed, but thought to himself that it was a lie because the Hwarens must know the true goals of the cow players. Back, Hua Young said goodbye to Kang Woo and was about to leave when he asked her if she could tell him who they were looking for, so that if they met that player, they could tell them. The officer thanked Kang Woo for being courteous and added that this matter would be left to the Hwarens as player safety is their job. The girl added that Kang Woo, who had just reached C rank, would be safer to level up in a lower level gate. He thanked the girl. Clearly floored by all the pleasantries, the officer added that good-hearted people like Oh Kang-woo are few, and she wished there were more. Oh Kang-woo smirked. He thought to himself that it would be a disaster if there were more of them. He thanked the girl once again. From the entire conversation with the officer, Oh Kang-woo realized that the investigation of the demonic cult case was a secret investigation, and access for commoners was not allowed. The Lord of Hell decided that since the government was also investigating the cult, he should stay home. He dialed Han Dae-soo and asked him to meet him. After a few days, Oh Kang-woo finally met up with his buddy Han Dae-soo at a coffee shop in the city. Dae-soo extended his huge and warm hand to greet Han Seol-ah, clarifying whether she was the talented Hilaire he was talking about. Seol-ah replied convincingly, and added that she was also happy to meet a serious and strong player like Dae-soo. Oh Kang-woo looked at her embarrassment and felt a strange emotion. The player told Oh Kang-woo with Seol-ah that they are a very beautiful couple and look good together. Oh Kang-woo asked him not to embarrass his girlfriend by staring at her endlessly. Sitting at the table, Oh Kang-woo returned to the pressing topic of the meeting, which was the formation of Solah's group with Han Dae-soo. He said that he would really like them to hunt together in the D-rank gate. Dae-soo agreed. He explained his agreement by saying that anyone would be willing to accept a hitman with B-rank's special ability as a member of his team. He asked if this was his daughter-in-law's only ability, to which Seol was surprised, but then laughed. Oh Gangwoo studied her emotions with interest at that moment. Tank said there was no need to be shy and it was fine. He brought the conversation back on track by asking what kind of ability Han Sol-ah had. Sol-ae summarized that her ability is called Blessing of Light. It can be used not only to heal players, but also to buff health and agility. Tang Dae-soo looked at Han Seol-ae. He looked at Han Seol-ae with surprise, asking if she could really both heal and buff a player on his team at the same time. Seol-ah nodded convincingly, and added that she could still use an additional skill to attack. Dae-soo told Oh Gang-woo that his girlfriend was really a miracle. Kang-woo interjected. He explained that it's hard to find a hitman capable of buffing and attacking enemies. He added that Han Sol-ae will be welcomed with open arms by the strongest guilds. The girl thanked Dae-soo for complimenting her talents. She said that she didn't want to join the guild, and neither did Dae-soo. Oh Kang-woo was thinking about her at that moment. With the joy of a pleasant and productive meeting, Tank picked up the coffee mug and drank it in one gulp. Oh Gangwoo told him to be careful because it wasn't beer. The player put the mug on the table and confidently stated that Americano is the best coffee. Gangyu added that it felt like he was talking about soup. Later, Oh Gangwoo asked Dae-soo if he had found a suitable candidate for the role of damager. Dae-soo said that he had found 2 strong players that he liked. Both of these characters had recently reached their second awakening and had remarkable talents that would be useful in the guild. Dae-soo assured him that he would like them. Oh Kang-woo immediately recalled the last unbelievable players his new battle buddy Han Dae-soo had messed with in the form of 2 Koa players who had almost taken their lives. Han Dae-soo added that he was sure that these two would be a good match for them. He said he wanted to introduce everyone tomorrow before the hunt. Dae-soo asked Oh Kang-woo and Seol-ah if it was okay with them. The girl said that she didn't mind at all since Dae-soo is Kang-woo's friend. Seol-ah thought she should hurry up with her training to accompany Oh Kang-woo. Oh Kang-woo assured that she should not be in a hurry, because the most important thing in this important operation is her safety. When Han Dae-soo saw the cuteness, he couldn't help but say that it was really cute to watch them talk. Kang-woo reminded him not to stare. Dae-soo suggested meeting the next day in the Incheon area. Kang-woo objected to why it was so far away when the D-Rang gate was so close. He assured me that a lot of things had happened at the gate that Oh Gang-woo had mentioned, and that the best solution was to go to the one near Incheon and hunt trolls instead of ogres. The player explained that trolls are more suitable for beginners because they have unprecedented strength, and therefore leveling up is not far off. Oh Kang-woo thought his comrade was smarter than he expected and added aloud that it was a very good idea. After finalizing all the main points and arrangements for the meeting, Kang-woo got up and started to say goodbye to his friends. Dae-soo was surprised that he was leaving so early. The King of Darkness said that he had unfinished business, and Han Dae-soo looked at him in surprise and asked him what kind of business he had. Rolling up his sleeves without a shadow of shyness, Oh Kang-woo replied that he was looking forward to leveling up and couldn't wait to get started as soon as possible. Having already been on the other side of the portal a few hours later, Kang-woo reasoned that at this stage, he was level 29 and would soon be on his fourth awakening. After activating the power of the Astaroth Demon Watcher, Oh Kang-woo once again turned his eyes into powerful radars and searched for foul things. He decided to start his hunt with the 8 calm trolls that opened up to his sight at that very moment. He suddenly flew towards the monsters and attacked them. His opponents roared at the unexpected danger. The head of one of the trolls flew off his shoulders as the other two, frightened, simply huddled together and mooed incomprehensible noises. After defeating the foul creatures in a few moments, Oh Kang-woo shook off his clothes and wondered how much longer he would have to hunt to get a level upgrade. His thought process was distracted by something. Oh Kang-woo looked around. He realized that there was an insanely unpleasant smell in this desert. It was the smell of human blood. Oh Kang-woo knew that death in hunting was a common occurrence, but not to this extent. He jumped off the cliff. The Dark King thought to himself that the odor couldn't be that strong and pungent unless at least 5 people were dead. He flew exactly at the smell. He wondered how a group of C-ranked players could be wiped out all at once. Kang-woo also assumed that it was the work of the cow players. He went down to the ground. After a while, he managed to find a field that emitted a stinking odor. The bodies of the murdered players were strewn on the sand, sitting and lying down. Oh Kang-woo walked closer to the mangled players and concluded that there were definitely no survivors left. The King of Darkness also realized that this was definitely not the work of a demonic cult, as they wanted victims and bodies, not carnage. He looked thoughtfully at the bodies of the dead players. At this point, he didn't know who would want to kill them. He noticed that the odor was recent. It made him think that the perpetrator of this bloodshed was still around. Someone was standing at his side, glaring fiercely at the King of Darkness. When Oh Kang-woo noticed the uninvited guest and looked at him, his eyes widened in surprise, and he only had time to questioningly blurt out a few words. In front of him stood the very real monster from Hell, the guardian of the 1,000 Hell Circle in the form of a hellhound. The Lord of Hell looked at the creature questioningly. He didn't understand what the hellhound was doing here. Oh Kang-woo looked at the underworld guardian with astonishment and didn't understand how he was here. He knew theoretically that such a creature was extremely dangerous to mankind. The hound didn't ask to be introduced and was the first to try to pounce on the King of Darkness. Kang-woo even cursed at the surprise of her attack because he was completely unprepared. He seriously looked into his opponent's eyes. The hellhound with certain magic skills tried to pierce him with its fangs or claws first. He successfully dodged it. In the moment when Oh Kang-woo raised his hand for a crushing blow, he thought that he would definitely recognize this power in this monster from the underworld. Oh Kang-woo, who was ready to strike, suddenly stopped as if he was stunned by what he saw. He saw a huge ball of fire appear from the creature's mouth. This ball of fire was spinning, increasing in amplitude, and taking over the free space. The hellhound directed this firestorm straight at the King of Darkness. The moment the fireball reached Oh Kang-woo, there was a powerful explosion that sent the creature from the underworld crashing to the ground. On his skull, emitting streams of fiery flames, his fierce eyes burned even brighter than before, and he roared. With the power of his magical martial skills, Oh Kang-woo tried to aim the stone blocks directly at the creature in order to hit it. He activated the power of the blades and tried to perform the same maneuver as with the trolls, but it was useless. Then the King of Darkness realized he had to change tactics. He joined his two hands together and began activating his other power. In just a second, he soared through the air, holding a magical weapon in the form of a spear with a pointed tip. He activated the power of the dark spear. O Kang-woo spun around in a whirlwind of murderous tornado, maneuvering his spear in the air. He wished to inflict damage on the enemy. The Hellhound saw a chilling ball flying towards her from the sky with O Kang-woo inside with a magic spear. With a clear determination to defeat the monster from the netherworld, the King of Darkness released his spear into its back. A pillar of dust and sand covered the field. O Kang-woo sank to the ground. The King of Darkness exhaled. He thought that he had finally succeeded in defeating the monster. At the same moment, Kang-woo looked toward the Hellhound in surprise. He didn't expect to see something that contradicted his conclusion. He realized that he had only angered the monster with his actions. The Hellhound became even more aggressive and screamed furiously into the void, wanting to tear everyone to pieces. In another battle jump to damage the Hound, O Kang-woo thought that he just needed to find her weak spot and as soon as possible. At a certain point, Kang-woo decided that the time had come. He began to activate his other magic power. At the most crucial moment, when it seemed the monster was ready to swallow the King of Darkness, he raised his hands, finally awakening his power. He abruptly lowered himself down and grasped the ground with his hands, where deep cracks suddenly began to form. He activated the concussion power. The monster clearly did not expect this turn of events and screamed with wild rage. Huge chunks of earth and stones flew towards him. O Kang-woo tried to twist his power so that his opponent had no way to move in the flow of all those flying stones. He swung his spear once again and charged it precisely into the skull of the monster from the netherworld. Blood gushed from its head and the creature screamed wildly. O Kang-woo thrust his magic spear into the skull of the Hellhound again and again. He was very angry at the Hellhound for appearing outside the perimeter of the Hell territory. He pierced its bones mercilessly with his spear. It would seem that his opponent had been defeated, but in reality, the Hellhound was gaining strength to attack O Kang-woo again. The moment Kang-woo finally seemed determined to take its life, the creature burst into flames and smoke. The place where the Hound had been lying formed an earth split. From the power of the resistance, the Hellhound managed to fly into the air despite having a spear sticking out of its skull. O Kang-woo was thrown a few meters away by the pirouettes. The King of Darkness quickly regrouped on the ground, assuming a comfortable position, allowing him to defend himself against the Hellhound. The creature, with its skull pierced through, stood up on its four legs again and roared furiously. O Kang-woo thought it felt good to be on his feet again. The King of Darkness scrutinized the Hellhound and realized that a spear or concussive force would not be enough to topple such an opponent. O Kang-woo had encountered these things before and knew very well that they were always as persistent as possible. It made him angry. The creature was on the defensive as well. The Hound stood firmly on all four paws and snarled hostilely at the King of Darkness. The Lord of Darkness saw the hellfire that the Hound wanted to use against him begin to appear along the spine of this infernal creature. In the blink of an eye, the guardian of the underworld itself turned seemingly into one large, raging flame born to destroy O Kang-woo. Rapidly, those flames flew towards him with a great desire to inflict crushing damage on O Kang-woo. The King of Darkness muttered at this point through his teeth that the Hellhound was only a dog that did not know its place. He once again assumed a fighting stance, this time involving something more serious than just magical powers of a mediocre nature. O Kang-woo used one of the strongest demons, Baphomet, which gave the power of heavenly might. The Hound's eyes seemed to fade a little at this point. She seemed to realize who she was dealing with. The player was not himself when he attracted this power. A terrifying shadow of a summoned demon hovered over him, wishing to attack the Hellhound. The King of Darkness clenched his teeth. At that moment, it might have seemed as if he had no pupils at all. A powerful wave of rage was rising in him. Kang-woo attacked the Hellhound again. It was one of the most powerful force that threw the Hound back several dozen meters. The Hellhound wheezed and mooed. Although the Hellhound still held firmly, Kang-woo's strength did not allow her to relax and literally suspended her in midair. At a certain point, when O Kang-woo's rage was at its limit and the creature was almost defeated, another explosion occurred. The King of Darkness sighed and thought that this creature from the underworld was quite resilient if it hadn't been defeated yet. Looking eye to eye with his opponent, who had time and time again survived the most powerful attacks, Kang-woo thought that it would be good for him to use two forces at a time. The thought flashed through the Dark Lord's mind that he had met many Hellhounds in his life and knew how to deal with them. Kang-woo thought that his current level was more than enough to deal with it. He was still deciding what tactics to use to defeat the monster. Suddenly, the hellhound fell down without strength. O Kang-woo only had time to exclaim, "Ouch." It turned out that all of his attacks had still dealt significant damage to the creature. He thought what a mad dog that hound was. The system began to notify him that he had handled the C-rank split shard. Gang-yu was surprised since he didn't know what a split was. The system notified about level points and getting the fourth awakening as well as a special ability of the Magic Lord that helps to wield magic and hide it from other players. Standing next to the defeated monster, Kang-woo didn't quite understand what the notification system was saying. He wondered what could be the shard of the split. Then, he remembered that he had heard of a split core once before. He assumed it was the name of the creatures of hell. In the next instant, O Kang-woo looked at the pierced skull of the slain hellhound and wondered how that dog had gotten here. He even had a decent picture of the princes of hell in his head, but he realized the hound couldn't attract them. So what is this rift, and is it connected to hell? He thought. Kang-woo decided to check the rest of the notifications and not dwell on something without a single clue. The Lord of Darkness opened his messages and was surprised at how many there were. He was interested in one of them about the fourth awakening and the special ability of Class A. Now he didn't have to worry about the little things, he could savor this monster's mage to his heart's content. The Hell King activated the power of the Devourer in his usual manner and began to absorb the mages of the slain hellhound. While absorbing the magic, he thought that, at this rate, he would soon regain his Man-Ma-Jan strength and become stronger than he was in hell. He did not hide his joy and laughed contagiously. As Kang-woo left the protected area of the Rank C gate, he thought that the best decision at this moment was to go home. He smiled to himself as he thought about what a good day it was, and if he could eat kimchi too, it would be a good day. While Kang-woo was thinking about what he would do at home and how he would attack the pot of his favorite dish, someone said hello to him from behind, and he turned around. To see who was saying hello to him, O Kang-woo moved closer and saw the same girl from the internet cafe who had bullied him a few days earlier. The girl fixed her cap and added that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Gang-yu told her with a frown that he didn't think so. He didn't understand why she was saying hello like that. After all, they weren't close friends or anything, and he doesn't even know who she is. She introduced herself as Cha Young-ju. Gang-yu thought for a second that he had heard that name before. Perhaps it was at the cheerleading center. He remembered two players discussing who they couldn't compare to. He remembered that her name had something to do with the heads of the top 5 guilds. He remembered how the guild heads visually looked to the world and what the leader of Onuri and Hanula looked like. He also remembered about the two girls, one the head of Sanare, and the other, wait a minute. Scarlet Rose asked it out loud. The girl smiled and confirmed that she was the leader of the Scarlet Rose Guild. O Kang-woo remembered for a second what kind of power this girl had and immediately calmed himself down, which was not surprising. He was curious about what the leader of the Scarlet Rose wanted from him. The girl said that she had made inquiries and knew his name, and that he was born in 1995 years old. He was 28 years old, was brought up in an orphanage, no history of adoption, lived on his own. She continued that for 5 years there had been no word from O Kang-woo, but suddenly he registered as a player. The girl asked him if the information was correct. O Kang-woo replied that he didn't know why she was doing all this, but yes, it was. She opened her phone and added that she registered in O Kang-woo's player system on March 16th, which turns out to be 3 weeks ago. She also mentioned the distribution system, which she thought was wrong. The test result was wrong, or he wouldn't have been able to get to the S-rank gate in 3 weeks. The girl said that Kang-woo came out of nowhere after 5 years and was hunting in the S-rank gate. At first, she thought he was a criminal and forged documents. Cha Young-ju added that when she checked his fingerprints to see if they belonged to the database, she didn't find any irregularities. O Kang-woo asked how she had access to his fingerprints. The girl calmly told him that his fingerprints were taken when his first license was registered. She continued to look at her phone and said that at that moment, she made sure he wasn't a player with a fake ID. O Kang-woo thought she had a lot of power. The girl looked him in the eye and said that if he wasn't a cheater, he was probably a player with outstanding talent who could surpass her. O Kang-woo listened to her very carefully. She added that not only could he surpass her, but he could be stronger than Baek Kang-hyun himself. The King of Darkness listened carefully to all the information she had to say and finally thanked her. He asked her what she wanted him to do. He didn't understand it. She handed him some kind of device and told him that as a guild member of the Scarlet Rose Guild, she wanted to sponsor him, or rather, she wanted to sponsor a gifted player. The King of Darkness earnestly informed her that this was not what he expected her to say. The girl asked him what he thought then. A smirk flickered across the Dark King's face. He was talking about how he was hoping to get an offer to join the Scarlet Rose Guild. The Scarlet Rose leader's answering smirk could say it all for herself, but she added that she couldn't ask the player hiding behind the F rank to join the guild. She looked at him and added that he wouldn't have hidden his abilities if he had any intention of joining the guild. Kang Wu said to himself that he wasn't hiding it. The next moment he asked what kind of sponsorship it was, to which the girl said it was financial support to help him level up faster. Kang Wu laughed. He asked what benefit she was getting. He jokingly added that maybe she wanted him to help her in that game. The girl exploded with fire. At the same moment, the guild leader fixed her cap once again, calming herself, and reminded herself that she was the guild leader and she had just offered. Oh, Kang Wu laughed when he saw her reaction and said that he was playing for the first time and didn't know how to play at all. The girl replied that he was the reason she didn't get to the silver medal. With a friendly sneer, he asked why she was still on bronze since it's a small level, to which the girl shouted that it's not like that. She plays great, but she has no luck with the team. Deciding to close the topic of discussing this game, because he saw the unnecessary emotion, he asked why she was so eager to sponsor him. Once again, fixing his cap, the girl informed him that the sponsorship would help him become stronger. She looked at Kang Wu and kept talking about how he was a rookie who had become a player in 3 weeks, had been to the most dangerous gates, hunted alone, and had risen monstrously fast. Youngju explained that he would become stronger and told the special benefit of sponsorship in the form of temporary rights to enter any gate up to a rang. The King of Darkness laughed. He said that this information was already giving him more encouragement and that he was leaning toward a positive answer. The girl was serious about presenting the information. She said about the possibility of forming a group with guild members of any class and selling stones tax-free. Oh, Kang Wu seriously thought about it. He asked again if it was really possible to save on taxes and get help with the group. This pleased him. The girl was demonstrating all the advantages. She talked about gear of a basic nature and the opportunity to purchase first-class gear with a deposit and the provision of a house with a car. All this time, Kang Wu thought that they were only suspiciously showing him friendliness. He heard a question about what he thought about it. Folding his arms across his chest and listening to these sweet speeches from the guild leader, Kang Wu honestly said that it all sounded unrealistic. The girl said that the guild didn't intend to give him everything just like that. He would receive the guild's assignments, and when the time came, he would fulfill them by doing his duty. He plunged back into his thought process. The Scarlet Rose Guild needed him to fulfill an errand. The Lord of Darkness asked if it was possible to get the details of the errands so that he wouldn't be caught out at the right time. The guild leader replied that she could not give him such information. She once again corrected her cap, pulling it over her face, and felt awkward. Oh, Gangwoo thought it was probably a long story and said okay. He thought to himself that he could always refuse if their requests were inappropriate. He held out his hand to the girl and said it was a wonderful offer. There was a smile on his face. He didn't expect to receive such an interesting offer today at all. Gang Yu said that he was accepting it. As he held the girl's hand, he thought about the fact that she was giving him the opportunity to make connections in the guild and enjoy the privileges and support provided. Their hands intertwined in a firm, friendly handshake. Oh Gangwoo looked her straight in the eyes and thought that this was an offer he couldn't pass up. Smiling widely after everything the Scarlet Rose Guild leader had said about the benefits of sponsorship, Kangwoo extended his hand for a handshake. He was in agreement. Cha Youngju replied to him that he had made the right decision and would not regret cooperating with the Scarlet Rose Guild. Oh Kangwoo rubbed his fingers together in eagerness to know what the nature of the special assignment was, but the girl told him that it wasn't time yet. The Scarlet Rose head also added that at this stage of his level of play, he would not be able to carry out the assignment, so there was no point in rushing. The Lord of Darkness smirked. He couldn't resist the urge to tell her that his true level was much higher. Looking seriously at the girl, Kangwoo squinted his eyes and informed her that he was much stronger than she expected. Chae Youngju only thought that Oh Kangwoo had no room for arrogance and agreed to his statement to avoid any misunderstandings. The girl exhaled and concluded that a guild assignment required more than just strength. Oh Kangwoo wondered what it was then. Youngju looked at her phone screen and cryptically stretched out that the guild didn't have enough evidence and couldn't talk about it. Oh Kangwoo looked away questioningly. He knew it was not necessary to ask for information right now. The girl handed him her cell phone and told him she wouldn't mind getting his number. Entering his number into the guild leader's contacts, Kang Wu asked when he would be able to get the equipment and was told that he could get it any time. The girl asked if he wanted to get the equipment right away, to which Kang Wu nodded. The equipment was a way to save mages. Eunju replied that they should hurry up and go to the office. Kang Wu asked where it was. The leader turned around and answered him that the Scarlet Rose Guild office was at Seoul Station. The passers-by around literally froze. They all turned their heads in the direction of the pair of players and shouted enthusiastically, "Wow!" The little boy and his father stopped at the curb. In front of them stood a sports car of unprecedented beauty and power. The boy told his father that they should buy such a car. A brand new Porsche 918 Spider was parked at the curb. Oh Gangwoo heard the child's father sigh heavily and promised to work harder. People were shouting amongst themselves. The guild leader shouted to Oh Kang-woo as she climbed into the car and got in before the crowd showed a clear interest in her. Gang Yu told her she was cool. Already in the salon, when he was pestered in his head with the question of how much to pay for such a car, he asked the girl replied that she did not know. She said that a car like this would cost about 10 million won. Oh Gangwoo opened his eyes in surprise. The King of Hell looked closely at the guild leader, as if to doubt that it was the same girl from the internet cafe in the sportswear. Oh Kang-woo noticed that the car seemed to be sliding instead of driving, which is typical for a car of this level. The girl grinned and asked him if he thought the sponsor would give him the same car. He seriously asked her if she was joking, to which the guild leader said that she had told him that she was giving him a car. Oh Kang-woo called her Nuna in response. She was surprised. Oh Kang-woo jokingly said that he would call her Cha Youngju Nuna from now on, but she interrupted him and demanded that he not call her that anymore. She had a look of disgust on her face. The Lord of Hell continued that he would be very happy to own such a cool car. Yunju told him that she would confiscate it at the slightest misstep. Kang-woo replied that it would be a very low act. The girl got mad at him. He had no idea how many hungry mouths were hanging around her responsible neck. He smiled clearly, feeling victorious in this discussion. He asked the girl to watch the road carefully. Soon they pulled up to a building resembling either a warehouse or those fancy architectural structures in the center of the players. She announced triumphantly that they had arrived. The girl got out of the car and told the footman approaching her that the keys were inside. Oh Gangwoo thought the building was huge. He looked at the building with the guild emblem, mentally comparing it to the players' center. Cha Youngju hurriedly invited him inside. Oh, Gangwoo thought he was very lucky to have such support. They went inside. The man at the entrance greeted them in a friendly manner. The stranger courteously extended his hand and revealed his guess that Oh Kang-woo was the outstanding player that the guild leader was talking about. He introduced himself and gave his name as Park Hyun-woo. It turned out that he was the head of the Scarlet Rose Guild's Human Resources Department. He smiled. The Lord of Darkness said his name and looked at the other man standing next to him. He looked at him questioningly, waiting for a reaction. The silence of the second guild member was interrupted by Park Hyun-woo. He introduced him as the Commander-in-Chief of Task Force Moon Young-ho. Oh Gangwoo waited for a reaction from him, but he stood there like a stone. He stared at the King of Darkness so intently and sternly that he felt uncomfortable for a moment. He wondered why the Commander-in-Chief was staring at him like that. Hyun-woo turned the failed conversation to himself, saying that he believed the conversation was successful if he walked through the doors of the Scarlet Rose Guild office. He thanked Kang-woo. Oh Kang-woo joked that with the benefits of sponsoring the guild, he wouldn't mind drinking poison. Hyun-ju didn't understand the joke, and the head of the Human Resources Department laughed. Park Hyun-woo also suggested that the new protege of the guild leader wanted to go to the uniform warehouse. The girl said that she would take him there herself and show him around. The man bowed to the guild leader and said that he dared not object. However, the commander-in-chief literally growled that he would go with them. Chae Youngju looked at Yoon-ho questioningly and asked why he had decided to accompany them. The commander-in-chief glared disdainfully at Kang-woo. He added that he wanted to see for himself if the new member could be trusted. He still glared at Gang-yu with contempt. The embarrassed girl agreed. She stated that they had better become friends because they would see each other often and said that he could go with them. The players went to the elevator, which brought them to the 15th floor where there was a warehouse of uniforms. The girl entered the secret authorization code on the door to the vault and said that of course she wouldn't supply Gang Yu with anything he wanted. Oh Kang-woo listened to her with attention and interest. Eunju added that she would provide him with any ammunition of any rank. However, high-level limited edition uniforms would be available to him after he paid a deposit. She offered him a look around. Marveling at the weapons hidden behind the sturdy glass like a valuable piece in a museum, he asked if they had any legendary weapons. The guild leader said yes and added that such uniforms were used by the best players and not dust in the warehouse. Oh Gangwoo agreed and asked if it was accurate. The girl said of course there was. Kang Woo's next question was about the value of the bail to get it. Yeonju said 50 million won, that's with a discount. The lord exhaled and replied that he understood. It was not something he could afford at this stage, when he had just learned how to make money from selling stones. Kang Woo suddenly turned to the girl. He nonchalantly asked the guild leader as if she was his crony and called out the name of Nuna. A mute question hung in the air. Oh Kang Woo and Cha Young-ju looked toward Young Ho, waiting for his answer because he started making strange noises. Instead, the guild warlord walked right up to Oh Kang Woo, clearly showing him his weight superiority. His gaze was unfriendly. He sucked in air and gritted his teeth, snarling at Oh Kang Woo for not seeing his respectful demeanor. He breathed hostilely and frequently. Oh Kang Woo didn't think at all that Moon Young Ho would have an unbiased opinion of him. He looked at the player tiredly and asked him what he meant. Yoon Ho looked at Kang Woo even more intently and muttered that he should respectfully address the guild leader since she was above him in status. His face was literally tearing up with anger that was boiling up in him more and more with each passing second. He clenched his jaw and glared angrily with bloodshot eyes. Oh Kang Woo smiled wryly at the warlord and looked him straight in the eye and told him that he didn't want to. Now he was waiting for the bully player's obvious aggression. The Lord of Hell informed the thug in a cheerful and somewhat mocking manner that he did not wish to observe manners. He was provoking him into a scandal. The warlord, who was unprepared for such insolence, could not contain his irritation, and pulled his weapon out of its sheath. Oh Gangwoo smirked. The guild head shouted sternly at Moon Young Ho in hopes of stopping him. He paused a second away from the Darkness King's head. The girl walked up to Moon Young Ho and gave him a good punch under his solar plexus. She asked him irritably what was wrong with him. The guild leader was furious. She categorically did not understand the behavior of one of the most senior members of the guild's elite. She called him a freak. Already literally seething with anger, Cha Young-ju asked the warlord if he was going to explain such impertinent behavior. Oh Kang Woo listened to a warlord getting a scolding from his superior. She said that his communication style was none of his business. Young Ho tried to object. Soon he obediently agreed with the bossy girl and guild leader in one person. Oh Kang Woo exhaled a sigh of relief. She then reprimanded Kang Woo and told him to be more careful with his language because Young Ho will cripple him next time. Kang Woo said he would take note. At this moment, Oh Kang Woo thought about the fact that even though Young Ho was a bully, he was loyal to his leader. That meant that the guild was reliable. Kang Woo returned to his usual way of speaking and addressed her as Cha Young-ju Noon. She gave in and asked what he wanted. The King of Darkness, rubbing his hands together, announced that he was giving up the car but wanted the best equipment. The girl who didn't inspire confidence in him now cut him off and said that it was impossible because the matter was to be discussed at the meeting. A fist flew toward Gang Yu. The warlord lost his temper and yelled that Oh Kang Woo had no right to call the guild leader Nuna. He was very angry. He demanded an explanation as to how he, a snot-nosed rookie, dared to address the guild leader so disdainfully. His hand dangled in the air with his weapon. Suddenly, he swung his weapon at Oh Kang Woo. He was so eager to teach the green rookie a lesson for his disobedience and impertinent manners. He was trembling with rage towards Oh Kang Woo that he didn't even try to hide. He heard the guild leader address him once again. Cha Young-ju gripped the blade of his weapon tightly and stopped his next attempt to attack Kang Woo. She muttered that he had probably forgotten what she said. The King of Darkness felt his certain superiority, at least in regards to the guild leader. He smirked. The girl asked Young Ho if this should be considered insubordination. The boy tempered his fervor once again and began to justify that he only wanted to defend her honor. He was scared. The guild leader briefly threw the warlord's weapon aside and pushed Yoon Ho away as well. She said he was a disgrace to the guild. Oh, Kang Woo watched with genuine interest. Suddenly the girl told Young Ho to get out. She was adamant. The girl also added that she would have to take drastic measures in case of another such attempt of disobedience to the direct management. The guy whispered fearfully that he was deeply apologizing. Yunjin finished him off by reminding him of the importance of being the guild's chief warlord. The girl turned to Kang Woo and said that it was an ugly act on the part of the Scarlet Rose Guild member and he would be punished. Gang Yu told her to forget it. The guild leader asked Gang Yu what kind of equipment he was interested in, to which Gang Yu replied that he wanted a chest armor. The head promised to look into the matter. Oh Kang Woo continued that in his battles he really needed chest armor for unimpeded movement while hunting. She hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, the outgoing Moon Young-ho intervened in the conversation. He offered his top-ranked chest armor with great performance if Oh Kang-woo fought him. The guild head angrily shouted at Young-ho to calm down. Her hands were tensed and gathered into fists. Young-ho started to stagger backwards. She demanded he leave the warehouse. Looks like the warlord really went overboard this time. Suddenly, Oh Kang-woo interrupted their next altercation. He put out his hand, thus stopping the leader from charging the player. Young-ho grumbled unhappily. The last thing he wanted to do right now was to confront Kang-woo. The King of Darkness had said that it was an excellent idea. The girl looked at the seemingly unreasonably arrogant Oh Kang-woo with apprehension. She thought that this guy wasn't doing well at home. Oh Kang-woo was thinking back to his first encounter with Young-ju at this moment. He realized that perhaps Moon Young-ho's strength characteristics were superior to his or were on the same level. He realized that a player reaching level 67 and the Sixth Awakening on his own surely made the strongest of the strongest. Gang Woo thought that, despite his talents, he wasn't ready for such a fight. The guild leader asked both of them to shut up and stop, but Oh Gang Woo told her that it was fine. He smiled broadly and looked at his potential opponent in what seemed to be a meaningless fight. He wondered how he could refuse such a gift. Moon Young-ho replied to Oh Gang Woo, angrily flashing his expressive eyes that he liked his attitude. Kang Woo thought about keeping the leader away from such idiots in the future. The girl, realizing what the mood of both players was leading to, shouted at Oh Kang-woo, demanding that he calm down and explain what the hell was going on. At this moment, Moon Young-ho was remembering how Cha Young-ju had saved his failing life during a failed hunt. Back then, the monsters had almost torn him apart. He realized that she was his valiant and ambitious savior who had given him a chance at a second life, and the leader he was blindly following. The warlord also recalled how reverent he felt towards the guild leader, and how he had once put his heart on the altar of serving her. He returned to his usual state where the only thing he wished for was the demise of the arrogant Oh Kang-woo. He thought that this puppy didn't dare talk to his leader like that. The guild leader was genuinely worried that Oh Kang-woo wouldn't get out of the fight with Moon Young-ho alive. He was like a little kid who was determined that the equipment would be his at all costs. Kang-woo wanted to prove the gulf between him and Yoon-ho. They moved to the battle room, which he said was nice. Gang Yu's calmness irritated the warlord. He threatened that he wouldn't be calm for long, but Gang Yu simply asked him to be more attentive. They agreed that they would start the fight as soon as Kang-woo was ready. The guild leader yelled that this was crazy, and he would regret his action. Moon Young-ho said that he piously concedes the rookie 3 seconds that he can use to make any maneuver. Preparing for the fight and adjusting the black gloves on his hands, Kang-woo asked with a sneer if he had specifically memorized lines from movies to be more cool. The Lord of Hell said that he no longer wished to listen to his abstruse phrases and preferred to start a fight. He demanded that he draw his sword. Kang-woo turned to his opponent again and asked him if he understood what he said, or if he needed to repeat it again. With his arms folded across his chest, Moon Young-ho solemnly declared that he wasn't going to take this confrontation seriously because Kang-woo was a rookie. Oh, Kang-woo bent down to catch his breath. He wondered if he really felt that way. The guild leader's eyes were filled with fear for both of them. The King of Darkness assumed a position where it would be easy for him to attack Moon Young-ho. He began to awaken his secret reserves. Suddenly, he activated his acceleration power, and in just a second, he accelerated to leap at his assailant. With the activation of the acceleration power, Oh Kang-woo literally split into atoms for the enemy. He shouted that even his armor wouldn't save him from the punishment. Rising high in the air and under the ceiling, Oh Kang-woo sent a shockwave at the warlord, who was folded in half and flew several meters away. Oh Kang-woo's opponent screamed in rage and helplessness after his maneuver. His bulky hands were reaching out to finish him off while he was making strange sounds. From helplessness after the powerful attack, Moon Young-ho fell to his knees and grabbed the floor with both hands. Oh Kang-woo also got into a more comfortable stance after hitting the bullseye. The guild leader looked at everything that was happening with excitement and surprise. She couldn't believe that a player with 3 weeks of experience would be able to take out a giant like Moon Young-ho. Moon Young-ho himself grabbed his solar plexus. A hellish pain spilled over his entire body. He couldn't understand how this could happen to his best player. Breathing between bouts of sharp pain, the warlord thought that if it weren't for the armor, It would all be over by now. He thought it was something outrageous and impossible. When Young Ho had the strength to raise his dazed gaze at Kang Woo, the only thing he thought of was that he couldn't have been a player for only 3 weeks. Oh Kang Woo smiled boldly and broadly, revealing a grin. His eyes were burning with red fire. He asked the player why he had forgotten his 3-second rule. Moon Young Ho couldn't admit that the newcomer had him beat. Leaning on his weapon, he stood up and asked Oh Kang Woo what kind of tricks he was doing. Kang Woo calmly replied to the bully that the trick was that he was stronger than he expected. Young Ho was angry at how a player who entered the game 3 weeks ago could produce such a performance. The Dungeon King also asked his opponent if he understood the flawed nature of the whole 3 seconds thing. Moon Young Ho was ready to stop the fight now because he was sorry. Oh, Kang Woo only laughed in his face as he remembered how he thought he was a rookie and a weakling, cocking his head and bullying him at every opportunity. His demonic laughter shook the air around him. It reminded him of how he'd called him a rookie and a weakling, and now he was lamenting that a weakling had ruined his plans. In a moment, Oh Kang Woo calmed down. There was a clear look of discontent on his face. He informed Moon Young Ho that he was just a pathetic loser. Hearing this, the veins on the warlord's face began to burst one after another. The tension in his body was increasing. He clenched his jaw with all his might. Yun Ho called him a bastard. At the same time, he looked in the direction where the guild leader and his greatest love stood. He cursed to himself. Talented and experienced player Moon Young Ho realized that embarrassing himself in front of Cha Young Ju, who was currently watching the dueling players intently, was the last thing he wanted to do right now. He clenched his sword with his hand and suddenly swung it upwards, activating some special power. A huge fiery beam of light appeared in his hands in place of the weapon. He shouted from the tension filling him from activating the power of the heaven-killing sword. Moon Young Ho was suddenly embarrassed and looked questioningly at his troublemaker. It looked like his opponent wasn't afraid of him at all. Oh Kang Woo was once again amused by the desperate player's actions. He asked him mockingly if it was necessary to shout out such a cheesy technique name. The King of Darkness looked at him with pity. He asked if he thought that horrible name might have seemed cool for a split second. He swung his sword with all his might, wanting to end this upstart once and for all. He ruthlessly flew at the King of Darkness with a sword emitting light and blinding him. Oh Kang Woo took a defensive stance. Oh Kang Woo looked at Young Ho. He was still the warlord of many of the Scarlet Rose Guild's combat operations and was strong. Giving his best effort was not necessary. Kang Woo placed his hand on the floor. Focusing on the sensations in his body, he began to activate another of his powers from his arsenal, namely the power of darkness. Red lightning bolts emanated from his hands. Moon Young Ho was still not calm and tried to attack Oh Kang Woo. The King of Darkness sent a wave of darkness power next to Young Ho exactly under his feet. Instead of being stunned by the power of darkness, Moon Young Ho literally stepped his huge boot on the outgoing beam of battle magic. The concrete floor cracked under the onslaught. The guild leader shouted for the warlord to stop immediately and obey the order. The guild leader shouted for the warlord to stop immediately and obey the order. It kept demanding to stop when the wave of darkness power coming from Oh Kang Woo only intensified. He was thinking about how stupid that Moon Young Ho was. Kang Woo was suspiciously calm and even smiled. He called his opponent a stupid idiot. At this moment, he was in complete control of the darkness power flows. The moment Moon Young Ho sent a powerful stream of attack light towards Oh Kang Woo, he flew behind him and released the main wave directly onto his opponent's back. Moon Young Ho was very surprised. Just a moment ago, he had thought that he had caught Kang Woo by surprise and could not survive, and now he was defeated from the back. But how could he move unnoticed? Oh Kang Woo's hand rested on the warlord's shoulder. He rubbed it, letting him know that he was in full control of this fight. Moon Young Ho gave him a surprised look. His face contorted in disgust. Kang Woo stood exactly behind his back and held him by his shoulder blade. His opponent realized that control of the fight did not belong to him. Gang Yu quietly said that he had lost. Keeping his hand on his shoulder, Kang Woo activated the wave power with confidence and in a matter of seconds. He even purposely voiced his actions to poke fun at Moon Young Ho's bully. With the force of the wave, Oh Kang Woo sent Moon Young Ho straight into the concrete wall that began to crumble from the force of the blow. He was putting an end to this fight. When Moon Young Ho slammed into the concrete blocks, his face was blank. He didn't understand how a snot-nosed rookie who had barely learned how to hold a gun could beat him. When the warlord's unmoving carcass fell to the floor, the guild leader gaped in surprise. She had not expected such an outcome. She turned around. Behind her back, Oh Kang-woo was standing there, catching his breath after this meaningless battle. Moon Young-ho was still lying motionless. Oh Kang-woo smiled and said that there was no cause for concern at all because he knew what he was capable of, despite their expectations. The girl looked at him suspiciously. He shook the dust off his clothes and added that he was much stronger than she thought. A victorious, wide smile flashed across his face. Already when the emergency squad paramedics arrived at the fight hall, Oh Kang-woo heard the girl apologize for what happened. They stood over Moon Young-ho, and the girl finished him off by saying that he would be immediately expelled from the guild and a serious conversation would be held with the other players. As they left the fight room, the girl said sadly that she had no excuses. The King of Darkness assured her that everything was fine. He was holding his victory armor. Oh Kang-woo received Moon Young-ho's unique armor called Gargoyle Armor that had a petrifying effect. He was happy with the trophy. He smiled. This was exactly the kind of performance a top-class outfit should have. He was very pleased that expectations and reality had matched. At this moment, the King of Darkness thought that it was an extremely reckless act on Yun-ho's part to put such a precious thing on the line. Oh Kang-woo took another look at the former warlord who was being worked on by the doctors to repair his wounds. The player had disobeyed orders and lost valuable armor to wipe Gang-yu's nose. He even suggested that it was unrequited love for the guild leader that blinded such a masterful player. He said that it could happen once. Holding his new toy firmly in his hands, he added that if such an incident were to happen again, he would have to reconsider his relationship with the guild. The girl fixed her cap in her usual manner and made a promise that all members of the Scarlet Rose Guild would show Kang-woo the respect he deserved. Oh Kang-woo tried on the chest armor and said he didn't think it was his size. He asked what could be done, and the girl suggested that he leave it until the master fit it. After placing the armor on top of the booth, Kang-woo said that he was leaving his trophy in the safe hands of the guild leader. He had to hurry. He said goodbye to Cha Young-ju and headed out. She shouted at him to send her his parameters, to which the guy said he would definitely do so. When the door closed behind him, the girl stared after him for a long time. She was surprised at what had happened in the confrontation room and didn't fully understand the outcome. She exhaled and sat down on the edge of the booth with the gargoyle armor Oh Kang-woo had left behind. Cha Young-ju exhaled in relief and whispered that she was out of trouble. She realized that Yun-ho would never lose to someone who had recently received the Third Awakening. She wondered how Oh Kang-woo had managed to defeat the guild leader. The head of the guild thought that if this continued, world-class rankers would arrive in Korea. This prospect frightened the guild leader. The world-level rankers were 8 players around the world. These are the strongest players in the world. So far, no Korean has managed to be among them. There were rumors that Baek Kang-hyun was a player who had a good chance of making the world rankers list, but he failed to make it there. The girl thought that if Kang-woo was considered as a ranker candidate, then Korea would have the strongest player. The personnel director called out to her and asked if Gang-yu had left. The leader replied that Kang-woo just left. She informed Park Kang-hyun that the armor is now his and that the players need to be talked to, and then Young-ho needs to be expelled. The head of the Human Resources Department was clearly saddened by this news. He was about to object, but he realized that the guild leader would not allow Moon Young-ho to stay. The girl asked the personnel manager not to make a face that it was Kang-woo's fault. She warned that it was their job to prevent this from happening in the future. Park Kang-hyun told the guild leader that he had some urgent news that he wanted to tell her. She asked what it was. The personnel officer reported that they had received information that the government had successfully infiltrated a spy into a demonic cult. The girl looked at him in surprise. He also said that if everything develops according to the further plan created by the best strategists of the government, and his including, very soon they will manage to catch them. He also tried to talk about something else, but clearly he didn't know how to begin. Confusion appeared on his face. The guild leader became nervous. She lifted her cap, this time brushing a hand through her disheveled hair, and looked at him with a look of incomprehension. With a weary look, she said she wanted to know all the details. Oh Kang-woo left the office and went wherever he wanted to go. He went to a busy alley near Seoul Station. He wanted to check his stats. He opened the player system. According to the information he received, he concluded that his Magi accumulated gradually, along with other characteristics. He didn't think that strength, survivability, and physical ability were superior to magicians, but he thought it could be saved by using them. He wasn't interested in intelligence because the mark was small, and it didn't add any brains. He wanted the growth of a master, but he couldn't get a certain index. He remembered that he had been told that Magi would increase, but in his case the amount of Magi had not increased, although the other characteristics felt fine. Oh Kang-woo talked about it. He even speculated that his mage wasn't growing like yeast because it was already above average, and the system didn't need it. The Lord of Hell recalled his triumphant battles and victories. In all cases, the enemy had been defeated. His skills surpassed those of trained and practiced players. He realized that the higher his characteristics were, the harder it became to raise them. The final range for the level was 30. So Kang-woo came to the conclusion that mages couldn't grow because there was already a lot of them. He thought that he was well on his way to defeating the Hellhound, and there was still time before the fifth awakening. Oh, Kang-woo raised his eyes mysteriously to the sky. After all the guild fighting, all he wanted to do was meet up with his friends, namely Han Seol-ah and Dai-su. Later, Gang Yu arrived at the eastern gate of Incheon. From afar, a joyful Dai-su shouted a greeting to his brother. He waved his hand to show that they were there. When Oh Kang-woo approached his friends, he immediately made a remark to Dai-su about his shouting. His friend didn't even have an eyebrow on his huge face and asked if Kang-woo had finished his business. He had completely forgotten about meeting the two new players. Kang-woo looked at the newcomers with surprise and scratched his head. Dai-su was glad that things were over. Dai-su introduced the players. The handsome guy with the awesome hair was named Kim Si-hoon, and the little girl next to him was Choi Yoon-bi. The newcomers smiled welcomingly at the slightly tired Kang-woo. Si-hoon was more confident, and so he made a personal greeting with a full 32-tooth smile at the same moment. He was really handsome, thought Oh Gang-woo. Little Yoon-bi attacked the bulky Dai-su for calling her little. She wanted to attack him, but Oh Kang-woo said hello to her. She added that Dai-su looks like an uncle. Tank got nervous. He was worried about her saying he looked like a 40-year-old. The girl smiled at Kang-woo. She asked him if he was the brother Dai-su was always talking about. She asked him to call her brother and switched to Seol-ah, giving her lavish compliments and asking if she was a Hitler. Kang-woo asked her to tell him about her abilities. An embarrassed Seol-ah thanked little Yoon-bi for the compliments, and the latter offered to take a picture of her to show to her friends. Oh Kang-woo was unprepared for such friendly conversations and became uncomfortable. He even thought that Yoon-bi was a female version of Dai-su. He said he was happy to see everyone. Kim Si-hoon nobly and majestically extended his hand to Oh Kang-woo for a handshake. He said that he had heard about him and his exploits from Han Dai-su. He also said that he was level 12 and had reached the second awakening. Kim Si-hoon also said that everyone must have realized that his class is warrior. Si-hoon pointed towards Yoon-bi. He said that this girl was a mage and with a special B-rang ability. He also apologized for her overly emotional behavior. With a laugh, Kang-woo said that it was no big deal and there was nothing to apologize for. Rena T. He noted to himself that Kim Si-hoon had a polite and formal manner of speech that was necessary in a conversation. In the background, Dai-su was killing himself for being called 40 years old. Gang Yu and Si-hoon shook hands. Oh Gang-woo thought he looked like a manhwa hero. He had a great ability. Tank, after their successful introductions, asked if Bro liked the newcomers. He asked if Gang Yu trusted them. Oh Kang-woo thought for a moment. He needed players with such powerful characteristics and atypical special abilities. He thought they didn't reek of perverse desire like the Andrus jerks. He said he was interested in them. Dai-su said he had a diamond in his eye. Kang-woo turned to Han Dai-su and asked with a serious expression if he would like to remember how his own comrades almost killed him. Dai-su calmed down. Dai-su was upset for a second, but then he smiled. He shouted that it was God's plan to bring them back together like this. He laughed. Kang-woo knew he was right, but he didn't let on. Han Dai-su asked him again what he thought of the new players and whether he liked them, to which Kang-woo said the team was good. He looked at everyone gathered. They had a tank, 2 melee and ranged damagers, and a healer, capable of healing and buffing at the same time. It was a great team. He also thought that there were 2 players with special A-rang abilities and a second awakening present in the group. This was very good for the team. Oh Gang-woo hadn't forgotten about the 2 members with W-rang abilities either. It wasn't just a group, but a hunting team with impressive power. He mentally decided that it was okay to go hunting with these players. Then Oh Gang-woo voiced that he was willing to go to the gate with them to kill monsters. Han Dai-su asked if he would really go hunting with them. After looking at Kim Si-hoon and Dai-su, Oh Kang-woo assured them that he would go, and if anything, he would correct their actions and teach them something. Tank was happy to hear that Oh Kang-woo was going with them and shouted all over the street that he was counting on him and thanking him. Yunbi yelled at him to stop yelling. Oh, Gang Yu thought they were noisy. The King of Darkness turned to the team and told them it was time to go and to concentrate on the hunt. He didn't plan to help them, but only to observe their actions and correct them in case of mistakes. Oh, Gang Wu thought about the fact that he wasn't going to coddle them as the group moved toward the gate. He wanted them to grow up on their own and reach their potential. Already on the other side of the gate, someone was scaring the monsters very badly. Waving a sharp-bladed weapon in different directions, this someone was instilling fear in the trolls that dwelled within the gate. At first, they just crowded around and clung to each other, hoping that they would be swept away by the sharp blade of this player, and then they ran away. But that didn't save them at all, because this player had caught up with them. Imminent doom could await these monsters today at the hands of a strong player. This player was Han Dae-soo's tank that held a dozen trolls in terror. They even tried to attack him and pounce from above, but the player's powerful shield prevented him from doing so. With the powerful recoil from his shield, Han Dae-soo scattered the trolls all over the clearing. They were hit, and many of them were no longer moving. Han Dae-soo was on a roll, and so to speak. He asked the monsters how they felt about his pirouette with cheerfulness in his voice. The surviving trolls searched for their jaws in the grass and staggered back into the forest. They had no idea what kind of spectacle awaited them today. Using the power of light shock, namely blinding the opponents with light, Yunbi literally incinerated the trolls at once. She abruptly turned around and shouted to the confrontation-absorbed Han Dae-soo to pay attention since there was danger behind him. The girl ran forward and was chased by half a dozen angry and stupid trolls. She had obviously made a mistake, but she didn't know what it was. Saying he understood, Tank turned his attention to them. In the same way he had dealt with the first batch of baddies, he went after these poor souls. The shield did its job. The player shouted here to the team, and all the participants ran after him. The trolls at that moment had the fear and ignorance of what was happening on their faces. With an accompanying chirp sound, Han Dae-soo dealt with the monsters, throwing them a good 5 to 10 meters on either side. He shouted for Han Seol-ah to baffle him right now. He had a victorious smile on his face and was already mentally dividing the skin of the unkilled bear. Han Seol-ah put out her hand to buff someone for the first time in a real fight. She shouted the power of light blessing, and a bright light illuminated the entire space. The girl directed her magical stream of light at the tank's arms. They began to increase in volume. At this moment, Dae-soo felt that there was more power in his hands. He realized that these trolls were just a joke for a powerful player like him. He smiled and thanked Seol-ah as his sister-in-law for her help. Seol-ah was successfully accomplishing her task. Her majestic fighting stance and focused face clearly gave away her potential. The girl directed the blessing of light at Han Dae-soo many more times before he finally snapped the heads of half a dozen trolls. In tandem with the two girls with special W-rang abilities, Han Dae-soo's tank felt more than fine as his strength multiplied several times. He felt his superiority over the evil from the netherworld, and it gave his mood a cheerful note. The monsters flew around with severed limbs and looked at Dae-soo tank and his brave team in horror. This player was clearly making them nervous. Suddenly, Zihong, who had equally impressive characteristics and skills, joined in. The monsters looked around, not realizing what was happening. Zihong stood majestically on the hilltop with his sword firmly in his hands. He planned for today's hunt to be as successful as possible. Hearing the praise from the great battle partner and tank Han Dae-soo Zihong literally broke out into an embarrassed smile. Tank suggested that the newcomer had trained in kendo before becoming a full-fledged player. He added that Kang Woo is great at fighting, but Shu Hoon isn't bad either. Player Shu Hong replied that he practiced kendo as an art, not for fighting. It was his hobby. Looking at the slain monsters, Dae-soo assured that his level was above amateur. All this time, Kang Woo had been sitting at the very top of the tree crown, watching the passing of a team that was growing up in every way. Dae-soo asked him what he thought. Kang Woo looked thoughtfully at all the teammates. He didn't know what to say to them. The guys had talent, but the lack of technique had almost killed one of the players a few times. The entire team eagerly froze, waiting for the verdict from Kang Woo. A vapor even appeared on rookie Shu Hoon's forehead. That's how much they wanted him to like them. The Lord of Hell descended from the tree. He was eager to discuss tactics with the team to avoid further blunders. Gang Yu said that there were 5 points of contention. The team looked at him surprised. They thought they had a perfect style, but Gang Yu said about 5 moments. He added that the truth was that everything had to be changed. Kang Woo turned to his battle buddy and tank Dae-soo. Kang Woo stated that Dae-soo had the skills to attract monsters and had good eyesight. Tank thanked him. Kang Woo wasn't finished yet and said that sometimes he spent too much effort and became exhausted. The tank should have different tactics. Remembering the situation where Dae-soo's tank scattered the trolls on both sides, Kang Woo asked what he would do if a boss appeared right afterward. The King of Darkness reminded Dae-soo that Dae-soo was a tank, and his job was to withstand the attack of the unclean and retreat. Han Dae-soo thanked Kang Woo for his clear explanation. Kang Woo then went on to discuss CLA. He said that putting a buff on Han Dae-soo's attacker was a great decision because his strength was noticeably increased. However, using the Blessing of Light to help her attack and cover herself could cost her her life because it attracted monsters so much. The tank wouldn't be able to protect her for long. The girl was visibly upset when she heard her tactics being debated. She lowered her eyes and apologized for letting the team down. Kang Woo, ignoring the moment of emotional outburst, immediately turned his attention to discussing Yunbi's tactics. The little girl raised her hand to show that she was here. The Lord of Darkness said that when she decided to finish off the monsters with powerful fire battle magic, she attracted 5 other trolls instead of the 3 killed. As a consequence, the girl panicked. He added that she could attack everyone with weaker magic and save her strength. The Lord turned his gaze to Shihun and said that he was the main damager, and Yunbi's job was to help him as a half-damager. The girl nodded. Finally, the King of Darkness moved on to discuss Kim Si-hoon's tactics. You could see how worried he was. Kang Woo looked at the player tiredly, as if asking him to understand the situation. Still, he had to say his verdict. The King of Hell moved closer to the new player on their team and patted him on the shoulder and concluded that he didn't need to change anything. He was doing his job perfectly. Shu-hoon thanked Kang Woo. In fact, Kang Woo thought that Shu-hoon had done a brilliant job. Unlike the King of Darkness, he didn't have 10,000 years. The team of players also praised Kim Si-hoon's actions. Yunbi reported that he was stronger than she thought. Kang Woo thought that this team was like a diamond in the rough. Gang Woo also had time to reflect that he wondered what they would be like in the future. Gang Woo suggested moving on, and the team replied that they would do their best. Kang Woo, with a satisfied face, said, "Keep it up," and asked the whole team to work on their mistakes in the next battle. Later, when Han Dae-soo fought, he applied Kang Woo's recommendation. His actions were perfectly poised, and it seemed that his shield became even easier to deal with the foulness. Yunbi and Han Seol-ah also heeded the advice given to them by the King of Darkness. In tandem, they lit up the path of the Damager and the tank, leaving no chance for the trolls. This was evidenced by their almost pitiful screams that appeared after Dae-soo's tank used his shield again. The whole team worked at a smooth pace, and each member accomplished their tasks. Kang Woo's strategy helped his buddies clear the field of evil in the best possible way. Standing to the side, Kang Woo saw how well all of his team members were working together. He was surprised for a moment that everyone was doing a great job. He thought that if he kept going like this, he would soon be able to see his team fighting in the S-Rang gate. Dae-soo asked him how he felt about the battle. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as he stretched out that everyone was doing well. Dae-soo replied that Kang Woo was extremely stingy with compliments. He also added that even so, he thanked him for his honesty, as it would help them cultivate skills faster. Kang Woo listened. He asked what kind of monster it was. His eyes widened in size. He clearly heard sounds and realized that the battle was not over yet. He also realized that it was not a troll. He stared at the place where the strange sound had come from. After a moment, a creature emerged from the foliage that scared him and the team very much. With a ferocious roar, the monster approached the players and opened its mouth filled with the sharpest fangs. Kang Woo realized that it was a demonic wolf. Han Dae-soo, who was holding the defense, became a little nervous. He had never seen this creature before and didn't realize what it was capable of. He looked at the monster with astonishment. The demonic creature decided not to think about it for long and started attacking. Han Dae-soo was the first to be caught, or rather his shield, which heroically shielded the team from the monster. Kang Woo climbed up the tree again and wondered where another demon had seeped into space from. He was extremely surprised and angry. He looked at the monster in bewilderment. His eyes were full of fear, not knowing what to do with the monster or how to protect his comrades. The monster was now showing the full power of its body as it wriggled to keep itself safe from Dae-soo's weapon. The wounds, though appearing, were insignificant. Suddenly, the agitated Dae-soo shouted bro, and Kim Si-hoon shouted back at him. He was determined and clearly had a plan to defeat the monster. The monster that had gathered all the players in a pile felt its superiority and was about to realize the wrong when a powerful arrow of light was attacked by Shi-hong. Shi-hong appeared out of nowhere and stood firmly on the loose ground. In his hands, he held a sword filled with a specific power. The monster flew towards Zi-hong, wanting to finish him off. It was exposed to the killing rays of Zi-hong's magic light again and again, but it did not stop. Zi-hong, who was holding the sword, possessed a sober, cold calculation. He was ready for the monster's attack. This was evident from his professional fighting stance. Suddenly, when something changed in a matter of seconds, Shi-hong heard a strange sound behind his back. He turned around. If just a moment ago, Zi-hong was standing in front of a monster called a demonic wolf, now the monster was standing in front of him. He swiftly threw it aside with his paw. The moment he fell, Shi-hong heard a wild roar approaching. It was a demon that was flying at him to eat his life. Shi-hong, who had been confident in his tactics up to that point, realized that he was beginning to fail. He shouted the devil and gripped his weapon even tighter, frustrated. At the same time, Oh Kang-woo entered the fray and abruptly descended from the tree. He instantly activated the power of 1,000 and slapped the monster's face with his magical arm. He attacked the monster a few more times. A powerful wave hit the demon wolf, and it howled in pain. Kim Si-hoon watched how seamlessly Oh Kang-woo fit into the confrontation as if he had been there all along. He was surprised at how skillfully he maneuvered. Kang-woo exhaled. The monster had been defeated. It was notified by the system, which also raised its level by 1 and reported the destruction of the D-rank rift shard. The player immediately ran over to the injured but unbroken Si-hoon and asked if he could stand up. He said yes, and thanked Oh Kang-woo for his help. A couple of the players were joined by everyone else. They shouted and asked if they were all right. They worried and tried to find out how their protectors and friends were feeling. Dae-soo said that killing a monster with a single blow was powerful. Oh Kang-woo stood over Kim Si-hoon, who wanted to get up but couldn't. The partners were getting closer and closer to them and could see the slain monster in the background. Taking Si-hoon under his arms, Tank began to lift him up. He friendly inquired if he was really only on his second awakening, to which he replied convincingly. Han Seol-ah treated him. Oh Kang-woo was thinking at this moment that Si-hoon's performance was clearly above average since he was able to resist not the trolls he was snapping at like seeds, but a real demon. The King of Darkness analyzed that for a player at the second awakening, and even with the A-rang ability, he was strong, and it wasn't just talent. Shi-hong stood up and asked Dae-soo to let him go. He moved closer to help Shi-hong. In fact, he needed to read it. He would be able to understand Moon Young-ho. Dae-soo laughed that he wasn't big enough. Unnoticed by everyone, Kang-woo began to activate the power to read his partner. He put his hand on his shoulder. The connected observer power allowed Kang-woo to see that Si-hong was a master of magic like him and was hiding her amount. Oh Kang-woo dived deeper into reading the player. He was just trying to see the hidden power. Kang-woo decided to look at the player's skills to see what to improve. His inner observer exulted as he lifted the veil of secrecy from this section. This information kept him on his toes. What Oh Kang-woo saw next shocked him. The system showed that Si-hoon was none other than a god of war with the rank of SSS, and his class was the chosen one. Dae-soo told his partner to tell him if he felt uncomfortable. Oh Kang-woo was thinking at that moment that he didn't know who the player was at all. One thing was clear to him. He looked at the tired but still very handsome player. Kang-woo immediately pictured him as a noble hero with a golden helmet who would save mankind and protect the world. Oh Kang-woo asked himself if Kim Si-hoon was really a hero. The Lord of Darkness read and could not believe his eyes. The god of war is the protector of the world's chosen one. He now understood why he was so good at swordsmanship. He reasoned that the player might become a threat to him, but also allowed the thought that he could not give up such a student. Shi-hong said he was fine and thanked him for his help. He recalled his experience with Cha Young-ju, who upon discovering his potential offered everything to become friends. His plan was to build a friendly relationship with full support. Kang-woo realized that unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to throw money around. He didn't know when he would be able to fully support promising newcomers as the head of the Scarlet Rose Guild. He accepted that friendship alone wouldn't get him far. He remembered how rejected Si-hoon had rushed to Dae-soo's defense and added the thought that Si-hoon wasn't greedy. Oh Kang-woo mentally agreed that Si-hoon had a pure chivalrous spirit. Han Seol-ah asked if Shi-hoon wanted an electric massage. He replied that he didn't. The King of Darkness smiled, bringing his thoughts to one conclusion. He was extremely curious as to what could come out of all of this. No one knew the answer to that question. He began to giggle without paying attention to his partners. So much so, he was fascinated by the idea of how much power their alliance could wield. Han Seol-ah and the others approached Kang-woo, who covered his mouth with his palm. The girl asked if he had hurt himself and was told that he hadn't. He said he was thinking. Players asked each other's opinions on why such a monster appeared in the D-rank gate. Soleil reported that she had never even heard of such monsters. She said that if it wasn't for Kang-woo, they would have been in serious trouble. She added that Shi-hoon had contributed. Yun-bi asked how he's doing. Seol-ah assured that everything dangerous is behind them. Seol-ah added that he would have to get a good rest before chopping off more monster heads. Yun-bi nodded understandingly. Oh Kang-woo asked the player if he was okay, to which Sai-hoon replied that he was better and there was no need to worry. A smile appeared on the Dark King's face. He said expressively that if it weren't for them, he'd be in a lot of trouble. Of course, he could have done it alone, but the fact that the team was united was paramount. Kim Shi-hoon was stunned by Oh Gang-woo's words and blurted out in embarrassment. He quietly said that he had heard from Dae-soo about Oh Gang-woo's strength, but today he saw it for himself and realized that he was really strong. Dae-soo interrupted him and said that of course Oh Kang-woo is a very strong, cool, and generous brother. Shu-hoon assured him that he had a very cool bro once again. Oh Gang-oh thought it was weird. Tank continued to give out compliments. He said it's best not to mess with Kim Si-hoon. He hadn't met any players like him in the Second Awakening. Shi-hoon assured that he was exaggerating. Dae-soo turned to him and asked admiringly why Si-hoon didn't join the guilds, because he would be taken to the best guilds with his feet. The player added that the World Guild was looking for new players, and if he was interested, he could put in a good word. He looked at the player questioningly. He also reported that the guild deputy was in awe of finding players like him, and his talent would not go unnoticed. Si-hong said that he did not want to join the guild, much less the world. Tank was perplexed at how one could not want to become a member of one of the strongest and most successful guilds. He was extremely surprised and discouraged. He asked if Kim Shi-hoon had any disagreements with the Peace Guild. Reflexively, Shi-hoon's hand went to draw his sword. He calmed down and said that there was no need to talk about it. Realizing that he had said too much, Tank apologized for the indelicate question and said that he understood if the topic was unpleasant for him. The embarrassed Shi-hoon objected, obviously hiding something. After plucking up the courage to respond in some way, Shu-hong said that it was just a very confusing matter. He apologized for his talkativeness and sensitivity. Shi-hoon turned to Kang-woo and said he was feeling better and was ready to move on. Kang-woo, realizing that Seol-ah wasn't joking when she said she was resting, crossed his arms over his chest and said that the hunt was over. The team moved towards the exit. Shi-hoon tried to talk his partners out of the idea, but all he heard from Kang-woo was that there was no need to overdo it, and they could return to the hunt tomorrow. Shi-hoon, realizing that it was useless, agreed. When Dae-soo heard about tomorrow, he got excited and asked Kang-woo if he would go again tomorrow. He bit his lip and seemed upset after Oh Kang-woo said no. Kang-woo added that he couldn't always protect them. He asked them to remember what he taught them. On the way out, Dae-soo exclaimed that he was Han Dae-soo and would fight harder to raise his level and fight with his brother as an equal. Oh Kang-woo raised his hand and said he was looking forward to it. When Kang-woo and Seol-ah were alone in the city, he told her to go home and not to wait for him because he had some business to attend to. She asked if something urgent had happened, to which she received an affirmative answer. Oh Gang-woo looked at the screen of his phone and saw a missed call. The girl asked if she should expect him for dinner, to which Oh Kang-woo replied that she should eat dinner herself. He planned to come back late. The girl was upset by his answer for a second. However, she soon calmed down and accepted that Kang-woo would be busy with urgent matters. She said she was going home and would be waiting for him whatever time he arrived to eat together. He nodded and wished her a good trip. He thought she was an angel in the flesh. As he looked at her, he realized that the missions he had set himself would not wait and would not complete themselves. He would have liked to have dinner with her, but he had urgent business to attend to. As the girl's silhouette disappeared into the crowd of passers-by, he readjusted his thought process to a serious one. He thought it was great that the girl understood him. He smiled. He had a plan in his head, and he needed to act. He scratched his forehead and started walking in a certain direction. A tired and slightly tortured Kim Si-hoon stood outside and stared at his cell phone screen, unsuspecting and unthinking. He waited for the bus right at the bus stop. A heavy exhalation came off his lips. He was exhausted from the day. The player was flipping through his phone looking for the right direction and wasn't expecting anything. Suddenly, someone in a quiet voice said something about the Mir Guild and called his name. He turned around. Oh Kang-woo came out to meet him and waved and smiled in a friendly manner. He was surprised to see him after saying goodbye. The King of Darkness said that he wanted to talk. He agreed without even thinking. Oh Gang-woo came closer to him and quietly told him that this conversation was serious and should be kept confidential. Oh Gang-woo suggested going to a place where no one would be around. Even though bus number 700 was about to arrive, Shu-hoon agreed. Oh Gang-yu said, let's go. Turning from the lighted part of the street into an alley somewhere between the houses, Kang-woo made sure it was clear and no one would see them. He turned around to face Shu-hoon. The unsuspecting Kim Si-hoon tried to approach Oh Kang-woo to find out what he wanted to talk about, but his words were interrupted by an unexpected blow. He was taken aback by his partner's unexpected attack. Kim Shu-hoon had no idea what Oh Kang-woo could be angry about. He looked at him in surprise. Oh Kang-woo once again hit Kim Shu-hoon in the face, this time letting out a slap. The newcomer flew a few meters away and fell on his back. With his head hitting the concrete, Kim Shu-hoon regrouped and stood against the wall. He didn't understand why Kang-woo was being so cruel to him. The Lord of Darkness stepped closer to him and grabbed his shoulder. He defiantly tossed him once more and signaled that he wanted to back up. There was something demonic about him at that moment. The player fell to the floor again, and Oh Kang-woo sat on top of him. He said that Kim Shu-hoon would become stronger in the future, much stronger than most players. He expressed his desire to become friends. Looking straight into the talented newcomer's frightened eyes, Oh Kang-woo smiled and repeated that he only wanted to become his close friend. Shu-hoon looked at him in bewilderment. Shi-hong was about to argue that he could hardly do anything with such crazy actions. But Kang-woo had already activated the power and was bringing his palm, sparkling with magic, to his body. In an instant, he activated the power, and it filled the entire space in that alleyway between the two houses. He ripped a hole in his chest and shoved his hand in, saying he wanted to back himself up. He activated the power of submission. With a hand that turned into a violet light, Oh Gang-woo reached his heart. It began to glow, and the guy shouted, "Stop!" Powerful streams of ominous purple radiance literally engulfed the young man's body. Oh Kang-woo whispered that he would forget everything that had happened here. It was as if an eye in his heart had appeared that knew all of his fears and thoughts from now on. Gang-yu said that when he opened his eyes, everything would be as it was before. Oh Kang-woo whispered in his ear that if he heeded the advice to train the team with Dae-soo and Seol-ah, he would reach unprecedented strength. Taking his hand out of his chest, Oh Kang-woo added that also if he became his familiars, it would greatly help him in his growth as a player. When the hole in his chest magically sealed by itself, Oh Kang-woo added that he shouldn't worry. The fleur from the use of magic power was already dissipating in the air, but it was still on his satisfied face. He vanished into thin air. Player Kim Shu-hoon's eyes opened wide. He was in shock. His subconscious mind understood something, but he couldn't remember anything, and looked around without realizing how he had gotten here. He was lying on the floor, and clearly his physical characteristics were not at their best at the moment. Only a mute question lingered in the air as if mocking the player. Shi-hong felt a pain in his heart area. He wondered what had happened here. The magic was working so that he couldn't remember anything. He only vividly remembered standing at the bus stop and waiting for his bus to arrive. Shi-hong wiped the sweat droplets from his face. The player opened his cell phone. The screen showed the time 8 o'clock in the evening. He was surprised. He did not think that he would see this number on the clock. It was as if time had stopped for him. Remembering that he was exactly standing near the bus stop waiting for his bus, and it was an hour ago, Zi-hong realized that the incoherence in his head was making him mad and taking away his strength. Kim Shi-hoon closed his eyes and tried to retrieve the image from his memory, but nothing came out. It was as if his memory had been erased in an hour. He was very tense as he tried to recall any information. His head began to crack at the seams from the pain. He gave up and accepted that he had passed out. Shi-hong admitted that no matter how strong the consequences of the battle where he had managed to defeat the demon wolf along with Kang-woo, he still couldn't believe that he had fainted. He bit his lip and moaned pitifully. The fact that he couldn't understand what had happened to him in an hour made him very upset. Xu Hong thought that he was very weak. He thought he was too weak and that it had been a long time. He promised himself that he would get stronger. He tried to stand up leaning on his body. His attempt to stand up without support failed. He repeated that he needed to get stronger. Kim Shi-hoon thought about the Peace Guild and the vice head of the guild, Kim Young-hoon. The player added that he would by all means become stronger so that the sharp blade of his blade would reach the neck of that brat. Oh Kang-woo didn't really disappear. He stood on the roof of a neighboring house and watched. He succeeded. The soul subjugation was successful, and Kim Shi-hoon became his familiar. The system asked the King of Darkness if he had any orders for the henchmen, and he replied that he didn't yet. He thought it was just a precaution. Oh Gangwoo stopped controlling the body of the surname as the system notified him. He thought about how the newcomer was going to be much stronger now. The Lord once again looked at the sad and crying Si Hong looking at the screen from afar, and added that he was not going to use force on him. He realized that creating a familiar was a safety net. He didn't have to put a leash on a dog that didn't bite him as a master. He reasoned that if Zihong's talent were to unfold, he would inevitably reach a powerful force and his skills might be enough to counter Palak. Kang Wu also remembered the existence of the demonic cult and accepted that a fight with them was inevitable since the power of the seal hadn't completely weakened yet. Shihun's existence was a prerequisite for the demonic cult's creators and followers to rub their noses in it. Oh Gangwoo understood this very well. Oh Kang Wu continued to stand on the roof of the tall building and watched his newcomer. He thought that monsters might appear at the gate and his new brother would protect him. He was almost back to his normal face, but his eyes were still burning red. He promised that he would give his talented familiar the support it deserved. Suddenly, the Dark King's phone rang. The screen showed that it was Jo Dok-hyun, a crazy Andrus man who performed rituals with living people. Oh Gang-woo picked up the phone and asked what he wanted. Deok-hyun said he had information he wanted to pass on. Kang-woo asked if it was about a cult. Jo Deok-hyun replied that he wasn't sure if the information was related to the demonic cult. He said that he was able to find a trace of the use of magic. He added that he didn't think the mage was left behind intentionally. Oh Gangwoo asked if he meant that it was left behind by anyone but a human. Deok-hyun replied that the trail was more like a monster. Oh Gangwoo immediately realized that he was talking about a demon. He asked where exactly he had found such a trail of magic. The Andras Guild player reported that he had found a trace in the gate of the W Rang in Yijongbu. Kang Wu realized that someone else had broken through after the Hellhound and the Demon Wolf. He remembered that he had managed to defeat the Hound at the C Rang gate. The Demon Wolf Kang Wu and his team had met at the D Rang gate. The next creature would appear at the C Rang gate. The King of Darkness has concluded that the monster in the gate of the C rank will be stronger. It would be a demon of the second circle. The Hellhound had given him good experience. The fifth awakening was just around the corner. The train brought him to the Ajeongbu station. The passengers were informed that the exit was on the right side. Oh Gangwoo got out of the crowd and thought he could use a car now. He decided that as soon as he returned to the city, he would ask Cha Young-ju to pick up a car for him. Kang Woo heard two players, one asking why everyone was coming back, and the other saying that no one was allowed into the gate because someone had shown up there. He continued to listen to the conversation. The first player asked who could have shown up if the government had closed the entrance in an emergency, and the second player replied that it was some kind of mutant. People crowded at the gate were unhappy that they were not allowed in. The police said that the state would not be able to compensate for the deaths of the players. One player approached a law enforcement officer. The policeman answered him that the type of mutant monster is not defined and entry and exit is forbidden. He tried to object. Suddenly, the information came from the loudspeaker that the type of monster was not confirmed and the number of deaths had already reached 10 people. The orderly said one thing. Entry was forbidden as it was for everyone without exception. People were surprised. The raids had never killed so many people. Oh Gang Yu was behind them. Oh Kang-woo knew that despite being dubbed a mutant, the monster was a real demon. He folded his arms across his chest, waiting for a brilliant thought. He noticed that the entrance and exit were blocked. It was more difficult to enter the gate this time. Oh Gang Yu thought. The reporters asked the guards to tell them about the monster. The gatekeeper reported that they did not have accurate information. The reporter pressed him to state that the gate was closed pending a full investigation. The man added that all that was known was that the creature had the head of a lion. The government needed time to find out what kind of mutant it was. It dawned on Oh Gangwoo that it was a Buer demon. Buer was a demon who was one of the strongest in the second circle of hell. The monster looked like a lion and had 5 legs. He had a peculiarity of satiation. Buer needs 5 victims per day. After that, saturation is activated, and he does not attack first. From time to time, Buer would look into the first circle of hell to find his prey and strike fear into the undead. Kang Wu covered his mouth with his palm. In his mind, Kang Wu calculated that if there were 10 victims, it meant that the monster had been in the gate for 2 days. That was good news for him. Kang Wu smiled as he thought about his plan. He realized that the task was easier than usual. He had to give Bueru 5 monsters. He dialed the number of his sponsor. When he turned to her and asked for help, she first asked who it was. Later, she realized it was Gang Yu and asked what he wanted. The girl was carrying weights in the gym. Kang Wu said he had a favor to ask and added that he wanted to go to the W Rang gate. Young Ju replied that the gate was closed by the government. She asked if Kang Wu was really at Ijeongbu Station. Gang Yu replied in the affirmative and asked if she would help since she had great connections. The girl threw the barbell. She asked him if he really wanted to go through that gate. The girl said it would cost her a lot of money. She wondered if Kang Wu would ditch her after being killed by a mutant. Cha Young-ju demanded that he hand over the phone to the guard. He was about to say that according to the government's order, the entrance and exit was blocked, but the girl informed him that the head of the Scarlet Rose Guild, Cha Young-ju, was speaking to him. The guard was stunned when he heard the voice. He quietly said, "Excuse me?" and hesitated. Kang Wu said that Cha Young-ju from the Scarlet Rose wanted to talk to him. When the crowd heard that, they started whispering amongst themselves. They couldn't believe it was her. The guard said he understood the order. The orderly walked over to his partner and let out either a pleased or embarrassed "hey." He took a breath. He exhaled and reported the order to grant access to investigate the mutant monster. If the monster is subdued, Gang Yu must share the information with the government. Gang Yu said he would investigate. Reporters swarmed around him and blinded him with flashes. The crowd was really excited about this sensational news. No one knew who Gang Yu was. Someone shouted, "Stop." Kang Wu looked to the side. His plan to rid humanity of the second circle demon didn't include the other players. A brightly colored guy with a blue tail and a crew behind him came closer and announced that they too could enter the gate unhindered. The people in the crowd recognized the talented World Guild player Kang Sung-soo. He had only become a player 3 months ago and was already on his way to the Wraith Gate. Kang Wu saw the crowd knowing this player's name start to greet him. This guy with the ponytail was popular. Sung-soo came closer and asked a question about the guild. Sung-soo approached Kang Wu and seeing the gargoyle armor on him only further confirmed what he had said, adding that this attribute speaks for itself. He asked Kang Wu if he was going on a dangerous research mission to the gate completely alone. Did Scarlet Rose really have financial difficulties? Kang Wu smiled and replied that he preferred to work alone. A traitorous blush formed on his cheeks. Sung-soo said that Kang Wu had been seen at the wing gate not too long ago. He asked him if he thought it would be as easy as that. He approached him and quietly informed him that fools like him didn't live long. Kang Wu was taken aback by the insolence and mocking smile of the Peace Guild representative. Sung-soo continued that his intention as a fourth awakening player to capture the monster and glorify its name was completely baseless and unapologetic. Gang Wu remained silent. He didn't plan on fighting with the players because Buer was waiting for him outside the gate. The peace player asked why he was silent. He kept pestering him. He questioned him about how scared he was. Kang Wu's eyes began to turn red and were already beginning to glisten with fiery flashes of light. After hugging Kang Wu without his permission, Sung-soo asked if he wanted to join the Peace Guild. He added that it was true that the roles had already been assigned. Guild player Peace reported that Kang Wu might be a brigand. He laughed. The only thing Kang Wu had uttered by this point was "very good." He smiled. He didn't throw the player off his shoulder and said that he didn't know what to do because he was worried that he had to go alone. Sung-soo mumbled questioningly. Kang Wu smiled wryly. He said that it would be a great idea. He started counting something in his mind while looking from one guild member to another. Everyone changed their faces into strained smiles. They were discussing why he had changed his mind so quickly. The strange player had no sense of pride or opinion. Kang counted everything. He remembered again that Bueru needed 5 victims. He looked at Sung-soo. He counted 6. One would even be lucky to survive. He asked if they were coming. Sung-soo went behind the building because he had an urgent call. He received a call from the guild leader who wanted to know if Kang Woo's protege Scarlet Rose was there. He clearly instructed Sung Soo to do everything to publicly shame Oh Kang Woo. He demanded that the superiority of the Scarlet Rose be prevented. Oh Kang Woo thought he had a great plan. Sung Soo asked him if he wanted to team up with the players, to which the King of Darkness replied affirmatively and smiled. Sung Soo knew the only purpose was to embarrass Gang Woo in front of a crowd of reporters and gawkers. But if he continues this circus, he'll turn out to be a bad person. He realized that further arguments would draw attention that he didn't need. He frowned. After thinking for a while, Sung Soo said that it was time to go in. The crowd and reporters seemed to have gone crazy seeing the two guilds joining forces. They chanted that it was a sensational statement that no one would have thought possible. Sung Soo behind Oh Kang Woo's back thought he was a coward. Reporters described the event as a merger of two of the strongest guilds to investigate the threat of an unknown mutant monster. He realized that the hunt would soon begin in earnest and smiled, letting go of all those unnecessary thoughts. He thought that the newcomer had nowhere to run. On the other side of the gate, Kang Woo was the last to arrive. He wondered when they would join forces to catch the mutant monster. Sung Soo turned to him and shouted unpleasantly, "Hey, he probably has no pride at all if he stalks in front of the world players like that," he thought. After stopping, Kang Woo interjected. Kang Sung Soo wondered if he was a fool or yes. A member of the Peace Guild team asked him to ignore it. Sung Soo added that he was wondering if he was so good since the guild had decided to sponsor him, but could see in reality that he was a damn weakling. Another player added that Cha Young-ju doesn't know what he's doing. He asked what everyone thought about deputy head of the world Kim Young-hoon. Another player said he was the best and was part of the second-era conglomerate, and his skills and looks were no joke. He reported that the son was just like his father. Sung Soo and the girl next to him laughed. They said that the rich people had awakened and become the best players. Oh Gang Woo listened attentively. He recalled hearing about the Mir Guild. Kim Jae-hyun, the founder and chairman of Mir Electronics, and his son had organized the guild 5 years ago. Backed by the company's impressive capital, the guild's rank has been growing like yeast, and they continue to hold steady in the top 5 guilds. Lord of Darkness heard that the guilds are making a lot of money. Judging by the relaxed players who were showing off, things were going well for Mira. There was plenty of money. Oh Kang Woo thought that he was standing in the middle of an apparent guild confrontation. When both guilds fell, he would have a chance to snatch a piece of it. He realized that in his case, it would most likely be small stumps, which wasn't a bad thing either. He knew for a fact that he needed Cha Young-ju very much. The time hadn't come yet. In his mind, the guild leader had turned into a chicken that would start laying golden eggs. It was foolish to chop the tree he was sitting on. Oh Kang Woo accepted that the role of the Scarlet Rose Guild was important to his plans. The one who should have been slaughtered was Sung Soo. Oh Gang Woo looked at the worldling and smiled wryly. Suddenly, the leader of the group, Sung Soo, shouted that he no longer believed that they would be able to find the monster. Kang Woo told him that in order to find the mutant, they had to look around first. Sung Soo snapped at him. He said that Oh Kang Woo was really stupid if he didn't realize that they were already looking around. The King of Darkness laughed in response. They once again began to whine that the Scarlet Rose had irrevocably wilted, withering away. They even felt sorry for Cha Young-ju with a sneer. Oh Kang Woo was up to something. The players of the Peace Guild were not ashamed to be heard by the newcomer Gang Woo and were brazenly discussing when the Scarlet Rose Guild would break up. Gang Yu decided to activate his power. It was an observer's power to shorten the search time and detect uninvited guests instantly. Gang Yu studied the space. Touching the wall, Oh Kang Woo definitely felt that the demon was behind the wall just a moment ago. He could see its movements. Oh Gang Woo saw that Buer was hungry and hungry for food. Somewhere in the distance, Buer was literally drooling with hunger and looking for prey. A cheerfulness appeared on the face of the King of Darkness. He was glad of this pleasant news. Soon he would have to say goodbye to the annoying bullies. He decided it was time to begin. The player harnessed the power of seduction with marvelous sense. He released the orb into space, allowing the scents to mingle. Sung Soo asked his partners if they could smell this marvelous fragrance. A guild member confirmed it. Another player shouted for them to be quiet. Oh Kang Woo stood to the side, waiting for the demon to have an interesting fight with the unfortunate players of the Peace Guild. He knew that the monster was approaching by scent. A player shouted for everyone to be ready to attack. The other players confirmed that it was definitely a mutant. Sung Soo turned to Kang Woo and demanded that he stand aside. Kang Woo replied that Sung Soo was an expert in death flags. He looked at the Death King in surprise, and without hiding his aggression, he demanded that he explain himself. Gang Yu recalled that he had said something interesting when they met. He laughed evilly, and his eyes lit up bright red. He repeated the phrase, "Bastards like him die fast." He laughed harder than ever. The player was about to swoop down and stab Oh Kang-woo when he was suddenly distracted. Boer showed up and clawed his first victim. Kang Sung-soo and the remaining players looked at the monster with horror. Horror and fear began to appear in their eyes at what they saw. The monster, which was very greedy and aggressive, brought the dying player as close to him as possible and devoured him. The Lord of Darkness stood aside. The first victim landed safely right into Boer's mouth. He heard Song-soo shouting at the worldlings. He demanded that the remaining members line up and attack the monster. The girl came to the forefront, activating some kind of battle magic. The monster saw that his banquet was in full swing and turned his hunger-stricken gaze to her. The swirling vortex of the bravely fighting girl and the demon rose in the air. It was unclear what was happening on the battlefield. This time, she got something as inconsequential as possible. Sung-soo shouted for everyone to gather and stay in position. He tried to escape death by jumping from one side to the other. Another player ran to his aid. Fear clouded his mind, but he had to act. The other guy decided to distract the demon by somersaulting through the air. It was his last aerial promenade. Oh Kang-woo climbed up on a pillar to get a view of what was going on. He reported that the second bird was in a cage. Sung-soo shouted for the attack to begin. Song-soo and his team deliberately approached the monster to attack it. They held their weapons capable of taking the mutant's life at the ready. Song-soo sprinted and threw his spear towards the monster. It was followed by several other different weapons. It seemed like the monster would be defeated. The demonic creature's mane lit up in flames. It growled aggressively and made it clear that it didn't like these actions. Song-soo commanded. The players lined up and struck the demon with their weapons. They had eyes full of rage and wanted revenge for the ridiculous deaths of their comrades. As Song-soo was launching a battle lightning bolt of light into the monster, the body of one of the players on the monster's spurred claw flew through the air. He was taken aback. The power of lightning had been enough to defeat any level of monster before. It had to be said that Song-soo was running out of ideas on how to defeat a demon. The monster impaled another player with its sharp paws. That left the girl and Seong-soo. Everyone else went into the jaws of the hungry demon. The girl collapsed to the floor in front of the monster. She saw the bloody bodies of her partners on its claws. She screamed and begged for help. The King of Hell added 2 more victims to his demonic tally. He was overjoyed and filled with pride at his ingenious plan. Oh Kang-woo heard Sung-soo change his tone, and with a trembling voice tried to yell at the girl to calm down and hold on. He couldn't believe that it would end like this. Song-soo shouted out the last, activating a powerful battle reserve force aimed at destroying the mutant monster. The poor thing cowered in a corner. An unknown force filled the player and his spear, which he launched at the monster. The prospect of being maimed was very unpleasant for both of them. He shouted a flash and swooped down on the demonic creature with a spear full of magical power. He hoped he could attack it and take its life. The monster threw the leader of the World Guild team against the wall. It hit him painfully, and the monster licked its lips. It looked like it had already found its prey. The fallen guild player Song-soo was beating hysterically, realizing that he might become an appetizer. He tried to exhale and catch his breath to get back up. He began to cry and scream in fear of his approaching death. I must say he did not look his best at that moment. He could see with his own eyes what shocked him. He tried not to breathe or move so as not to attract the monster. At this moment, Kang-woo was smiling greedily. He realized that his ingenious plan had come to fruition and everything had gone smoothly. There was no threat now. After counting to 5 in his demonic counting game, Kang-woo realized that Boer's saturation was now activated and he wouldn't be attacking for a long time yet. The monster, which had become even more terrifying after eating the 5th victim, growled contentedly. He was not interested in other victims at all. He got into a victory stance. At this moment, Song-soo was looking upside down at this huge demonic behemoth in bewilderment, not knowing what was going on at all. He heard Kang-woo say that the monster was almost full. Resentment and annoyance were visible on his mangled face at this moment. Kang-woo stood over the monster and wasn't afraid of it at all. He repeated that the monster was saturated, and Sung-soo continued to stare at them incomprehensibly in the most uncomfortable physical position. He asked how he had managed to trick the monster. Kang-woo told the Mira player that 5 victims per day were needed to activate the monster's saturation feature. The Lord of Hell also explained that after eating 5 of any creature, be it human animals or demons, Buer becomes satiated and no longer attacks unless it is in self-defense. When 5 living creatures are fed to him, Buer almost turns into a bunny. Sung-Soo looked at the demon licking its blood-stained fangs and claws. He couldn't believe that all of this was happening to him. Oh Kang-woo added that after saturating Buer, it was only a matter of time. He activated the power of the Hellfire and Dark Spear. Oh Kang-woo combined the two moves into one powerful move that was able to take down the monster in no time. He planned to defeat it with a single blow. Song-Soo had not yet accepted the fact that everyone was dead and he was an extra in the Bloody Five, but he lay on the floor and groaned in fear and pain. The King of Hell realized that skills that utilized multiple powers simultaneously required the utmost responsibility and concentration. He used his palms to combine the powers. Kang-woo decided that there was no need to get too involved at the moment. With 2 shockwaves of combat power, he attacked the demonic creature. Next, the power of the double tooth was added to the whole vinaigrette of combat skills. The magical weapon suddenly appeared and immediately went straight into the monster. Kang-woo moved in the air with a heavy magic attribute, and the system notified him that he had acquired a rank S double tooth power skill. The skills had to be applied concisely. Together, the infernal flames of the dark spear and the power of the two-toothed spear caused the monster to wriggle and growl in pain from the pain the King of Darkness had inflicted upon it. He was screaming for his imminent demise. The demonic creature was turning inside out from the pain the merging forces were bringing. The concentration of power resulted in an explosion that destroyed Buer and threw Song-Soo a dozen meters away. The system notified Kang-woo that he had defeated the W-Rang Rift Shard, and his level had been raised by 6 units. Oh, Kang-woo exhaled a sigh of relief. The system then notified him that he had reached level 40 and activated the 5th awakening. He was also given a bonus of 7 magic units. She also reported that he had reached the 60th Magi value and had fulfilled one of the conditions of the Devil's Blessing. Oh Kang-woo wondered what it was. It was unclear what it was or what effects becoming a demon god would have on him. In general, Kang-woo realized that all of his new talents gave him incredible power. Oh Kang-woo thought that in 10,000 years in the pit of hell, he had never heard of such powers. He thought his predictions were correct. By raising the level and characteristics of the player can become stronger even than the time when Kang-woo was the ruler of all demons in hell and surpassed the king. With a wry smile, Kang-woo thought that he no longer had the lust for power. However, this devilish habit that haunted all humans was still with him. The King of Darkness decided it was time for a taste of Buer. He activated the Devourer's power, and the whole space was flooded with a bright violet light. He remembered the instructions of the government guards who had made him promise to get the body of the mutant monster. He knew he had to, but the temptation was too great. After Oh Kang-woo absorbed the demonic creature's life force, he saw the Magi level increase by 4 units. Buer gave him more than anyone else. The entire process of devouring Buer was watched by an arrogant player of the Peace Guild. He scowled and asked Oh Kang-woo what he was. With a smile, Kang-woo asked if Seong-soo was still alive. He thought that he would be the first to go into Buer's mouth. It turned out that Sung-soo was really strong. Kang-woo laughed and began to approach the Peace Guild player. Sung-soo shouted for him to stay away from him. Oh Kang-woo asked him why he was sad. The player looked at the King of Darkness with eyes full of puppy pity and asked if he was going to kill him. Kang-woo squatted down as he came closer to him. He wondered how he could think that about his friend. He added that he would keep him alive for the role. Oh Kang-woo smiled sweetly with his 32 teeth and asked him not to worry. He added that he would like to ask the player a few questions. He changed his tone from friendly and sharply asked the player which bastard had deliberately sent his damn squad on such an important mission. Newcomers don't usually have this kind of unbiased negativity. Sung-soo had information about Kang-woo before he knew him personally. Kang-woo realized that there was some backstory to all of this. He looked menacingly at the player and shouted at him if he thought that keeping silent was the best solution. Unable to bear the fact that Sung-soo didn't want to share the information he was interested in, Kang-woo grabbed him by the shoulder and violently lifted him into the air and threw him into the wall. The Mira player who had sealed himself into a concrete block and lost at least a couple of teeth had not expected such a drastic approach to wanting information. With his hands behind him, Kang-woo asked who it was again. Sung-soo, realizing that his fate was inevitable, meekly admitted that it was Kim Young-hoon. The Lord hesitated for a moment. He had heard that name only today when the snooty members of the Mir Guild were discussing their immediate superiors. He wondered why they were doing that. Sung-soo said that once Cha Young-ju, the head of the Scarlet Rose, insulted Deputy Peace. After that, he couldn't hear about the Scarlet Rose and made trouble for them in every possible way. Oh Kang-woo held Sung-soo's player by the hair. He asked how they dared to brazenly harass him for such an occasion. Sung-soo added that it was an order. After kneeling down on the guild jerk, Oh Kang-woo said that the person who did this was not very smart. He asked Sung-soo if he had a picture of that person. He picked up the phone and noted that their deputy had the unremarkable appearance of some movie actor or other hero. He was surprised for a moment. He thought it was Kim Si-hoon in the picture. But Oh Kang-woo hurriedly got rid of the thought and concluded that they probably just looked a little bit alike. Oh Kang-woo threw away his cell phone. He resented being dragged into this story because of the revenge of a stupid idiot. Seung-soo apologized and said it was an order. The King of Darkness asked, and if it was common for a strong player to labor for freaks like their deputy. He further said that it was fine, and such service was in the past. If Sung-soo played his role to his liking, he wouldn't have any complaints against him. Sung-soo shouted that he was willing to do anything. Oh Kang-woo smiled sweetly again. He told the player that he didn't have to be afraid and that the job wasn't difficult at all. It might even be good for him. The two of them appeared to be climbing out of the gate together. Sung-soo leaned on Oh Kang-woo. The reporters chanted their names. The crowd cheered that the two players came out of the gate alive. Sung-soo was just hanging on Oh Kang-woo and his face couldn't be seen. Oh Kang-woo held him tightly. Questions were pouring in from all sides. Everyone was wondering if someone else would come out. Oh Kang-woo shouted to immediately call an ambulance for Mr. Sung-soo. He looked worried. Sung-soo's face opened up and everyone could see the bruises and bruises. The King of Darkness put his partner on the ground. The reporters swarmed him like flies. He decided to answer them and told them that the accident happened to Sung-soo when he was fighting the mutant. They asked where the participants who went on this dangerous mission were. Oh Kang-woo exhaled and sadly said that no one else would come out of the gate. He told reporters that everyone fought bravely but died. Someone suggested contacting the Hwarens to send samples. Kang-woo objected. He said it wasn't necessary. He was eliminated and there was nothing left of him. At that moment, Sung-soo whispered help, and Kang-woo covered his mouth with his fingers. The reporters asked who defeated the mutant monster. Oh Kang-woo exhaled theatrically and said that Mr. Kang Seong-soo had done it. He had also saved his life. All the flashes were directed at Sung-soo's disfigured face, which was devoid of life. He squeezed his eyes shut in pain. The flashes attacked him. The reporter approached Kang-woo and asked him to elaborate, to which he agreed. He exhaled as if remembering the battle and began his story. He said that it happened when the brave team of united players found themselves in a dungeon. The players soon sensed that the monster was somewhere nearby. It was a mutant monster that was already waiting for the team of players to deal with them. The players were as focused as possible on catching it. Kang-woo said when he saw the monster firsthand, he realized that it was a powerful monster that could take the lives of all the participants in the research mission. There were thoughts of running away, but Seong-soo stopped him and ordered him to hold on and enter the battlefield to save humanity, since the monster could come out of the gate. The girl asked what the monster looked like. Oh Kang-woo said that the government had described it as correctly as possible. The reporter asked how it was possible that they all died at once. Kang-woo said that in a critical situation, Sun-soo ordered him to run away, deciding to fight alone. Oh Kang-woo added that he couldn't leave his partner alone with the monster and preferred to watch the fight to the end. He had never seen such a strong fight before. He exhaled and said it was a fierce bloodbath. It was a fight to the death. And then the King of Darkness added that Song-soo had managed to defeat the monster. He said that after defeating the monster and almost losing consciousness, Song-soo mumbled the names of his dead comrades. Oh Kang-woo smiled and covered the player's mouth. Oh Kang-woo firmly clamped his mouth and told him not to speak until the ambulance arrived, and reporters asked how Sung-soo negatively opposed ended up changing his mind. Kang-woo said that Sung-soo was worried about him since he had just received Scarlet Rose's support. He said that he intentionally behaved in a way that kept Kang-woo on his guard. Kang-woo cried and added that he didn't realize the depth of his heart. Kang-woo added that from now on, Sun-soo is his hero who saved his life. Sung-soo's life force was draining away. He cried and realized that he had fallen into the clutches of the devil. The newspapers colorfully described his exploits and his passing, the passing of another rising star. Youngju was reading the news about Kang Seong-soo, who had saved humanity and died of complications. She thought it didn't look like he had been beaten up by a monster. She concluded that he had been beaten by another player, and it was visible to the naked eye. The head of the Scarlet Rose Guild thought to herself, "What the hell is in that Oh Gangwoo's head?" She carefully drank from the cup of hot tea, thinking about the fact that she got the feeling that she was raising a tiger cub. Someone had told her that her newcomer was very good. It was the head of the Senori Guild, Young Hyun-ju. The cute, shapely blonde added that he knew how to be cunning in front of an audience. He was clearly experienced. Hyunju called her an old lady and suggested that she get the hell out. Hyunju shouted that she was only putting up with it because she was her. Guildhead Sanare took a breath, and Cha Young-ju wondered if the monster could be related to the devil cult. The head of Sanare replied that it was a matter of time, but those bastards had become noticeably more active recently. When the cataclysm occurred, 5 guilds were created, and the world was saved. But if the existence of the cult is confirmed, she said, and mysteriously fell silent. The girl added that the world would fall into disorder. She stirred her tea carefully, stirring the sugar in it. She took a sip of the hot drink and asked how Scarlet Rose felt about it. She looked at Young Ju. The girl's eyes visibly rounded at the surprise of the question. She didn't know what to say to her interlocutor. Oh Kangwoo appeared in the doorway unexpectedly and said with friendly interest that he didn't know they had guests. The head of Sanare said hello. The Lord of Hell said hello in return and asked the stranger who she was. She asked if he was the talented newcomer and added that she was just a friend. The girl said that since he was here, she should probably leave. Oh Kang-woo replied that Miss could go on chatting and he would come back later. Guildhead Sanare objected and said that she had already seen what she wanted to see and had to go. Oh Gangwoo looked at her with a confused look in his eyes. She added that she was definitely saying that she was a friend to Young Ju, so what was the need to call her Miss since she looks young? Kangwoo only wanted to ask as the Scarlet Rose Guild head's mate stood up and headed towards the exit. She was a little upset after this conversation because she obviously didn't like to have her age pointed out to her in any way. She felt young. Sitting down on the soft sofa, Kang-woo asked Young Ju who this woman was, to which she replied, just an old woman she knew, and handed him a pass to the S-rank gate. Oh Gangwoo noted that they had given him away rather quickly. This was the power of the guild, he asked. The girl replied that that was enough flattery and warned him not to hunt there. The player looked at her sadly. Why he needed a pass to a gate where he wouldn't go. Of course he would violate this recommendation of hers. He reported that he heard what the women were talking about. He admitted that he overheard them talking. Youngju was pouring tea and didn't bat an eye at what was said. She said that even though it was very confidential one day, she would have to bring it up with Oh Kang-woo, and it was important to discuss all the points. Oh Gang-woo took a sip of hot tea and asked if she was talking about the devil cult. He added that the last demon in the gate was clearly their work. Youngju said that yes, these crazy people who sacrifice other people are the ones to talk about since they've become more active lately. She said that they had no information about how long this cult had existed and how strong it really was, and the unknown frightened her. She also said that together with the government, the Scarlet Rose Guild was investigating the devil cult. Gang Yu asked what other guilds knew. Youngju replied that all 5 know, but only one cooperates with the government. Kong Wu asked if they were doing it for image, and the girl confirmed his guess. The government has put a huge bounty on the heads of the devil cult leaders. But that's not the only reason they're involved. She quietly added that the members of the Scarlet Rose Guild had suffered many losses and put everything at stake, including many lives. Going back was simply impossible. The head confirmed that now her guild and members would never let go of the topic of the devil cult. They must hunt down the villains and eliminate them. Oh Kang-woo thought that he unfortunately didn't know the number of guild members who had given their lives for this investigation, but there were probably quite a few judging from the head's reaction. The Lord looked at the girl, who was habitually pulling her cap over her face to hide her emotions. He thought she was a real bloodthirsty rancher. He realized that the guild leader's physical characteristics as a fighter were top-notch, and it made him tempted to go to battle with her. He smiled. He pulled himself back from his train of thought because there were more important things to do. He asked her about the request, or should I say errand, she had asked him to fulfill. She sat with her head down. The girl said that she would need Kang-woo's help and any strong players if they were able to find the cult. She looked seriously at Gang-yu. The girl said that if he changed his mind and wanted to leave now, she would understand and wouldn't stop him. She needed an answer right here. She looked intently into Gang-woo's eyes and seriously asked if she could entrust this assignment to him. Oh Gang-yu thought for a while. He looked at the slumped girl twirling the S-rank gate pass card in his hands. He asked her not to worry about nothing. Oh Kong-woo added that at one time the girl had helped him the most, and how dare he respond to her request with a refusal. He smiled. The girl hesitated for a second, but after hearing the whole proposal, she moved the visor of her cap with relief and agreed. He thought at that moment that he was very lucky to have her and lucky to be alive. The more he got on the cult's trail, the more magicians he got. She said she would pass him on to the investigation and once again advised him not to hunt there, even though she knew perfectly well that his new car would take him there. The navigation system really did notify the new owner of the car that it would take him to Suwon Hwaseo Station. Oh, Gangwoo thought it was nice to have a car. Kang-woo remembered the Fifth Awakening's feature of being able to summon any demon once every 3 months. He thought of summoning the strongest one. He reasoned. The gate worked as a kind of bridge between the dimensions and the earth, and the higher the level of the gate, the more terrifying were the monsters that came to visit. The demons from hell, or rather the shards of the rift, went through the same process. The higher the level of the gate, the more interesting and serious the demon could be attracted. The King of Darkness stepped out of the auto when the navigation notified him of his arrival at the station. He realized then that it was advantageous to take advantage of this advantage in the S-rank gate. He approached the gate. The inscription said that this S-rank gate was completely controlled by a squad of players serving the government, namely the Hwarans. Oh Kang-woo presented his authorization. Security confirmed his identity and informed him that he was allowed access to the S-rank gate. Oh Gang-yu entered the grounds. He heard the commander shouting to the men to line up in order. He could see that the security level was high. "Open the gate!" the commander shouted. Oh, Kang-woo didn't know what was waiting for him at the S-rank gate. He took a confident step into the unknown by entering the portal. He found himself in a bizarre fairyland where the sea stretched out. He thought it would be a good idea to kill all the monsters and build a resort here. Kang-woo wondered why such a place was also the most dangerous. He thought that everything here looked like a fairy tale. After walking around some more, Oh Gang-woo found a place he liked. He thought that even Cerberus would be good luck during the draft because it had excellent characteristics. He realized he didn't care what he could summon. He realized that he didn't care about the monster's control and strength. Oh Gang-woo concentrated and started summoning. At this moment, a purple glow rose somewhere high up in the clouds and connected Oh Kang-woo to the dimension. It activated the Hell Beastmaster's specialty. Oh Kang-woo had to meditate and dive into his deepest energy levels so that this connection could be strengthened. He was visibly tired during the summoning. The system notified him that it was beginning to create a rift to summon the monster. A golden-colored crack in the air appeared before his eyes. Oh Kang-woo became very tense. He began to feel that the mages were leaving him and someone was coming to his call. He stared intently at the rift. He stood up because his body demanded it, and everything glowed green where the crack had formed. The system notified him that the rift had been successfully created. Next, the system alerted that a deeper rift had formed under the influence of Manmajong's seal of unknown rank. Oh Kang-woo was surprised that the glow was green. The gate he saw was blue in color. The system reported a connection error and opened the gate for the Erno continent. Gang-yu didn't understand what was happening. He realized something had gone wrong during the demon summoning. The only thing he was afraid of was going back to hell. The system notified him of the demon summoning. He calmed down when he saw the message and looked up in surprise. The system said his summoned demon was someone he hadn't expected. He looked at the product of his summoning with surprise and asked what it was. The system notified that the summoning was successful and shut down. Kang-woo couldn't believe his eyes. It was the baby dragon Echidna S-rank. It was the daughter of the evil dragon Kargas. The system registered the dragon as Kang-woo's surname. Oh Gang-woo looked at the dragon with surprise but interest. The dragon's attention was more focused on what was happening next to it. He saw some kind of flying object descend directly onto the lawn where the wounded dragon was realized. It didn't seem normal to him. Kang-woo heard a strange language being spoken. The Dark King didn't understand what the conversation was about and felt confused. Suddenly, strange characters more reminiscent of fairy tale characters began to jump out of the flying object. They all looked hostile. Gang-yu was surprised. Several of the characters were already on the ground and waving their swords around, looking around. They were discussing something again in their language of another civilization that Oh Kang-woo didn't understand. He wondered what kind of language it might be. He didn't understand what these fairy tale weirdos were going to do. They began to pay attention to Oh Gang-woo, who was standing on the sidelines and was as surprised as possible. Kang-woo analyzed that although people's clothes had obviously changed since the first gate opened, But these people looked like they had escaped from fantasy. He realized that first he had to find a way to understand what they were talking about. He remembered a power that could help him do that. Activating the power of common language, he began to realize that the white-haired character with the sword was telling him to stand back, and the other was telling him to calm down and calling him Ronald. The second character told him to look at the dragon. In his opinion, he was already on the verge of death. They rejoiced in that fact. They talked among themselves about the dragon not being able to harm other people. He replied that he was probably right and could exhale. Oh, Gangwoo asked who they were. The white-haired prince-like character asked if Kangwoo was all right and introduced himself as the third prince of the Arnon Empire, and his name was Ronald von Arnon. Oh, Kangwoo interjected about the empire since he didn't understand him. He was uncomfortable with this communication. Ronald asked Gang Yu who you were. The King of Darkness thought he had never heard of the continent of Erno and the Arnon Empire before. He recognized one character as an elf and the other as a short dwarf. Oh, Kangwoo opened his mouth in surprise because he began to realize that these weirdos were indeed from another world. He looked at the dragon. It was clearly not looking its best. Bruises all over his torso and a tired look accompanied the dragon's general condition. Kangwoo cursed. He realized that despite what was happening here, he couldn't let his summoned creature die like this. Putting his palm on the dragon's face, Kangwoo activated the power. Fire flames began to seep through the dragon's scales and began to heal its wounds. He activated the power of rebirth, thus triggering the regeneration process of the dragon's skin. The shining glare shimmered on its scales. Ronald shouted to Kangwoo to explain what he was going to do. The fact that the dragon was reviving obviously didn't please him, and he wanted to stop it. The dragon spoke to Gang Yu. He asked Gang Yu if he was his master. Ronald looked at Gang Yu and his pet with horror and surprise. The dragon thanked Kangwoo. He stroked Echidna and replied that everything was fine. The only people who were not happy with their gentle contact were the guests from another civilization. He apologized for showing up in such an injured state. Gang Yu thought the dragon had spoken to him like a master. Gang Yu said it was okay. Oh, Kangwoo regarded the dragon. He couldn't understand how it got injured until he saw the hostile attitude of Ronald and his team. They shouted angrily. They shouted that Oh Gangwoo was the master of this dragon. They swung their weapons towards the dragon while Oh Gang Yu was standing next to it. The Lord began to squint unkindly at the prince and his brave crew. He sternly asked the representatives of another civilization why they were trying to kill the Echidna. Ronald was clearly losing his temper, allowing himself to yell at a man he didn't know much about. He asked if he really didn't know it was an evil demon and dragon. He added that this dragon brought drought and plague to their land. Countless people of the empire died because of this evil dragon. The Echidna immediately told Gang Yu that it wasn't her. Oh Kangwoo shouted that it wasn't her and should be taken into consideration. Ronald tried to swing at the dragon again. He added, if this creature can control natural phenomena such as drought, then it is almost divine. No one has the right to injure it. Prince Ronald screamed in rage that he was wrong and said that it was Echidna's fault. He couldn't explain the change otherwise. Gang Yu realized he wasn't being heard. The prince also said that he needed to save the people of the empire from the monster and drought and kill the demon dragon. Gang Yu began to realize that they were getting on his nerves. Oh, Kangwoo snidely questioned if they really thought so. A fireball formed in his hands. He realized that talking to these characters was not pleasant for him. The King of Hell activated the power of the explosion, and in his hands, instead of a ball, there was a powerful stream of fire. He realized that these were the people who were sticking to their truth. He unleashed a huge stream of fire directly at the uninvited guests. The powerful wave of flame threw the weirdos 10 meters away. They turned hostile and drew their weapons from their sheaths. Oh Gangwoo told them that they might be right about the demon dragon drought and plague. He looked at them, his eyes glowing red. He said he didn't care because whatever the Echidna had done, she was his familiar. He added that he had no desire to give them someone he had summoned on his own. The Echidna cried at this point. Prince Ronald reported that Oh Kangwoo was the likeness of an evil demon. He looked contemptuously into his eyes and awaited his equally hostile response. Oh Kangwoo smiled evilly and hissed at Prince Ronald that he couldn't even imagine how right he was because he was the devil. Ronald shouted at the top of his voice that he knew and felt that Oh Gangwoo was a demon. He raised his sword again to strike Oh Gang Yu this time. He shouted that for the sake of the suffering people of the empire and the crying children, he would destroy Oh Kangwoo no matter what it took. His team cheered him on. His partners had told him to keep it up, and once he'd caught the dragon, it was just a matter of catching it. The dwarf even offered him a beer after he got back. Oh Kang-woo thought that these characters were clearly asking for rudeness. He even wondered if there were substances added to water in their world. The echidna asked him to be careful. Ronald swung his sword blade that flew half a meter away from Oh Kang-woo, who was standing in a defensive position. Suddenly, an explosion sounded that startled even Oh Kang-woo. He looked around questioningly while a pillar of dust mixed with smoke covered the space. Kang-woo knelt down, realizing that Prince Ronald's attack would not be easy to repel. First, he needed the right stance. Preparing to fight the visitors from another world, he stepped forward confidently, making it clear that he was ready to attack. Activating the force of the explosion, Kang-woo directed the entire stream at the uninvited guests. They flew into the air, and one character created a protective dome. Oh Kang-woo crossed his arms, releasing his entire reserve of explosion power and improvised skill. His combat power was increasing. Next, Kang-woo decided to treat his guests to some melting rain. He raised his hands, literally pushing the air currents apart for his maneuver. The dwarf flew into the air and shouted "Iron Wall." He activated a power that allowed everyone else to hide behind the wall. The streams of fire seemed to hit something and were extinguished. Despite this, Oh Kang-woo's strength broke through the dwarf's defense, and eventually the flames struck one of the characters. With a bright flash of fire, he was struck and immobilized. The other warriors of the other civilization looked at him in surprise. They realized that there was a risk of losing a comrade. Han, stunned by the flames, despite the Iron Curtain, tried to defend himself from Kang Wu's attack. He shouted with rage. Oh Kang-woo stood in front of him and planned to punch him in the face. He didn't like these visitors from another civilization at all. The confrontation with Hans turned into a battle with Prince Ronald, who kept his sword at the ready, sincerely believing that it would stop Kang-woo. The Prince of the Arnan Empire flew towards Oh Kang-woo while activating some kind of power. The Darkness King thought that it was probably a flurry technique. He didn't know such a technique. He wondered what this power was that he had never heard of. Ronald shouted the name of the technique as Arnon's first style of swordsman and lightning blade. Kang-woo had activated the Iron Curtain power, and now surprise froze in Prince Ronald's eyes. This was clearly the first time he had seen this demonic mage's protective power. Deciding to attack the entire group at once, Kang-woo sent a powerful stream of waves at the guests. They banded together to survive under the dome of the magic cloak. He wondered why Prince Ronald and his companions were shouting out the names of the techniques. He mentally thanked him for his awareness. Someone shouted Ronald forward. Suddenly, Oh Kang-woo's flow of defensive magic was interrupted by a golden sword. He was a bit taken aback because no one had voiced the technique this time. The shockwave from the magic sword that appeared out of nowhere sent Oh Kang-woo flying several meters away. His opponent was very angry. He attacked Oh Kang-woo again and again. The ground shook from his sword strikes. He should have been more careful with this warrior. Oh Kang-woo realized that against the strength of this opponent, he could only use his physical strength. He prepared his fist to strike the warrior in response to his attacks. Another explosion rang out in the clearing. The warrior stood firmly, and once again Kang-woo flew back a few meters in an attempt to defend himself against the strong warrior. Oh Kang-woo thought for a moment that this idiot was stronger than he thought. It was about time he got his fifth awakening. Prince Ronald laughed in his face. He asked if he had gotten enough of the evil demon from the representatives of Erno's higher civilization. He realized that Reynold and his extraordinary talents did not interest him at all. He shouted a slashing blade and lunged for the attack. Oh Kang-woo swooped down on Prince Ronald. There were long hooks sticking out of his sleeves. He delivered a decisive blow to this prince out of nowhere. The prince fell out of reality for a while, if you could say that in his case. He tried to catch his breath to continue defending the honor of the empire. Recovering his breath, he turned to Oh Kang-woo with a claim that he said slashing blade. Oh Kang-woo laughed in his face. He was fooled, he thought. He was no longer smirking, his eyes glowing the usual red demonic glow. He thought what a jerk that prince had been. Prince Ronald shouted to his subjects to run away at once. They protested and began chanting his name. The Lord of Hell could hear them discussing among themselves that they could not defeat his power. He thought the sensible thing to do would be to run away. He thought the fight was over when the prince hurt his leg. A girl from his squad shouted that they would not leave the prince or run away. He shouted back to her that everything was fine, and it was his orders. He also asked them to take care of the Arnan Empire. Gang-yu told him that he should defend his empire on his own and not hide like a coward behind the skirts of his servants. He struck his sword with his shoe. Ronald fell to the ground and began to wail that this was his demise. He resigned himself to this outcome of the bloody confrontation and wrinkled his nose in fear. The King of Darkness thought that for who he called him, these battles were always so lightning fast and without sympathy. He remembered the various demons begging him for mercy. Absolute equanimity and sarcasm to his opponent is probably often what accompanied a true demon. To survive in the underworld, he had to kill, and to stand on a mountain of decapitated bodies all alone. He remembered that feelings were considered something unearthly among these creatures. Only humans had the luxury of feelings. The Lord was about to charge a decisive blow to the jaw of the white-haired prince when suddenly the girl who said she would not leave him intervened in the fight. She yelled, "Wait!" Oh Kang-woo looked questioningly at the brave elf girl who covered the prince with her frail body. She asked him to listen to her. She begged Kang-woo to take her life instead of the life of the prince of the Arnon Empire, since all would be doomed. The prince called her Reina, a brave warrior. She said he was the hope of countless subjects of the Arnon Empire and her most favorite person. The girl cried. Prince Ronald shouted for her to be quiet. She apologized for confessing her feelings to him like that. She said there might not be another chance. Reina looked at the King of Darkness and assured him that she was giving him her life and would do anything he asked. She begged Gang-yu. He said no. She looked up at him. Her eyes were filled with crumbling hopes and tears. Kang-woo said he would do what he wanted to do, and he didn't care about their stories of a world that didn't exist. He asked them a reasonable question about what it had to do with him. What did he care what happened to a non-existent empire and a cowardly prince? He asked them if they had not started the battle and if they would have spared him if he had been in this situation. The prince shook his head. Kang-woo added that when you take up arms, be prepared to die. He demanded that they stop talking about feelings and other dramas. It didn't touch him at all, but rather annoyed him. The prince of the Arnon Empire shouted that Kang-woo's act was mean and low. The girl was just holding him back so he wouldn't attack the King of Darkness once again. Kang-woo thought his act was no more despicable than the fact that they tried to kill his familiar, Echidna. Cheating in a fight is classic. He told them to forget it. The King of Darkness promised to send them to the next world without pain. Suddenly, the system reported that a creature other than the summoned monster had entered the gate. Oh, Gang-woo saw all the uninvited guests shining like garlands. The Gaia system reported that it had begun to eliminate the aliens. The prince asked what was going on. He'd lose his temper at the sight of those lights. He'd come at Prince Ronald with his fists. He wanted to get even with him, and he didn't want to let him go. He looked at the prince's equipment and thought that probably this armor was made of the best durable materials of the Empire. It was his prey. Gang-yu thought that if they were aliens, there would be nothing for their deaths. He wanted the armor. He hit the empty ground. They disappeared. The system reported it. He became angry at the system. He resented why it took them away when things were going so well. He was very angry. Gang-yu remembered about the dragon. He was afraid that Gaia's system had taken him too. He rushed to the dragon. It was more important than some trinkets of the defunct Arnon Empire. But seeing him sitting calmly at the foot of the mountain, Kang-woo visibly calmed down and exhaled. His surname was still with him. It was as if the dragon had pricked him with its sound. Jumping down to his new pet, Kang-woo thought about what the Gaia system was all about. Could this system protect humanity from aliens and monsters? He remembered when he had returned to Earth, he had seen how Gaia's system was overloaded. Probably nothing had changed since then, and the system was running intermittently. Could the Gaia system be connected to the demons that have appeared from the underworld? It seems to have started 2 or 3 weeks ago. Oh, Gang-woo's eyes opened very wide. It had just dawned on him that all coincidences were not coincidences and that his worst guess had a right to life. He wondered if everything had happened to humanity because of his improper return. He remembered Gaia's overheating and even the gesture to the succubus queen. He realized that he was probably the cause of all this. He just wanted to go to people and eat kimchi. He was thinking about how to put things back together. The dragon turned to him. Echidna asked Gang-yu if those evil people had left. He said they were gone and would never come back. Whatever that meant, the dragon was very happy about it. The Echidna thanked Oh Kang-woo for saving her life. He replied that it was nothing. He realized that probably if he hadn't summoned Echidna at that moment, she wouldn't be alive anymore. There was no point in asking questions about the universe because there was no answer yet. Gang-yu asked Echidna to lie down until he could fix her up like a master. He thought it was time to find out information about her. Gang Yu shouted that she was huge and asked her if she could change her size. She replied that she could. He also asked what continent Erno was from. The Echidna said that they are the people of the Arnon Empire, who use magic and swords. They have fairies, monsters, and even dragons. Sitting in the car and holding the little furry Echidna on his lap, Gang Yu thought about the fact that these guests came from Erno, while demons came from somewhere else. Echidna asked where they were going. When they got to Kang Wu's house, Kang Wu said they were going home. Not really home. The Echidna asked if this was his nest. The King of Darkness smiled as he remembered O Sol A. He confirmed that it could also be called a nest. Not bad, he thought. The Echidna thanked him again as a host for his care. Kang Wu asked what she was thanking him for. The Echidna replied for inviting her to the nest. It had been a long time since she had been in the nest with anyone. He asked if Echidna had always lived alone. She said yes. She sighed heavily and continued her story. She used to live with her father, but one day he vanished into thin air. Kang Wu asked her what vaporized meant, and she said he disappeared and never came back. She added that after her father disappeared, she had been reading books all day long. Kang Wu suggested that she was very lonely, to which she agreed. Then one day, Ronald came to her house. He scared the little girl very much. She didn't want to go with him, but he was very persistent. She didn't do anything. No arson, drought, or plague. When Echidna said that, she was shaking. She said it wasn't her, but they didn't believe her. Little Echidna turned around and looked at Kang Wu with eyes full of tears. She asked her master if he believed her. She had a very frightened look. Catching himself thinking that he was familiar with that look and understood her emotions perfectly, Kang Wu said he was the same way. He remembered distant memories from his childhood when he lived and grew up in an orphanage. Meeting his parents alone had been a luxury. All he wanted was to love and to be loved. He remembered the pain and almost cried. He wanted someone to care for him and for his existence to be recognized. Kang Wu came back into the conversation. He said that he had no choice but to let those feelings go. He said that even if everyone was against it, he added that he would always understand and love her. He would trust her. Gang Yu touched Echidna's head affectionately. The Echidna clung to her master with all her strength and cried. This time they were tears of joy. She had found her master and he would never leave her. When they showed up at the door of Seol Ah's nest and home, she nearly crushed the dragon in her arms, screaming at how cute he was. Kang Wu sat in the kitchen eating kimchi stew while watching Seol. He didn't think it would come to such tenderness. Seol snuggled her cheek against the soft and fluffy Echidna. She told her that she wanted to be friends with her. Echidna whispered to be rescued from such a powerful embrace. Gang Wu realized that as its size decreased, so did its fighting strength. The Echidna broke free and ran up to Kang Wu and told him that she was afraid of Han Seol Ah. He asked Seol Ah how the hunt was going and how the team was doing. He asked Seol A how the hunt was going and how the team was doing. She thankfully told Kang Wu that none of this would have happened if it weren't for him. Gang Yu was enjoying the delicious kimchi at that moment. The girl thanked him for introducing her to such a great team. It had helped her a lot. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have dreamed of this. She repeated a big thank you to Kang Wu once more and stared sweetly at him eating his favorite kimchi. Kang Wu thought at that moment that this was the feeling of being loved and waited for. He replied that he should thank her for coming into his life. Even later, he thought it was a cool feeling. Han Seol Ah asked if Echidna could sleep with her, to which Kang Wu didn't mind but was a little jealous. Kang Wu woke up at first light. He lay in bed and couldn't understand what was happening to him. He felt so exhausted as if he had unloaded railroad cars last night he couldn't even open his eyes properly. When he came into the kitchen, Seol Ah also noticed his wrinkled appearance and informed him that he woke up later than usual. He replied that he woke up exhausted and tired. Seol asked with concern if he had any pain. Kang Wu stretched at the table waiting for breakfast, and replied that he was fine. Echidna asked him if he had slept well, and he said that he had, if it could be called that. He realized that something was out of place right now. Suddenly his sleepy brain realized that the Echidna was talking to him. His eyes widened in surprise. Salte said that Echidna seemed to like the cereal. She offered to put in some more. Kang Wu shouted enthusiastically at the Echidna and stared at her with a slack jaw. He asked Echidna if she could turn into a human, to which she smiled mysteriously. Han Seol Ah asked the King of Darkness if he didn't know that. Echidna said she didn't know she had this ability herself. She felt a strange power while she slept. When she woke up, she was already in human form. She looked around in confusion. For the first time in her life, she was in the body of a normal person. Kang Wu thought that the strength that Echidna felt at night might be related to the loss of his strength. He hoped that she would be able to return to her dragon form. He also speculated that perhaps her power was sealed like his. That could be a big problem. He wondered if Echidna could return to her dragon form. The Echidna squealed with joy that she could return and jumped up, awakening the dragon within her. It glowed with a greenish glow. She shouted for Kang Wu to look at it. The little girl frowned, awakening her inner dragon reserves. She began to growl as if to help herself remember who she was. The player looked questioningly at the dragon's transformation process. He said that it was wrong to stand up like that while eating. He immediately realized that it was his mistake to ask her to return her appearance now. Huge wings appeared out of nowhere, smashing everything in their path. She was already snarling, and huge, sharp fangs began to sprout in her cute little mouth. Oh, Gangwoo shouted for the Echidna to stop. Later, they comforted the little girl, and she apologized for the broken windows and broken furniture. Gangyu realized that she could change her appearance at will. He said it's okay. Han Seol-ah stroked the crying Echidna. She reassured her that everything was fine and asked her not to do it again. Kang Wu said that she had to get used to human life. The Lord of Hell thought it was because Echidna was his familiar. She asked if it would take stones to fix everything. He realized that the skill of human communication could be good for both of them if he took her hunting. He resigned himself to the idea that it was a good thing. Seol-ah said that they had called the repairman, and now they had to pick out clothes. Oh, Kang Wu asked what kind of clothes, and Seol-ah said that the clothes were for Echidna. She added that her old clothes that she used to wear didn't fit her and didn't fit her. Kang Wu asked where they would go, to which Seol-ah said they would go to the mall. Seol-ah asked if Kang Wu would go with them. The Echidna begged him to spend time together. He replied that it would be difficult at the moment. She asked if he was going hunting. She said he needed to take a break. Echidna offered to take her along. Gang Yu said he had other things to do. He reached out mysteriously and imagined where he needed to go. He knew he could have had a good time with the girls, but things weren't looking up. He arrived at the Scarlet Rose Guild headquarters. He told Young Ju what had happened at the gate. She interjected that he had summoned a dragon by opening the interdimensional door of the Erno continent. She asked also about the people who had appeared with the dragon and were clearly not demons or monsters, and he had left them out. Gang Yu happily said yes. The guild leader changed her tone to a more serious one and continued that the summoned dragon was now in human form and needed documents, and Kang Wu needed the guild's help. Oh, Kang Wu smiled and said that he didn't expect it to get to Youngju so quickly. She questioned him about what he said and took a sip of tea. The King of Darkness asked if the guild had any information about the Gaia system. Youngju shook her head and said no. She added that this was the first time she had heard of it. She asked him a counter question. If he was able to summon a dragon as a familiar, then who was he himself? He received a photo from Seol-A with Echidna in her dragon pajamas. Taking his eyes off the phone and smiling, Kang Wu answered her question with a question, asking if she thought it was too late to ask. The girl had been prepared for that answer. She asked herself who she was reaching out to and grinned. Oh, Kang Wu asked if the guild would be able to help him get a license for Echidna. Cha Youngju said that she would help, but she needed her picture. He thanked Cha Youngju for his help and made another request. He didn't have time to finish what he wanted. Someone interrupted their conversation. Kang Wu heard the guards let someone through without any unnecessary questions. He heard the person apologize. He recognized that voice and tried to figure out where it came from. The head of the Huarong group, Bak Hua Young, appeared in the doorway. She looked at the two seriously and said that she needed to talk to Cha Youngju urgently. Oh, Kang Wu didn't understand what the Huarong commanders were doing here. Bak Hua Young said she apologized for interfering. The guild leader said that they were almost done. Bak Hua Young looked at Kang Wu and asked the guild leader if he was the newcomer she was sponsoring. Oh, Kang Wu noted to himself that he was always uncomfortable when he met her. Cha Youngju said that even though the player is not a member of the guild, they are cooperating together. Kang Wu revealed his name. The squad leader also introduced herself. He thought that the guild's sponsorship might be questionable. When the guild leader heard his name, she remembered that they had already met at the S-rank gate. Youngju wondered if Kang Wu had been beaten up by the guards. She didn't understand how they met. Baek Hua Young stood up for him and said he was polite and fair. She mockingly asked if he was really polite and fair, clearly in her mind recalling what he had done to player Sung-soo. Kang-woo smiled and said she was exaggerating. Covering her face with her hand, Young-ju quietly said that he was already messing with the commander's mind too. She asked Oh Kang-woo what he wanted more from her. Kang-woo replied that he was interested in the S-rank pass. He asked if he could get it. The Hwarang squad leader and the guild leader looked at him in surprise. The player was silent, waiting for the reaction of the guild leader who didn't seem to be surprised by anything. She asked what, and sat down on the couch with her head down. She asked why Kang-woo wanted to hunt in the S-rank gate. He replied that it wasn't safe before, but now there would be no problem with the summoned beast. The Scarlet Rose Guild leader exhaled and asked him if he knew what kind of creatures lived in that gate. She looked at the talented player questioningly, already knowing the answer. Oh Kang-woo confidently bent the fingers of his hand to list all the residents of the S-rank gate in Suwon. He knew very well who he might meet there. The first thing Cha Young-ju said was wyverns and mountain giants. Then she brought up the giant ogres. And of course, the cherry on the cake was another monster. She assured him that if he wanted to hunt, he should never go near the lake because El Caro was there. The girl pulled her cap over her face in horror. She repeated once more that he shouldn't even think of hunting near the lake. Her gaze was serious and focused on her mission to bring information to the restless Gang Yu. Kang-woo smiled and replied that he understood, and she didn't need to worry. The commander intervened in the conversation. She approached Young-ju with surprise and asked her what she was saying. Bakhwa Young replied that she remembered that a few weeks ago, Kang-woo had been hunting at the S-Rang gate. Cha Young-ju nodded understandingly and started to justify him. She added that there were some circumstances and that this player's powers could be trusted. She smirked and soon everyone was laughing. The officer wondered what if he was hiding his identity then at the S-rank gate. She realized that even the best rankers in Korea avoided that gate. Baekhwa Young smiled and said that Cha Young-ju had caught a player exclusively. The guild leader mumbled to herself as she asked who else had caught who. Oh Kang-woo decided he had to go. He asked if she would help him. The girl said that tomorrow he would be able to hunt at the gate. Finally looking at him with all seriousness, the girl asked him to be careful on the hunt because even for him it could be very dangerous. Once again met with care and concern for his beloved, he smiled and said that he understood perfectly and disappeared out the door. Oh Kang-woo was leaving the Scarlet Rose Guild office, and the two commanders sat silently as if waiting for him to disappear from sight. Bak Hwa-young kept her silence. When they were sure that Oh Kang-woo had left, the Scarlet Rose Guild leader asked the Hwarang commander what had brought her to her. She took a sip of the fragrant tea. Chae Young-ju made a suggestion about catching the devil. But she realized from the emotion on the Hwarang commander's face that she had jumped to conclusions on her own. Baek Hwa-young covered her eyes for a second and said that no, that wasn't it. They should have expected surprises soon. Young-ju asked what then. When she heard the phrase that the pot of surprises would be falling on them soon, she asked if it was worth the wait, and the commander nodded affirmatively. She asked if the chapter had heard about the introduction of a spy agent into a demonic cult. The chapter nodded. The agent said that he had video evidence that he wanted to hand over. Cha Young-ju asked why he didn't just send the video. The Hwarang commander said that communication with him is fickle and problematic and the meeting is secret. The girl bent her body to the table and asked where the meeting was to be held. Baek Hwa-young replied that the meeting was tomorrow at Suwon Station. Cha Young-ju thought for a moment. She thought a place like Suwon Station was a strange place. She stopped her thoughts. The connection had been caught. Wasn't this place close to where Oh Kang-woo was going to hunt? The girl didn't realize what conclusion she had come to, but the thought frightened her. Joyful little Echidna jumped in her new dress in front of Kang-woo and Seol-ah, asking how they liked her new clothes. She was happy. Oh Kang-woo said that the outfit looked good on Echidna and asked if they had bought it at the store yesterday. Echidna proudly said that Seol-ah bought it for her. She once again thanked Han Seol-ah for buying her a beautiful outfit that Oh Kang-woo liked. Seol-ah said it looked good on her. While putting on his overalls, Kang-woo said he would go hunting with Echidna. Han Seol-ah asked them to be careful and waved her hand. Seol-ah looked at them. Oh Kang-woo asked Echidna not to transform yet. He said he would give details later. Echidna nodded understandingly. Seol-ah became sad. More than anything, she wanted to go hunting with him. She wondered how long it would take her to perfect her skills to hunt with him. Gang Yu asked her if she was going hunting today. The girl smiled and said that she planned to go to the gate, but that she would go later. He indicated that he would like to try to organize a recreational hunt with Saul A. Echidna wondered if she could go along with them. Gang Yu replied that he wasn't sure if she could go hunting. The Echidna expressed her desire to go with them. Seol Ah was a little surprised. She recovered from what she had said and smiled and said that she would be looking forward to it. She had not expected such an offer. Looking at her, Kang Wu thought that she had already gained enough combat experience. He realized that she needed to grow up more. Oh, Kang Wu said that in that case they would go. Dragon Echidna waved her hand one last time and they soon disappeared out the door. The Lord decided to tell Echidna what could be waiting for them at the S-rank gate. She was forbidden to go near the lake because a dangerous monster lives there. He added that she should not fight directly if he attracted a monster, but only help. He also asked her not to turn into a dragon. She nodded. He put his hand on the ground and activated the Watcher's power. Oh, Gangwu started searching for the monsters. He thought that they were somewhere close by. He managed to find a huge ogre that was in sight. Oh, Gangwu was glad that he didn't have to waste time searching for the evil and could get down to business. The player realized that he should not overdo it and should tread carefully. He twisted the ball of power in his hands with a seductive scent. Activating the power of seduction, Kang Wu began to spread the fragrance all over the field. The Echidna reported that there was a wonderful scent in the air. He instructed Echidna to prepare to attack. The dragon responded by eating and began to stare off into the distance, waiting for the approaching monster. Activating the powerful Baphomet power, Kang Wu raised his hands above his head and crossed his arms as he released energy. Little Echidna stood by his side. He activated the power of 1,000 and sprinted towards the ogre with Echidna. The powers he activated made them feel more powerful. Oh, Kang Wu flew at the ogre with a great desire to destroy him as soon as possible. His eyes were burning red, and the veins on his forehead were ready to explode. He flew towards the monster and hit it with a powerful wave of combat power. The ogre stared at it, imagining how soon it would be able to take him down and feed on the King of Darkness. The Lord stretched out his clenched fist to attack the monster. A pearly light flooded the space around them. He confronted the ogre. They clashed in a powerful fight. Oh, Gangwu felt that it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat him. In a moment, Kang Wu thought that he wasn't prepared for the demonic power that the S-rank gate ogre possessed. He glared fiercely at his opponent. The player realized that even the power of the Baphomet and the power of 1,000 could not damage him, but he did not give up hope of defeating the demonic creature. He realized that he had to defeat the monster. Again and again, he struck it with his fist, hoping it would penetrate its armor. He decided to activate an additional power in the form of a dark spear. This power had helped him defeat monsters many times. He began to growl menacingly. Oh, Kang Wu launched a dark spear filled with magi at the ogre, and his blood began to drip onto the lawn. Despite his wound, he was still on his feet. The monster didn't like the fact that Kang Wu had stuck his spear at him. It showed its hostile grin with huge fangs and roared loudly. Kang Wu looked at the monster's actions warily and couldn't figure out what to do next. Suddenly, Echidna intervened in the fight, activating a dark storm and controlling a huge flow of power with her small hands. At the same moment, the monster seized O Kang Wu with its huge paw and was ready to crush him. But the power of the dark storm released Kang Wu and pushed the ogre away. In the next moment, O Kang Wu activated his lightning power and flew into the air. He gathered a huge ball of concentrated energy and struck the monster with it. He jumped on the ogre and, placing his hand on its head, sent a bolt of lightning through its body. The monster screamed with rage. The monster was trying to attack O Gang Wu and get to Echidna. He was tearing and throwing everything in his path to get even with both of them. His strength was not enough to resist the powerful concentrated battle streams that Kang Wu and the dragon were collectively issuing. The system notified Gang Wu that he had defeated a huge S-class ogre, and his points increased, and his level increased by 1 level. Gang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. O Kang Wu remembered that he had heard that players of at least level 65 hunted here in groups. He agreed that the experience points were growing well here. The Echidna cheerfully ran up to Kang Wu and asked if she had been useful in the battle. He praised her and said that she had almost immobilized a huge ogre. Echidna smiled and said she was surprised herself. After being summoned, she felt more powerful. Kang Wu thought that it wasn't about her true appearance. That said, if you had to fight someone in the guise of a little girl, you'd be fine. Echidna wondered what that delicious flavor was. Suddenly, Kang Wu and the Echidna raised ready to the sky upon hearing strange, unpleasant sounds. They were surprised at what they saw and were clearly not prepared for such an encounter. These were the huge wyverns Cha Youngju was talking about. These were the creatures that the S-class gate was particularly famous for. Kang Wu got into a fighting stance. The wyverns were lured by the power of lure that continued to spread throughout the area. Gang Yu took Echidna in his arms. He thought about hiding. Kang Wu realized that the wyverns were perfectly maneuverable in the air, so attacking there would not be effective. He thought about what they could do. Exhaling and gaining fresh air into his lungs, Kang Wu picked up the echidna and flew off to the side. The wyverns dared to chase after them. He activated the power of the heavens to get as far away from the flying, bloodthirsty monsters as possible. They continued to pursue Kang Wu and the dragon in the form of a little girl. The King of Darkness clutched the dragon tightly in his hands to keep it from dropping. His gaze was focused on all the wyverns' actions that were inexorably approaching them. As he soared into the air, he thought they were too fast. He looked back and saw that the wyverns were ready to bite off his leg at least. They flew parallel to Gang Yu without giving him any chance to maneuver. Despite the wyvern's insistence, he realized that he wouldn't be intimidated by them. Suddenly, Echidna's eyes rounded with surprise. She shrieked in surprise and looked at the wyverns with anger. Kang Wu didn't realize what had happened and looked questioningly at the dragon. She whispered my dress and almost cried and started to get angry. She repeated his name several times, and he tried to stop her because he knew what she was going to do. He looked menacingly at Echidna. Suddenly, she shouted out with all the anger that it was the clothes that Kang Wu had praised. She shouted furiously, and her face began to change. The wyverns buzzed furiously over Gang Yu and the dragon. They tried to reach them with their paws, but nothing came out. They wriggled in the air, wanting to finish them off. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared out of nowhere, snarling furiously at the wyverns. He flew at them, tearing off one head after another. The wyverns seemed to be talking to each other, discussing their imminent failure. They looked at each other in surprise, not knowing what to do next. The dragon had no plans to stop. One by one, the wyverns went into the dragon's mouth. The echidna didn't just help Kang Wu, but rid him of the wyverns altogether. He didn't even have to do anything to keep the fire of rage burning in his dragon familiar's eyes. The echidna grabbed the wyverns with its paws and tore them to pieces. The system notified Gang Wu that his surname Echidna had defeated the S-ranked wyvern. Gang Wu hovered in the air nearby and just watched the dragon's actions. Kang Wu was even confused at one point as to whether it was the echidna that Prince Ronald and his band of weirdos wanted to kill. The King of Darkness laughed at the unexpected surprise. He realized that his familiar was much stronger than he had expected. Another wyvern was caught in the dragon's mouth, and he crunched it. Once again, the system notified Gang Wu that his familiar had defeated the wyvern. Gang Wu realized that the dragon had a lot of power and thought of something that confused him. At this moment, the joyous echidna spread its wings and roared its victory roar across the entire field. Kang Wu wondered if her strength exceeded her master's. The echidna woke up in Kang Wu's arms. She looked tired and exhausted. He asked if she was awake. The echidna looked at her master and said his name. Little echidna asked where they were, and Gang Wu replied that they were still inside the gate. He asked her if she had any pain. Echidna said that she had no pain, but she had no strength to do anything. Gang Yu replied clearly. He held her tightly in his arms. He said that she must have used too much energy because after the transformation she immediately lost consciousness and fell into his arms. The echidna cried again, remembering that the wyverns had torn her dress. Gang Wu calmed her down and assured her that he would buy her whatever she wanted later. He told the crying dragon that she would look great in any clothes, to which Echidna objected that it was the clothes he praised. Kang Wu was angry with her and tried to tell her not to make any more such transformations without his permission. Remembering all that she had done a moment ago, he added that he hated people who couldn't stop their anger and calm their minds. The echidna cried even more. She apologized and said that she didn't mean it. Kang Wu hugged her tightly and comforted her. She promised she wouldn't do it again and asked Gang Yu not to leave her. He didn't really have anything to say at that moment. Emotions were overwhelming him. He thought about it and told her to get rid of those thoughts because it was her first battle together. He hugged her tightly and told her not to do it again. The echidna kept crying, and Kang Wu thought he had overdone his lecture. He calmed her down and told her that they would go home and buy her some clothes. He thought to himself that he had to make sure, because losing his mind in battle could be a huge problem. He realized that the result was not bad. He also reasoned that he guessed her power reserves would still surprise him, but not so much that she could kill all those wyverns on her own. O Kong-woo held the echidna in his arms and realized that in order to protect him from the wyverns, she had used his mages. He clenched his hand into a fist to check something. He realizes that Echidna was able to take on human form and became stronger because she absorbed his mages by becoming a summoned beast of familiars. The Lord of Darkness realized that he was like a battery for the Echidna. The more he used magic, the stronger the dragon became. He also recognized that if his mage's performance increased, he could use her even more. However, he realized that it would put a lot of strain on her body. O Kang-woo heard strange sounds. He looked to the side in surprise, not expecting to see what was waiting for him. Surely that sound was unfamiliar to him. It was two giant ogres, huge ones with huge teeth and paws and wanting to tear them apart. Kang-woo realized that the echidna had no strength to fight, and he had to defeat the two ogres without her. He set her down under the tree and turned to them. He really wanted to get home soon, but these two had interfered with his plans, and now it was his turn to stretch. Suddenly, two people he didn't know came upon the ogres. One of the monsters was defeated by them. The second stranger was jumping on the head of the other. They were two brightly colored players. One dressed in a Hawaiian shirt with a gold chain and a white smile, and the other more somber in a robe and a comfortable special uniform. O Kang-woo looked at the strangers in surprise and couldn't understand where they came from or who they were. This was not his plan, as he wanted to go home. They looked at each other and one of them said to the other, "Bro, that was dangerous." They looked at Gang Yu and wondered if he really wanted to end it himself. The King of Darkness remembered who they were. He looked tiredly at the players as they continued to harass him about how hunting alone was not the best solution. The first player reported that they had provided assistance. His brother laughed. The first was Onuri Guild leader Cha Min-hyuk, and the second was Hanul Guild leader Baek Kang-hyun, the #1 ranker in Korea. Looking at them, Kang-woo thought that it was a damn coincidence how he could run into two guild heads at once. After all, he didn't want attention at all. The guild leaders were discussing amongst themselves that Kang-woo and Echidna were just the two of them, and looked like newcomers who had walked in as soon as they received their passes. Baek Kang-hyun told Kang-woo that it was cool and fateful that they met like this. He offered to escort him to the exit. Kang-woo asked him again. Kang-hyun looked at Echidna sitting under the tree and said that he thought his partner was exhausted. Kang-woo replied that it was fine, and they could take care of themselves. Kang-woo politely said that they must be busy so they could go. Kang-hyun asked if it was dangerous, to which the other head laughed and added what a tedious guy. Runker Korea didn't calm down and tried to help in any way he could. He explained to Gang Yu that this was the S-rank gate and it wasn't safe. Gang Yu looked at all of this with annoyance. Kang-hyun said he's also with a child and he should listen to him because he's not a bad person at all. Kang-woo laughed. He thanked them and added that they had already helped them. Ranker was getting on his nerves with his suggestions. Off to the side, the Onuri head clenched his fist. Kang-woo tried to smile in a friendly manner and scratched the back of his head and said that they really didn't need to worry. The head ranker of Korea looked at him with surprise. He said that if Gang Yu said that. Kang-woo interrupted him. He laughed and confirmed, adding thanks for understanding. He didn't want anyone around them at all. Before leaving, Kang-woo glanced at the second head of Onuri, who was not looking at him in a friendly manner. He didn't say anything, but a flame appeared from his fist. The Lord tried to wake the sleeping Echidna. He repeated her name several times. The little girl's eyes opened, and she looked up at the King of Darkness. Kang-woo told her it was time to wake up. He also reminded her that they wanted to stop by and buy her some new clothes, so they had to go before it was too late. She agreed with him. At this moment, O Kang-woo thought that this was some kind of too crazy day. The Echidna yawned. O Kang-woo looked at his phone screen looking for a route. The fastest route to the mall was through the narrow opening between the buildings. Gang Yu hesitated a bit, but he took a step forward. He thought the navigation had given him the wrong route because this one was so strange. The Echidna was literally falling asleep in his arms. Entering the narrow doorway, the King of Darkness thought that there were not many people near the S-rank gate because the streets were completely empty. Suddenly, the Echidna awakened and turned to Kang-woo, who was deep in thought. He didn't immediately say yes. The awakened dragon pointed his finger straight ahead and cautiously said that it smelled like human blood. O Kang-woo looked in the direction where the little girl's hand was pointing. The agent disguised himself as a follower and managed to infiltrate the demon cult. No one knew who he was, and he seemed to be accepted. As a result of the investigation, the agent realized that it was just a terrible madness beyond all expectations. Having escaped internal scrutiny, the agent managed to make a video with shocking information, but its transmission was hampered. Because of the blocks to prevent information leakage, the ability to send the video to the agent was not possible. In the end, the disguised agent managed to contact headquarters by doing the impossible. However, the surveillance system increased. The result of the investigation could not be shared due to the fact that the followers of the cult figured out the agent. But he had the information with him. The agent tried to escape, but his power reserve was depleted. He realized that he could no longer fulfill his government assignment and save humanity. The agent realized that he couldn't die like that when he still had a chip with very important information for the government. He tried his best to run, but his strength was failing him. He thought about the fact that he had to hand it over to the commander of the Hwarang, Baek Hua Young. Suddenly the agent's legs gave out and he fell, hitting his knees painfully on the tile. He couldn't help himself. He realized that despite the important mission, his battered and tortured body was no longer obeying him and his vitality was really leaving him. He tried to claw at the stone floor with his bloody hands to get up and find his commander, but he had no strength at all. He climbed up and realized that he couldn't give up here and end his life like this because he was only one step away from the Hwaran squad. The echidna shouted for Kang Wu to come over quickly because she had found a person who had liters of blood pouring out. The agent, with practically no strength for further movement and vitality, squinted at Kang Wu and stretched his hand towards him. Kang Wu didn't understand what he wanted at all. When the agent held out his hand to him, he asked him what it was. But he didn't tell him anything. The secret agent managed to put something in Gang Yu's hand. He whispered that he was really asking him to hand it over. Gang Yu didn't understand where to give it to or why. Once the agent managed to pass the information through Kang Wu, he sank to the ground and, exhaling air, closed his eyes for good. The King of Darkness tried to turn to him and rouse him and ask him what was wrong, but he realized that before him lay an immobile body. The echidna was terrified. Again and again, Kang Wu tried to rouse him and told him to stay awake and tell him what it was, but there was no response. Kang Wu and Echidna played a big role in this room without knowing it. Gang Yu cursed and asked what the hell this chip was. Kang Wu didn't understand what was going on and what kind of performance this was with the person who had just traveled to another world handing him a memory chip. He decided to check who the man was first and brought his hand up to read the information on him. The echidna stood behind him with her mouth open. He activated the Watcher power and saw that the dead man was a level 52 player at the 6th Awakening. Kang Wu realized that even though he was a strong player, he didn't come out of the S-rank gate, but from somewhere else. He realized that the only clue to the story was the chip the dying man had handed him, begging him to give it to someone. He wondered what was on it. There was only one video file on the chip. Gang Yu was even surprised. With such eagerness and desire to pass on this information, which was only one file, Kang Wu's eyes widened maximally after he saw what was in the video file. He wondered if this was what he had in mind. Chained to the screen, he stared blankly. The echidna stood behind him, trembling with fear. There was a mute question on her face, but apparently the owner didn't really want to share what was on the video. In fact, he couldn't believe his eyes. Blushing with embarrassment, he opened the file and saw a quality adult movie. He didn't understand a thing. Kang Wu thought, what the heck, and why did this person cherish this chip so much if it only had a movie like this on it? He hummed in surprise and thought maybe he had missed something. He watched the video again. He thought it was a good idea to see an adult movie for the first time in 10,000 years. He was a little absorbed in the process, forgetting all about Echidna. She reminded herself by asking Kang Wu what he was watching so intently. Embarrassed and blushing, Gang Yu said it was just a video. He added that he was watching the video to understand what had happened to the guy. He thought to himself that he needed to calm down. Suddenly, Kang Wu heard a strange sound. He looked questioningly to the side and saw someone approaching him rapidly. There were at least 5 people approaching him with red masks on their faces and robes. He was taken by surprise at this stalemate. The people who came didn't look like friendly players. Gang Wu didn't know what he should do at all. He was trying to figure out who it was. The masked men called him names and said he had already seen it. Their voices were serious and intimidating. They specified that it was the video on the chip. Kang Wu questioned, not understanding what they were talking about. The echidna also glared at them questioningly. The stranger said that after watching this video, they couldn't let him live. Gang Yu asked what kind of nonsense that was. He wondered if it was illegal to watch adult movies. They reported that it was unconscionable to pretend he didn't know what they were talking about. They also suggested that he was a fool. Gang Yu thought they were crazy. Tucking his phone into his pocket, he realized he didn't know what was going on here, but clearly these people wanted the video chip and would try to take it. He was really pissed off about it. They didn't realize they were trying to take away his first adult movie in 10,000 years. Kang Woo thought that no matter what the case was, he was willing to protect the video with his life. He said he couldn't give the video to them. The masked man laughed and said that at last he had shown his true face. He offered to omit the words. Knives flashed on his hands. Altogether, these people joined together and activated their hand daggers and flew to take Oh Kang-woo's life. Oh Kang-woo activated the power of the Iron Curtain, and one could see the magi blurring all over his body with a purple glow. The masked men tried to attack him, but they failed because the protective function of the Iron Curtain was doing its job well. Kang-woo also activated his acceleration power, and now he was already delivering sprawling leg kicks to the uninvited guests in this alley. Their leader commanded them all to release the force quickly. Someone tried to resist and stop the cardinal by telling him of the consequences. He interrupted. The cardinal growled that if they didn't do it, then everyone would die. He added that he didn't know where the player was from, but he wasn't easy. More precisely, the cardinal saw the abilities of a true monster in Oh Kang-woo, who was throwing his team around like targets in a shooting gallery. The masks came off, revealing the reality. Kang-woo felt the concentration of magic in the air. From nowhere, so much mage appeared in the air that it even started to blow his mind. The echidna shouted what it was while looking at the flowing streams covering the opponents. Oh, Kang-woo knew it was the release of demonic power. He assumed that these idiots were from a devil cult, and they had already started transforming into demons, so they suddenly had claws, fangs, and other attributes. The echidna grabbed Oh Kang-woo's hand and told him that they could be very dangerous, but he only thought of giving them peace so they wouldn't suffer anymore. Echidna wanted to rush to help, but Kang-woo stopped her and told her that she didn't need to worry because no one could handle them better than him. Kang-woo clenched his fist tightly, concentrating on every cell of his body and awakening the most powerful reserves of strength he had in him. A group of half-humans with red masks tried to attack him. They all came at the King of Darkness again, not knowing who they were dealing with. Their red masks came off because they were meant for humans, not demons with huge fangs and bursting veins. Oh Kang-woo, who had dealt with real evil many times, knew how to put them in their place. One by one, the cult members were killed in the fight, but he thought it was a simple matter. The Lord of Darkness also noted to himself that the devil's forces had their own regenerative features that allowed them to be more resilient. That was something to consider. He knew he had to push on to rid the world of all this filth. One after another, he struck down the demonic cult members with his powerful battle techniques, who although they had turned into demons but lacked the necessary tactics. With the light beams of his combat powers, he literally burned through their masks, tearing them off and revealing their real faces. The cult followers tried to attack him from all sides, and he needed to dodge an unexpected blow every once in a while. Deftly maneuvering streams of battle magic, the King of Darkness struck the demonic cult members, taking their lives in seconds. They screamed with anger and rage, realizing that their demonic abilities were not enough to defeat a strong monster like Oh Kang-woo. Those who survived in the last seconds changed their minds and tried to run away from him, but the air needles flying at them pierced their bodies and stopped their movement. Informing with a smile that it was too late to run away the darkness, Lord put out one of his fingers, activating a powerful battle technique. The followers of the demonic cult realized that the cardinal was right about the abilities and features of this monster. They wanted to avoid death and rushed back. The power of the earth blades activated by Kang-woo himself caught up to those rascals and cut them in half. Even the last cardinal screamed with rage and anger but could not help himself. He was only trying to survive by escaping the power of the blades, but he couldn't. The battle ended when the last of the demonic cult followers fell on the tiles. Kang-woo made sure that there were no survivors. He opened the video again but saw nothing new. He thought it was an adult movie no matter how he looked at it. He didn't understand why the devil cult bastards wanted it. Oh, Kang-woo was watching a fascinating video, and a thought flashed through his mind. What if he took advantage of this moment? His thoughts were interrupted by someone asking if it was here. The confused Kang-woo heard the voices of the Scarlet Rose Guild head and the Hwaran commander who were going for the broadcasted signal. The King of Darkness was as surprised to see Cha Young-ju as she was to see him. They both said each other's names. Young-ju asked him unhappily what he was doing here and how he got here. The embarrassed Kang-woo only wondered if she saw what he was looking at. The girl asked what she was supposed to see. Realizing that she didn't see, Kang-woo said she didn't see anything. The commander called out a question to Kang-woo. The commander of the Hwarang squad was very surprised. She asked what Kang-woo was doing here. The head of the Scarlet Rose said that she had come on business. Kang Wu told her that a few moments ago, strange people were popping up one after another. The commander of the Hwarang squad came down and asked Kang Wu respectfully if he had seen the video chip by any chance, to which he nodded understandingly. He took out a chip and put it between his fingers and asked them if this was the chip they needed. The commander said it was. The guild leader demanded that he hand it over immediately because this chip contained a very important video for them. Kang Wu, knowing what was on the video, asked if it was really important. The girl fixed her cap and said irritably that yes, it was important, and they needed to see the video right now. Her words didn't sound like a joke, and her gaze was as serious as possible. Kang Wu, who at this point was just dying of embarrassment, didn't understand why she wanted to see this video right now. Kang hesitates for a while before giving the tape to the girl. Cha Yun-ju, on the other hand, is annoyed at having to repeat her requests. Coughing slightly and beginning to stutter, Kang holds out a flash drive to the girl with the recording she demands. Watching Cha Yun-ju insert the flash drive, Kang can't help but feel embarrassed that she really asked him for the 18-plus videos. While inserting the modem into his phone, Cha Yun-ju suddenly suggests Kang to watch it together, because he should know the content anyway. While Cha Yun-ju asks Baek Hwa-yoon how Agent Kang is doing, he tries to hide his awkward and embarrassed face, realizing that everything is going to one thing. In turn, Baek Hwa-yoon examines the red-haired man lying on the floor and says that he is devoid of life. Turning to Mr. Kang, Baek Hwa-yoon gently covers the eyes of the poor man that died while here. Baek Hwa-yoon asks Kang if the guy can explain what happened here. Scratching the back of his head and looking away slightly, Kang wasn't sure he fully understood what had happened. It turns out he was attacked as soon as he got the chip. Then Baek Hwa-yoon realizes that Kang was involved in the incident by accident. Baek Hwa-yoon also says that Kang will still work with them because they will get an explanation after watching the video. But then he notices something wrong. At this time, Cha Yun-ju first starts to shake from shock, then hides her terribly embarrassed face under her cap and shows the recording on her phone. Then the girl suspects that Kang just replaced the video, but the guy denies it and hides his embarrassment by also covering Echidna's eyes. Baek Hwa-yoon himself thinks the video is fake and they will be able to decipher it through the editor at headquarters. Making adult videos is just perfect for faking. That's when Kang realizes that the original video contains information about the devil cult. The agent was supposed to bring him here, but something went wrong. Distracting the guy from his thoughts, Cha Yun-ju starts to make a big deal about how he could have warned her about what he saw, but he only gave in to her wishes. Then the echidna appears in front of Kang, blocking him and yelling at everyone not to hurt this guy. Seeing the little girl, Cha Yun-ju immediately asks what she is, and Kang tells her that she is the summoning dragon he was talking about. Watching the face of this hurt but cute little girl, Cha Yun-ju is surprised that she is that dragon because she looks like a child. Imagining a terrifying black dragon, Cha Yun-ju is still surprised that it's that little girl, but Kang realizes that she's just imagining things. Suddenly, Baek Hwa-yoon enters the conversation and says that since their agent is dead, they should immediately check the video at the headquarters. After some time on the road, the company returns to the main headquarters of the Hwarang squad. It is a tall building with an infinite number of windows. Once inside, Baek Hwa-yoon asks Captain Park Jun-seok if there are any problems with the operational staff, to which he replies positively about the situation. Afterwards, Baek Hwa-yoon sincerely shocks the other soldiers by telling them that Agent Kang Dong-hoon died during the operation. His death will not be in vain. Watching Baek Hwa-yoon pay his respects to the dead man and talk about his family, Kang realizes that the man is a born soldier. Then Baek Hwa-yoon tells Park Jun-seok that the video was encrypted and it is urgent to decrypt it and show it to the investigation. Next, they talk about Commander Jang Hyun-jae, who is on vacation. He's the only one who can stand up to Baek Hwa-yoon in strength. Thinking about him, Baek Hwa-yoon thinks that if the commander was there, no one would have died. But in the end, he decides to go to the research room. After a while, the team starts the projector with the help of which they are going to watch the decoded video. There, the video shows a red room with a bunch of candles. Some unknown man in a cloak addresses his cardinal. Turning back to him, the pentagram-masked cardinal demands that he speak, and hears that the preparations for the summoning are nearing completion. Then the cardinal asks about the time needed, and the acolyte replies that it will take 4 weeks, but if they speed up, they can do it in 3. Then an unknown man tells them that they have received support, and their plans are about to materialize. But as soon as he talks about the church, the cardinal slows him down. Then the cardinal begins to approach the henchman and asks if he is already talking about some success. Cradling his head with his foot, the cardinal asserts that they are still far from their true goal, and he himself will never be able to reach it with such a mindset. While he tries to justify himself, the cardinal demands that he refrain from such speeches until the preparations are complete. After he remarks that such words can cloud the mind, the cardinal abruptly turns around and seems to look directly into the camera. With burning red eyes, he actually discovers the camera and realizes that there is some kind of rat in their midst. At this point, Baek Hwa-yoon makes a comment that the video cuts off. Oh Kang starts thinking about the red devil mask on the cardinal. That's when he realizes he's the one preaching the cult. Oh Khan is sure there are a few players like Cardinal with a similar rank. After that, he reflects on the summoning itself and the huge guild. From all of this, only 3 things can be deduced. The first is that if a red mask with a star is called a cardinal, it is clear that he has very great power. The second thing Okang realizes is that this cult is preparing to summon something terrifying to Earth. The last and third thing is that this organization is backed by some pretty big guild. In the end, Okang expresses that the only way to start investigating is to investigate the major guilds. This should be done because their spy has been caught. And now the major guilds will do everything they can within the organization to hide information about the summoning itself. Without a spy, they'll have no leads, which means it's just a matter of finding the guild that supports the cult. Scarlet Rose and the government have been ruled out. At this point, a satisfied Baek Hwa-yoon suspects that Okang with such skills was already involved in the investigation, but Cha Yoon-ju thinks he's originally like this. Tiredly falling face down on the table, Cha Yoon-ju wondered how they could figure out this guild, to which Baek Hwa-yoon confirmed that it would indeed be problematic. But then Okang enters the conversation and says there's an interesting way to do it. With a satisfied and cocky expression on his face, Okang counters and offers to throw the bait. When he stutters about the cult sacrificing high-ranked players, Cha Yoon-ju confirms that they lost their newbies that way. Putting 2 fingers forward, Okang politely asks if it's a sore subject for the girl, but she assures him that it's fine and demands to continue. Then Okang says that these newcomers will be the basis of the plan, because the cult is targeting low-ranked players with high attribute ratings. At this moment, Baek Hwa-yoon hesitates and realizes that cow players are hunting low-ranked gates, and the cases of disappearances have increased dramatically. Hearing this, Okang suggests spreading rumors that there are very talented players of S level and above in low-ranked gates. In addition, he offers to say that the Scarlet Rose is already looking out for them, in which case the cult will make a move and like a fish take their bait. Then Baek Hwa-yoon confirms that it's a good idea, but wonders if the cult would be willing to take such a risk, and the cardinal seems cautious. Lowering and hiding his gaze in the shadows, Okang is sure for some reason that the cardinal will make his move, and immediately Cha Yoon-ju wonders how he knows this. Giggling to himself, Okang says it's a devil cult and they've already lost all moral control on the way to their lust. Interlacing the fingers on his hand, Okang thinks about the closer the coveted power gets, the more the cult turns to demons. They can't resist the temptation. With a slight chuckle, Okang says that it's impossible to hide what the cult has going on. Baek Hwa-yoon realizes that there has been no decrease in cow players. Folding his hands in front of him, Cha Yoon-ju agrees to do so and asks who will be the bait because the strong rankers are already known to everyone. Also, the girl adds that she herself is not going to use her guild members as bait. Even though it sounds selfish, she doesn't think it's the right thing to do. Okang agrees because it's important to preserve the fighting power. Then the guy's eyes light up again and his face spreads into a smirk. He already knows who to use as bait. There is one man who Okang thinks is perfect for the role. In turn, this man once again comes to his sick mother, who does not even open her eyes. He has bright blue eyes like the sky. He looks at his mother with a sad look, and the pain of despair flashes through his mind. So the young boy sat by his sick mother's bedside until dawn, not leaving her a step away from her. At one point, the guy with sadness in his eyes takes his beloved mother's hand to show her that he's here and he's there for her. The image of the unhappy boy with his mother can be seen even from afar by peering through the shutters next to the windows. All the while, Okang is watching this guy through binoculars and muttering his name Shu-hoon to himself. Barely holding back his tears, Okang thinks that Shu-hoon should be the main character because he takes care of his sick mother every night. Afterwards, Okang pulls out his phone to watch the news and realizes that the plan is working and the reality has exceeded all expectations. It's been a week since Operation Decoy began, and rumors about Kim Si-hoon are spreading faster than planned. But for all that, they don't attract attention. It's a perfect spreading speed. Okang overhears passers-by discussing Shu-hoon and Yuk-tat-hyun. Also on Scarlet Rose's side is a high-level information manipulator who is adept at manipulating computers and news feeds. This Scarlet Rose HR team leader and information manipulator's name is Park Hyun-woo. Now Oka is contemplating the fact that Baek Hwa Yoon is too old-fashioned to work like this, and Cha Yoon-ju has given her orders and there's nothing she can do about it. As soon as Okang notices that Shi-hoon has finally stirred and leaves the apartment, he immediately continues his observations. Watching the boy who's going somewhere, Okang realizes that he should follow him. Eventually, Si-hong arrives at the gate of the Mokdon C rank. There, he meets up with his team and his teammates. Suddenly turning to the girl, Seol Si-hoon notices that she is not feeling well for some reason. At this time, Okang is hiding under his armor, and to his surprise, he's even offered to team up and invited to join the team. In turn, Seol tells him that he hasn't been in touch for a long time and hasn't been home for a week. She has various suspicions. Then Shi-hoon says that it has nothing to do with the affairs inside the gate, and the red-haired girl tries to comfort Seol. Then Seol tells me that Okang has a reason for that. Since it's been a week, he'll be back soon, even though she doubts it. As soon as she suddenly suspects that Okang is disgusted with her cooking, the red-haired girl is immediately surprised by such claims. During this time, Seol becomes more and more immersed in the suspicion that Okang has another girlfriend and no longer wants to live with her. Then the red-headed girlfriend claims that there is no better beauty girl than Seol and pats the girl on the back in encouragement. At this point, the witch starts imagining that Okang just couldn't be under the same roof with a hottie like Seol. Stopping the girls' silly conversations, Si-hoon instructs Seol not to listen to the red-headed Yoon-bi who makes up who knows what. Then the guy says that Okang definitely has an important reason because, unlike them, he's a high-ranking player. Slightly embarrassed and smiling, Si-hong thinks that all they can do now is to get on the same level as Okang faster. When he says that it takes hard work and effort, Seol sighs tiredly and is even embarrassed. But then she is abruptly filled with a sense of motivation and confidently grasps her magic staff. Si-hong then suggests to his companions to go on the road, and they support him that it is time for them to go hunting. Watching them, Okang realizes that these guys have already reached the 20th level and received the third awakening. They're growing up fast. After that, the guy tiredly pulls off his armor and realizes that he hasn't really seen Seol in a week. Remembering the face of his beloved, he knows there's nothing he can do because work calls. Okang sees how hard it is for her, so he remembers Echidna, who is even harder because he is the only one she can rely on. Grabbing his head, the guy anxiously realizes that he doesn't even eat properly and hasn't slept properly in a long time. He wants to finish everything as soon as possible. At this time, Zi-hong's turquoise-haired comrade inside the gate is fighting the goblin attacking him. The man uses his metal shield to fight back and defend himself from his blows. Abruptly grabbing his wrist, he smiles and voices his opinion that this goblin is rather ignorant but strong. However, that won't stop him from disposing of his opponent. Swinging his shield, the man attacks the goblin back. When hit, the goblin abruptly loses his balance and begins to fall sideways as if about to collapse to the ground. At this moment, the man gives the signal, and immediately, Si-hong appears on the battlefield along with support in the form of Seol's strength. As if on a silent order, Seol begins to target Zi-hong with reinforcements to awaken the water dragon. Next, the girl thrusts her magical staff forward to create the second connection. While the comrade diverts the goblin's attention to himself, Si-hong uses the water dragon's shockwaves to attack and sweeps through the enemy. Severely wounded and maimed, the goblin begins spitting out clots of his blood. At some point, such outcomes begin to irritate him, and it's as if he's even more filled with aggression and rage. Then the goblin seizes the moment to reach out to Zi-hong, intending to repay him in the same coin. But in an instant, the goblin's plans are ruined because Si-hong uses the lightning spear on him. With this kind of powerful and piercing energy, Shu-hong manages to defeat the goblin that is letting out steam from its mouth in its last breath. After that, he falls to the ground with his entire thick and heavy body in front of Zi-hong's team and his comrades. Then Dae-soo asks if the goblin is really dead, and Yoon-bi threatens him with a staff because she doesn't like him saying that. Getting closer to the goblin and taunting Yoon-bi, Dae-soo confirms the goblin's death and that their experience points have increased. After that, they discuss amongst themselves that C-rank monsters are stronger and they should be more careful. They also wonder how Okang goes to something like this alone. Looking at the goblin and scratching the back of his head, Si-hong said that in less than a month they had made a good progress and even destroyed a troll. Then Dae-soo and Yoon-bi claim it's all thanks to Shi-hoon who encouraged them, but this reaction confuses the guy who thinks it's an exaggeration. Turning to Yoon-bi, he says that her magic is cool too and suggests that we start collecting mana stones. They then begin to search the troll for his heart, which can be sold at a high price as an ingredient for a healing remedy. All the while, from somewhere on a low cliff nearby, Okang is watching the boys. Scrunching up his nose slightly, he realizes that they have indeed grown and fought against the troll without too much movement. Now the roles are assigned and future movements are clear. Dae-soo is the tank along with his control. The main damage along with the boost is obviously dealt by Shihong himself, who is able to control the water dragon. And Sol in turn is able to give auxiliary damage to Shihun, who later plays as cover. Still watching the guys, Okong just wanted to see if they needed his help while they discussed how they would get rich because of Shihun's popularity. Trying to hide his face under his cloak, Okang rises to his feet and looking at his comrades, realizes that it's time to really take the bait. It's been a whole week since they started spreading rumors. Okang is beginning to worry that the cult is still inactive. Tensing slightly and dropping a drop of sweat, Okang suspects that they might also be cautious looking at the outstanding rookie. Looking through the binoculars at the guys, Okang himself came to this world from hell because he knows that it is impossible to miss such prey. Beginning to suspect that the rumors may not have reached Okang, Okang decides to check out the situation. By placing his palm to the ground and pressing it down, Okang activates his unique ability, the Power of the Watcher. Okang is sure the cult won't miss this. They are sure to come, and suddenly he sees two bright flashes appear behind the goblins. Two unidentified men literally lightning fast past the trolls with a single blow, taking their lives. On his turn, Okang found the same two players that are clearly at a high level since they destroy trolls with one hit and don't collect mana stones. After all this, the two unknown men hurriedly head, no even run towards Kim Si-hoon. Seeing all the information he needs, Okang stops the effects of his skill and realizes that this time has finally come. Making a horrified and maddened face, Okang realizes that the cult people have finally taken the bait that he and Scarlet Rose have provided them. At this time, another troll is again defeated by a company of guys that went to the dungeon. After the victory, Shahong puts his sword back away and turns to his comrades to say that they all did a great job. Then they praise Shihun for the fact that it's all thanks to him, but the kid thinks he's just lucky and luck has played into his hands. While Yunbi jokingly tells him that he didn't even let her participate in the battle, Sihun chuckles embarrassedly and feels awkward. But suddenly, his attention is distracted by something frightening and unexpected. He opens his eyes wide in surprise and growing alarm. Then he turns to Sol, warning her that another troll has appeared behind her and they should prepare for the next battle. While the troll aggressively swings his sword, Sihun instructs Yunbi to hold him back so that Seol can retreat at this time. With the same suddenness on their battlefield appears someone else who rather shocked the guys with his presence. Turning to the guy, Shihun immediately makes a tense and angry face, recognizing the man who is standing in front of him, and believes that fate has brought them together again. It turns out to be Kim Yun-hoon and his bodyguard. The guy says that he didn't expect to see Shihun here. At that moment, Dae-soo asks Shihun if they really know each other because Kim Yun-hoon is the vice head of the Peace Guild. While the comrades try to figure it out, Sihong stands speechless and just stares at his would-be opponent. Kim Yun-hoon is the deputy leader of the Mir Guild, one of the best guilds in Korea. He is the son of the chairman of Mir Electronics Corporation. In simple terms, this crazy and inadequate guy was originally born with a golden spoon in his mouth. His talent as a player and magic wielder is questionable. Unlike his father Kim Jae-hyun, Kim Yun-hoon was only slightly above average. But by relying on his father's wealth and power, Kim Yong-hoon was able to manipulate other people. Now Shihun asks Kim Yong-hoon why he came here, to which he mockingly replies that he came to hunt. While the guys argue amongst themselves, starting a conflict, Dae-soo, Seol, and Yun-bi anxiously look amongst themselves. When Kim Yong-hoon calls Shihun his brother, he becomes aggressive and shouts in anger that he dare not call him his brother. Then Kim Yong-hoon continues to smirk, saying that they can't be called ordinary brothers. Unlike him, Shihun has inferior blood. This provokes Shihun again, and he immediately grabs his sword to attack Kim Yong-hoon. Waving his hands and laughing, Kim Yun-hoon suspects that Sihun wants to fight him. Then clamping the dead troll with his foot and showing his advantage, Kim Yong-hoon wonders where in Shihun's confidence to attack comes from. Listening to Kim Yong-hoon's nonsense, Shihun can barely contain his anger and disgust for him, but he doesn't say anything. Watching Shihun's team, Kim Yun-hoon reveals that there have been a lot of rumors about the kid lately. When the one says that Shihong has an incredible ability no lower than S rank, the guy abruptly flinches in surprise. While Kim Yong-hoon is muttering something about how Shihun will awaken with a high ranking, the guy himself is holding on tightly to his sword to be ready. Holding out his hand and sticking out his tongue, Kim Yong-hoon says that this is exactly the kind of situation where he needs a victim like Shihun. Not understanding what Kim Yong-hoon means about the gold mine, Sihun realizes the danger and asks his comrades to stand behind him. Kim Yun-hoon then looks at Seol and remarks that she should not be sacrificed, making her wince. Continuing to lick his lips and make a crazy face, Kim Yun-hoon thinks that there are many other ways to use Seol and her skills. Those were the very words that provoked Shi-hoon to attack Kim Young-hoon with his sword. But in an instant, his attack is repelled by the guy in literally one deft and fairly quick movement. Slightly bouncing back, Si-hong stops, and everything that happens makes his comrades start to worry about the guy. The tense Si-hong doesn't realize what just happened, and despite the difference in levels, he doesn't understand how he can immediately counterattack from a short distance. At this point, Kim Young-hoon is already ready for the next attack, and turning to Shi-hoon demands him to just stand still and not resist. Activating the special absolute defense mode in his blade, Kim Young-hoon sentences insults to Shi-hoon under his breath. Shouting that he's going to get this guy, Kim Yoon-hoon hurriedly headed in his direction to pounce. During all of this, Kim Yoon-hoon can't stop laughing and giggling to himself because he's amused by how Si-hoon keeps running away from him. A fight ensues between the guys in which blades from both sides intertwine as they fight each other off. At one point, Kim Young-hoon's blade whizzes right in front of Shi-hoon's face, and the guy demands that he attack him properly. After a moment, Shi-hoon seems to get lost and sharply misses Kim Young-hoon's blade, causing it to strike him in the side. For his part, Kim Yoon-hoon looks quite focused, but for some reason tense and nervous. As soon as he manages to deflect Shi-hoon's sword strike, Kim Yoon-hoon immediately breaks out into a mad grin. At this moment, Si-hong seemed to lose his balance and realized that he was about to fall to the ground. Kim Young-hoon takes this opportunity to kick the guy, sending him flying into a nearby rock. After receiving a rather unpleasant blow and finding himself at the cliffside, Si-hong comes to realize something. Watching Kim Yoon-hoon and his sword, Si-hoon realizes that this sword attack was done because Kim Yoon-hoon was not moving of his own free will. While Kim Yoon-hoon is saying something about inferior blood, Si-hoon realizes that his very sword that the guy is holding is moving him and his body. Kim Young-hoon's absolute special equipment defense system is a system that combines the technology and capital of world electronics and detects enemy attacks. At this time, Kim Young-hoon suddenly starts to blush with anger and calls Shi-hoon a cocky guy who is just a bug to him. Once again, Kim Young-hoon pounces on Shi-hoon, saying that he should lie down and not fight back while he attacks him. Just as the guy swings his sword and almost strikes, Dae-soo appears in front of Shi-hoon, protecting him with his shield. Upon seeing the stranger, Kim Yoon-hoon asks who he is and the reason he's preventing them from fighting at all. Dae-soo tries his best to hold back the aggressive Kim Young-hoon while jerking his body slightly. Continuing to hold up his shield, Dae-soo informs aloud that he doesn't know what happened between Shi-hoon and this guy. Even so, he's not about to let Kim Young-hoon hurt his comrade Shi-hoon, and for further action, he abruptly pushes off with his foot. Powerfully and quickly, Dae-soo starts to ram into Kim Yoon-hoon, pulling him away from Shi-hoon. At this time, Si-hong himself continues to sit by the rock and watch tiredly as his friend helps him. In turn, Dae-soo is not going to give up and keeps moving on Kim Yoon-hoon to stop him. But at some point, the man looks up because he doesn't realize what's going on right now. Dae-soo immediately asks what Kim Yoon-hoon is doing to him as he watches the energy penetrate his shield. That's when Kim Yoon-hoon starts smirking and asks how a dumb man like Dae-soo dares to attack him with such an outfit. Then the guy starts summoning a special field of magic, which seriously alarms and surprises Dae-soo. A moment later, Dae-soo finds himself in midair because an invisible force pushes him away from Kim Yoon-hoon. Looking back at the explosion that Dae-soo's fall leaves behind, Kim Yoon-hoon claims that he would have done away with him anyway, but after dealing with Shi-hoon. But then his attention is diverted by something else already more interesting but quite tense. In front of Kim Young-hoon is Shi-hoon, who has already accumulated enough energy in his sword with Seol's support and is ready to attack. While Seol is diligently trying to support his magic, Si-hong is going to use the Dragon Shockwave technique. His fifth compound that he uses with his power even slightly repels Salt and makes him stagger. Rising up and swinging his sword, Si-hoon summons the Wind Dragon to confront Kim Young-hoon. For his part, Kim Yoon-hoon watches in mild shock and tension as Si-hoon uses the Dragon Shockwave technique. The fifth connection ends up affecting Kim Young-hoon, who realizes that things are taking a dangerous turn for him. When Shi-hoon summons his Wind Dragon, Kim Yoon-hoon grabs his sword to fend off the attack. During his offensive, Si-hong screams his hatred and overwhelming rage without end. Kim Young-hoon himself continues to be tense and is already struggling to hold back his so-called brother's attacks. At one point, Si-hong manages to catch his opponent's arm with his sword and brings it down sharply. In the end, Si-hong strikes back with a crushing blow, pushing his opponent straight into the same rock where he had recently been. Taking the opportunity, Si-hong tries to catch his breath and take a breather to continue the confrontation. But as soon as the guy hears Kim Young-hoon's voice, his tension picks up again in an instant. Putting his hand to his chest, Kim Yoon-hoon activates the protective expansion and sentences that Si-hoon has always been like this. Rising to his feet, Kim Yoon-hoon kicks Dae-soo's body away and starts talking about his dirty origins again. The words about him never knowing how to lose provoke Shi-hoon again, causing him to breathe more often and heavier. Then Kim Yong-hoon remembers his tentative brother Shoo-hoon at the time when they were still in high school. The kid also recalls the times they played sports together. And even in talent as a player, Si-hoon was never inferior to Kim Yong-hoon and never lost. However, now in Kim Yong-hoon's opinion, everything will change. At this moment, he clutches his sword tightly in his hand. Pointing his blade at Shi-hoon, the guy claims he didn't give a damn about his determination and persistence. Copying Sha-hoon's abilities, Kim Yun-hoon claims he has enough money and power to command people. Noticing Kim Yong-hoon's strange behavior, Shi-hoon realizes that something is wrong and thinks he can crush his worthless talent. Now instead of Shu-hoon, Kim Yong-hoon uses his copied Fifth Connection and Wind Dragon Strike technique. Laughing madly and wiggling his face, Kim Yong-hoon suggests that Shi-hoon fight back with his own technique. Then Si-hong tensed up but still put his sword forward to avoid being hit. Feeling the repeated blows, the guy realizes that it's getting pretty hard for him to resist it. At one point, Kim Yong-hoon does throw his opponent back into the same rock again, repeating the scenario all over again. Seeing Sha-hoon's defeat, Kim Yun-hoon can't contain his emotions and starts mocking him. As Seol tries to heal Sha-hoon, his opponent realizes that this is his whole limit and now it's his turn to look down on him. At this moment, Yoonbi enters the battle and exposes her magic staff and stores energy in it. Next, the girl uses the lightning spear to direct lightning at Kim Yong-hoon, but he surrounds himself with a protective shell in the form of a sphere. Continuing to taunt Kim Yun-hoon, he shouts that Si-hoon will lose despite his pathetic attempts and efforts to fight. At this time, Seol tells Shi-hoon that she won't be able to treat him for a long time but has managed to give him first aid for the moment. While the guy needs to recover, Seol is going to go and help Yoonbi. At this point, he's desperately thinking about surviving, but it doesn't change anything. Imagining Kim Yong-hoon's mad face, Shi-hoon begins to think that this is how he will die after vowing to take revenge on the people who abandoned them. Revenge is out of the question now while Yoonbi and Seol try to fight Kim Yun-hoon instead. Looking at the unconscious Dae-soo, Shi-hoon realizes that he can't even protect the people he cares about. He thinks it's because of his weakness. Shi-hong bites his lips aggressively to hold back his anger. Suddenly, someone's voice comes through the guy's head asking him if he wants to get stronger. Oh-kang realizes that Kim Yun-hoon is the type that Si-hoon once told him about. At this moment, Oh-kang realizes that the guild that is affiliated with the devil cult has turned out to be the large guild Peace. He also realizes that Kim Yun-hoon is the illegitimate son of the Peace Guild and knows that he and Shi-hoon are similar but didn't expect that they could be brothers. Now that he's made all the necessary connections for Okanu's plan, we can move out slowly. But suddenly he hears Shi-hoon's voice saying aloud that he needs power, and it makes him stop and watch. At this moment, Shi-hong's body begins to fill with an unknown power that should help him defeat all the enemies in his path. During this process, Si-hong rocks hard and tries to hold back the tearing pain from the filling force. Recreating the dragon behind his back, Si-hong demands the powers that will help him protect the people he holds dear. Eventually, Shi-hoon accepts the power of God Cheon-dae-hwan and Oh-kang realizes that a guy in such a shitty situation has really awakened. Watching the notifications that Si-hoon is mastering a new art and mastering the Cloud Dragon's sword and blades, Oh-kang confirms the speculation. While Shi-hoon is pouncing on Kim Yun-hoon with renewed vigor, Oh-kang says that he will give the main character's place to him. With an overflowing fury of hatred and determination, Zi-hong screams and howls without end and without end. At one point, Kim Yong-hoon and Shi-hoon's powers form a vortex that lifts the guys into the air above the others. While trying to resist his opponent, Kim Yun-hoon can't stop wondering what kind of drastic transformation his brother is undergoing right now. At the same time, Sha-hoon's blade sharply stabs into his shoulder, making Kim Yong-hoon wince and startle. Watching Shi-hoon's distraught face, Kim Yun-hoon realizes that his absolute defense didn't work in this case. At this point, Kim Yun-hoon tensely asks Shi-hoon not to make him laugh with his antics and once again uses Shi-hoon's abilities back at him. But this does not frighten Shi-hong, who is rapidly and decisively moving towards his victory. Calling Cloud Dragon to him, Si-hong uses his strike with Third Connection to counterattack. Bringing the technique to perfection and activating Cloud Mayhem, Si-hong delivers a crushing blow to the enemy. But in response, Kim Yun-hoon still tries to resist while thinking that such abilities are impossible for a guy. As he continued to watch Zi-hong, he didn't understand where such incredible and sudden strength and speed came from. As soon as Shu-hoon gets as close as possible to Kim Yong-hoon, he realizes that he has long surpassed him in strength. Missing more and more attacks in his direction, Kim Yun-hoon still doesn't understand why Si-hoon has become so strong. Seeing Shi-hoon's sword burning with power and energy, the guy realizes that he needs to run away immediately. As Kim Yun-hoon tries to activate the Absolute Defense outfit and its expansion again, he realizes that it's too late. At the last moment, his bodyguard appears in front of the guy and stops Shi-hoon's attack. With a cool and imperturbable face, the bodyguard protects his ward. After that, to finish his maneuver, the man abruptly pushes Zi-hong away with his weapon and throws him somewhere to the side. Then Kim Yoon-hoon starts to resent Cheon Myung-ho for deigning to come out only now and not doing it earlier, to which he starts to apologize. In turn, Si-hong realizes that his damage level is too high, and he should take a break and recover his energy. Right now, Shi-hoon doesn't understand or know what's on Kim Young-hoon's mind, but his bodyguard is a serious enough opponent. Approaching Shi-hoon, Cheon Men-ho demands him to confess that he will never surpass the deputy guild leader. In that case, Cheon Myung-ho offers to end him quickly and painlessly enough for his obedience. But instead of answering something, Si-hong silently stares into his eyes and tries to catch his breath after the last fight. For a while longer, Shi-hoon is silent and just observes what Cheon Myung-ho will do. All the while, Cheon Men-ho threatens the guy with his weapon and muscular body, demanding him to be obedient. When he's about to end it with Shi-hoon, the guy makes a harsh comment about the man talking some nonsense. But despite his excuses and distractions, Cheon Myung-ho is already bringing a huge axe in front of him, swinging it at the boy. After that, with the back of the hilt, he stabs Shi-hong straight into his stomach to feel the pain. In the end, Shi-hoon is thrown to the ground by Cheon Man-ho's cries that he got what he deserved. Beginning to shake with pain and covered in drops of sweat, Si-hong realizes that he is in a dire situation. His body is exhausted. All he can do is watch as the man swings at him again, saying that weak men have rights too. Cheon Myung-ho continues to think that the weak should suffer. Meanwhile, Shi-hoon continues to shake, but can't do anything. At that moment, he remembers his mother and their late-night hangouts and then realizes he was wrong. Then little Si-hong thought about how his mom was sorry for giving him life, but he didn't need an apology. Letting out bitter tears, he thinks he was doing well, so he just wanted to say thank you that his mom gave birth to him. But now in the end, Si-hoon realizes with wet eyes that he couldn't overcome the vicissitudes of fate and was too pathetic. Finally, looking back at his comrades, Shi-hong apologizes to them for putting them in this situation because of him. Eun-bi continues to fight back, but realizes that her mana is at its limit while Si-hoon reflects on his failure to protect her and the others. Noticing that Cheon Men's axe is approaching him, Ho Si-hoon is ready to accept the fate that says he will not last to the end. At the last moment, the guy covers his tearful eyes and mentally apologizes to his friends without end. He is forced to open his eyes by a sharp rumble and the sound of fighting, followed by an unknown voice claiming that Si-hong has said the right thing. Oh-kang appears and abruptly and quickly stops Cheon Men-ho's axe with his spur on his arm. Seeing a familiar boy, Shi-hoon is amazed that he came out of nowhere and mocks the fact that the right of the weak is to suffer. Continuing to hold Cheon Man's axe effortlessly, Ho-oh-kang agrees with his thought and says that he thinks so himself. After a moment, the guy sharply and quickly pushes Cheon Men-ho away from him, causing him to fall to the ground. Madly and inadequately smirking, Oh-kang is going to let Cheon Men-ho enjoy that right to the fullest from now on. For a while longer, Cheon Myung-ho tries to regain consciousness and get back on his feet while Kim Yoon-hoon hides behind a rock. Shi-hoon, for his part, is trying to figure out how and where Oh-kang came from and how he got here in such a timely manner. Realizing that all this time Oh-kang has actually been following them and made Shi-hoon the bait, he realizes he can't say that, so he'll explain everything later. Then Oh-kang turns to Eun-bi and Seol, telling them to take Dae-soo and Shi-hoon to a safe place and fix them up. While the guys take the wounded guys away, Oh-kang discusses with Cheon Men-ho that he's not from Hwaran and that's why he came here alone. Interrupting the man, Oh-kang says that he thinks they are in the wrong relationship to introduce themselves, so he demands him to jump on him right away. Provoked by such speeches, Cheon Myung-ho doesn't even try to contain his rage and is really going to pounce on his enemy. Abruptly getting out of his seat and stepping toward Oh-kang, the man sentences about being the son of a horrible mother and other insults. But Oh-kang's unexpected answer makes Cheon Men-ho stop to listen to the end, stopping Cheon Men. Ho's axe blade with just one hand, Oh-kang reminds him that it's his words that weaklings only have the right to suffer. No matter how many times Cheon Myung-ho tries to wrestle the axe from Oh-kang's hands, nothing happens. The guy himself guarantees him that he won't violate his right. Watching the madman through his red glasses, Cheon Myung-ho asks the only question about who he is. At that moment, Kim Yoon-hoon comes out from behind a rock and shouts at Cho Myung-ho to use magic. Biting his lips, the man realizes that he doesn't want to do it at all, but Kim Young-hoon says that it's a direct order. While the guy without end and edge demands him to sacrifice himself for the guild, Cheon Men-ho immediately drops his weapon. Putting his hand on his chest and paying his respects, Cheon Myung-ho confirms the fulfillment of the order given. Then, with his muscular hand grasping Cheon Men-ho's jacket, he begins to concentrate the devilish power in his body. All the while, Oh-kang watches Cheon Myung-ho transform into a monster with interest and pleasure. Right before his eyes, horns appear on Cheon Men-ho's head, and his teeth increase in size, becoming sharper and sharper. Literally one moment, and a walking demon with wings and horns on its head appears in front of Oh-kang. Kim Young-hoon, who is peeking from behind the scenes, is laughing because he thinks they'll win for sure. Continuing to taunt madly, Kim Yoon-hoon orders Cheon Men-ho to take Oh-kang's life immediately. While swinging at Oh-kang, Cheon Myung-ho says that no matter how strong he is, only he will be the winner. After activating the Iron Curtain power, Oh-kang is amazed that Cheon Myung-ho is the most demon-like person he's ever seen since returning to Earth. Then, using the Thousand Force, Oh-kang strikes the man's stomach, lifting him sharply into the air above him. After being badly wounded and receiving a crushing blow, Cheon Myung-ho, in the guise of a devil, begins to expectorate his blood with lifeless eyes. All the while, Kim Yoon-hoon is watching, and at one point his face changes dramatically, and he realizes that this is the end. Kim Yoon-hoon doesn't know what's going on and suspects that this guy is a rancher. Seeing the inadequate expression on Oh-kang's face, Kim Yoon-hoon doesn't understand how he was able to defeat Cheon Men-ho, who used cult magic. At this point, the kid realizes he should run, but Oh-kang is literally right on his heels. Barely breathing and rushing to get away from here, Kim Young-hoon realizes that he needs to call his father right away. Then he also pulls out a communication bead. It is an item that is used inside the gate for continuous communication. But behind his back is Oh-kang, who asks where he's going and who he's planning to call. With one deft and quick strike, Oh-kang rolls Kim Yoon-hoon to the ground, stopping his escape. Falling face down on the ground, the only thing Kim Yoon-hoon is thinking and asking now is who Oh-kang really is. But instead of the answer he wants to hear, Oh-kang's foot comes down hard on his head, pinning him to the ground even harder. Then Oh-kang asks why in a moment of desperation everyone asks such a question, and is this how the devil cult teaches them to talk? Looking at the magic ball in Kim Yoon-hoon's hands, Oh-kang asks what it is, and if the guy is going to contact Kim Jae-hyun. Continuing to taunt Oh-kang also sentences that everything is fine and he can actually call him. At this time, Kim Jae-hyun, being in his office, notices that the communication bead on his desk is vibrating. Putting his palm on the bead, he immediately asks what's wrong and hears Oh-kang's voice asking if he's Kim Yoon-hoon's guardian. Taking his hand off the bead and placing it next to it, Kim Jae-hyun listens to his son's screams that some madman has jumped him. Next, the man listens with a nonchalant face to the endless sounds of blows and Oh-kang's taunts concerning his son. But at one point, Kim Jae-hyun beats Oh-kang to stop, and he immediately stops to listen to the man. At this time, using the power of binding, the guy restrains Kim Young-hoon with gold chains so that he can't move or resist. Watching the guy being squeezed by chains and starting to cry, Oh-kang tells his father that his condition is getting worse by the minute. At the same time, Oh-kang demands Kim Jae-hyun to go to the same C-rank gate that is in Mukdong. At that moment, the man hears Oh-kang's taunts that even if he asked him to come alone, Kim Jae-hyun wouldn't do it. While continuing to pull the chains, Oh-kang tells Kim Yoon-hoon's father that he is not going to wait long and will not do it. When asked if Oh-kang is in his right mind, the guy asks the man not to fuss and just do as he demands. Starting to squeeze the pillow under the bead, Kim Jae-hyun is extremely unhappy with Oh-kang's opinion that he can survive being a member of the government guild. When asked if he really acts alone, Oh-kang confirms this fact with disgust on his face that he always hunts alone. With each new response from Oh-kang, Kim Jae-hyun's rage is replenished, and he harshly remarks that the guy doesn't have the guts to lash out at him. As soon as the man hears that Oh-kang doesn't care about him, his eyes immediately begin to express even more rage and hatred towards him. Just then, he leans over to the bead and hears a sudden question about whether he himself knows who Oh-kang is. But once Oh-kang realizes that Kim Jae-hyun doesn't know who he is, it only means that he can beat up his son Kim Yoon-hoon non-stop. Eventually, Oh-kang breaks the communication bead with the face of poor beaten Kim Yoon-hoon. Hearing his son's moans and pleas, Kim Jae-hyun asks Oh-kang through the bead to stop. In response, Oh-kang gives the man only 20 minutes to show up at the gate, and if he doesn't, he better not know what will become of him. As soon as Kim Jae-hyun asks again that he doesn't know who Oh-kang is or what he wants, the guy himself flinches slightly. Kim Jae-hyun, who is angry at his own desk, says that if Oh-kang did such a thing just for the ransom, there's no turning back. In that case, the enraged Kim Jae-hyun will get his hands on him and then destroy him in the most brutal ways. To which a smug Oh-kang wishes him luck and finally breaks the bead with Kim Yoon-hoon's head. The guy then rises up and continues to hold the chains binding Kim Young-hoon, saying that his father is finally finished. Then Kim Yoon-hoon, to the surprise of the guy, starts begging him for mercy, which makes him slightly interested in such a request. Kim Yoon-hoon, who is beaten up, lies on the ground and says that if Oh-kang needs money, his father can give him as much as he wants. Then Oh-kang flips the guy on his back with his foot and replies that he loves money, but he doesn't need it from his family. Through tears and terrible pain, Kim Yoon-hoon asks in his last breath what Oh-kang wants then. At this point, the first thing Oh-kang thinks of is a huge plate of kimchi, but then coughs and says he wants world peace. All the while, Kim Yoon-hoon continues to lie immobilized on the ground and listen to Oh-kang's wishes. That's when he starts freaking out and asks in horror what Oh-kang really needs, and he really can give him anything. At that moment, Oh-kang grabs Kim Yoon-hoon by the face, demanding him to shut up immediately and stop talking without end. After that, Oh-kang tells him to get ready to meet his dad. Kim Yoon-hoon realizes that his father won't let him get away with it. Hiding his crazed look under a fierce grin, Oh-kang mutters aloud to himself that he was very lucky. Holding Kim Yoon-hoon's face, Oh-kang adds that he is lucky that his father Kim Jae-hyun really loves his son. Literally and illusorily taking on the guise of a demonic horse, Oh-kang begins his speech. Pointing a huge finger at Kim Young-hoon, he claims that a person who cares about someone is easy enough to use. After all that happens, Oh-kang leads his companions back out into the world through the gate portal in Mukdon. While the guys are discussing amongst themselves that they should recover, Oh-kang is suddenly called out by Cha Yoon-ju, who appears. At this point, the girl tells me that she brought the Havaran squad and the players she was able to convince to come here. While his comrades are shocked that Scarlet Rose is here, Oh-kang tells his partners that he was just unlucky to end up with Shuhoon and the others around him. Approaching Seal Cha Yoon-ju grudgingly asks who she is, to which the girl immediately says hello and introduces herself. At this moment, Cha Yoon-ju is still looking at Seal from head to toe, realizing that the girl is much prettier than her. With each passing second, more and more aware of this fact, Cha Yoon-ju can't contain his displeasure and anger. Then Cha Yoon-ju asks Seol about her relationship with Oh-kang, and she answers her the same question. Then Oh-kang intervenes and stops them. After that, Oh-kang instructs them to take the others and get out of here. But Dae-soo shouldn't bother since he hasn't recovered. At that moment, Hwa-yoon enters the conversation and asks where the one who took the bait is and suspects it's the guy Oh-kang is dragging on the ground. Lifting Kim Yong-hun with chains, Oh-kang tells him that he's still warm and alive. Hwa-yoon and Cha Yoon-ju are surprised to see Kim Yoon-hoon and are sure that his father will not be alone. Oh-kang agrees because he's a powerful man. Sighing tiredly, Cha Yoon-ju realizes that they have unleashed an unnecessary battle, but it can't be avoided because the Peace Guild has been linked to the devil cult. At this moment, Baek Hwa-yoon shows Oh-kang that they've only been able to gather so much reinforcements in so much time. After that, the girl clarifies whether their actions are not hasty, because if a full-scale battle starts, it will be difficult. Showing a restrained Kim Yoon-hoon, Oh-kang thinks there's no battle easier where the opponent is running forward like this guy's father. Turning Kim Yoon-hoon's head over, Oh-kang also adds that a father's love for his son is boundless and infinite, which gives them an advantage. At that moment, Cha Eun-ju enters the conversation and thinks that Oh-kang is wrong that Kim Jae-hyun will immediately attack because of his son. Again making the look and face of a madman, Oh-kang suggests to just go ahead and test his theory regarding this. Moments later, several vans appear and hastily stop as they reach the final point of the route. At this time, Baek Hwa-yoon and Cha Yoon-ju stand behind their assembled squad and notice the cars appearing. For his part, Oh-kang continues to hold Kim Yoon-hoon down with chains and silently observes the scene. The doors of one of the vans open and a man dressed in a white suit and white shoes steps out. He knew it was Scarlet Rose. Spotting Cha Yoon-ju and Baek Hwa-yoon in front of him, the man is not at all surprised that they are involved. Then he turns to them and calls them names, because they have not even awakened their full power, and thought that by taking his son hostage, they could put an end to his plans. Filling with dark energy, Kim Jae-hyun asks where the person who spoke to him through the communication bead is. When Oh-kang comes out of the crowd and greets a man, the man looks at him closely to see who he is. Waving Kim Jae-hyun's hand, Oh-kang smilingly says that the man looks much better in person. When Kim Jae-hyun notices this kid, he starts to glare and calls Oh-kang nothing but an arrogant ghoul. Afterwards, he thanks the guy for not running away and notices Kim Yoon-hun's son flying towards him. Having no desire to receive thanks for the deeds of Oh-kang, throws the hostage towards the man. In an instant, the bodyguards pick up Kim Young-hoon while his father tries to realize what's happening. At that moment, Cha Yoon-ju and Baek Hwa-yoon tense up dramatically because Oh-kang gave up the only hostage so easily. While the girls are hitting on Oh-kang, Kim Jae-hyun enters the conversation and asks what the trick is. Mocking him in return, Oh-kang tells him that he just wanted father and son to be together one last time because the man was so worried. Watching Kim Jae-hyun hold his battered son Oh-kang is surprised that they won't even hug. All the while, the guy keeps laughing uncontrollably at what's going on right now. Taking the opportunity, Kim Jae-hyun starts shaking his son to ask how he's feeling. Realizing that the boy does not react to him in any way, his father begins to worry without end and repeats his question. In the reflection of his eyes, the breathless body of Kim Yong-hoon can be seen as he faintly mumbles to himself. At one point, Kim Yun-hoon comes to his senses and looks back at his father in horror, asking who he is. As he repeats this question over and over again, Kim Jae-hyun is shocked and doesn't understand what's wrong with his behavior. Kim Jae-hyun tries to prove to him that he's his real father, but he doesn't recognize him. At this point, the bodyguards also get involved and try to explain the situation to Kim Yong-hoon in order for him to come to his senses. With no end in sight, scrolling through this picture in his head, Kim Jae-hyun's eyes express anger with incomprehension. While the unfortunate Kim Yun-hoon is crying and screaming behind his back is Oh-kang, who is enjoying such a sight. Kim Jae-hyun realizes the horror of the situation and starts screaming in rage about how bad Oh-kang is for doing this to his son. Energy begins to build up around the man's body, causing his anger and rage to come out. At this time, Oh-kang is acting quite calm and unperturbed, just silently observing the old man's behavior. At this moment, Cha Eun-ju orders everyone to immediately step back to avoid getting caught in the hot hand. In turn, the bodyguards try to calm a furious Kim Jae-hyun, who is outraged that Oh-kang dared to do such a thing. A moment later, there is a small but very bright explosion that causes the others to cover themselves with their hands. On the other side, Cha Eun-ju also begins to activate his energy to counter Kim Jae-hyun's growing power. Bearing her metal bracelet on her arm, the girl is already at the ready to strike her blow. A split second later, Cha Eun-ju is already off the ground, leaving Oh-kang to simply watch the interesting spectacle from the sidelines. At this time, Kim Jae-hyun activates his special ability of Ninth Awakening, creating an S-rank steel fortress. In retaliation, Cha Eun-ju uses a legendary weapon called the Bloodthirsty Chain. Lunging towards the man, the girl screams now and then from the hatred and rage overwhelming her. On the other side of the battlefield, Kim Jae-hyun does exactly the same thing, showing all of his hurt and anger. Eventually, both sides face each other forehead to forehead, going to fight each other. At this point, Kim Jae-hyun is literally filled with rage and yells for everyone to disperse to the sides. Immediately afterward, Kim Jae-hyun and Cha Eun-ju's powers collide with each other, causing a small explosion of energy. It happens because Cha Eun-ju uses her magical chains to stop and even slightly push the man away. At this moment, the girl's bright blue eyes burn with confidence and determination towards her victory in this fight. Cha Eun-ju is waving his chains at Kim Jae-hyun, trying to keep him away from Kim Jae-hyun. A moment later, the man is already restrained by her trap, which envelops his entire body and prevents him from moving. With all his might, Kim Jae-hyun tries to resist the chains, and with shaking hands from overexertion, he tries to break them. While insulting Cha Eun-ju and her stupid chains, Kim Jae-hyun breaks them on himself and gets rid of his stiffness. At this moment, Cha Eun-ju stands at the ready as if she knew that the man would break free of the trap and pounce on her again. After another moment, Kim Jae-hyun was already moving towards Cha Eun-ju, saying that such tricks were useless against him. That's when the girl realizes she should increase her distance and starts to deftly bounce back a little. But at some point, the ground beneath her begins to break, causing Cha Eun-ju to soar into the air, realizing that her plans are ruined. In turn, this happens because Kim Jae-hyun is already here and swings his fist at the girl again. That huge fist of a man that stores up all his energy is about to be right in front of the girl to attack. But suddenly, Baek Hwa-yoon enters the fray and swoops past the man to protect Cha Eun-ju. During this, the girl starts yelling out loud that she's going to use the squall wind technique. A strong and bright squall vortex recreates around Baek Hwa-yoon and begins to spread literally everywhere. But Kim Jae-hyun, who has already torn his outerwear, doesn't care about Hwa-yoon's techniques and manages to quickly move to the other side of her. The brisk wind does take its toll on Kim Jae-hyun's body, who takes the opportunity to talk to his opponent and catch his breath. Turning to Baek Hwa-yoon and Cha Eun-ju, the man calls them insulting words and notices Oh-kang's silhouette visible behind him. All the while, the kid watches from the sidelines, never ceasing to smile like a madman. His red eyes immediately catch his attention. When the man sees Oh-kana, he fills up with rage again as if to replenish it and starts yelling loudly. Raising both fists above him, Kim Jae-hyun repeats for the girls to get out of his way. The man then sharply and powerfully strikes the ground with his fists, causing quite a bit of destruction. At that moment, Baek Hwa-yoon is struck, trying to hold on to the cracking asphalt. Following this, the enraged man seems to fly up into the air and continues to destroy everything around him without stopping shouting. At this time, Baek Hwa-yoon is still trying to stay on her feet, but at some point she fails and is about to collapse. As soon as Kim Jae-hyun snaps out of his seat, He causes another small explosion that throws Baek Hwa-yoon into the air. On the other side is Cha Eun-ju, who is ready to stop Kim Jae-hyun with her magic chains. Despite the obstacle in his way, Kim Jae-hyun doesn't stop and yells demanding the girl to get out of his way. Then Cha Eun-ju brings his hand behind his back in order to concentrate the maximum amount of energy in it to use the attack. Abruptly thrusting his hand forward, Cha Young-ju pointed the metal chain spear at the man. But then the girl realizes that her spear doesn't help and doesn't stop Kim Jae-hyun, who is already just a few centimeters away from her. With a single movement of his body, Kim Jae-hyun breaks the metal chains and thus throws Cha Yoon-ju away from here. In turn, the girl during the flight realizes that this man is completely off the rails once breaks through all their attacks. Taking advantage of the moment, Cha Yoon-ju crosses his fists to further attack the inadequate old man. Spreading his arms once again and landing on the ground, Cha Young-ju aims his magic chains at him to further immobilize him. At first, this kind of machination can keep an enraged Kim Jae-hyun at bay for a while. For this, the girl has to put quite a lot of effort to hold the huge, muscular man. At this time, Cha Yoon-ju thinks that she and Kim Jae-hyun are the same level of ranchers, so she thinks she has enough strength to beat him. As Kim Jae-hyun tries to break the magical chains again, the girl still believes that he won't be able to ignore her attacks forever. In turn, a nearly exhausted Baek Hwa-yoon tries to get to her feet when she realizes she needs to make one more decisive strike. At that moment, the aggressive and fierce Kim Jae-hyun practically breaks free from Cha Yoon-ju's chains. Noticing this, the girl tensed up, realizing that she was completely wrong in her thinking about her opponent. Moments later, the once again enraged monster Kim Jae-hyun destroys the shackles on him and shouts loudly to the entire battlefield. Cha Yoon-ju's magical chains rattled off almost at the root, forcing the girl to struggle to stay on her feet. Pulling out the tip of one of the magic chains from his shoulder, Kim Jae-hyun sighs tiredly and nervously in pain. All the while, the man heads towards Okana, who continues to stand silently and do nothing. In turn, Okang himself keeps grinning like a madman and watching Kim Jae-hyun. Seeing that annoying smile of Okang once again, Kim Jae-hyun is provoked and rocks his teeth. In an instant, he snaps out of his seat, hurriedly moving towards Okana while shouting insults in his direction. Almost right in front of the guy's face, Kim Jae-hyun swings his fist sharply at him to strike. But at that moment, he receives a blow in the back from which a whole stream of blood spurts out of his mouth. This happens because Baek Hwa-yoon, who has gathered her last strength, plunges her sword into the man's rib. At this time, the girl herself is on her last breath and can barely stay on her feet, but still strikes a decisive blow. Kim Jae-hyun's bodyguards watching from the sidelines notice that Mr. Jae-hyun is wounded and start screaming. In one sharp and deft move, Baek Hwa-yoon draws his sword, causing the man to almost fall to his knees. But at the last moment, he manages to stay on his feet, clinging to the asphalt with his shoe. As Kim Jae-hyun begins to shake from the pain and injuries he's sustained, he's barely able to stay afloat and is watched from behind by Baek Hwa-yoon. Despite all of this, Kim Jae-hyun continues to take small and barely noticeable steps toward his goal. At this time, Baek Hwa-yoon and Cha Yoon-ju, who are tired and exhausted from fighting him, are looking after him. After a while, Kim Jae-hyun approaches Okang while continuing to shake his whole body and moan to himself. Getting as close to him as possible, the man starts swinging his fist at Okang. After that, he even manages to touch Okang's chest with his fist. Then he calls the guy a little devil. But eventually his hand relaxes hard and abruptly starting to slide down Okang's clothes. Right after that, Kim Jae-hyun falls to his knees in front of Okang, realizing that he no longer has the strength to do anything. Then Okang starts laughing and grabs the old man by the hair, raising his head slightly. At that moment, the guy asks how it happened. Leaning slightly toward Kim Jae-hyun's face, Okang reminds him that before, the man promised that he would take his life. But now that he hasn't been able to do anything, Okang asks if the old man realizes who he is and who he is. After the incident, the Scarlet Rose team heads back to the Hwarang Squad headquarters where Cha Yoon-ju demands an explanation from Okang about Kim Yun-hoon. Remembering the poor boy's face, the girl asks what he did to him, to which Okang replies that he only played with his memory. At this moment, Cha Yoon-ju is slightly tense because she didn't know that Okang had this ability as well. But according to him, he has many talents. Observing the guy's behavior, the girl demands him to stop talking nonsense because it's not a question of talent, but who Okang really is. Putting his palm on Cha Yoon-ju's shoulder, Okang assures her that she doesn't need to know everything, much less try to understand. With a sneaky glance at the girl, Okang claims that she helps him enough and he does the same in return. The moment Okang says that their goal is to uproot the weed called the Devil Cult, Cha Yoon-ju begins to clench his fist forcefully. Grinning with teeth mixed with a smirk, Kang adds that the devil cult has taken the people she cares about from Cha Chung-ju, and that's enough. Holding out his palm to her, Kang suggests that the girl just continue to keep trying to go after her goal. At that moment, Cha Yun-ju herself realizes that she had raised a tiger cub in Kang, and he turned out to be a tiger that squeezed into her with his fangs. Realizing that it's too late to think about it, Cha Yun-ju tries to pull a smile on his face. That's when she agrees with Kang's words and extends her hand to him for a handshake. Without stopping to look at Kang with a serious gaze, Cha Yun-ju agrees to try and continue to pursue his goal. Their shadow at this time entirely represents the handshake between the demon himself and the ordinary girl. After everything happens, Scarlet Rose restrains Kim Jae-hyun in strange ribbons with spells written on them. They have questions for him. All the while, the rest of the Scarlet Rose soldiers are watching the interrogation room to control the situation. Then Bak Hwa-yoon questions the man about what the call means when Kim Jae-hyun started cooperating with the cult and who was hiding under the red mask. In response, the man only pulls a smile on his face and laughs at what questions he is asked. At that moment, Bak Hwa-yoon is provoked and starts to get aggressive by harshly slapping his hand on the table in front of Kim Jae-hyun. Making a furious and maximally displeased face, the girl demands the man to answer her questions immediately. Now he is no longer the chairman of World Electronics or a guild leader, but a common criminal who facilitates a crazy cult. After a while of his musings, Kim Jae-hyun tiredly asks if they think he's going to tell them anything. That's when he makes Baek Hwa-yeon tense up with his words about how they're government dogs, and he doesn't care about the Hwarang Squad's power. Turning toward the girl, Kim Jae-hyun tells her that he has a lot of connections and has a collar on the evil dogs and their leash in his hands. As the man continues his provocations, a magical chain aimed directly at the perpetrator passes by Baek Hwa-yoon's face. As Kim Jae-hyun is being chained up, Cha Yun-ju comes in and says it's her turn to ask questions. All the while, the girl holds the old man in her shackles, causing him to gasp slightly from suffocation. Abruptly pulling herself to the man and resting her foot on his stomach, Cha Yun-ju starts yelling for him to answer the questions immediately. Then Baek Hwa-yoon comes in and tries to reassure Cha Yun-ju that they can't get rid of the problem if they take the man's life. At this moment, Kim Jae-hyun begins to laugh lightly and faintly at the girl's behavior and words. When he states that Scarlet Rose will lose and they are in a tough situation, Cha Eun-ju becomes even more aggressive and outspoken. Suddenly, behind the girls' backs appears Kang, who claims they did a good job, but now it's his turn. Afterward, Kang draws everyone's attention to himself and suggests that Kim Jae-hyun talk to him for a bit. As soon as the man sees Kang, he immediately changes his face dramatically because he feels only anger and hatred for him. At the same moment, Kim Jae-hyun says he won't tell Kang anything, but the guy thinks he has no other choice. Then the old man starts calling Kang stupid, but suddenly he claims he can give him something back. When Kim Jae-hyun hears these words, he suppresses his fervor and calms down a bit because he realizes that this proposal is already interesting to him. Showing the grin of a madman, Kang claims that he can give his son Kim Yoon-hyeon back the memory that he himself took away. Gazing at the man, Kang demands from him to begin his story so that he can repay him in the same coin. At this time, Kim Jae-hyun doesn't hold back his horror and shock without taking his gaze off Kang. Kim Jae-hyun is shaking, whether from fear or terror, and tries to mumble something, but the words don't come out. Then he bows his head tiredly to hide his face and begins to laugh softly. All the while, Kang, with the same crazy face, continues to drill Kim Jae-hyun with his intimidating gaze. Also watching from the sidelines are tense girls who don't quite know what's going on. Moments later, the man abruptly raises his head and starts yelling that Kang will one day go to hell. Agreeing with this, Kang teases and agrees with him, even though he mentally remembers that he's been to hell before. Also, the regular soldiers are still watching the interrogation room where Kim Jae-hyun is already starting his story. Then Kim Jae-hyun reveals that he first met the red-masked type about 8 months ago. When asked if they know each other, the man looks down and denies the fact and pauses for a moment before saying anything else. Demanding him to continue, Kang realizes that even Kim Jae-hyun doesn't know the identity of this red-masked cardinal. The criminal then tells us that the cardinal offered him a deal. If Kim Jae-hyun provides the necessary sacrifices, the cult will turn him into a demon. At that moment, Cha Yun-ju comes in and asks if he agreed and what's wrong with him for going to such a crazy thing. Kim Jae-hyun tells her that she's only saying that because she doesn't know anything about demons, but she doesn't know what he means. Demons are quite terrifying and powerful beings who have the unique ability to live forever. Kim Jae-hyun then adds that it's only if your heart or head is not taken away from you that you can live forever without aging. Then Baek Hwa-yoon asks if the old man fell for their tales of eternal life, and for what reason he did it. Next, everyone listens attentively to Kim Jae-hyun's words that demons have been around for over 1,000 years. They existed before, scattered all over the world and secretly increasing their scale. It is only now that they are becoming active. At this point, Okang thinks about the fact that the Devil Cult is a 1,000-year-old organization and wonders how long ago they put down roots. As he realizes that destroying them won't be easy, Cha Yun-ju abruptly asks if Kim Jae-hyun really wanted eternal life in return for sacrifices. As soon as he agrees, Cha Yun-ju, displeased and disgustedly, calls him a fanatic whose eternal life will drive him crazy. Then Kim Jae-hyun starts laughing loudly, saying that the girl really doesn't understand anything at all. Then Baek Hwa-yoon and Cha Yun-ju also listen carefully about how the demon's body preserves the spirit and awakens longing. It just means that being a demon, you can't be disappointed in life and can live forever with a young body and a lively mind, according to Kim Jae-hyun. After hearing such nonsense, Cha Yun-ju thinks that such a thing is impossible and can't believe it. Then with a smirk on his face, Kim Jae-hyun says he's sure of it, or he wouldn't have just agreed to the deal if he didn't know for sure. At this moment, Cha Yun-ju realizes that if the man is talking like this, he is well aware of the strength of the demon cult's growth. Okang, for his part, thinks this is nonsense because eternally unsatisfied desires are not as sweet as they seem. Remembering the time spent in hell, Guy realizes that it is only unbearable pain with which nothing can be compared. Then Okang thinks that Kim Jae-hyun doesn't really know anything about the demon cult after all. After that, Kim Jae-hyun tells us that they made sacrifices and some got magic. This is demon magic, which is different from human magic. When asked if the man got his mage, he denies it, and then Cha Yun-ju asks why he didn't have time to do it since that's what they teamed up for. Kim Jae-hyun then explains that more time is needed to prepare, and if you rush to take the mages, you will lose control of yourself and your mind. He himself forced others to accept instant magi power because that's the essence of a follower to be used. Cha Yun-ju calls him a freak for that. Baek Hwa-yoon then asks what the summoning means, and immediately hears the answer that the demon cult is going to summon the devil. This is immediately followed by a question from Baek Hwa-yoon about where they're going to do it, and hears about how the spatial wall has weakened, so it's difficult. Hearing about the unknown wall, Cha Yun-ju tiredly wonders how long ago it weakened. Then Kim Jae-hyun pauses for a moment. When he tells him that the wall weakened about a month ago, and now it's possible to directly summon the devil, Okang is immediately covered in sweat from the exertion. Losing his mind and sinking into his own thoughts, Okang begins to suspect that he is the reason for all of this. Okang realizes that the devil cult became active after his return to Earth when he destroyed the Gaia system. While the guy is wondering if it's all because of him, Cha Yun-ju notices his rather suspicious and strange behavior. Then he asks if the spatial wall is being rebuilt, and Kim Jae-hyun says it's only getting weaker. At this point, Okang is freaking out at the thought that Erno's demons and monsters will begin to unite to destroy humanity. Since his worries won't help the case, the guy wants to focus on the cult. Then he asks where the headquarters is in Korea and if there is a cardinal there. Kim Jae-hyun responded by saying that it doesn't matter whether he knows their location or not because the headquarters is probably already in a different place. A tense Cha Yun-ju asks if there are still not enough victims, and hears the perpetrator reply that he doesn't know that anymore. Starting to get aggressive, the girl is not happy because Kim Jae-hyun's words don't make any sense anymore. The guild supplies the victims, and it's strange that he doesn't know. Pausing for a moment, Kim Jae-hyun then remarks that they are just a part of the demon cult system. That's when Okang bows out sharply and attracts the attention of the girls who don't understand why he's reacting this way. Putting his fingers to his lips, Okang suddenly realizes that the Peace Guild aren't the only ones doing this. In addition to them, there are many other guilds cooperating with Devil Cult that they unfortunately don't know about yet. Hearing this, both girls tense dramatically, realizing that the scope of the problem was far more extensive than they had suspected. At this time, the cardinal of the demon cult calls a meeting and tells them that Kim Jae-hyun has been caught. Watching the man, the cardinal wanted to help him, but then realized that he had revealed himself too insignificantly. At this point, the acolytes tell the cardinal that nothing will interfere with their plan because there are casualties from the other guild. Squinting his eyes, the cardinal thought that he couldn't understand why Kim Jae-hyun had acted so recklessly. Observing Okang's image, Cardinal suspects it might be about him and recognizes the guy. Remembering some events related to him, the Cardinal recalls that the young man's name is Okang. Putting his feet on the table, the Cardinal realizes he should check it out. He then asks if support from the Order has arrived. Then one of the servants tells him that a demonic crystal with a huge concentration of mana has arrived. It will help the Cardinal increase his strength. After hearing the information, the Cardinal asks about the Order's instructions, but the acolytes assure him that no instructions have been given to them. At this point, he realizes that the Order wants them to achieve their goals on their own, so they must hurry. Instructing to continue following the plan, the Cardinal mentions some horrifying creature. Slightly thoughtful, he orders the acolytes to start with a certain El Kuro who they already know. After interrogating Baek Hwa Yun Cha Yun Jo and Okang leave the building. In the end, by discussion, they come to the very beginning. Turning to Okang Baek Hwa Yun claims that the guy will get his separate compensation from the government. All this for catching the Peace Guild and also neutralizing Kim Jae-hyun with ease. It was all because of Okang. In response, Okang just hopes the reward isn't useless pieces of paper, and Hwa Yun assures him that she's not so much following the rules. At this point, Okang realizes that since Baek Hwa Yun has said such big words, he should definitely wait for the award. After a while, Okang returns to the apartment where he lives. There he is already met by Sol and his pet Echidna, who are happy to see the guy after a whole week. Upon seeing her master, the Echidna immediately starts to shed bitter tears trying to find out where he has been all this time. Carefully closing the doors behind him, the guy apologizes to the girl because he had really important things to do. As she continued to whimper and cry, Echidna already suspected that she might have done something bad to this boy, so he left. Raising a sad look at him, she wonders if he'll leave her. And if she's guilty of something, she'll make it up to him. Looking the little girl straight in the eye, Okang assures her that everything is fine and she has done nothing wrong. Hugging and cradling Echidna tightly, Okang promises her that he will never leave her and wants her to calm down. At this time, he realizes there was nothing he could have done but really didn't care for the child who escaped from being alone for a whole week. At that moment, Seol asks if Okang has done all his chores, but he himself unfortunately can't explain everything properly. Lowering his gaze and slightly embarrassed, Seol states that everything is fine, and he really does care about them more than anyone else. In turn, Okang looks at her with the same gentle and warm gaze, promising her that he will explain and tell her everything later. Afterwards, Seol asks if the guy is hungry and tells him that she made kimchi. This makes the guy shudder with happiness. Then Okang immediately agrees that he's ready to go to the table right now to taste her delicious kimchi. In his opinion, Seol is an angel. After a while, they go to the local hospital where Soo-hoon is lying wounded. After gathering his entire team, Okang tells them that he heard rumors about Shi-hoon, and so he started following him to protect him. Knowing that Si-hong doesn't understand anything, Okang says that the world of players is small, especially when it comes to the person who stands out. Okang himself realizes at this point that if he hadn't spread the rumor intentionally, someone else would have. So it's not his fault. Then suddenly a voice is raised by Seol, who suddenly asks Okang to talk about such things in advance. She had already guessed that Okang had many secrets from them, and she knew full well that it was for their own good. Slightly embarrassed and holding her palm tightly, Seol says that the more Okang does this, the greater the gap between them. Awkwardly and embarrassedly scratching the back of his head, Okang apologizes for making his friends worry about him. Then Seol tries to explain to him that it's not his fault because he clearly has a good reason, and she said it without thinking. At that moment, Okang thinks the girl is right because he made the family members worry. When Seol hears this, she flinches in embarrassment. Starting to blush literally from head to toe, Seol listens intently to Okang about how he'll do everything he can to make sure he and Echidna don't worry. Lowering her maximally embarrassed gaze, Seol tries to say something but can't gather her thoughts. She then abruptly turns to Okang and demands that he speak freely to her, shocking the poor kid. Then in front of the gate, Okang talks to Cha Yun-ju freely, and it annoys her, so she demands to talk to her family members in the same way. All the while, they are watched by Si-hoon Eun-bi and Dae-soo, who are excited to watch this Santa Barbara of a love comedy. At this moment, Seol and Okang's palms almost touch in a gentle and warm touch. Responding to Seol Okang's claims, Seol Okang embarrassingly asks for the reason why she herself doesn't speak freely to him. Averting an already embarrassed look, Seol states with a slight smile that she's just more comfortable that way. At that moment, an Echidna appears out of nowhere with a manlarenka in her hands and calls out to her master, Okana. Piling in between Seol and Okan, the girl holds out a tangerine in front of her and demands her host to peel it. Fulfilling all the necessary requirements of his pet Okang starts to peel the fruit, and at that moment, Shu-hoon approaches him. Apologizing for intruding into the conversation, Shu-hong wants to ask his comrade something very important to him. Out of nerves and worry, the guy clenches his palms and asks what happened to Kim Yoon-hoon and Kim Jae-hyun after all. Continuing to calmly peel the tangerine, Okang states with a wide smile that they will rot for the rest of their lives in prison. They won't pay off with money because the World Electronics Guild is completely destroyed and they have nothing left after the incident. It's all over the newspapers and magazines. Kim Jae-hyun and Kim Young-hoon will never be released from prison again. When Okang tells him that he heard about Kim Yoon-hoon forcing Shu-hoon into debt, the guy immediately flinches. His eyes open in hope when he learns that he will be able to legally compensate for the damages and be able to give his mother good treatment in the hospital. Continuing to clench his palms forcefully, Shu-hoon sincerely thanks Okang for all of this and thus let teardrops fall. Dae-soo and Yoon-bi are watching from the sidelines, and they can't hold back their tears at the heartwarming picture. At this moment, Okang awkwardly watches Shu-hoon hide his crying eyes and continues to thank him. Revealing her happy yet sad from tears, Shu-hoon calls Okang her savior. Afterward, the kid remembers the very moment when they first met Okang. He also helped him deal with some ill-wisher that day, and meeting Okang will give Shu-hoon good luck for life. That's when Shu-hoon remembers the same crazy face Okang keeps making. From now on, both Dae-soo and the rest of Si-hoon will see Okang as his half-brother and will try to move with him. Confidently clenching his fist, Shu-hoon will serve Okang forever. At this moment, Okang himself begins to feel guilty. While the guy is endlessly crying and thanking Okang interrupts him because he's now going to talk to him calmly like a half-brother. Afterward, Shu-hoon gets Okang and Seol's attention because he's going to finally tell everyone about something. When he claims that he's been hiding something all this time, Dae-soo and Yoon-bi's attention comes into the conversation. After a pause, Shih-hong says that he received the martial arts god air ability upon awakening, but he can't use it to its full potential yet. Reacting to Yoon-bi's story, he is amazed because no one has ever received an ability of such a rank after first waking up. Dae-soo is fascinated by his story. At this time, Okang sighs tiredly, realizing that this news is rather petty compared to the others. But when Shu-hoon reveals that due to an error in Gae's system, he received an unusual message, Okang is stunned and shocked. Then the guy realizes that even Cha Yoon-ju didn't know about the Gae system, but then why did Shu-hoon just mention it? Among other things, Okang is tense about the fact that Shu-hoon was chosen to be the protector because of when exactly the guy awakened. When he mentions the date of May 22nd, Seol joins the conversation and realizes that it's the day they first met Okang. At this point, Okang realizes that when he returned to Earth, Shu-hoon awakened because the guy caused a glitch in Gaea's system. Watching his friends praise Shu-hoon for being a hero now, Okang realizes that the guy might be the key to fixing Gaea's system. Continuing to watch, but covering his mouth with his hands, Okang is surprised that Shu-hoon is actually much more important than he thought, and didn't think he was the main character for nothing. Giggling to himself but hiding it behind his palm, Okang is happy that he has managed to subdue Shu-hoon. After a while, Okang is about to leave, saying that he will not interfere with Shu-hoon's rest. But just as the guy turns around to take a step, Shu-hoon's hand grabs him by the hem of his jacket. Everyone else around him anxiously asks if the guy is really going to leave, but Okang doesn't realize what's going on. Looking back at the strangely acting Sha-hoon, Okang hears him asking him to stay for a while, and doesn't understand the reason for this look and behavior. After a moment, some sort of realization regarding what was happening around him once again entered Okang's head. While Echidna is talking to Seol about Okang leaving and wanting to go with him, the guy remembers what they say about subordinates reaching out to their master. Looking at Shu-hoon with a sneaky glance, Okang didn't expect that this guy would be one of the familiars that would reach out to him. Unwilling to explain, Okang immediately jumps out the window to get out of here as soon as possible. After a while, Okang heads to the gate in which he meets two huge monsters on his way. Together with himself on this case, the guy took an Echidna who is going to help him in this battle. Using her magical abilities, Echidna puts both palms forward and aims Dark Storm at the monsters. Dark rays envelop the space, and a gloomy shroud spreads everywhere while the Echidna bounces back slightly. Afterwards, the monsters' bodies are left with small scratches and mutilations that don't stop them much. In turn, Okang uses the power of the Iron Axe to attack his opponents. It all happens rather quickly and is well practiced. While Okang is attacking, the Echidna jumps back. Holding tightly to the hilt of his iron axe, Okang uses an ability that increases his power. While Echidna borrows Leviathan's power, Okang concentrates the power of Frost into the iron axe. Thanks to the combined efforts of Okang and himself, he gains the Leviathan skill which possesses S rank. Using his new ability, Okang swings his axe at monsters, destroying them clearly and quickly in a single blow. As soon as the axe touches the monsters' bodies, the frost power will activate and freeze the monsters. Thanks to Echidna smashing ice blocks with monsters, Okang wins and gets experience points for it. Eventually, his level increases by 1 and the guy gets his 6th awakening. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he realizes that it wasn't easy. Inspecting the status window that appeared, Okang is excited about the new level and wants to see his new ability soon, but ends up noticing only the question marks and is ponied by the fact that he doesn't understand what the demonic delay conditions are. At this time, Echidna is very worried about her master, asking how he is feeling, and the guy responds by assuring her that everything is perfectly fine. Suddenly, the communication bead Okana begins to vibrate, indicating an incoming call. Almost immediately, the guy picks up the so-called phone and realizes that his girlfriend Saul is calling him. Then Seal tells him that they're almost done preparing for the move, so Okong can come over. In turn, Seal's mom still wants to clean up before she leaves, so the girl can leave first and the woman will take a cab. After a while, they arrive with the whole company to the luxurious apartments of a tall and multi-story building. Looking around the new apartment, Seol is extremely surprised and asks Okang if they can really live here. Then Okong says that they're a family and he doesn't want to live here alone. But Seol is embarrassed that he bought the house and they have to live here with his mom. Then Okang tells him that he didn't buy it himself, but the Scarlet Rose Guild did. And that's when Seol realizes that Cha Yun-ju is involved. When the guy confirms this fact, Seol tries to pretend that everything is fine, but inside herself is actually angry. Looking at the views outside the window, Seol worries that Cha Yun-ju can afford such a house and buy it for Okang. In fact, it makes the girl angry because there's no denying their big difference in levels. Besides, Cha Yun-ju's house is not far from here. Seol is distracted from thinking by Echidna's talk that the guy hasn't planned anything at all for tomorrow. Starting to get embarrassed, Echidna realizes that she can offer some of her own options for something to do tomorrow. Stroking the girl's head, Okang realizes that she wanted to play together and agrees to her idea to organize their leisure time. When Seol suspects that Cha Yun-ju and Echidna are somehow connected, she immediately nominates herself to go with them. The next day, the company goes to a busy city to find the first big shopping mall they come across. There, Echidna, along with Seol, start trying on different outfits and showing it to Okang. Seol then offers to take a picture with Echidna, and Okang looks at them and remembers that they've been shopping together before. Smiling with the corner of his lips, Okang is happy that these girls have become close enough to spend time together. Watching Echidna try on another outfit, Okang remembers how worried he was about the girl. She was once very shunned by humans and only counts on Okana, but now she's quite warm to Sol. There is such a close and good bond between the girls that Sol even spoils Echidna with big soft plush toys. Watching their cute faces, Okang is sure that Echidna will get used to everything quickly enough with Seol by her side. After a while, Okang finds himself in a very difficult and uncomfortable position. Carrying an incredibly large number of packages, he wondered how much longer this would last. At this time, the satisfied Sol and Echidna are chatting passionately about something and thinking only about what they are going to buy this time. After a while, they stop at a place that Okang starts drooling over. This is where the guy realizes he can eat anything he wants, and that's why they're going to go here now. Looking at Okana Seal's strange behavior, he thinks he's never seen a food court. Then she explains that it's different from restaurants. Without stopping to drool long enough, Okang realizes that this is the same food court he's been hearing about all this time, and it actually exists. While doing other important things, Okang realizes that he has completely forgotten the reason he came back to Earth, and that is to have fun and eat good food. They set up a whole table for the guys to try everything here. Then Okang even asks if they can eat before they start. Scooping the incredibly flavorful and brightly colored soup into a spoon, Okang is about to start his meal with it. Tasting it and savoring it, Okang suddenly catches himself thinking that this broth is much worse than what Seol makes. Next, the guy reaches for a slice of pizza, thinking that the mediocre flavor is offset by the great variety. At that moment, Okang takes a slice of pizza and starts dipping it into the soup. When Seol sees this, she is very surprised and even flinches. After combining two seemingly incompatible dishes, Okang realizes that this is a real treat, and it tastes better than he thought. After that, Okang plans to try everything together at once. Seol covers Echidna's eyes so she doesn't see a bad example. In the end, Okang sweeps away everything in his path and finally drinks the broth from the soup. With a satisfied face wiping the soup off his chin, Okang realizes that this is exactly what is needed, but doesn't notice someone else's hands. After that, Okang notices the palms and turns toward the man who approached him. Seeing a familiar face, Okang hears him say that when you eat kimchi jjigae, you have to mix literally everything. A dark-skinned man with blonde hair and wearing a Hawaiian shirt appears in front of the boy. He calls Okang his brother. Slightly lifting his sunglasses, the man shows his face and remarks that he and Okang haven't seen each other in a long time. Without taking a break from his food, Okang asks what business the guild leader of Hanul, Baek Kang Hyun, might have with him. Denying such formalities, Baek Kang Hyun asks Okang not to address him in such a formal tone. The man himself had come here to share some news, and listening to this conversation, Seol is not at all stressed out by it. With his glasses down again, Baek Kang Hyun asks if Okang is really a newcomer to Scarlet Rose, to which the guy replies that they are cooperating. Abruptly placing his hand on Okang's shoulder, the man realizes that their conversation is definitely not going to last. Doing a smug look and peering at the guy Baek Kang Hyun with it, Okang offers Okang to defect to their guild. When he offers the car 50 billion and the house, Sol and Echidna even choke on their food in surprise. Opening a can of soda, Baek Kang-hyun claims that he will give the best of everything and even a high post for Okang. To which Okang replies almost nonchalantly that such an offer is expected, but that's not all he's interested in. Hearing this, Baek Kang-hyun tenses up slightly at Okang's unexpected insolence and is even surprised that it's not enough. But then the man begins to contemplate what is so interesting that he can offer for Okana. While patting the guy on the shoulder, Baek Kang-hyun says that Okang is funny, and that's not enough to accept the offer. Then the man asks what he wants, and Okang tiredly replies that he has no plans to work under anyone at all under any circumstances. But right after that, Baek Kang-hyun suggests something else, and then Okang's attention shifts abruptly and interestedly. At that moment, Baek Kang-hyun offers to give him legendary level gear for free if Okang joins them. Equipment of this level is difficult to get even for money. Legendary weapons are made from materials collected from bosses of S rank and higher. The peculiarity of such a weapon is that the owner, through a special ceremony, creates a connection with it. After that, no one can use it except him. Pondering the fact that a legendary weapon could raise the characteristics to absolute ones, Okang hears Baek Kang-hyun notice his interest. Also, Okang realizes that it's tempting, but if the weapon can't increase dark energy for him, this offer is meaningless. That's why the guy refuses, but that's what Baek Kang-hyun expected. In that case, he's going to leave. But finally, the man gives Okang his business card and says that if he changes his mind, he can call him right back. After that, Baek Kang-hyun grabs a small bowl and is about to do something else. If Okang is stirring everything, he should not forget the ingredient that the man himself pours into his plate. It'll taste great. At this point, Seo covers Echidna's eyes again so that she doesn't repeat such horrible things about food. Eventually, Baek Kang-hyun walks away, leaving Okang to his own thoughts and to try a new dish made by his hands. After a while, Okang heads to the swanky multi-story headquarters of the Hwarren squad. Then he tells this story with Baek Kang-hyun to his partner Cha Eun-ju and claims that he refused because he doesn't want to bow down to anyone. Mocking everything that's going on, Okang adds that he doesn't have to move to Hanul at all. He's only saying that because he thinks he's entitled to legendary gear for contributing to everyone's safety. Then Okang asks what Cha Eun-ju knows about Baek Kang-hyun, and she tells him that they have seen each other a couple of times as heads of major guilds. When asked what kind of person he is, Cha Eun-ju tiredly but with a smile exhales, stating that Baek Kang-hyun is quite an extraordinary person. But it's already obvious to Okang that he's interested in the rumors. Then Cha Eun-ju thinks about it and looks for the right button to press on the elevator. Pressing the door-closing button, Cha Eun-ju remembers how Baek Kang-hyun once lost his temper. It was during the battle with opponents to make the world rankings. At that time, Korea could enter the international statistics. But in the end, Baek Kang-hyun himself was defeated only because he snapped and was disqualified. It was awful. At that moment, the man lost to the owner of the mythical weapon Eye of Susanoo to a Japanese man named Fujimoto Rema. No one was happy about it. That's all the information that Cha Eun-ju knows. Then Okang wants to know if Baek Kang-hyun will retaliate against him for his refusal. To which Cha Eun-ju replies that Baek Kang-hyun is not like that, and even on the contrary will just laugh and say that Okang likes him. After a while, the guys go up to the right floor and meet Baek Hwa-eun. Turning toward them, the girl says that she was waiting for Okang and invites them to enter the room. While searching the guild of Peacebeck Guild, Hwa-eun discovered a legendary item that has no owner, and she took it here. Mocking the situation, Baek Hwa-eun reveals that the management was adamantly against what she wants to do. Okang's surprised face shows his fascination with the interesting subject that Baek Hwa-eun is offering. Inspecting the item, Okang examines the characteristics of the Black Pearl coat, which doubles all of the wearer's data by half. In turn, Cha Eun-ju says that his effects are not good, and Baek Hwa-eun agrees. Cha Eun-ju then turns to Okang and tells him that considering his effects, you can get a good boost, but the problem is the extra characteristic. As soon as the girl turns around to Okang, then his facial expression and demeanor makes her flinch. At this point, the guy himself covers his mouth with his hand to contain his insane laughter, and realizes what an incredible object this is. Then Cha Eun-ju realizes that Okang has that extra characteristic, but it's not surprising given his speed. Hearing this, Okang realizes that the girl has figured him out, so he flinches slightly in surprise. If Cha Eun-ju is right, then this changes the situation drastically. In that case, this item is the best of its rank. Realizing this, Okang smiles again and says that he likes the new gift. Turning back to Baek Hwa-eun, Okang thanks her, and plans to continue working with them to eradicate the devil cult. Since the item has now found its owner, Baek Hwa-eun counts on Okang and offers to try out the coat. Then Cha Eun-ju explains that he should just put on the gargoyle armor. A moment later, the old coat flies off Okang's body. Quickly and deftly enough, the guy changes into his new outfit. After that, the bonding ceremony begins. Eventually, Black Pearl Coat recognizes O-Kang as his owner. Next, the wearer's characteristics are scanned and the item finds that extra dark energy characteristic. Then it increases by 5 units, and a new, more powerful energy begins to spread across O-Kang's palm. A bright golden smoke completes the bonding ceremony with the new owner, and the item can now be used in all its glory. At this moment, Cha Yun-ju wonders how O-Kang feels after trying on the legendary item. Shaking with overwhelming happiness, O-Kang rather asks if it's okay to wear a bunch of these items at once. Bak Hwa-un says that only 5 are allowed. Starting to show off in a new coat, O-Kang listens to Baek Hwa-eun's instructions that if you wear more, the effects won't work. For a while longer, the guy twists and turns around enjoying his new outfit while Cha Yun-ju silently watches him. Everyone else seems to really like O-Kang's new outfit, and the guy confirms it with a wide smile. Cha Yun-ju takes this opportunity to ask if O-Kang wants to test how much stronger he's gotten with the new item. Clenching her fist with confidence, Cha Yun-ju offers O-Kang to fight her right now. Right after that, Baek Hwa-eun takes the guys to a room specifically designed for fighting. This place can't be destroyed just like that. With a sneaky glance at his future opponent, Cha Yun-ju wondered how much stronger the guy had become. Looking back at the way he fights, Cha Yun-ju realizes that it's not just because of O-Kang's growth speed that he defeated Moon Yun-ho. Looking back at the guy, she also suspects there is something special about him. She has to take a chance and find out what it is. In turn, O-Kang himself also squints at the girl and says her name out loud to attract attention. Starting to warm up, the guy realizes that everything is working out for the best. He wanted to test his strength, and the girl is the perfect opponent for it. As Baek Hwa-eun prepares the boys for battle, O-Kang can't stop thinking about the role his allies will play in the future. On the team prepared, O-Kang and Cha Yun-ju abruptly assume their fighting poses to be ready. As soon as Baek Hwa-eun says it's time to start, O-Kang immediately pounces on the girl first with his fist. But in an instant, Cha Yun-ju deftly dodges, slightly deflecting his fist to the side. Literally in one movement, the girl is behind her opponent, who immediately notices it. Swinging his fist at him, Cha Yun-ju misses because O-Kang also deftly dodges. Then the girl swings her knee, and in an instant, O-Kang intercepts it with her hand. Immediately after that, his attention turns to Cha Yun-ju's fist, which is moving towards him. Covering himself with both hands, O-Kang thereby defends against the attack of his opponent. Looking at the girl, the guy realizes she has solid punches, but not devastating ones. She's clearly looking to start in close quarters. Starting to smirk at the same moment, O-Kang realizes that this is making him more than a little angry. Then the guy abruptly fights back from Cha Yun-ju's fist and throws her hand aside. Then he swings his fist to strike, but the girl controls his every move. When O-Kang grabs the girl by the cap, she realizes that the guy really underestimates her. Through the grasp of the cap, O-Kang manages to lower her head, and while doing so, he cackles that the headgear is only getting in the way. But instead, taking the opportunity, the girl pierces her cap with her fist, already activating the magical chains. As expected, O-Kang realizes that Cha Yun-ju is not joking at all. At that moment, he asks if she really wants to get rid of him. Continuing to spread his magic chains, Cha Yun-ju smirks and claims that O-Kang is no ordinary player. A moment later, magical chains appear around O-Kang's body and begin to envelop him. At one point, he manages to deftly dodge and crouch down to let the magical chains fly past. But Cha Yun-ju has no plans to give up, and in addition to the magic chains, he starts swinging his leg. Recreating a strong and destructive explosion, Cha Yun-ju plans to hit O-Kang with his attack, but no such luck. Catching the right moment, O-Kang jumps back slightly to dodge. Then, the guy concentrates in his fist the possible power to strike the next blow. Eventually, O-Kang uses his new item to activate the Kraken's Fury ability, and his dark energy increases by 5. All the while, Cha Yun-ju is slightly anxious and tensely watching O-Kang's actions. Bouncing slightly, the girl spreads her magical chains everywhere, but the opponent is no longer in front of her. In turn, O-Kang once again finds himself behind Cha Yun-ju's back in parallel with looking back at her. Watching everything going on, Baek Hwa-eun becomes nervous and warns Cha Yun-ju of the danger. As the girl points her chains at the guy, he dodges them every now and then by moving along the wall. At one point, O-Kang deactivates his new unique ability in order to free himself from the trap. Immediately afterward, O-Kang plans to try again, and for his acceleration, he uses the Heaven's Power ability while heading towards the girl. At that moment, Cha Yun-ju realizes that she is in danger and tries to shield herself with magic chains. But O-Kang, despite the magical chains, keeps moving towards his goal towards Cha Yun-ju. Crossing his arms, the guy is going to use the explosion technique on the girl to disarm her. Immediately afterward, an explosion actually happens and Cha Yun-ju tries with all his might to resist it. Once the situation is slightly normalized, Cha Yun-ju peeks out from behind her hands and sobs nervously. At this point, Oh Kang takes advantage of the free second to jump over the girl's head and get behind her. Then the same guy combines his two palms to summon the power of sound ability. Instantly, there is a disgusting and horribly unpleasant sound that envelops the entire space around it. At this time, Baek Hwa-yoon is squirming and clamping his ears with force to get rid of the painful noise. Cha Yun-ju herself does exactly the same and also hurriedly covers her ears to avoid going deaf. At this moment, Okang realizes that this is the perfect time to strike a decisive blow. In turn, Cha Yun-ju already notices that Okang's dark energy is reappearing and spreading around him. Slamming his knee into the floor and causing it to crack, Okang uses the power of 1,000 ability. Immediately afterward, with mad and burning eyes, the guy thrust his fist forward, channeling the void-shattering force. Watching the guy, Cha Yun-ju realizes that this time she simply can't avoid the attack. Starting to unwind the magical chains around her, the girl realizes that she must protect herself. In turn, there was literally a split second left before Oh Kang would strike with his fist. Then a strange veil appears in front of Cha Yun-ju's face, and the girl hears Oh Kang whispering something about the destruction of the heavens. In an instant, a bright explosion happens and Oh Kang breaks through Cha Yun-ju's protective barrier. All the while, the fight is being watched by Baek Hwa-yoon, who looks extremely anxious and slightly nervous. After the blow is thrown, Oh Kang's fist begins to smoke, literally. And Cha Yun-ju's opponent on the other side abruptly rolls over, defeated by the blow of the mad Oh Kang. As soon as the girl lands on the floor, she starts laughing loudly but tiredly, looking into Oh Kang's eyes. Behind them, there is a hole in the wall caused by Oh Kang's punch. At that moment, Cha Yun-ju says that he is a real monster. When it's over, the Kraken Fury effect of Oh Kang is deactivated as well. At this time, Cha Yun-ju is still unable to get up. Watching his hand, Oh Kang realizes that he will only be able to use Kraken's Fury after 2 hours. Watching Cha Yun-ju, the guy now understands the obsession with the legendary weapon. He was able to defeat the girl in 1 minute. It's unbelievable. In turn, Cha Yun-ju herself is still trying to come to her senses, but she can't stop laughing about it. Raising his tired gaze at the guy, Cha Yun-ju couldn't believe that he was a real monster. Helping the girl up with a handshake, Oh Kang claims it's all due to the legendary gear, but she disagrees because she has it too. All this time, Cha Yun-ju only sees Oh Kang's crazy face and wonders if he's really human or if he's still hiding something. Then he tries to assure her that he's not a villain while Baek Hwa-yoon shakes in anger. Noticing her strange behavior, Cha Yun-ju, along with Oh Kang, turn towards her. Then Baek Hwa-yoon starts yelling aggressively that Oh Kang has no idea how much this room cost and millions in citizens' taxes went to it. With a slightly anxious and awkward glance at Baek Hwa, Oh Kang scratches the back of his head, unsure of what to say. Then the girl gets even more indignant because they both don't know what self-control is. In turn, Oh Kang apologizes. While the guys are arguing amongst themselves over who is to blame for the destruction, Baek Hwa-yoon calls someone and reports that the training room is temporarily closed. As Oh Kang ponders how he'll pay for all of this, Cha Yun-ju wonders why they chose this place to fight. Oh Kang is still pondering over the payment. He could sell mana crystals to giant ogres, but it would take too much time. Then the guy attracts the attention of a disgruntled Cha Yun-ju with his question about getting legendary equipment from high-level monsters. In that case, Oh Kang surprises both girls with his proposal to hunt the monster El Kero. At this moment, Baek Hwa-yoon realizes that it's about the S-ranked gate boss El Kero. Oh Kang immediately confirms it. This monster has never been defeated before. Because it lives in the water, its melee attacks are useless, and it has a high resistance to magic. Then Oh Kang agrees that it will be really difficult. Cha Yun-ju adds that there's no guarantee that the legendary equipment will fall off. In response to this, Oh Kang says that it's just a matter of luck, and besides, his goal is not just the usual money. After that, he mentions the 6th awakening. By destroying El Kero, Oh Kang will be able to remove the level restriction. When leveling up, all players hit 2 walls. The first is the Endeavor limit at level 59. This is followed by the Talent limit on the 89th. To overcome this, players hunt strong monsters to overcome the limits. At that moment, Cha Yun-ju remembers that she had encountered the talent limit. She really thinks about trying to do it. Looking back at Oh Kang, Cha Yun-ju thoughtfully recited in her head that she had just lost with her level to a guy with a 59th level. Sighing and grabbing his hair, Cha Yun-ju agrees to help Oh Kang in this endeavor. Then the girl repeats that it's impossible to destroy El Kero with just the 2 of them. But Oh Kang has already thought of something. Then he says that they need a good close combat fighter, and Baek Hwa-eun nominates him. Following this, she accepts her culpability for the destruction of the room in question, and is glad that Oh Kang isn't shifting the blame. A moment later, Baek Hwa-yoon wonders what Okang's plan is since he needs a sidekick to hunt down El Kero. According to Okang, they'll find out soon enough. Then claims that the four of them will go because Echidna will go with them. At this point, Okang thinks about the fact that they will need another closer and realizes that Shu Hun is too low level for that. He is distracted from his thoughts by Baek Hwa-yoon, who suddenly asks him a question. As if reading his mind, the girl tells him that if they need another mate, she has one guy in mind. After a while, Okang goes to the gate again where he fights another stone troll. At this time, the guy is also helped by his assistant Echidna, who is just hanging out somewhere behind him. After a few successful and fairly quick attacks, Okang manages to take the huge monster to the ground. That's when Okang defeats the ordinary monster Giant Ogre S ranked monster, gaining a level increase to 59th level. At this point, the guy notices a notice that his experience will accumulate, and he will only be able to get it after the restriction is lifted. All this time, Baek Hwa-yoon and Cha Yoon-ju were there with him. They ask if Okang is tired because they haven't even started hunting yet. Pointing at the huge ogre behind him, Okang claims that he didn't exert himself much and has only now reached his limit. After that, Baek Hwa-yoon points at the captain of Hwaran's second squad, Gu Hyun-mo, whom she talked about before. Reaching out to shake the man's hand, Okang gets to know him and realizes that he uses double swords, and his strength is not a hindrance to them. Looking back at the ogre's body, Gu Hyun-mo is extremely surprised that Okang is a rookie who planned this hunt and is already destroying S-rank monsters. He then suddenly looks back at Echidna and asks what the child is doing here. Okang tells her that she's his last name. Mocking the fact that the child might be a surname, the man doesn't understand anything, and Baek Hwa-yoon promises to tell him everything later. Then she adds that Okang's strength is on par with Cha Yoon-ju. This information shocks Gu Hyun-mo quite a bit. In a stupor looking at Okang, he doesn't understand how a rookie can be of such a level, but is sure that the captain wouldn't lie to him. Then Okang embarrasses the man with his words that if it wasn't for Baek Hwa-yoon, such a great fighter would be hard to attract. At this moment, Gu Hyun-mo slightly embarrassedly lowers his head and turns to Okang to ask him something. Leaning slightly to his ear, the man whispers and asks what Okang's relationship with Baek Hwa-yoon is, and the guy immediately mentions that it's nothing special. At the same time, Baek Hwa-yoon distracts Gu Hyun-mo by saying that Okang is really interesting, but they don't have much time. Okang realizes that he likes the girl. Cha Yoon-ju also suggests leaving the love comedy because El Kero is about to show up. Okang says they don't need to go anywhere. They're already there. Hearing this, the girl is slightly surprised because they are only in Stone Giants territory now. Answering her, Okang says that they aren't very aggressive and they won't be able to use them to lure El Kero away. At this time behind them, there are indeed huge stone giants that are resting and showing no activity. But despite this, according to Okang, the stone giants are a major part of their plan and is going to explain everything. In order to organize everything needed for the plan, the guys create long and large chains with a fishing hook on the end. At the same time, Gu Hyun-mo informs Okang that he has just prepared these chains for use. Hearing this, the guy realizes that in this case, it is time for him to start acting, so he concentrates energy in his foot while in the water. With distraught eyes, Okang realizes that this is the world's first hunt for El Kero himself. Starting to stomp his feet furiously on the water surface, Okang uses his Soundwave Will ability. A moment later, somewhere deep under the water is already waking up the very monster El Kero, which reacts to sound waves. For a while, Okang stops and tries to figure out from the sounds and his senses what is going on in the depths of this body of water. Then a violent shaking begins, which forces Okang to try his best to stay on the water. Realizing that El Kero is approaching, Okang puts out his fist, showing his readiness to hunt. Standing in the middle of the almost clear water and waiting for his opponent, the guy realizes that he is very close. In turn, El Kero rushes with all his speed towards the opponent who has come to him. At that moment, Okang immediately starts yelling to the others that El Kero is on his way here. As soon as he says it, he tells everyone to get ready, which is what the guys do. At this time, a huge wave is coming at Okana, who continues to stand to the last. Moments later, El Kero pops out of the water and is literally ready to pounce on Okang. In turn, the guy still continues to stand as if looking his fear right in the face. Appearing here and spotting his opponent, El Kero begins to look around. Soaring into the air above the water surface, El Kero constantly howls and screams something in a language unknown to man. The huge monster then spreads its fins and reveals strange red spikes. Following this, El Kero fires these red spikes towards his opponents. At that moment, Okang abruptly turns around and informs Echidna that the monster is attacking with poison needles. Hearing her master's instructions, the Echidna immediately spreads her arms to protect the others. Abruptly placing her palms forward, the little girl uses her demonic barrier ability. Red poisonous needles stabbed into her barrier, making it harder and harder for her to keep her defenses up. Just then, Gu Hyun-mo and Baek Hwa-yoon look at each other and realize that it's time to act. At this moment, Oh Kong appears behind them and using the sky power is about to lift the guys into the air. Then the guy says to himself under his breath that it's time for them to hit the road and to hold on tight. In an instant, Oh Kang soars into the air and lifts up the guys, pulling the iron chains. Long chains begin to tighten, gradually enveloping the body of the huge El Quero to trap him. During the flight, Gu Myung-ho can barely hold on to Oh Kang, and the strong crosswind makes him start to let out tears. But despite having to make an effort, the man continues to hold the iron chains firmly in place. At one point, Oh Kang lets the guys go, and they start falling screaming right towards El Quero. At the bottom, the bloodthirsty El Quero is already waiting for them, and he's spotted the enemies flying at him. During their flight, Hwa-yoon Kong and Gu Hyun-mo wait for the right moment to stop in time. Moments later, El Quero's body is covered in iron chains, and the guys manage to chain him up. They themselves dig into his body to keep from falling and to hold on while El Quero starts to move. Along with the others, Okang clings on with his glove-like outgrowths. Once they more or less steadily settle on El Quero's back, Okan remarks on what they need more chains. After that, the guy instructs Baek Hwa-yoon to take the left side and Gu Hyun-mo to take the right side. Sticking fishing hooks into El Quero, Okang yells loudly that they have to make it before the monster dives into the water. At one point, El Quero goes into a stupor, either from the piercing pain or shock. But then he just as abruptly takes off and rushes forward over the water, forcing Baek Hwa-yoon to keep her balance. In turn, Okang keeps sticking fishing hooks into the monster so that it has as much footing as possible. Beside them, Gu Hyun-mo also does his job, sinking hooks in all around El Quero's body. All of them clearly and deftly perform their task despite the fact that the huge monster strongly resists. At one point, El Quero abruptly and unexpectedly begins to plunge through the water, diving into it quickly and with a jerk. At this time, Baek Hwa-yoon wonders aloud about what's going on while the others don't understand anything either. Continuing to tell everyone else to hold on tight, Okang realizes that the monster is going to escape. All the while, the monster is floundering in the water as if trying to shake off the weight that's on him. Spreading energy in the form of lightning bolts throughout his body, El Quero abruptly undermines and flies into the air. In turn, Gu Hyun-mo and Baek Hwa-yoon continue to hold on confidently to keep from falling down despite all of this. Then Okang says that El Quero is going to dive underwater, so using the sky power, the guy wants to hold him off. At the same moment, Baek Hwa-yoon hears instructions that they should continue on with the remaining chains. A moment later, El Quero is once again blasted into the air as if doing a sharp somersault. Somewhere underneath, there is a small explosion as if someone is diving straight under the water with a rumble. That's right, Okang dives underwater from the air to further his plan. While underwater, the guy clenches his fist tightly to use the Power of Destruction ability. In order to increase the power of the previous skill, Okang uses the Power of 1,000 ability. At that moment, El Quero notices that directly below him, somewhere under the water, a vortex begins to swirl. Using Heavenly Annihilation, Okang channels his power directly into the monster El Quero. In turn, Baek Hwa-yoon and Gu Hyun-mo continue to hold on to the monster even though it's not easy. Then Okang gets out from under the water and realizes that the impact underwater was too weak. Thus, he only managed to launch the monster into the air, but Okang had hoped for more. While the monster is hovering somewhere in the air, Okang gets out of the water and takes the opportunity to consider a plan of action. But suddenly, the guy notices one vulnerable spot on El Quero's body and realizes that it's the right place to hit. In an instant, wings reappear behind Okang's back, and he is about to use the Sky Power ability. That's when the guy lands a direct punch to the vulnerable spot of El Quero, who instantly feels it on him. With horrible and tearing pain, El Quero opens his black and red eye wide. At this moment, it was as if Okang could feel the infernal pain of the monster who had suffered from his blow from within. Suddenly, some suspicious light golden energy starts to appear around his body. The same energy envelops the others. Gu Hyun-mo suspects it's electricity, but Baek Hwa-yoon denies it. Looking back at El Quero's monster, the girl comments that this energy is coming from him. All the while, Okan's assistant named Echidna is watching below. For some reason, the girl realizes that something is wrong with her master and reactivates her demonic barrier. In turn, Baek Hwa-yoon anxiously asks if all the chains are in place, and if so, they should leave. That's when Gu Hyun-mo thinks of Okang. Then the girl says that this guy can handle himself, and it would be better if they don't get in his way. Suddenly, the core on El Quero's body shines through, and the monster begins to spread a wave of energy as if about to explode. At that moment, Baek Hwa-yoon and Gu Hyun-mo jump off him sharply to avoid being hit. Nervously and anxiously looking back, Baek Hwa-yoon realizes that Okang has somehow snuck inside El Quero. At this time, Okang actually finds himself there being shrouded by the demonic barrier. Looking at the barrier, the boy immediately realizes that it is the work of the echidna. The girl immediately realized that her master was in danger. And depending on that, Echidna even managed to place this barrier so far away from herself. Starting to clench his fist tightly and forcefully, Okang realizes that it's only because of Echidna that everything works out. Slowly and leisurely, Elkero's energy begins to fade away, no longer enveloping his body. But at some point, the monster again feels another blow that flies into his back. It turns out this blow is coming from inside. Elkero's body is pulled out by Okang, who has regained his strength thanks to the Echidna. At that moment, the huge monster begins to roll downward with an incredible rumble and tremendous weight. Trying to cover themselves from the rising waves, Baek Hwa-yun and Gu Hyun-mo are standing very close to Elkero. Once outside, Okang is sweating from exhaustion, but he sighs with relief because he managed to survive. That's when the guy sitting on the back of the huge monster starts shouting Cha Yun-ju's name loudly. While telling her that everything is ready, Okang sees a girl standing on one of the stone giants. Then Cha Yun-ju uses his magic chains to wake up each of the stone giants in turn. At this point, he loudly reprimands them that it's not time to sit around and it's time to get involved in their plan. That stone giant that Cha Yun-ju is standing on wakes up and starts muttering to himself. With a furious but satisfied face, the girl continues to wake the giants, ordering them to wake up immediately. Immediately afterward, Cha Yun-ju begins to embarrassingly and slightly unhingedly giggle to herself. In turn, several of the huge stone giants do come to their senses and begin to rise. In order to encourage the creatures to act faster, Cha Yun-ju uses his magic chains. Swinging them around like a whip, Cha Yong-ju pushed the stone giants around with no end in sight. At that moment, the chains that are attached to each of the giants begin to tighten and drag El Cuero through the water behind them. Among other things, the iron chains are also tightened on the other side from where Okang is being wielded. Then the guy realizes he's using force and protection, but he still feels the pressure. They just stuck all the chains in and need to keep them in place as long as possible. Looking back at the stone giants dragging El Cuero on top of him, Okan asks himself to be patient a little longer. All the while, El Cuero himself is trying to resist the guy's actions and with all of his might is bubbling in the water. Almost all of the stone giants are already on their feet and begin rumbling out in the opposite direction. Due to the heavy crowding, one of the stone giants even manages to fall face first to the ground. Being on El Cuero's back, Okang tries to hold on to him but realizes that the creature isn't even weakening. Still resisting his opponents, El Cuero is trying to get out of the trap he has fallen into. At some point between his gills, you can see a strange energy that starts to build up as if it wants to escape. El Cuero then directs his attack towards the giants, and Echidna blocks them with her demonic barrier. At this time, the stone giants themselves do not stop, and emitting languorous and prolonged moans continue to move. Looking back, Okang realizes he underestimated El Cuero. He's stronger than the guy thought, and if this continues, the giants will die. That's when Okang realizes he has to weaken him, and notices how Echidna is already struggling to hold his barrier against El Cuero. Tensing with all his might, Okang tries to do something, but it doesn't work at all. The guy then turns to Chayunju and asks the girl to use her spikes, pointing them at El Cuero. At this point, the girl panics and starts screaming that those spikes could hurt Okana too. But the guy doesn't care and insists on doing it. As Okang continues to strain harder and harder, he starts screaming. Eventually, agreeing with Okang's instructions, Cha Yun-ju creates pink energy bracelets around his wrists. Thanks to these bracelets, there is also a red stone that stores resources for a unique ability. Then striking both fists at the stone giant, Cha Yun-ju uses his special ability Bloodthirsty Chains, absorbing energy. Also triggering on Okane is her special gargoyle armor ability Fossilization, shrouding the guy's body in chains. At this point, Okang tries his best to hold on and realizes that this is exactly what he expected from the unique outfit. All the while glancing at the resisting El Cuero, Okang realizes that it doesn't matter and he needs to weaken the monster. After that, Okang redirects Cha Yunju's magic chains towards his opponent from the air. That's when it really works and El Cuero immediately stops resisting so much with the magical chains. At the same moment, the monster starts screaming and shrieking all around as the stone giants continue to drag him. In turn, Cha Yunju abruptly and quickly jumps off another stone giant, hitting it in the palm of his hand with his foot. Shouting for the giants to try, Cha Yunju knows that their specialty is that they have stable skin. This was what made the stone giants almost invulnerable. That was why Cha Yunju had never hunted within this gate. Turning towards the chained El Cuero, Cha Yunju would never have thought that the stone giant's peculiarity could be useful to them. After a while, everyone else manages to pull El Cuero to dry land. Once on land, the monster almost completely stops resisting and twitching in its shackles. After getting rid of Cha Yunju's magic chains and leaning over to the monster, Okang realizes that everything worked out just right. Just then, a small echidna runs up, who first of all wonders if Master Okang is all right. At this point, Elkero's tentacles and fangs begin to advance on the girl, and Okang yells to her that it's still dangerous. A moment later, Baek Hwa-eun appears in front of her and gets rid of the danger with a single punch. That's when Gu Hyun-mo shows up and intercepts Echidna while Baek Hwa-eun blocks his comrades from the threat. After this friendly inspection of El Cuero, the guys realize that they have gained the upper hand over this sea monster. Suddenly appearing at the same moment, Okang proposes to finally put an end to this monster. Seeing her master, the echidna glows with happiness because Okang is okay. Now the guy asks her to use magic to deal with the giants. As Cha Yun-chuj continues to push, the giant Okang looks on and claims that they are already tired, so they won't be able to fight back. Then he turns to Cha Yun-ju and demands that she stop torturing the giants, to which the girl slightly awkwardly replies that she was just distracting them to herself. Putting his hand forward like a guide, Okang tells the others that El Quero is no longer underwater, so he must be finished. At the same moment, Gu Hyun-mo and Baek Hwa-eun jump out of their seats to taunt the monster. At the same time, and with both hands swinging their swords at El Quero, they are both ready to end him once and for all. As soon as they get close to his body, there is a very bright blue blast of some kind of energy. El Cuero himself is literally covered in drips and trickles of blood from his wounds, followed by another blow and again a strong and rather bright blast of energy from El Cuero himself. At this moment, Baek Hwa-eun and Gu Hyun-mo are unceasingly striking the monster with their sword strokes. After a few such maneuvers, they both simultaneously attack El Cuero with their crushing blow. Lastly, Cha Yun-ju shows up and is also going to participate in the beating of El Cuero. Using her spear ability, the girl aims several sharp magical chains directly at El Cuero. Feeling terrible pain and unbearable injuries, El Cuero tries to resist by flailing his limbs, causing Cha Yun-ju to bounce away from him. Watching the monster's behavior, Gu Hyun-mo says to the others that El Cuero's crying is a bit annoying. For his part, Okang with the same crazy face is thinking about how on the ground the fight got a lot easier. But El Cuero is still the boss of the place. At this moment, Okang activates a strange ability that transports him to another world, and it is the 10,000 Demon Core. Once in a rather strange place, you can tell from Okang's eyes that he already knows the place. Looking behind his back, Okang notices 3 large and wooden doors with different eyes there. After that, the guy lowers his head and ponders over what's happening, and concludes that he doesn't have to go there now. Leaning over to the body of water and beginning to scoop up the red liquid from there, Okang thinks that will be enough. At the same moment, Okang abruptly grabs his coat to abruptly tear it on himself. At the same time, recreating the double trident, Okang activates his Hellfire Force and adds the Dark Spear Force to it. Starting to build up an incredible amount of energy and strength, Okang realizes that he needs just a little more. The guy then casts the Kraken's Fury effect and increases his demonic energy by 5, channeling this into the spear. Beginning to spin his two-tooth above his head, Okang engages the splitting force in the process. After a few moments of such manipulation, Okang stops and taps his foot on the ground. Due to the actions taken, Okang gains a new skill called Spear of Doom. At this time, the guy's transformation is being watched by Cha Yun-ju, who can't hold back her anxiety of horror and shock. At the same moment, Cha Yun-ju turns to the others and demands them to immediately dodge. In turn, Okang is already ready to swing his new devastating spear at El Cuero like a madman. A moment later, the sharp tip of the Spear of Doom is at El Cuero's huge eye. As soon as the weapon touches the monster's body, a powerful energy vortex is created around it. At this time, El Cuero himself does not resist and has to face his fate. As the Spear of Doom begins to deal incredibly powerful and painful damage, the monster's red eyes go wide. Then, the powerful vortex turns into a bright explosion that almost dazzles with its light. All the while, the monster is facing Okang, who channels an incredible amount of his power into this strike. In turn, Cha Yun-ju tries to shield his comrades from being hit so they don't get caught in the hot hand. At that moment, all 3 of them look up and watch in horror at what is happening in front of them. Watching Okang envelop El Cuero with fiery Fochi, Cha Yun-ju wonders if this is really the 6th stage of awakening. For some more time, the guy continues to direct his energy at El Cuero, who howls in horror at the blows he's received. Okang's hands began to shake because he used 3 powers at once. This fulfills the 2nd condition of the highest degree of demonic appearance. Having received the system notification, Okang now understands what the very 2nd condition in his characterization was. Looking at his shaking hands, Okang thinks about how when he ruled Hell it was all so easy to do, and now it's becoming incredibly difficult. Tired and nervously breathing again as if mad, Okang realizes that he still has a long way to go. That's when he realizes he needs more strength, and such thoughts make his mouth drool and his teeth grin. He is distracted from his thoughts by the cries of his comrades. who are extremely surprised that Okang used such a technique and think that he has been hiding it all this time. Slightly staggered, Okang responds to his comrade's statements by saying that this was the first time he had used the skill. While Okang is showing Cha Yunju's shaking hands to prove the difficulty of his skill, the echidna, who had already dealt with the giants, runs up to them. Then the girl starts to caress her master and asks if the hunt is really over, and Okang agrees, starting to hug her a little. Suddenly, a horrifying realization comes into the guy's head of what's about to happen. At this point, the seemingly defeated El Cuero begins to show signs of life behind Okang. And that's when Okang realizes that he didn't receive a notification that the monster was dead. Without hesitation, Okang asks the others to prepare for battle. They realize it's not over yet. At this point, the guy tries to hide Echidna behind him and senses the growing danger. When Okang mentions that there was no report of El Quero's death, Gu Hyun-mo and Baek Hwa-yoon immediately check it out and make sure. Watching the rising El Quero, Oka recalls that when he created the Spear of Doom in Hell, he easily destroyed the demons of the Seventh Circle. Continuing to watch El Quero regain his strength, Okang doesn't understand how he managed to survive such an attack. Throwing his head in the air and starting to yell, El Quero shows everyone that he has no plans yet to give up the confrontation. While Gu Hyun-mo is in shock at what's going on, Okang realizes something important. Seeing El Quero begin to transform into something more terrifying, Okang recognizes this demonic energy. El Quero himself is truly shocking with his changes in appearance inflating like a bubble. After that, there are other outgrowths on its body that are long and thick and literally poking out. For a while, the guys have to stand around and watch what happens to El Quero. In turn, the monster goes through all its transformations and gains a second life. Right after that, El Quero starts thrashing around in different directions with his tentacles almost knocking Okang and Echidna over. At this point, Gu Hyun-mo expresses that he had hoped for the second round, and in the end, they are just going to run away. Taking advantage of the opportunity and desperation, Cha Yunju once again directs the magic chains at El Quero. As soon as she manages to get a hold of the monster, she begins to be dragged behind it, and her companions notice it in time. When Okang asks her to use the chains in the other way, the girl puts her palm out towards her comrades. Eventually, it turns out that Cha Yunju manages to get a hold of El Quero on one side. The second component of this chain is also the girl herself, who holds the monster back with all her might. The third and final link is the rest of the guys who help Cha Yunju stand his ground. At the very end is Baek Hwa-yoon, who provides additional support to the whole unit. For a while, Okang along with Gu Hyun-mo pull on Cha Yunju's magical chains with all their might, preventing the girl from following El Quero. At this moment, Okang realizes that he has little demonic energy left now and can't attack. He thinks they will lose. Just then, someone else bursts into the fray, shouting for Okang to keep the job for her. The white dragon appears in the sky. In turn, El Quero continues to resist the magical chains that restrain his movements. Despite not realizing what to do next, the guys continue to pull the monster on themselves. When Cha Yunju sees the white dragon, she immediately suspects that it is a new monster, but Okang assures her that it is an echidna. Taking her true form, the echidna leaps out of her seat, heading towards El Quero to attack. The white dragon then strikes the monster using part of its wing. For a moment, El Quero's eyes make it clear that the monster is slightly disoriented in space after the impact. Immediately afterward, Echidna strikes again to stomp El Quero into the ground. Ordering him to sit still, the white dragon begins to literally beat the unfortunate El Quero. All the while, the others are watching the ensuing battle and can't contain their shock at being thrown into a stupor. Eventually, right in front of their eyes, the monster El Quero's lifeless body falls to the ground. At that moment, everyone else realizes their powerlessness before the Echidna who dispatched El Quero so quickly. Showing a face of self-satisfaction, the Echidna dramatically soars upwards over El Quero. El Quero himself is defeated and shakes his body for a while before his death. Then a satisfied and happy Echidna turns to Okang and asks if she really did a good job. In the end, the S-rank boss is destroyed. Okang contributed the most to the challenge and gains additional experience. Reincarnating back into a little girl, Echidna immediately runs towards her master. While praising his familiars, Okang thinks about the fact that despite winning, he failed to remove his restriction. While looking at El Quero's strange tentacles, Cha Yunju asks what it is, to which Baek Hwa-yoon says she's seeing it for the first time. With a foot slightly propping and flipping El Quero's tentacle over, Okang states that this is definitely not his ability. Leaning in for a closer look, the guy claims he's seen something similar before, surprising Cha Yunju. Then Okang talks about how one dead monster suddenly went berserk. Now it reminds him of the time he met the demon cultists. At this moment, Cha Yunju approaches the monster to ask Okang if this is really the influence of demonic energy. Without delay, Okang is going to check it out and follows El Quero's tentacles, trusting his sensations inside. Following the guy, the rest of the group follows, feeling horribly disgusted as they step on the monster's body. Eventually, Okang gets to the spot where El Caro's strange tentacles originally began to sprout. Reaching down his hand, Okang is just sure that what they are looking for must definitely be here. After digging around inside the tentacles for a bit, Okang finally feels what he needs in his hand. At this point, the others watch his actions in disgust, and when Okang starts pulling something out, are amazed that there was anything there at all. Eventually, Okang pulls out a small red crystal that is clearly somehow related to the demon cult. For some more time, the group of guys examines the strange crystal found in El Caro's body. Discussing amongst themselves what it could be, Gu Hyunmo voices suspicions that it is a mana crystal. At this moment, Okang pretends not to know, but he is sure of it. And moreover, the crystal has concentrated demonic energy. It's sort of like a demonic version of a mana crystal, but unlike it itself, it feels somewhat artificial. Once Okang realizes that this crystal was created by someone, he realizes it's about a demonic cardinal. In an instant, Okang says out loud that he's realized something. Chae Yunju immediately asks what he's learned. When the girl hears that this crystal is related to the demon cult, Cha Youngju immediately becomes nervous. Then Okang explains that unlike the mana crystal, this crystal has an artificial form. It was on the surface of the body and was easily obtained. To put it simply, someone put this red crystal inside El Caro, and that's probably why he went berserk. The only person who could create something like this is a cardinal from the demon cult. At that moment, Baek Hwa-yoon realizes that he doesn't know of any other organization that can do this. That's why Okang knows his theory is right. While Baek Hwa-yoon gives instructions to Gu Hyun-mo to follow up on the cult in Pohang, Okang continues to scrutinize the red crystal. Licking like a madman, Okang finds it interesting that a cult can create such pure demonic energy. At that moment, Cha Eun-ju offers to take pictures of the crystal to investigate, but Okang has a different plan. Directing the lightning force at El Caro's body, Okang realizes he can't help himself. Exactly then, El Caro's immobilized body suddenly begins to twitch and shake. While Okang silently giggles, Cha Eun-ju realizes that something is obviously wrong, but doesn't know what it is. While the others are also trying to figure out what's going on, Baek Hwa-yoon comes up with a theory that El Caro's muscles are just contracting after being killed. That's when Cha Eun-ju recalls El Caro's death notice and confirms Baek Hwa-yoon's theory. Gu Hyun-mo was scared for nothing too. Then, Cha Eun-ju notices the crystal disappearing from Okang's hand and tries to pretend that he had nothing to do with it. Acting his part, Okang pretends that the crystal has suddenly dissolved while he thinks about how much he will get for it. Following that, Okang absorbed the crystal and saw his demonic energy increase by 3. This was not even from hunting 100 ogres. Suddenly, little Echidna turns to her master and asks if they are going to go home. At this point, the girl notices that something strange is happening to her master and asks what is wrong. But the guy's actually fine, and a little too fine. He's already wondering if there was only one crystal like this. After all this happens at sunset, everyone returns to the Avaran squad headquarters where their car is already met by soldiers. While someone is discussing the money left after paying for the repairs, Echidna is sniffling and sleeping sweetly in the car with her head against the glass. At that moment, Baek Hwa-yoon divides $10 billion between Cha Eun-ju and Okang for selling the crystals and El Cuero's body. About the red crystal, Baek Hwa-yoon sent Gu Hyun-mo to Pohang to look for something similar in other gates. Then they discuss what to do with the crystal if they find it and can't get it. Okang realizes he's wasting the guy's time. But suddenly Baek Hwa-yoon speaks up about some good news and immediately attracts the attention of Okang and Cha Eun-ju. That's when she tells me that they got the ingredient for the legendary equipment from El Caro's body. His tail can be used to make a sword. When the girl clarifies that they found out what characteristics will be improved, Okang and Cha Eun-ju nervously await further narration. Then Baek Hwa-yoon says it will be strength or agility. Okang and Cha Eun-ju realize that it doesn't match their characteristics at all. Cha Eun-ju suspects that Baek Hwa-yoon will take the item, but she laughs and denies it because she doesn't fit the sword either. This sword can only be used by a player with ki. Most swordsmen from China have it, and there are almost none among Koreans. When Cha Eun-ju says the item is useless to them and offers to sell it to China, Okang says he'll take it for himself. At this point, the guy immediately explains that he understands perfectly well that we're talking about someone with a unique characteristic and knows who he's going to be. This time around, Okang also nominates one candidate who would be a perfect fit for this sword, and that's Shu-hoon. At this time, Si-hoon, along with Dae Su-sil and Yoon-bi, go to another gate. They go through a strange path. Ahead of everyone else, Zi-hong moves forward as if he is the commander-in-chief of their squad. At one point, Dae-soo asks if Shi-hoon can feel it, and the guy confirms that he felt something unpleasant. After a moment, his body shudders and his eyes go wide with some kind of understanding. Then the guy assumes a fighting pose and indicates to his comrades to prepare for battle. Yoonbi and Seol, standing behind him, also hear his instructions and instantly stop slightly tensed. Then out of nowhere appears a wounded Minotaur, who surprises the guys with his presence here, because he is an ordinary monster of B rank. Suddenly, another Minotaur appears behind him, which turns out to be many times larger and more enraged than the previous monster. In one motion, this Minotaur crushes the second monster with his foot and sharply drives it straight into the ground. Watching, the guys can't contain their shock and surprise that one Minotaur is attacking another. Then red energy starts oozing out of the huge Minotaur's body, making him even more fierce and inadequate. At this moment, Shu-hong is already grabbing his blade, and behind him stands Dae-soo, ready to cover his comrade at any moment. Instantly, Dae-soo is in front of Shi-hoon with his shield activated without even asking what to do. But despite this, the Minotaur doesn't stop and attacks the guys with force, sharply pushing them back. Blocking Shi-hoon's move, Dae-soo claims it's dangerous to go forward, and the guy asks what this incredible power is. This Minotaur is very different from a normal Minotaur, and in that case, Dae-soo needs as many buffs as possible. Then Si-hong points out to Dae-soo under Seol's buffs to win as much space for them as possible. Turning to Eun-bi, Si-hoon tells her to distract the Minotaur so she can baffle Dae-soo. Eun-bi tries to distract the Minotaur with his lightning shot, and Si-hoon takes advantage of the moment to jump out of the way. But in the end, it turns out that the Minotaur doesn't react to Eun-bi's lightning shot at all and easily throws off the effect. Drawing the monster's attention to himself, Si-hong demands him to immediately follow him since he is his opponent. Noticing Shi-hoon's reaction to him, the Minotaur begins to grind his teeth as if provoked by his behavior. At this moment, Seol directs his spells at Dae-soo to buff his abilities heavily. Taking advantage of this, Dae-soo activates his shield again, and the aggressive Minotaur with burning eyes notices this. Just then, Dae-soo abruptly leaps from his seat, thrusting directly towards the aggressive Minotaur. A moment later, Dae-soo's shield collides with the Minotaur's body, and a loud sound happens. All the while, Dae-soo moves on the Minotaur like a real tank and manages to land a few blows on him in the meantime. Standing behind him, Seol realizes that these buffs are not enough and begins to strengthen her spells. Feeling an incredible replenishment of energy and strength, Dae-soo, with a wide smile on his face, thanks Seol for her help. Meanwhile, the huge Minotaur continues to be crushed and realizes that he is about to be unable to stand on his feet any longer. Si-hong appears behind him, ready to pounce on the Minotaur from behind with his sword. At this point, the guy is holding onto his sword quite firmly and confidently, and feels determined to persevere towards his goal. Leaving a bright flash of light behind him, Si-hong delivers his blow to the Minotaur, almost knocking it to the ground. As soon as Si-hong is in front of the monster, he falls to his knees and literally loses his head. Then Dae-soo turns to Seol and claims that he knew she could handle it and didn't let his expectations down. Yoon-bi, on the other hand, marvels at Shi-hoon's strength as if he's a hero from the manhwa, and that's what you'd expect from a protector of the world. After that, they all turn to the Minotaur, and Si-hong wonders what's wrong with him and why he's so much more aggressive than the others. After a few moments, Si-hong notices something shocking and immediately opens his eyes out of shock. In order to get a closer look at the unknown object, Si-hong approaches the Minotaur. Then the guy notices that some extremely strange red flash is starting to appear in his chest. At this time, Baek Hwa-yoon presents Okang with an El Kero blade of legendary rank. It has great slashing power plus lightning attack. Inspecting the new item, Okang says that he likes the blade and would use it himself if he could. Also, the guy is extremely surprised that the legendary weapon is being created so quickly because it's only been 2 weeks since El Kero's death. Baek Hwa-yoon tells him that the hardest part is getting the materials. Cha Eun-ju is surprised that it's not hard for her to do it because it cost a lot. Then Baek Hwa-eun says with a smile that it doesn't matter because the two of them do even more for the safety of the citizens than the Hwarang squad. As the girl continues to praise the comrades, Okang only thinks about the fact that he wants to absorb all the demonic energy. Lastly, Baek Hwa-yoon stops Okang because she has something else to say to him. At this point, the girl suggests that the guy should finally stop talking formally already, but he doesn't immediately accept the suggestions. As the conversation continues, Baek Hwa-yoon finds it awkward that Okang is talking to Cha Eun-ju informally and avoiding her. Realizing that they are now allies with the same rank, Okang agrees to the girl's words. Okang makes Baek Hwa-yoon smile quite a bit when he promises that he'll start talking informally from now on. After that, the guy asks how the crystal research is going, and Baek Hwa-yoon tiredly replies that they didn't find anything even though they tried hard. At this point, Okang thought it was strange that the demon cult couldn't have placed the crystal only in El Kero. At this time, the cardinal of the demon cult is reported information that makes him surprised. he is told that El Caro is defeated, and when the minions went to check on the progress of the infestation, they found only traces of battle and blood. As for the demonic crystal, the minions say they are trying to get it back, but there is no sign of it yet. All of this angers the demonic cardinal so much that he overturns his desk in rage. He then asks how the rest of the monsters are doing, and he hears that they are being checked now, and most are perfectly fine. At that moment, the cardinal realizes that it is now that El Caro is being destroyed after 5 years of not being able to do so, and it is quite strange. When asked how their plan is going, the henchmen with their heads down say that because of this incident, the plan is severely delayed. Then, too, the cardinal lowers his head and suggests that the rest of us use some other method that everyone knows about perfectly well. Upon hearing this, the servants immediately shouted that the risk was too great, and if one did such a thing, there would be no consequences. Responding to this, the cardinal states that they don't have to use it immediately, but he just wants to check something out. One of the minions says that if they use this method, the plan can be set in motion, but it is too reckless. Recalling some girl with blonde hair and wearing a masquerade mask, they claim that the world's rankers will not be left out. Listening attentively to his acolytes regarding this idea, the cardinal can barely contain his anger and clutches the armrest tightly. Then he asks what the ranchers can do in such a case, and such a question makes the acolyte start to shake. Beginning to show his dark energy from his growing rage, the cardinal again asks what the world rankers will be able to do. At this point, addressing his minions, the cardinal says in a raised tone that he is not afraid of the rankers and is not going to hide. Frightenedly lowering their heads, the acolytes don't understand what the frightening bloodlust is and immediately apologize to the cardinal. For a while longer, the cardinal's body continues to burn with his dark energy and unimaginable hatred. But then the man calms down and, lifting his palm, asks if they have any demonic crystals left. Then he also orders the crystals to be planted in the monsters as soon as possible, and the plan must not be delayed again. Then the cardinal frightens the servants that if this happens, their safety is not guaranteed. They agree with their heads down. Following this, the cardinal asks who defeated El Caro, and hears the name Cha Young-ju of the Scarlet Rose Guild in response. Covering his face with his hands, Cardinal scoffs at this and realizes that the girl is getting in the way again, just like with Kim Jae-hyun. With burning red eyes, the cardinal orders the preparation of the shadows. Since Cha Yoon-ju has decided to go against them, she will have to face the consequences. When the servants hear this, they realize that the cardinal wants to get rid of her, but she's too strong. It'll be hard to take her out using only the shadows. But as soon as they hear a negative answer, they instantly flinch, waiting for further instructions. The cardinal remarks that their target won't be a girl, and the acolytes don't quite know what they're talking about. Laughing madly and covering his face, the man says that Cha Yoon-ju has a crush on a newcomer named Oh-kang. They're going to take him hostage. At this time, Oh-kang himself with a happy face is going somewhere on his own business, sitting behind the wheel in his car. At the same time, Yunbide Sushi-hoon and Seo come out of the B-rank gate in Ujeongbu. From their hunt, they have gotten a lot today. Abruptly distracted from their discussions, the guys notice someone standing in front of them and waving at them. At that moment, Oh-kang, who showed up here to meet them, already pulls up and starts saying hello. All the guys are very happy to meet their comrade because they haven't seen each other for a long time and it's been so long. Oh-kang himself reciprocates and praises them for their excellent work since they are already at B rank. When asked by Shi-hoon about why the guy suddenly came here, Oh-kang replies that he has a special gift. All the guys start laughing and suspect that this gift is for Seol, but Oh-kang suddenly calls out Shi-hoon's name. Then the guy is slightly surprised, and Oh-kang holds out to him the El Caro blade that was forged for him. At this moment, Oh-kang surprises everyone greatly by saying that this is a legendary equipment that can only be used with chi. Shi-hoon can't believe it, while Dae-soo says he's jealous of him. Upset, Shi-hoon claims he's not strong enough to help Oh-kang and has no right to take the gift. Then Oh-kang surprises the guy by saying that it's up to him, and in the future, Si-hong will become much stronger than other players and will be compared to the rankers. It's the only way Shi-hoon can prove his worth. When he hears that, the boy starts to shed tears. Placing the sword in front of him, Shi-hoon bows and sincerely thanks Oh-kang for the gift. The boys are happy for their friend. Shi-hoon is actually embarrassed that Oh-kang is being so nice to him. The guy even flinches a little anxiously at those words. Afterward, Shi-hoon says he felt rejected the first time they met. Oh-kang is not surprised because he is the protector of the world, and he broke Gaia's system. Then Shi-hoon continues and claims that their souls are connected. Oh-kang awkwardly turns away because it's true because he's his servant. Distracting Oh-kang from his musings, Shi-hoon addresses him as a brother, making him feel awkward. At this moment, Zi-hong reaches out with his palms to his so-called half-brother's hands. Suddenly to everyone, Si-hoon claims that he will only serve Okang to fulfill all his expectations. In turn, Okang feels more and more awkward with each passing second trying to somehow lighten things up. Then Okang asks Si-hoon to let go of his hand, but the guy reaches into his pocket claiming he has something as a gift too. After that, Okong's gaze lowers, and the guy hears the story that the last monster was strange, and he found something from it. In his hands, Si-hong holds the very red crystal with demonic energy, showing it to Okang. Slightly embarrassed, Shu Hong certainly doesn't consider it a gift, but he thought that Okang might know something about this item. At this time, the same red crystal that attracted Okang so much is still sparkling in his hands. At this moment, Okang gives up on the idea of letting go of Shu Hoon's hand and only squeezes it harder with his palms. Looking at the boy with satisfied and happy eyes, Okang thinks that they will be together forever. After that, not ceasing to glow with a happy smile, Okang asks where the guys got this demonic mana crystal from. Answering his question, Si-hong tells him that they were hunting in the gate as usual, but this time he had a strange feeling. At the same time, Shi-hoon surprises Okang by saying that his whole body was covered with goosebumps and he felt rejection like the first time they met. When Si-hong traced the sensation, it led him to the Minotaur. He had dark skin and was fiercer than the others. When he defeated it, he saw the crystal. At this point, Okang begins to suspect that Shu-hoon can trace demonic energy and immediately asks about the echidna. Remembering the incident in the hospital when Shu-hoon saw the echidna, he recalls that he did not feel any rejection towards her. Looking at the crystal, Okang realizes he was wrong. Then what does he have in common with the Minotaur who was engulfed by demonic energy? Exactly then the thought of that very crack enters his head and realizes it's connected. It's clear Shu-hoon is the guardian of peace who protects the broken system. He reacted to Okang's main crack and the monster became a fragment of it. Placing his palm on Shu-hoon's shoulder, Okang ponders the fact that the guy unconsciously feels rejection towards the creatures from the fissure. Showing his face of madness, Okang suggests Shu-hoon to do something together this time. Then, he thinks of the demonic crystals that the Order has hidden. After a while, Dae-soo and Yoon-bi are left waiting for the guys and in the process fall asleep from boredom and waiting. Si-hoon himself is heading somewhere, sitting on the seat of some transport and thinking about something of his own. Starting tomorrow, Okang will explore the gate with Shu-hoon and indicates to Seol that she'll be hunting with Dae-soo and Yoon-bi for a while, walking in the other direction. Okang tells them that now the three of them will be quite enough, but they should not forget to be careful. Listening attentively to Okang's instructions to his side, Seol silently bows her head slightly. But then the girl suddenly starts talking, turning to Okang and about to ask him something. Then she makes eyes full of hope and asks if they can go exploring with the rest of the guys tomorrow. When she says that with Okang they'll raise their level much faster and can be useful, the guy doesn't say anything at all. But then he abruptly turns his head away, about to refuse her offer. Next, Okang says that they will go to a rank gate, and the monsters will be much stronger than the Minotaurs that met them today. Then he adds that he will pursue the demonic order, and Saul realizes that he really could be Ballast and shouldn't have started the conversation. When Okang tells them that they'll be in the Order's crosshairs and the more people worth protecting, the more dangerous, Seal sadly lowers her gaze. Suddenly, Okana's hand appears in front of her face, indicating that he is going to protect her. Squinting his eyes slightly, Okang adds that now is the time when he will have to protect the girl. In front of them suddenly appears a car from which several members of the demonic order get out. At that moment, Okang stretches out his hand in front of Seal, showing that he's ready to stand up for her. With a slight smile on his face, Okang wonders if these people are members of the demonic order. To which they reply that they don't have to answer the guy and he just has to follow their instructions, and then they will take his life painlessly. Hearing such a thing, all Okang does is start laughing, showing his equanimity to the members of the order. But after that, he changes dramatically in his face again, demanding they stop talking nonsense and get away from his car. That's when one of the order pulls out his sickle on chains and sentences about how Okang is incredibly arrogant, just like the cardinal said. The other members also pull out their weapons and sentence that Okang is just a speck of dust in the vast universe, and he has nothing even with Cha Yun-ju. In an attempt to teach Okang a lesson, the members of the demonic order are about to attack the unperturbed Okang, who is protecting Seol. Instantly, a bright pink veil appears before Seol's eyes, blocking her view. As soon as the demonic minions direct their attack at the guys, they instantly disappear from their place, leaving only a small explosion. They only manage to escape from here thanks to Okang, who grabs hold of Seol and reveals demonic wings. Slightly away from the scene, Okang puts the girl on her feet and directs her to get as far away from here as possible. Seol is embarrassed beyond belief. Promising that he'll figure it out and come back, Okang notices Seol showing his desire to help by directing the blessing of light at him. So the guy gets several buffs to his stats, including demonic energy. That's impressive. After that, Okong looks back at his opponents and promises Seol that they won't manage to hurt him, so there's nothing to worry about. At this moment, the demonic minions are already approaching them, shouting that they won't let Okon escape from here. Moments later, the guy is already above their heads to answer the attack with his own attacks. Pulling on an easy and nonchalant smile, Okang states that he wasn't going to run away from them anywhere. Then an iron chain with a sickle on the end flies at him, but Okang dodges it gracefully and deftly as always. Also taking advantage of the moment, Okong looks back at the chain, pondering his next actions. As soon as the demonic acolyte appears in front of him, Okang once again sharply dodges. After that, Okong once again casts his gaze downward as if assessing the situation around him. At this moment, Okang abruptly disappears from the demonic minion's sight and they anxiously look around. In turn, Okang is already behind them, making a circular maneuver around the so-called battlefield. Still looking around, the guy realizes that none of the chains are tangled even though they are continuously throwing them. As the demonic minions grasp the opportunity to pull the chains, saying that this is the end, Okang realizes that they are true professionals. But the guy doesn't think so because they are not Cha Yunju, who is much harder to deal with. After that, Okang starts concentrating his strength in his hands. Bringing both palms together, Okang is about to use some of his tricks. As soon as Okang's palms are clasped together, there is a barely perceptible explosion and the entire space is enveloped in a blue veil. At this moment, the demonic minions are slightly tense, trying to understand what just happened. That's when they realize that the cardinal gave them the wrong information and underestimated Okang too much. When they are about to immediately report this to the cardinal, the feet of one of the acolytes gets stuck in blocks of ice. At this moment, Okang uses the power of frost to trap one of the opponents. All the while, Saul is watching, hiding behind some fence somewhere behind the battlefield. Suddenly appearing behind the henchman, Okang suggests that he finally have a serious talk. The guy then removes his mask, thus giving the man some warm air. Directing his telepathic power at the henchman, Okang demands that he tell him everything he knows. When Okang asks about their cardinal, the acolyte starts screaming with his mouth wide open. But then after a moment, he seems to calm down and starts drooling while giggling abnormally. Noticing the man's strange reaction, Okang begins to suspect that he is resisting his power. When he starts rambling about some fame, Okang's face changes dramatically, and his eyes express shock and genuine surprise. At that moment, the acolyte sticks out his tongue with a pentagram on it. He says, "Hail to the demonic order." There is then a slight spark on his tongue, which then leads to consequences later on. A moment later, there is a strong and bright explosion from which Seol has to cover herself with her hands. After things calm down a bit, Seol immediately shifts her gaze back and tries to find Okang with her eyes. In order to protect himself from such an explosion, Okang creates a golden magical barrier around himself. Covering himself with his hands, the guy realizes that the demonic cardinal has made the decision to stay in the shadows and not show himself. Then with distraught red eyes, Okang plans to force the cardinal out of his hole. Then one of the servants reports to the cardinal that all the shadows are dead and they have lost. At this point, the acolyte adds that he is not sure if they are all dead, but that the probability is too high. Hearing this, the demonic cardinal rests his head on his hand and thinks hard about something. Sentencing that they lost good fighters, Cardinal thinks about how he didn't expect to lose so quickly. When asked how many fragments of the fissure they had managed to collect, the henchman, bowing his head, replies that only 30%. Covering his face with the palm of his hand, the cardinal praises them for their excellent work and then lets them go. Watching his henchmen leave the room, the cardinal realizes that they really have nowhere to hurry. As the doors slam shut, the cardinal removes his mask, pondering the fact that no one will find the demonic crystals. As the man chuckles, he realizes that time is on his side. The cardinal is Baek Kang-hyun, the head of the Hanul Guild. As Baek Kang-hyun continues to laugh out loud, he realizes that everything is indeed going according to his plan. At this time, Okang's battle with the demonic order members ends, and Seol hurriedly heads over to him. At this point, the guy himself only thinks about the fact that the order is constantly hiding and suspects that even now they will be left behind. Nervously and angrily biting his lips, Okang realizes that he will have to force them to crawl out of their hiding places himself. His attention is distracted by a sharp and loud shout from Seol, who wonders if the guy is okay after the last explosion. Demanding Seol to wait a bit, the guy picks up the phone and starts talking to someone. At that moment, he gets a call from Si-hoon, and mentally, Okang apologizes to Seol because he needs to clarify something. Afterwards, Seol anxiously overhears Okang talking about some spirits and meeting at the gate at 6 in the morning. All the while, the girl is trembling and nervously waiting for Okang and Shu-hoon's conversation to end. Right after that, Okang turns to the girl and asks her if she saw what just happened. Remembering everything from the beginning, Okang states that he doesn't know what else the cult will do and has no choice but to keep his distance from her. At this moment, the girl smiles and is happy that Okang is so attentive. She can't believe that after what she's been through, he thought of her. That's when she surprises Okang a lot with her words about wanting to become as strong and give back to him what he did for her. Starting to laugh with warmth and tenderness, Seol asks him to wait a little longer, because someday she will be strong enough for him. Observing the girl's behavior, Okang blushes with embarrassment and realizes that she is just an angel. Trying to escape the awkward situation, Okang asks if he can go home, but Seol reminds him that they're going the other way. 5 days later, in yet another gate that opens, Okang, along with Shuhoon, carry out the mopping up and hunting process. After obtaining a few more demonic crystals, Okang easily says that everything is going smoothly. Hugging his comrade Shuhoon tightly, Okang states that that's it for today and they did a great job. Afterward, Shuhoon makes puppy dog eyes again, insanely happy that he helped Okang with his business. Then Okang offers a friend a ride, but he refuses because he has to go to the hospital to see his mother. After a while, Okang settles into his car and stops by the store for various goodies on the way. After some more time, Okang finally returns to his home, where he is already greeted by little Echidna. To comfort the little girl, Okang shows her how much ice cream he bought, but she doesn't even know what it is. As a result, Okang now has a chance to exhale. Since their last attack, we haven't heard from them at all. Lying on the sofa, Guy without end and edge thinking about where could hide members of the demonic order. According to him, usually at such a moment something must go wrong and suddenly his phone starts ringing. Everything happened just as the guy thought it would. When he picks up the phone, he hears Baek-hwa Yoon on the other end of the line. In turn, the girl greets the guy and tells him that suspicious movement has been reported at the S-Class gate in Po-hana. Baek-hwa Yoon herself thinks it's a demonic cult. According to the information she received, they are preparing to challenge her. The Scarlet Rose Guild and Cha Yoon-ju herself were already heading towards that very scene. Baek-hwa Yoon will tell the Hwaran people to pick up Okang by helicopter and dictate the address where they'll be waiting for him. Faintly pondering Baek-hwa Yoon Okang's words, he himself can't wait to see what he's capable of now. Then the guy replies that he doesn't need to be picked up and will go by himself. The girl is extremely surprised because it is an urgent situation and he has only an hour. Stroking little Echidna's head, Okang confidently states that he has a private helicopter. Taking his hand off the girl's head and making a smirking face, Okang asks why use other people's transportation then. While the Echidna is genuinely happy that her master took her along, Okang looks up and realizes that they should proceed through the air. After that, the guy sharply calls out to the girl and she instantly reacts to his exclamations, immediately starting to jump on the spot with joy. Clenching his fist, Okang demands Echidna take her true form because they will fly to Pohan. Immediately heeding her master's demands, the Echidna is reincarnated as a beautiful and large white dragon. During the flight, the girl asks if she can have ice cream afterward, and Okang agrees, promising to buy her as much as she wants. In that case, the Echidna is going to work even harder, after which it soars sharply upwards. Now before anyone sees Okang about to pull some secret scheme while sitting on the Echidna, after that, the guy sharply places both palms on the white dragon's back, spreading a blue veil everywhere. At this point, Echidna asks what he did, and Okang explains that he used a skill that will help her be more stealthy. For some more time, the white dragon Echidna with Okang on its back flies over the city of mountains and bodies of water. Right now, there's only one thing on his mind. He doesn't know the full extent of the demonic cult's capabilities. Squinting his eyes slightly, Okang continues to indulge in thoughts of how deeply the power of the demonic order is spread. After that, he remembers Baek Kang-hyun and some other head of a large-scale guild in Korea. In addition to them, Okang recalls Cha Yoon-ju herself and the other two men to guess which guild the demon cult's secret ally is in. After a while, White Dragon Echidna and Okang arrive at the right place in Pohan. Then they descend to the ground, and Okang realizes that there is no Hwaran unit here, which means they have landed far away from the gate. Following this, the guy turns to Echidna and asks her to reincarnate back because they'll be walking from here. At this moment, the white dragon's tail suddenly hits some unknown person right in the face. Seeing the strange and sudden appearance of a stranger, Okang is genuinely surprised that there is a person here. The guy himself directed the Echidna here so no one would see them, but this man hid here thanks to his skills. That's when John Doe starts screaming to be listened to and not attacked right away. Looking back, the guy is in complete shock that there is a real dragon behind him. In his pocket is a red crystal. Noticing that everything is coming together, Okang recognizes this young man among other things. This kid is really the same player that Okang had once seen next to Baek Kang-hyeon. His name is Cha Min-hyuk, and he is the head of the Onuri Guild. However, he's looking as bad as possible right now. At that moment, Chamin Hyuk says he saw a strange moving shadow and chased after it. Then he realizes that O Kang is under the care of Cha Yun-ju, to which an enraged O Kang demands him to stop and asks who gave him permission to talk. The guy himself was just trying to clarify the situation and is well aware of what now seems maximally suspicious. But at this moment, a curved blade filled with dark energy already appeared in front of him. This blade is wielded by O Kang. He smirks at Chae Min-hyuk and is surprised that he disobeyed his order to be silent. After that, the two guys stand in front of each other like they're going to have a real fight. Watching Cha Min-hyuk, O Kang realizes that just because he possesses a demonic crystal doesn't mean he's involved in a cult. Still looking at that kid, O Kang is still stressed that the guild leader is just wandering around. He's going to see what Cha Min-hyuk's purpose is. Realizing that O Kang is raring to fight right away, Cha Min-hyuk asks if he's going to listen to him. Without waiting for any response, the man is going to use force because he has no choice. Preparing his red blades, Cha Min-hyuk assumes a fighting stance right in front of O Kang. A moment later, the man leaps out of his seat, heading towards his opponent, leaving behind only a red trail. In turn, O Kang uses the speed force in exactly the same way, leaving behind a blue veil. Using the blade force, O Kang pounces on Cha Min-hyuk from above, threatening him with his two outgrown knives. At this moment, Cha Min-hyuk himself was barely holding back his opponent's attack while sobbing painfully. The man then bounces back sharply, picking up the right timing and slightly increasing the distance. Then Cha Min-hyuk realizes that O Kang only threw one punch, but the power is incredible. He doesn't realize what kind of monster this guy is. O Kang, on the other hand, considers Cha Min-hyuk's resistance to be weak, and if he were in the cult, he would have responded to him more strongly than he does now. Then O Kang begins to realize that Cha Min-hyuk was only following the cult because of some personal suspicions. Then O Kang says out loud that Cha Yun-ju and the entire Hwarang division will be here soon. Now the guy is about to listen to him and asks what Cha Min-hyuk is doing in Pohan. At this point, the man hides his gaze. Showing growing anger, Cha Min-hyuk realizes that O Kang doubts him, but he's the only one suspicious given his growth rate. At this moment, Cha Min-hyuk drops the dagger from one of his hands, which falls to the ground with a clatter. The man then grasps the remaining dagger with both hands, showing his persistence. Then, just as abruptly, Cha Min-hyuk leaps out of his seat while using Sonic Peak and leaving a red trail behind him. With a pompous spinning strike, Cha Min-hyuk hurriedly headed towards O Kang. At this time, the boy himself does nothing and just stands silently, smiling slightly. After a moment, O Kang swept through Cha Min-hyuk and said that he was just curious, so he asked. O Kang asks if the rogue is capable of fighting since Cha Min-hyuk is the leader of the Thieves' Guild. After it ends, O Kang pulls out his phone to see a new message. On his phone is Baekwha Yoon, who says they'll be there in 10 minutes, and O Kang realizes he has some time. With that, the guy presses a button on the coffee machine and pours it into a cup. Then O Kang holds out a glass of coffee for Cha Min-hyuk, who tells him that everything from magic to money was stolen from them. Then O Kang claims that his patience is not infinite, so Cha Min-hyuk should still explain himself properly. Turning once again to the frustrated and tired man, O Kang asks what he's doing at Pohan. After hesitating a bit and lowering his gaze to the floor, Cha Min-hyuk tells me that he was here with his Onuri guild. He then leans even harder to the ground and continues that they were making independent observations of a demonic cult. That's when Cha Min-hyuk remembers the past and asks if O Kang knows about the term Dodokbun. Then, recalling his beaten face, Cha Min-hyuk clarifies that this is the state of being treated like a criminal. They did not wish to spread rumors and decided to seek justice. He had long known about the existence of the demon cult. At that moment, Cha Min-hyuk gathered a lot of people around him to support him. After discussing everything from head to toe, they decide everything, and lastly, Cha Min-hyuk nods his head, giving his okay to act. Mentioning the government and the Scarlet Rose Guild, they gathered to investigate the demon cult case without them. All this was done solely to prove that they were not thieves at all, much less criminals. After that, Cha Min-hyuk noticed some suspicious movement and bumped into O Kang. He doubts the guy will believe him. Suddenly, O Kang says the exact opposite of what Cha Min-hyuk says, surprising him greatly. Swallowing his coffee, O Kang realizes his words don't sound believable, but there's confusion everywhere. Turning around to leave, O Kang says that Cha Min-hyuk has no motive to lie, so he just wishes him good luck and take care of himself. After looking at O Kang for a while, Cha Min-hyuk can't find the words to reply and just nods in agreement. But at the last moment, Cha Min-hyuk stops O Kang, forcing him to immediately turn around behind his back. Then Cha Min-hyuk approaches him and notices that O Kang is at the level of the 5th strongest guildmaster, or even stronger than him. Next, O Kang listens with a nonchalant face to the question of why he is helping the demon cult, and there is clearly a good reason. At that moment, O Kang replies that he's here for the same reason as Cha Min-hyuk. These words make him wince and wonder. Then, Okang remarks on the kimchi stew that so strongly attracted him here to Pohan. Hearing this, Cha Min-hyuk is immediately enthusiastic and can't imagine a better reason. Looking at Okang as he leaves, Cha Min-hyuk comes to the conclusion that this guy looks like a villain but turns out to be a good person. Okang realizes that the demonic cult is also helping him improve his performance, but no one should know about it. As he continues on his journey, the guy realizes that the Onuri Guild has no involvement with the demon cult. Among other things, he thinks about the fact that if other guild leaders found out about Onuri's surveillance of the cult, it would raise a lot of suspicions. In the wake of all the thinking, Okang recalls the man who was accompanied by Cha Min-hyuk, and that person turns out to be the same Baek Kang Hyeon of the Hanula Guild. He has a lot of suspicions about him. At this time, the same Baek Kang Hyun puts on his red mask once again to meet the demon cult. The male cardinal then settles back on his throne and uses some sort of crystal red ball. The trial will now be held. Then the cardinal asks if all preparations are complete, and he hears a positive answer. This ceremony is the first step in our grand plan. The cardinal now realizes that failure cannot be allowed. At this time, the cardinal himself is thinking that he is bound to succeed, and if necessary, forces should be used. Hearing the agreements of his acolytes, the cardinal standing at the crystal red ball is about to spring into action. Taking off his hood, the man turns out not to be Baek Kang Hyun. The stranger is painted with black stripes. Showing his face to the others, the man utters the rather obvious phrase, "Glory to the demonic cult." Turning to the servant, he asks if he has used all the blood from the sacrifices, and he hears an affirmative answer. For a while longer, the priest looks around at the people who have come here and silently assesses the situation. He realizes that this ceremony is insanely important to the cult. There's no way they can fail. Leaning to the ground, the priest begins to draw a circle in blood on the sandy surface. Flinching slightly and looking back at his finger, the priest realizes that even that wasn't enough. He then turns to the red-haired man and demands that he come closer immediately. Without a second's hesitation, the red-haired man approaches the priest, but doesn't even have time to ask him anything. Moments later, the priest swings at the unfortunate man and takes his life almost instantly. The rest of the servants present here are simply shocked at what is happening, and silently watch the lifeless body fall downwards. Terrified, the priest's servants panic and ask what he is doing and what it is all for. The abruptly distraught priest starts screaming that this blood is not enough, and it's all their fault for failing to prepare the offerings. Eventually, there's no trace of the minions left. All of them die at the hands of a local priest who is short of blood. Satisfied with the pile of bodies, the priest finally agrees that he has enough blood now. After that, the man immediately falls to his knees and begins to hastily draw a pentagram on the ground with the blood of the dead. During all this, the priest begins to speak in Arabic, directing the incantation into the magical symbol. At this time, Cha Yun-ju suddenly meets Okang, who loudly calls out to her and draws the girl's attention to himself. Waving to the girls, Okang wonders if they can enter the gate now, and Baek Hwa-yoon is surprised that the guy actually made it here. Afterward, Okang tries to clarify the situation, and Baek Hwa-yoon tells him that the situation inside is not good. She thinks demonic cult agents are hiding in a cave inside the gate. There are so many of them, it's almost impossible to find the right one. Among other things, Baek Hwa-yoon can feel an indescribably strong energy from the holes in these openings. At that moment, someone else appears among them, hurriedly heading towards the guys. That person turns out to be Gu Hyeon Mo, who is madly excited to meet everyone who showed up here. First of all, Baek Hwa-yoon asks him how the investigation is progressing, and the guy claims it's stalled, but they heard rumbling. At this point, the little echidna grabs her master by the jacket and starts sipping, attracting attention. Tensing slightly, Echidna is about to tell Okang something important regarding this gate. When he claims there's a strong odor of blood coming from there, even Okang himself gets tense. At this time, the priest manages to use his spell to summon something terrifying outward. A moment later, a crack in space appears above his head that oozes dark energy. At this point, the priest starts laughing quite a bit because he has been waiting for this moment for so long and asks to show himself to the great power as soon as possible. After a while, a creature appearing from eternity, a real demon, appears before him. Showing thereby his respect and worship, the priest sits on the ground on his knees and spreads his hands apart. At this point, the demon introduces himself as a demon from the seventh circle of hell, Oriax, and immediately asks who dares to address him. In turn, the priest turns to Oriax and remarks that he is a miserable little man and salutes him. When asked if he had indeed summoned Oriax, the priest, with an incredibly wide smile, immediately agrees. This is immediately followed by a question from Oriaxu as to the reason why the man did the ritual in question. Then the priest suddenly says that he wants death and misery for miserable people like himself. The priest further asks Oriax to break the chains of doom, and then he will serve him with his whole being. At this time, they are being watched. The man watching from the shadows immediately grabs a walkie-talkie to relay the information to his comrade. At that moment, Gu Hyunmo's walkie-talkie starts talking, and that man tells the commander that they should hurry up and go here. After the soldier says he explored the caves, the connection is cut off. Gu Hyunmo tries to reach him for a while longer. That's when Okang enters the conversation and says they should move forward instead of hanging around and talking. Glancing at the gate, the guy suspects that the demon cult is no longer going to hide the smell of blood. Looking at this portal, the team takes some more time to venture inside. At this time, inside the S-rank gate in Pohan, there is already a company of soldiers who were going to confront the cult. They are now in shock. Right in front of them is a horrible sight. A huge demon-like creature jumps out of the cave. At some point, the demon Oriaksu realizes that he's not alone and looks around at the people here. Aiming at them, Oriaksu immediately lands in front of them and shocks them even more with his appearance. With eyes burning with rage, the demon claims that these people are nothing and will do quite well as victims. In turn, the men do not relax and are not going to be afraid, but instead will stick together until reinforcements arrive. Not about to stand aside, one of them immediately pounces on the demon with his brightly colored staff. The rest of the soldiers pounce from below, going to support those attacking from above. This makes the demon Oriaksu literally overflowing with dark energy because he enjoys the very sweet heat of battle. One moment and the demon strikes back, which has a very devastating effect on the soldiers. At this time, a team with Gu Hyunmo is already here. When they see what's happening, they can't contain their horror and shock. At this point, the priest is amazed at the strength of the first summoner. At this rate, he will be able to summon a stronger demon next time. According to the priest, everyone will be at the feet of the demon world. Then Oriax grasps his sickle, saying that it is not enough. Calling humans pathetic insects, Oriaksu starts licking madly, planning to destroy everyone in his path. Seeing the demon's rather terrifying attitude, the soldiers are subjected to fear, panic, and tension. Suddenly, someone's familiar voice behind them orders them to stop. Their commander Gu Hyunmo appears and immediately rushes into battle with the demon without a second's hesitation. In turn, the demon Oriaksu considers this act very foolish and swings his sickle at him. Eventually, the demon strikes, but Gu Hyunmo manages to hold it in front of him with all his might. Realizing that this creature is incredibly strong, Gu Hyunmo seizes the opportunity and bounces back a little. At that moment, that very staff appears, and the girl holding it said she was surprised at how the monster's blow just threw Gu Hyunmo away. As expected of a commander, he managed to survive after such a thing. Helping him, the girl creates a protective barrier around the man. Realizing that his team is supporting their commander, Gu Hyunmo can't hold back his smile and is happy for their help. He then asks if it's really a real demon and offers to show him his power. All the while, watching from the sidelines is Okang, who is clearly feeling very uncomfortable. Cha Yunju, on the other hand, realizes that it would be easier with the guys from the guild. Baek Hwa Yun thinks that there's not much that can be done. Being here with all their possible composition, they are going to defeat this demon Oriaksu already based on the situation they have. Behind Oriaksu stands a priest who sentences him to show them his power. The disgruntled demon thinks he can do without his instructions. The demon Oriaksu then turns toward his opponents and watches them for a while. For his part, Gu Hyunmo looks quite confident and determined for the upcoming battle. Then Oriaksu tensely expresses that there is nothing to even look for among them and asks for someone stronger. At one point, the demon notices someone special among the guys who instantly catches his attention. They of course turn out to be the awkwardly feeling Okang, who averts his gaze from the demon with all his might. For a while, Oriaksu's mind processes the information as if he already knew this guy. The monster itself is a demon from the 7th circle of hell named Oriaksu and crawled directly out of the underworld. Turning away and sinking into panic, Okang realizes he's finished. He's very sorry that a real demon has appeared here. Okang's face is instantly covered in sweat because the guy knows that they're familiar with the demon. In the very depths of the 10 circles of hell lies the very dwelling place of the infernal champions. They are the lord of the Demon King's castle and the one who destroyed the 7 princes of hell's strongest demons. Along with all the others, there in the very backwoods dwells the true king of all demons. Thinking back on it, Okang realizes that the situation is clearly not in his favor. As soon as the demon Oriaksu realizes what is happening and realizes who Okang is, his face expresses complete shock. Literally bulging his eyes, Oriak sincerely doesn't understand what a person like Okang forgot in this place. While Okang tries to hide his face from the demon, he continues to stare at him. That's when the guy realizes he's caught the demon who knows him by sight. Then the priest notices that the demon Oriaksu begins to shake, whether from fear or terror. The man tries to find out what's wrong. When the priest calls out to Oriaksa, he turns sharply in his direction with a look of horror on his face. At this point, the demon Oriaksu apologizes to the priest, but he doesn't understand why he is apologizing. Grabbing the priest in the palm of his hand and starting to shake Oriaksu, demands that he be taken back to hell because he doesn't want to fight the monster Okan. In response, the worried priest replies that he can't bring the demon back and asks him not to worry about anything. Looking back and pointing at the team of guys, the priest states that they are just regular weaklings. As soon as Oriaksu hears about this, he starts to shake violently again and even stammer in fear. Still directing his gaze at Okana, Oriaksu says he's not as weak as he may seem. Starting to get aggressive, Oriaksu screams in panic that the priest knows nothing because Okang is the Lord and the man doesn't realize what he has done. At this time, the guys start whispering among themselves, not understanding why the demon is fighting with the priest, and now is a good time to strike. But then suddenly Okang takes a step forward and stands in front of everyone, covering the move with his body. Blocking the aisle with his hand, Okang suggests that the others leave the job to him. Then the guy says that the demon has him confused with someone else and this misunderstanding can be used. As the demon Oriaksu continues to shake the priest in his hands, Okang aims a bright flash at him to distract him. Getting closer to the demon, the first thing Okang asks is if the demon's name is really Oriaksu. Then the guy directs his power at him and orders that from now on, the demon must speak so that only Okang can hear him. Hearing the order in his direction, the demon Oriaksu stands in a stupor for a while longer and answers nothing. Eventually, the demon introduces himself as Oriaksu from the 7,000th circle of hell, and then asks what the Lord is doing in such a place. Then Okang realizes that most of his power is sealed, however, Oriaksu will be easier to deal with if you intimidate him. After that, Okang makes a serious and frightened expression on his face, saying that the demon interfered with his plans. At this time, the demon Oriaksu begins to tense up even more because he doesn't understand the plans in question. Following this, with a shaky voice, Oriaksu decides to ask what Lord Okana's plans are. There aren't really any plans, and Okang is just saying the first thing that comes to mind. So he tells Oriaksu to shut up because he's annoying. Then Oriaksu instantly heeds the order and even apologizes for his inappropriate behavior. At that moment, Okang says that the demon's appearance has caused a lot of trouble, but he will show mercy and give it a chance to make things right. The maximally stressed demon Oriaksu immediately expresses that he will do any order from Okana. Then Okang starts smiling smugly and is about to take advantage of such obedience. Afterward, Okang surprises Oriaksu to the point of shock with his offer to accept him into the family if the demon follows orders. Immediately remembering the Demon King family member who defeated the 7 supreme demons, Oriaksu realizes that this is a chance. For any demon, it is a great honor to be around a being like the Demon King. If a demon can become part of the Demon King's family, it can gain a portion of the Overlord's power. Thereupon, Oriaksu bows before Okan and asks him to give him his order immediately. Pointing his finger at the boys, Okang tells Oriax to fight them unarmed and win. Okang has to make sure the demon is strong. As soon as Oriaksu gets off his seat and enters the fray, Okang realizes that he hasn't developed a single suspicion. At that moment, Baek Hwa-yoon and Cha Yun-ju are shocked to see what's happening to the demon and wonder what Okang did to him. But just then, Baek Hwa-yoon realizes that this is the perfect opportunity to attack. Putting his sword forward, Baek Hwa-yoon channeled his energy into it to use the West Wind skill. Then, Baek Hwa-yoon looks around for a while longer to assess the situation around him. At one point, the demon Oriaksu appears in front of the girl ready to engage in battle. A moment later, Baek Hwa-yoon pushes himself off the ground and heads straight for the demon Oriax. As soon as the girl gets as close to the demon as possible, she immediately swings her sword at him. At this point, Oriaksu sobs loudly from receiving a rather serious shoulder wound. What happened provokes the demon and causes his eyes to fill with hatred for humans. Starting to aggress the demon, Oriaksu swings both fists sharply and slams them into the ground. That's when Cha Yun-jo enters the fray, already holding her magic chains at the ready. Using the blood chain skill, Cha Yen-ju directs his trap towards the demon Oriaksu. With little resistance, Oriax succumbs to the blood chain that encompasses his body. A moment later, Cha Yun-ju makes a sharp sweeping motion with his hands planning to redirect the blood chains. At this moment, the demon Oriaksu is slightly anxious as he watches the magical chains enveloping him from all sides. Eventually, the blood chain shrinks sharply on Oriaksu's body, causing him pain and leaving him wounded. Gritting his teeth, the demon realizes that these men are strong. Even if he had weapons, victory would be in doubt. But since this is a test of Lord Oriaksu himself, he doesn't plan to give up and abruptly breaks all the chains on himself. Noticing this, Baek Hwa-yoon is already here and ready to strike another blow at her opponent. In addition to the girl, Gu Hyun-mo appears on the other side, who agrees with Baek Hwa-yoon's motives and desires. On both sides and at the same time, Oriaksu is attacked by swords, causing him even more pain. At this moment, Baek Hwa-yoon and Gu Hyun-mo are like two lightning bolts rushing through the demon with their swords. Falling to his knees, Oriaksu realizes that he is unable to fight with his bare hands because he has always had a scythe, suspecting that the Overlord has seen his shortcomings. Then Okang is already near him, using Oriaksu's scythe for further action. Turning back, the demon spots the Demon Lord with his scythe, but for some reason is only too happy to meet him. At this point, Oriaksu figures that the Overlord won't sit on the sidelines watching the demons suffer with the humans. He wants to empower his scythe. Just as Oriaksu is making plans on how to deal with the humans, Okang strikes him with his own scythe. After receiving the blow, the demon Oriaksu instantly falls into a stupor and expectorates blood without realizing what happened. Looking back at Lord Oriaksu, he doesn't understand why he did this and why such a punishment. In turn, Okang sweeps through the demon and literally makes it disappear from the face of the earth. As he rushes through Oriaksu, Okang finally tells him not to take offense to him. At this point, Okang chuckles as he realizes that Oriaksu has bought the deception. In the end, Okang struck a decisive blow and ruined him. At this time, Baek Kang-hyun is watching everything going on under the mask of the demon cult. Watching Okang destroy the demon Oriaksu from the seventh circle of hell, the cardinal anxiously mutters the guy's name aloud. Sighing tiredly, Okang realizes that the barrier before the 60th level is too high, although he had pinned a lot of hope on the demon Oriaksu. At that moment, Baek Hwa-yoon and Cha Yoon-ju run up to him and ask him what happened to the demon and Okang. Slightly averting his gaze, the guy claims the demon died, and it worked out for them in the end. But he himself concentrates the energy in his hand going to do something with the body because leaving it here is a great loss. Taking advantage of the predator force, Okang begins to channel his dark energy towards the demon. While no one can see Oriaksu's body is absorbed by the dark energy of Okana, who uses his body for his own purposes. At one point, Cha Yoon-ju notices that behind Okang's back, a shroud of dark energy appears, surging into the air. After absorbing Oriaksu's body, Okang's demonic energy only increases by 3 points. It's not much, but it's fine since it's hard to gain them with each level. On top of all this, another interesting thought suddenly pops into Okang's head. After the Sixth Awakening, the seal of the demon core weakened. Its quality and quantity of demonic energy changed dramatically. The guys who approached Okan are extremely surprised that the bodies of demons disappear after being killed. At this moment, Gu Hyun-mo shows the priest Baek Hwa-yoon and asks if he is the cultist in the red mask. Turning back towards them, Baek Hwa-yoon denies such a thing because this priest is only in submission. Glancing at the priest, the boy realizes that their cardinal is still reluctant to reveal himself. When he slaps the priest, Gu Hyun-mo says that he usually takes his life right away, but not this time. Clapping his hand, Gu Hyun-mo tells him that they are not controlled as strictly, so there are plenty of methods to get information out. But when the priest calls Gu Hyun-mo a name, he changes his face and says with fierce aggression that the man better watch his tongue. He is stopped by Baek Hwa-yoon, who understands his feelings, but before the priest confesses, they need to ask him something. After that, Gae Hyun-mo continues to lead the priest about to transport him by car or helicopter. At this point, the priest is extremely resentful of the situation because he was caught by such lowlifes, and the demon generally behaved strangely. As soon as the priest thinks about what would happen if he had the power of a demon, he gets sick and the veins in his neck swell. A shroud of dark energy appears around him, and Okang immediately notices this disturbing fact. That's when the guy starts yelling for everyone to back off because they won't get a chance to question him. Hearing this order, Gu Hyun-mo doesn't understand what's going on and abruptly falls into a stupor. Watching the priest, Okang realizes that he has been overly affected by demonic energy. And right now, right in front of the others, this priest is turning into a real monster. Right away, Okang is confronted by Cha Yoon-ju, who promises him that she will take care of the problem immediately. Using the blood chain and shackles to do so, Cha Yoon-ju is going to aim them at the monster. Putting his hand forward, Cha Yoon-jo does as planned while shouting exhaustedly. Instantly, magical chains envelop the body of the priest-turned-monster, making him immobilized. At this moment, Cha Yoon-ju tensed up even more, putting all his strength into squeezing the priest's body. After that, the girl unwound the chains and swung them towards the monster priest. Immediately following this, there is a rather violent explosion that causes the others to stop and watch. Eventually, nothing remains of the monster priest but his tattered cloak. When Cha Yoon-ju sees this, he immediately says out loud that things are not going well for them. Turning away in the other direction and fixing her cap, the girl wondered when they would catch the leader of the demon cult already. Lowering her cap, Cha Yoon-ju realizes that she should have kept her cool to keep the priest alive for the interrogation, but she ended up messing it up. But then suddenly Okang says something about who cares and surprises the girl. Then Okang, with a nonchalant face, praises Cha Yoon-ju that she did a great job, so she shouldn't be so worried. While Cha Yun-ju embarrassedly goes through the chains in his hands, Okang opens the status window to check on him. To view and open the desired information, Okang moves his finger over the status window. At some point, the guy notices that the last condition is prescribed in which you need to overfill your body with demonic energy to become a demon god. At this time, the visiting acolytes congratulate the cardinal on the successful summoning of the demon Oriaksu. Then they say that because of this, their demon cult has gained more support. When they claim that they can now move forward with the plan, Cardinal has a strange premonition. Remembering the fight between Okang and the demon, the Cardinal had not expected the summoned Oriaksu to be defeated so easily. He then asks how they will provide support, and the acolyte states that with demonic crystals. He goes on to say that they got enough crystals both to reinforce the Cardinal and to move forward with the plan. At this point, Cardinal thinks about the crystals given to them for success in the draft. However, this support is not much different from the previous one. Then he reflects on how the guys managed to defeat Oriaksa and realizes that it was because of Okang's last strike. After that, the Cardinal once again recalls that distraught look on that Okang guy's face. Following this, the Cardinal realizes that the demon was behaving strangely at the sight of Okana, and to him he seemed only a child knowing nothing about the world. From reflections of the Cardinal distracts his subordinate, who tells that they have some more news. As soon as he stuttered that Fujimoto Reima was going to start acting with the help of the Japanese government, the Cardinal's eyes filled with rage. The man does not answer for a while and then stands up silently. The servants do not understand his strange behavior. Moments later, one of the henchmen loses his life at the hands of the Cardinal. His comrade hiccups in fright. Baek Kang-hyun, under the mask of a cultist, starts yelling about how one can mention such a thing in such a calm tone. According to the Cardinal, for them, everything that is happening is not something strange and it is tense. In turn, the servants try to deny it in every possible way. At this point, the Cardinal speaks out sharply that they will cancel the current plan, and from now on they will operate under a different method. Hearing this, one of the cultivators abruptly flinches and tries to say that the other method is extremely insane. Continuing his thought, he says that this method will turn the whole world against them. At this point, the Cardinal stands up and takes one step down the stairs. Approaching the cultist, the Cardinal immediately grabs him by the neck and starts choking him and lifts him into the air. With burning red, distraught eyes, the masked Baek Kang-hyun interjects whether the cultist thinks he is unaware of the consequences. Next, the Cardinal scares the hell out of everyone else with his behavior. He demands that they stop interfering and make all the necessary preparations. A few days later, something terrible is about to happen at ISU Station on the instructions of a demonic Cardinal. At one point, a random passerby notices a strange pink light nearby. Staring at the local oddity, the man's eyes go wide with shock and surprise. He tries to figure out what it is. In front of the people just above, a large crack in space appears in the air, and they realize it's a gateway. At this time, Okang is at his house and with a kind of pompous face realizes that it's quiet. The guy makes that face because, with his legs, he's trying to hold Echidna's weight, which is hard enough. After the demon incident, the demon cult went underground. All Okang did was to collect demon crystals with Shu Hun. At one point, Okang gets a call on his phone from Cha Yun-ju, who never calls him back unnecessarily. Exactly then, a red system notification of some sort of disaster appears in front of Zihong's face. Immediately after seeing this, Shi-hun panics and turns to Okang, who turns to him just as anxiously. In front of the guys, a notice is lit up that a dangerous crack has been discovered which must be urgently neutralized. During the entire resulting conversation, Okang is sitting behind the wheel of his car and rushing down the highway somewhere in a hurry. Afterward, Okang does pick up the phone from Cha Yun-ju, who is extremely resentful that he is ignoring her. The girl goes on to say that a gate appeared right in the middle of the huge ISU station. At this time, there is utter chaos at ISU station. Monsters appearing from the crack are climbing everywhere. People are panicking to save themselves. Among other things, there are flames of fire spreading everywhere and enveloping more and more buildings of ISU station. The poor people are terrified and try to escape, but some fail to do so and fall prey to the monsters that devour them. Somewhere amidst all the chaos, a mother is trying to escape with her young daughter. At some point in her haste, the girl stumbles over a small pebble that just happens to fall under her feet. In an instant, the girl falls face down to the ground, and her mother in a panic starts screaming for her to get up as soon as possible. At that moment, monsters that are ready to eat their victims just appear in front of them. Upon seeing the terrifying monsters from the crack, the woman realizes that this is the end and starts hiccuping in fear. Cuddled up with her daughter who is insanely terrified, the woman has no choice but to stare in horror at the approaching monsters. Moments later, the hero Si-hong appears and immediately pounces on the monsters with his incredible blade. Standing in front of the woman with the child, Si-hong directs them to immediately hide behind him. At this moment, the guy himself is a little shocked at what's happening. It's strange that the gate opened so suddenly at ISU station. Seeing one of the monsters, the guy realizes that these are people who started to transform because of the demonic energy emitted by the crack. Without hardly a second's hesitation, Shi-hung once again takes a swing of his blade and destroys the once former human. The people that Shi-hun has just protected recognize this guy and realize that thanks to him they will all be saved. In turn, the monsters continue to approach Shi-hun, who finds himself alone against such chaos. At this moment, the boy realizes with horror that all these monsters recently were ordinary people. This information stresses Shi-hung very much and does not let him calmly start to act, forcing him to doubt. Then Shi-hun remembers the words of Okang, who said that ordinary people are killed by demonic energy. Then they turn into monsters. Also, the guy told Si-hun that such creatures can't become human again, so he just needs to consider them zombies or skeletons. In that case, if Shi-hung is going to save the survivors, he can't hesitate. Thinking about it, he confidently gripped his sword again. With enough determination, Si-hung enters the fray, attacking the monsters with his sword. In turn, several people who had turned into monsters rushed towards Shi-hung. At some point, Si-hung sees that a guardian quest has been created for him. He needs to destroy the monsters and get rid of the crack. Realizing that there are about 3,000 monsters here, Si-hung pounces on one of them to destroy it once and for all. All the while, Si-hung can't stop thinking about the fact that almost 3,000 people have been victimized by monsters. But he has no time for such thoughts, and realizing this, Si-hung strikes another blow at the monster. Eventually, another monster of 1,000 is defeated and falls to the ground. Constantly swinging his blade, Si-hung realizes that the monsters aren't that strong around D rank, which plays into his hands. After another moment, Shi-hun realizes that he can take advantage of the situation in a very different way. Then Si-hung concentrates and begins to concentrate his energy around him, covering everything with a blue veil. Gathering all the concentrated energy, Si-hung is going to use his Heavenly Dragon Breath ability. Deftly wielding his new power and blade, Si-hung literally destroys several monsters with a few blows. Its blue-bright energy spreads everywhere and captures the maximum number of opponents nearby. The guy's eyes instantly poured a bright heavenly color that showed his full concentration on the attack. Swinging his blade in different directions, Shi-hung muttered to himself that he needed to act faster. An infinite number of monsters keep coming and coming at the guy who has to cope on his own. All the while, he is supported from the sidelines by ordinary civilians who shout words of encouragement to him. Then the guy notices the notification that he enters a trance and gets the special attribute unity of the swordsman, but for some reason thinks it's bad. Watching the crack, Si-hung realizes that there are too many monsters and they are only getting bigger. When he realizes he can't do it alone, Dae-soo appears and shouts to the guy. Hearing his comrade's familiar voice, Dae-soo Shi-hun seemed to come out of his trance. A whole team of Eunbi Dae-soo Seal, as well as Baek Hwa-yoon and Cha Yoon-ju, appear in front of the local hero. Turning to them, Si-hung is extremely surprised at how quickly they managed to get here. Then they reply that in all this they were helped by a little echidna who immediately rushed to the rescue. In an instant, Cha Yoon-ju appears in front of Shi-hun and turns to the guy in a panic. On alert and with great excitement, the girl immediately wonders where Okang is now. Lowering his head, Shi-hun pauses for a moment before answering Cha Yoon-ju's question regarding Okang. He then looks back at the crack in space and claims that Okang walked inside it. In turn, Baek Kang-hyun is inside the same fissure and is huddled next to the lifeless bodies of the soldiers. At one point, the man turns back slightly alarmed, noticing someone behind his back. At the same time, Okang, who had followed right behind him, was already hurriedly heading towards him. When Baek Kang-hyun sees the guy, he starts making things up and pretends he had nothing to do with it. He asks if Okang came here after hearing the news. Pointing at one of the dead soldiers, Baek Kang-hyun says that as Okang can tell, they lost a lot of men. Looking at the man with disgust and hatred, Okang shows all his displeasure and answers nothing. Baek Kang-hyun smiles and says that he's happy to see Okang here despite what's going on. But when he claims that they need to deal with the monsters first, and then remove the bodies, the man notices that Okang is eager to fight. In turn, Okang actually does this and swings his dark blade at Baek Kang-hyun. At this time, Baek Kang-hyun deftly reacts and manages to give resistance in time to hold back the guy's attack. Watching Okang Baek, Kang-hyun immediately wonders about the exact moment he was able to realize everything. Just minutes before all this, Okang had informed Shi-hun that he had other things to do, so the guy should act alone. Hastily walking away, Shi-hun agrees to Okang's instructions, claiming that he understood everything. Then Okang stays behind Shi-hun, who makes his quick exit with a glance after him. For a while longer, Okang watches Shi-hun walk away while contemplating something of his own. After that, Okang jumps onto the nearest pole to get an easier and better view of the space and assess the situation. Looking around, Okang realizes that the cultist behind all of this must be somewhere nearby. Covering his eyes, Okang continues to ponder the fact that so many people are dying, and the cultist must be using all that demonic energy somewhere. In that case, Okang just needs to find him, and he uses his power of omniscience to do so. Sitting on a tall pole and with his eyes closed, moving around different corners of Okang still can't come across the right target. But at some point, the guy realizes that he notices something strange, from which he opens his eyes wide and sharply. Then Okang notices a familiar figure in the neighborhood, and it turns out to be Che Min-hek from the Onuri Guild. This brisk kid didn't report anything, but somehow he got here so fast. Still continuing to sit on the pole, Okang realizes that Jae-min Hyok's information network is truly astounding. Watching the guy, he also realizes that he's clearly heading somewhere in a hurry, as if he knows where he's going. Seeing his transparent shadow, Okang suspects that Jae-min Hyok might know something about the culprit behind the chaos and celebration. That's when Okang decides to follow him. At this time, the guy is in a hurry and hopes that his tracking device doesn't lie to him. Hiding behind a nearby car, Jae-min Hyok reaches the cultist who is hanging out at the strange gate. What Jae-min Hyok notices when he arrives here is shock and horror. In the meantime, Baek Kang-hyun is standing in front of him, creating monsters out of people by directing dark energy at them. In the end, people subjected to such incredible power more often than not die before his eyes. In turn, Jae-min Hyok realizes that Baek Kang-hyun just destroyed someone with his demonic energy. He suspected him for a long time. At the same time, Baek Kang-hyun suddenly falls into a stupor and stands there silently doing nothing, which is quite strange for him at the moment. Then he abruptly turns to Jae-min Hyok, saying that he was waiting for him because he knew the guy would follow him pretending to be his best friend. At this moment, Jae-min Hyok is abruptly alarmed, as if realizing that the man has somehow discovered his presence here. Baek Kang-hyun then grabs the boy by the neck and lifts him up into the air to strangle him. Then twitching and grabbing Baek Kang-hyun's palms with his hands, the guy asks how he managed to figure it all out. At this point, the man explains with a smile on his face that the path of evil leads to a power he could never think of. With a slight squint, Baek Kang-hyun says that Jae-min Hyok is intoxicated by his idea of being a hero and should realize his place in the world. Then, through gritted teeth and intermittent breathing, Jae-min Hyok claims that Baek Kang-hyun is the same as he just called him. Starting to laugh hard, Jae-min Hyok says that Baek Kang-hyun is still angry about his loss to Fujimoto Rema. According to him, he's acting like he's pissed off that he didn't become a world ranker. That makes Baek Kang-hyun's face change dramatically. The man then abruptly squeezes his hand, literally breaking the kid's neck and taking his life. Losing his life almost instantly, Jae-min Hyok's entire body collapses to the ground at the man's feet. Looking down on him, Baek Kang-hyun thinks that it was necessary to prolong his torment with demonic energy. At exactly the same moment, Okang also appears here through the crack that appeared in space. Thanks to his omniscient power, Okang now knows everything from the beginning. It is because of all of this that a confrontation ensues between Okang and Baek Kang-hyun. During this, Baek Kang-hyun asks again when Okang guessed, and Okang realizes that it's about his identity. Showing the man the middle finger, Okang expresses that he is not going to waste his time talking to such garbage. From such provocation, the veins in Baek Kang-hyun's neck begin to swell, and he becomes overwhelmed with hatred for his opponent. Spreading dark energy around him, the man promises to end Okang quickly. In turn, Okang concentrates his energy throughout his body, channeling it into the Iron Force. At some point, both men's gazes collide, and they catch eye contact. As if on cue, Baek Kang-hyun and Okang simultaneously push off the ground and leap off towards each other. At this time, Okang redirects his magical energy into the power of ice to use Leviathan. At the same time, Baek Kang-hyun's body is already going through transformations, and with his demonic hands, the man tries to fend off Okang's attack. Using his weapon, Leviathan Okang swings it at his opponent. In turn, Baek Kang-hyun uses demonic energy to defend himself and keep the attack at bay. As Baek Kang-hyun fights to the best of his ability, he realizes that Okang is much stronger than he thought. At this time, Okang takes advantage of the moment to activate the power of blades by recreating curved daggers in his hands. Right after that, the guy starts repeatedly attacking Baek Kang-hyun, who looks quite tense. Shi-hoon's team has been watching from the sidelines the whole time, and at one point they notice a large explosion somewhere in the back of ISU Station. A few actions later during the battle, Baek Kang-hyun grabs a nearby car to throw it at Okang. Immediately afterward, the man makes his plan a reality by steering the car toward Okang. In turn, Okang himself looks quite unperturbed and for a while just stands still watching the scene. But in the last instant, Okang also abruptly leaps out of the way to return the blow. With one quick but very powerful swing of his blades, Okang literally cuts the huge machine in half. At that moment, Baek Kang-hyun already appears above him and is about to attack the guy from the air. Biting her lip, Okang watches the man and calls him a pathetic lowlife under her breath. Tearing off and leaving behind a trail of Okang is going to use divine power. After that, the guy buffs his own attack while translating it into the power of destructive abyss, threatening Baek Kang-hyun with his fist. As soon as the man approaches, Okang strikes at him with the Heaven's Breakthrough ability from his fist. Eventually, such a maneuver turns into a strong and serious explosion that envelops the center of ISU Station. From the blow he received, Baek Kang-hyun is thrown backwards, and using the spikes on his arm, he stops his movement. Raising his tired but confident gaze, Baek Kang-hyun says that he has finally realized something. At this time, Okang heads towards his opponent with a cocky and determined gait. Then Baek Kang-hyun tells us that the person who was interested in them all along was not Cha Yun-ju at all. Opening his eyes even wider, Baek Kang-hyun seemed interested in the fact that it was Okang all along. Looking at the guy with bright red eyes, Baek Kang-hyun asks who he really is. At this time, the entire ISU station is oozing with the haze of fire and descending into chaos. Most of the buildings have already been destroyed. Presenting herself to Baek Kang-hyun, Okang turns to the man with serious intentions and asks what it all means. In turn, Baek Kang-hyun realizes that it was not Cha Yun-ju, but Okang himself who was interfering with him all this time. Of course, in his opinion, Cha Yun-ju is strong and is one of the best hunters in the country. But that's the end of it. Baek Kang-hyun realizes that the girl really wasn't capable of such a thing. With a constant smirk, Baek Kang-hyun says that he thought it was strange that it was only Cha Yun-ju who stopped them all the time. Looking directly at his opponent, Baek Kang-hyun is about to ask again who this guy is. In response, Okang begins to smirk, slightly grinning with his sharp fangs in his mouth. Abruptly changing his face to a distraught one, Okang repeats again what he had said before. Planning to deliver his punch and never failing to smirk, Okang claims he doesn't have time for trash talk. Once again, Baek Kang-hyun bare his demonic arms, and isn't surprised that Okang doesn't want to tell him anything at all. At this point, Okang hesitates a bit and ponders whether he should wait before doing anything. But moments later, somewhere in the hinterlands of ISU Station, another massive explosion occurs. Then a battle ensues again between the men in which they strike at each other without end or edge. All of this affects the surrounding area as well. Okang's attacks hit nearby cars, throwing them aside. At this time, the guy himself behaves quite calmly and is entirely focused on the battle. At one point, Okang's attack almost grazes Baek Kang-hyun, who dodges the blow at the last moment. Then, in Baek Kang-hyun's eyes reads some strange fear and terror that makes his opponent feel. And this becomes clear when Baek Kang-hyun starts seeing the same Fujimoto Rame in front of him instead of Okang. Stopping and faintly chuckling, Baek Kang-hyun says that Okang would make a great test subject to test his strength. At this point, Okang doesn't quite understand what the man means and looks at him questioningly for a while. Raising both hands up sharply, Baek Kang-hyun shouts that it's time to start. Pointing his gaze toward the crack, the man claims that enough fragments have already been collected from it. That's when the demonic crystals used by Baek Kang-hyun begin to crack and shatter. At this moment, Okang watches Baek Kang-hyun trying to pull something off while laughing madly and loudly. The guy then raises his gaze to the crack and immediately realizes that its shape has suddenly changed. At this time, the crack itself takes on a strange appearance and begins to exude a murky, dark, purple energy. Immediately afterward, there are a lot of monsters with drool dripping down their faces from the growing hunger. Following that, the dark energy from the changed crack is directed at Baek Kang-hyun, who seems to absorb it with his body. At that moment, Okang realizes that all the demonic energy is heading towards Baek Kang-hyun and suspects what that means. All the dark energy recreates the matter that envelops Baek Kang-hyun's body, who can't wait to receive this power. After a while, red-colored demonic wings begin to appear from there. In addition to the demonic wings, a thin, long demonic tail can also be discerned. In the end, Okang is confronted by the real demon that Baek Kang-hyun has turned into. For a while longer, the male demon's head shakes after experiencing the transformation. But it ends well enough, and the man manages to take on the true form of a demonic being. Watching all of this, Okang is starting to feel the tension and has already realized what is about to happen. Continuing to look at the converted Baek Kang-hyun, Okang realizes that he has summoned the demon within him. On top of that, in a bit of panic and anxiety, Okang tries to figure out if Baek Kang-hyun summoned his demon soul or something else. At that moment, something flies past him and shatters the stone wall behind the guy's back with a rumble. For a while longer, Okang is still in the same stupor, observing the behavior of the male convert. Concentrating the energy in his demonic hand, Baek Kang-hyun now realizes what this feeling is, and it feels so good. With burning eyes, the demon appears before Okang and clenching both fists addresses him. Pulling a smirk and a grin on his face, Baek Kang-hyun suggests Okang start over. Tisking to himself, Okang still couldn't understand how this madman could pull something like this off. Abruptly, Baek Kang-hyun leaps out of his seat towards Okang and says that he's going to die today. In time to notice his jerk, Okong bounces back just as sharply to avoid being hit. In turn, the demon with a wide and fierce grin on his face constantly scowls and growls. At this time, Okang tries to concentrate in order to confront the creature. Constantly dodging and dodging punches, Okang is thinking hard about something. At one point, Baek Kang-hyun slams his fist into the ground, but Okang disappears from the spot thanks to the heavenly force. Once again, recreating wings behind his back, Okang soars into the air and Baek Kang-hyun immediately notices it. Constantly eyeing his opponent, Okang promises to finish this fight in 1 minute. That's when Baek Kang-hyun watches Okang activate his Kraken's Wrath ability. After that, the guy docks this ability with heavenly force and strikes the demon with his own strike. But despite the power of his punches, Baek Kang-hyun deftly twists and turns his head to dodge. As he continues to watch the demon's every action, Okang realizes that he has only done minor damage to it. Moments later, an explosion shrouded in blue Okana energy occurs again in the hinterlands of ISU Station. With burning red eyes, Okang swings the Leviathan to strike next. That's when Okang makes his plan a reality and strikes the demon with a bright flash. In turn, Baek Kang-hyun laughs the whole time as if mocking his opponent. After that, his barely audible giggles turn into loud and aggressive laughter and cackling. At one point, Baek Kang-hyun manages to grab Okang with his huge demonic hand. Then the same Leviathan that was in Okang's hands literally dissolves into thin air before his eyes. At this point, he is trying to figure out what it is and the reason why his energy is starting to dissipate. Continuing to laugh aggressively, the demon claims that Okang fell into his trap because he knew what the guy would do after his spurt. Grinning madly with its sharp teeth, the demon thinks that Okang doesn't realize that this is the true power of the devil. After that, Baek Kang-hyun surprises Okang by using his blocking power ability on him. Upon hearing about the blocking power, Okang immediately becomes covered in sweat droplets, realizing that he is in danger. Then lifting the guy up with his huge hand, the demon confirms his hunch that his hunter power is now blocked. As the demon continues to squeeze Okang's hand, the guy realizes that it's not just his player power that's affected. The dark energy is blocked as well. At this point, Baek Kang-hyun continues to squeeze his hand and states that as long as the guy is wearing that bracelet, he can't do anything. Immediately afterward, the demon thrusts his foot sharply into the ground to make a follow-up push. This causes Okang to start flying backwards with a powerful jerk, along with the remaining demonic bracelet on his arm. Eventually, the guy crashes into a metal bracelet and realizes his situation is worse than ever. At this time, the demon is taunting Okang that it's useless to resist. Now he will no longer disregard his strength. Once again approaching the guy and looking down on him, Baek Kang-hyun says that he knows bold ones like Okang well. Continuing to smirk, the demon calls him an idiot who thinks the whole world belongs to him. Comparing Okana to Fujimoto Reme, the demon thinks they're both cocky, brash, and down to earth. Once again, overflowing with rage and hatred for his opponent, the demon makes another dash. During this spurt, Baek Kang-hyun grabs Okang by his face, enveloping him completely with his huge demonic hand. He thinks it's time for payback. As the demon clutches the boy's face with force, he tells Okang to end his life. At that moment, somewhere nearby, little feet in baby shoes appear and rush to the rescue. Here, Echidna hurriedly came to Okang's aid as soon as she realized he was in danger. Noticing his little familiar, Okang's eyes widen in genuine surprise. Directing her magical power at the demon, the Echidna demands the demon to immediately move away from her master. But after a moment, her energy also begins to dissipate into the air, and the girl doesn't realize what's wrong. At that moment, Okang telepathically transmits to Echidna that she will not be able to use the power because its source is his dark energy and it is blocked. Turning toward the little girl, the demon looks her over with interest, realizing that they've met before. Starting to grin even crazier, Baek Kang-hyun realizes that Echidna and Okang are really getting along well. Leaving Okana sitting on the ground, the demon switches to the girl because he's interested to see the look on the guy's face when he takes her life. Grabbing Echidna by the neck with his huge paw, the demon is about to crush her in front of her master. At this time, Okang manages to finally get to his feet and grabs his small dagger. Then he suggests that the demon should stop being conceited, and at these words, Echidna turns around with tears in her eyes. Pulling a fierce smile, Okang states that Baek Kang-hyun has become completely unbearable to listen to. While doing so, the guy holds tightly to his curved blade that literally glistens from its sharpness. Seeing such a picture, the demon laughs out loud. He scoffs at the fact that Okang is going to confront him like this. At exactly the same moment, despite the demon's doubts, Okang makes a wide sweep of his hand with the dagger in it. That's when the demon's face starts to change right before his eyes as soon as he realizes what Okang is up to. For her part, Echidna is as shocked as Baek Kang-hyun and watches her master in horror. A moment later, and Okang's hand shackled by the demonic bracelet begins to fall downward. After that, all that remains is a black and thick substance that oozes out of Okang's body. At this moment, a crazy smile is painted on Okang's face because he's about to reveal who he really is. Then Bak Kang-hyun's face instantly becomes terrified because he realizes that something wrong is happening. Continuing to watch Okang in shock, the demon realizes that he just took his arm off to get rid of the bracelet. In turn, Okang starts to feel his dark energy again, but since he used several abilities at the same time, there is little of it. But even so, after losing his arm, Okang is still at a disadvantage. Looking at him, the demon thinks he can't do anything in his condition. Unperturbed and focusing his gaze on his opponent, Okang didn't want to use it, but now he had no other choice. Starting to grow an arm made of black substance, Okang hoped that this method would come in handy someday. All the while his arm grows back, Okang looks at the demon with a small smile showing him his perseverance and confidence. Immediately afterward, Okang remembers the place in hell where he once dwelt. There is a bright round red moon shining brightly. This time, once again finding himself faced with the choice of one of the doors, Okang recalls the power that perfectly suits him is eating. For a while longer, Okang ponders his decision and looks around. But at some point he finally makes a choice and reaches for the doorknob to open the door. At this time his face expresses no emotion, as if he realizes that he has no other choice. As his hand continues to ooze black substance, Okang opens Manmajung's first door. In an instant, Okang's appearance changes as if the guy is taking on the appearance of a dark shadow. Observing the guy's changes, the demon instantly picks up on the fact that his appearance has indeed changed. Continuing to stare at Okang's dark silhouette, Baek Kang-hyun doesn't realize what's happening to him or what it even is. Glancing at his demonic hand, the demon doesn't understand what's going on, but he's relieved that the gauntlet has recovered again. Abruptly snapping toward Okang, the demon begins to shout threats at him that he is finished. In turn, Okang bounces off his opponent like a shadow, preventing him from striking. But despite this, guy still falls under the hot hand, but instead of dying, his body seems to dissolve in the place where the attack came. Seeing such a strange reaction to the blow, the demon starts laughing at the fact that Okang has turned into slime from his strength and incredible power. The echidna is watching, and when she sees that something is wrong with Okang, she starts crying and screaming. But at some point, Baek Kang-hyun starts to notice that something strange is going on with the guy again, and the slime is acting strangely. Moments after the blow, Okang's body begins to fuse together, transforming ordinary slime into the outline of his body. In addition, this black substance appears on Baek Kang-hyun's demonic hands. This slime then begins to turn into a mouthful, and the demon noticing this gradually sinks into panic. After some time of observation and reflection, Baek Kang-hyun expresses that he is surrounded by real mouths. At this time, Echidna puts her palms to her mouth to keep from screaming from the shock of what she has seen. Immediately afterwards, everything is plunged into darkness and gloom through the shroud of which you can see the destruction and hear loud screams. Moments later, Baek Kang-hyun's real identity falls into an alternate reality in which he begins to drown and scream for help. Just then, someone's face appears in front of the man and immediately asks what he wants from him. Baek Kang-hyun finds himself in the same place with several doors. He begs for help and asks for someone to get him out of here because it shouldn't be like this. Through the eye in the door, this creature taunts the man because it's funny that his summoner is cornered. It asks to open its mind. At this moment, Baek Kang-hyun realizes that if he makes a mistake, the control of his body can be taken over, but there is no other way. Then the creature takes on the form of a white horse and rejoices to receive consent. He asks the man to let him see everything. His essence seems to be moving into Baek Kang-hyun's body and looking at the world around him through the prism of his consciousness. After a few moments of thought and observation, the creature notices a guy squatting. This guy turns out to be the distraught Okang, who with his red eyes seems to be looking straight into his soul. When he sees the creature, he immediately starts screaming. Baek Kang-hyun squints at it and doesn't understand why it's suddenly reacting this way. Rolling his eyes, the creature asks Baek Kang-hyun why he ever messed around with a monster like Okang. He should have fought Satan or Baal. Spotting Okang in front of him, the man is extremely surprised that he is a monster and realizes that this guy is at the level of the 7 supreme demons. Right after that, something starts screaming again, forcing Baek Kang-hyun to go through all that agony. That's when he once again sees the dark silhouette of Okang mentioning the 7 supreme demons. Starting to sink harder and harder, the creature claims that the 7 supreme demons no longer exist. The round red eye on one of the doors seemed to begin to swell with overwhelming fear and terror. Then looking at the silhouette of Okang, the creature tells that they were all destroyed by the demon lord himself. At that moment, Baek Kang-hyun finally realizes what's going on. Okang is indeed the demon lord. In his mind, it just can't be. This guy gives him a look that confirms he's standing on top of a $10,000 hellhole. Thinking that there is no such person on Earth, Baek Kang Hyeon notices that dark matter is beginning to envelop Okang's body. Still not believing what he just learned, the man watches as all the dark energy is absorbed by Okang's body. The last thing Baek Kang Hyun sees in front of him is Okang's crazy face that keeps mocking him. In turn, Okang's personality wakes up in the middle of the water in which he drowns after using one of the doors. Finally waking up and coming to his senses, the guy tries to figure out what he's doing here. Okang ponders this question for a while longer and realizes that he doesn't remember anything at all, not even who he is. Then the guy notices behind his back the very dark matter that is trying to swallow him up. In addition, Okang turns his attention to Baek Kang Hyun, who is being swallowed by a dark entity before his eyes. In the end, Baek Kang Hyun dies after being drowned in the hell he found himself in after being summoned by his demon. After what he's seen, Okang rushes up because he realizes he has to get out of here. During his journey outward, Okang's thoughts are filled with all sorts of buts. At one point, the guy notices the very door above him and wonders what he did it all for. Suddenly for himself, dark-clawed paws appear from below and abruptly grab Okang's legs. Immediately, Okang turns back around and realizes that those clawed paws are starting to pull him down. The unknown entity of the matter in question is trying to drag this guy behind him with no end in sight, grabbing at his legs. Starting to hastily row his arms to get out, Okang still didn't even remember who he was. But at some point, that gulch pulls him in, and he doesn't understand the reason he has to fight. Shrouded by dark silhouettes, Okang seriously considers whether it would be easier to just surrender to them. During all of this, clawed paws keep grabbing the guy's legs and pulling him down somewhere. Eventually, Okang is almost completely enveloped by black paws that are ready to take him with them. But suddenly the guy starts to hear someone's voices calling his name so loudly. In that moment, it's as if in a snap he gathers his thoughts and realizes he has to fight. Gritting his teeth tightly and forcefully, Okang once again makes a dash for the exit. All the while, the guy is purposefully and determinedly reaching with his arms toward the voices that call him. At one point, he actually manages to grab onto something to get rid of the dark claws holding his legs. The clawed paws of the dark entity try to grab onto the guy, but nothing works. Eventually, Okang notices a bright flash of light that calls him upstairs with it. After Okang regains consciousness, he sees Echidna and the rest of his comrades trying to bring him to his senses. With difficulty opening his eyes for the first time, the guy does not understand at all what is happening and where he is. Rising to a sitting position, the first thing he says is how cool it is to risk his life at times like this. At this point, Echidna starts crying and yells that she, as a familiar, knows that Okang really did almost disappear. As she continues to cry, she says that Okang promised her that he wouldn't leave her alone, and then the guy tries to calm her down and apologizes. Sighing tiredly, Okang realizes that, as expected, opening the door in this situation was quite risky. Man Mahjong Okang didn't use Manma's method of coercion even when he was in hell. He never opened those doors. Hugging Seal and Echidna, Okang realizes that there was no problem with this in hell, but from now on it shouldn't be used so carelessly. As he continues to hold Sol and Echidna close to him, the guy also realizes that he can't just die now. He needs to protect those he has in his hands. Thanks to Okang destroying the demon Amdusias, the guy increases his dark energy by 5 and gains the power of blocking. Getting back on his feet, Okang realizes that he has now crossed the 100th milestone, and that is the minimum for the world ranking. At this moment, Seol's palm is applied to his injured arm for further treatment. Using healing light, Seal tries to restore Okang's arm, which was lost in the battle. Inspecting his hand, Okang says enthusiastically that the effect is great. Then Seol says that she has already reached the 5th rank. Then she adds that Si-hong received a special quest, and then the level of each of them increased. Looking at his comrade, Okang asks what the special quest is. Shi-hoon promises to tell him after the situation settles down. Afterward, a slightly wistful Okang answers Seol's question about how it's really still hard for him to move around. Hearing the answer, Seol takes just a few steps towards Okang to get closer. Following this, the girl suddenly lifts the guy up in her arms, in which case she's going to carry him home herself. Slightly tense and feeling awkward, Okang thinks this is too much, so stammering tries to correct the situation somehow. But then his gaze somehow drifts downward on its own, and he notices that he's snuggled up against Seol's chest. At this moment, his face instantly changes and begins to express his contentment with what is happening, starting to get embarrassed. Okang turns away to hide his eyes until Seol realizes whether he can go by himself or not. Coughing a little, Okang tries to pretend that it's going to be difficult, and his body won't listen just to sit in Seol's arms a little longer. But here, Dae-soo is suddenly nominated, claiming that he's always there for such an occasion. In an instant, the man intercepts Okang into his arms, depriving him of the pleasure of savoring Seol's form. At that moment, Okang's face starts to express disgust and frustration. Daesu stinks of sweat, and it's very unpleasant. But the smug Daesu thinks that even though he lives on the other side of the world, he should come to his brother Okang's aid. In the end, the incident at ISU Station literally turned the world upside down. After this incident, everyone on planet Earth learned of the existence of the Devil's Cult. That negated their need to hide. In addition to Baek Kang-hyun, there are other henchmen who are ready to take matters into their own hands. Eventually it was over, and Korea shone with bright sunny colors again. One such bright morning 3 days after the incident at ISU Station, Okang also wakes up. He realizes that he has slept for 3 days, but now he feels much better. At exactly the same moment, the echidna seems to sense that its master is finally awake. Just then, Okang crawls out of his room and is immediately greeted by a small surname and Seol along with Cha Yun-ju. While answering questions, Seol Okang says he slept well and then asks what Cha Yun-ju is doing at his house. At this point, Seol enters the conversation and claims that the girl comes here every day because she's worried about him. When asked if it's true, Cha Yun-ju looks away embarrassed, claiming that she just stopped by to check out the place she bought with her money. Afterwards, Seol wonders if Okang is really okay because maybe he should rest some more, starting to smile warmly. Okang is glad they're worried about him, but he's really perfectly fine. Taking a sip of coffee, Cha Yun-ju tells me that while Okang was lying around, the Hanul Guild was disbanded. She goes on to say that the cultists were caught, but before they could find out anything, they turned into monsters, and the cult did nothing more. Showing his hand, Cha Yun-ju says that his remnants in their territory are mostly destroyed, and they get information about activity overseas. Hearing that the cultists have left behind a mess in the country, Okang grabs his phone to read some articles about it. Then he dives into the information network. There he reads the news that the Dragon Sword hero Kim Si-hoon has appeared. Distracting Okang from the news, Cha Yun-ju asks if he'll chicken out and give up on destroying the cult only after the incident at ISU Station. Starting to scoff at such a silly question, Okang denies it. He won't stop until he exterminates the cultists completely. Hearing the answer that Cha Yun-ju wants to hear, the girl immediately changes her face and is satisfied with Okang's words. She then tells him that there are a lot of stories about Shi-hoon on the internet and asks Okang not to be jealous of the newcomer. Then Okang sighs unhappily. In addition to that, she has more news. One of the strongest rankers in the world came to Korea. Noticing Okang's interest, Cha Yun-ju talks about the representatives of the Cheoncommon Chinese Guild. At this moment, based on the articles Okang had read, he remembered that the guild wanted to recruit Shi-hoon. Right after that, Okang goes back into his thoughts. He is well aware of the fact that the system is beginning to weaken. Thinking back to Baek Kang-hyeon, Okang can no longer foresee the cult's methods. He didn't think they could summon a demon into his body. He needs to become stronger. Also, Okang is tiredly reflecting on the fact that he has not been able to remove the restriction. Need to focus on perfecting techniques and achieve efficiency. In an instant, Okang comes up with the most beautiful idea that he wants to realize. Looking back at his phone, the guy remembers Shi-hoon and is about to meet the descendant of the god of battle. After a while, Okang goes to the beautiful Scarlet Rose Guild headquarters. There he is greeted by a satisfied and happy Shi-hoon, who first of all asks how Okang is feeling. At this point, Okang claims he's fine and says he's been reading the news and knows what everyone is saying about Shi-hoon. Fixing his mask, Si-hoon tiredly tells us that when he goes outside, so many people rush in that he can't even hunt. But then the guy suddenly says he's not happy about it. Such words really surprise Okang. Remembering what happened, Sha-hoon says that it was not him who handled the incident at ISU Station, but Okang. Slightly lowering his head and hiding his gaze under his cap, Shi-hoon remarks that it is Okang who should be honored as a hero. At this point, Okang awkwardly flinches and thinks that Shi-hoon really is a hero, so he should just enjoy the honors. Shi-hoon then listens to Okang in complete incomprehension, saying that he doesn't like people's attention, which is of no use to him, and that it interferes with his hunting. Suddenly for Okang, Shi-hoon asks what reason he had for calling him to the Scarlet Rose Guild, and in response the guy is silent for a while and smiles. Immediately enthusiastic, Okang states that he wants to learn from Shi-hoon his martial arts. Sometime after this conversation, the guys head to the guild's training room to begin training. Looking back at the gun rack, Zihong states that first, you need to decide on a tool for combat. At this point, Okang is pondering this question because he uses a lot of things. Shi-hoon thinks it's better to choose one thing and choose the main thing. Afterward, Okang shows his sharp spurs on his arm and suggests that he uses this because he resorts to it most often. But instead, Shi-hoon suggests Okang use a sword because his skills are directly related to fencing. Agreeing with this, Okang realizes that since he is learning from Dragon Sword, he is indeed better off using this type of weapon. Putting his sword forward, Sha-Hun is about to teach O-Kong the basics of the hidden dragon. He asks him to look at it carefully and then repeat it, putting the sharp sword blade to his face so that a reflection could be seen. Shi-Hong plans to start. Moments later, a shocked O-Kang notices a determined Shu-Hun scrambling away. Then the guy starts making graceful movements and combat stances so that the sword literally glistens in the light. By assuming the right position, Si-Hong activates the hidden dragon ability that is in the 8th phase. Then there is a violent explosion that overlaps the silhouette of Okana, who is watching in a stupor. After a while, the shroud of smoke begins to dissolve into the air, and Si-Hong's legs begin to be seen. Then the guy shows up. He says it's an example of the 8th phase. He wanted to show it to interest O-Kang. Beginning to smile contentedly and radiantly, Si-Hong thinks that this is much easier to do than it may seem. Turning to O-Kan, the guy asks him to repeat and do what he just saw. Clenching his fist tightly, Shi-Hun says that he believes in O-Kang and is confident that he will succeed. But O-Kang himself makes a disgruntled look at this time and mentally calls Shi-Hun names because it's not easy to actually do such a thing. After that, the guy starts trying to do what Si-Hong did, but he puts too much power into the sword. At this point, Shi-Hun shouts to O-Kan that the next blow will have too much kickback. While O-Kang swings his sword endlessly, Shi-Hun criticizes him. His strength is too low, his hands are in the wrong position. Eventually, O-Kang's face is soaked with sweat from fatigue, and he grudgingly turns to Shi-Hun. Then he turns to the guy asking if he learned the move quickly, and Shi-Hun is startled because he doesn't understand how O-Kang knew. Getting even angrier, O-Kang realizes that's why you can't learn from geniuses. They just ask you to do impossible things thinking it's easy. Throwing his sword on the floor, O-Kang abruptly announces that he has changed his mind about training, which makes poor Shi-Hun very upset. Grabbing the guy by the shoulders and starting to shake him, Si-Hong tries to calm him down because he just wants to help him. Then, O-Kang explains that Shi-Hun's level is too high and suggests ending it there to try again later. But then Si-Hong abruptly changes his mind and suggests that O-Kan learn meditation, which will make it much easier to receive the hidden dragon. Watching Shi-Hun, O-Kang realizes that he is using Dantian along with his inner strength and suspects that he can do the same. Seating himself in lotus pose, O-Kang plans to try this in order to accomplish at least something. Then O-Kang begins to concentrate on his inner energy center, forming a red ball of his energy there. Thus it activates the effect of the Dark Energy Lord and improves control over demonic energy. Having fully caught the concentration over his energy through meditation, O-Kang covers his eyes. A ball of red demonic energy continued to form in his chest, and the guy mastered the Heavenly Dragon technique. In addition, O-Kang manages to form a demonic crystal that he once absorbed. It ends with O-Kang noticing the notification that he has unlocked the final condition to cognize the demonic form. Right after that, O-Kang turns to Shi-Hun as if in a panic, who doesn't understand what happened. Continuing to glance at Shi-Hun and Shi-Hun, O-Kang immediately smiled contentedly. Looking at the worried and surprised Shi-Hun, O-Kang mentally tells himself that he loves this kid madly. A satisfied O-Kang realizes that he is now on the first step towards becoming a demon god. The last requirement for this is to learn how to create demonic crystals inside the body. Touching himself in the chest area, O-Kang wonders if these are the same crystals as the cultists who use them. Then the guy covers his eyes and realizes that the type of stones are still the same, but the power in them is completely different. Then also looking at the energy of the crystals, O-Kang makes a comparison of his stones to espresso and cultists to Americano. At that moment, Shi-Hun notices that O-Kang is starting to get up, which means he wants to finish his meditation, but he's going to try something out. Immediately following that, O-Kang heads towards the training dummies at the given site. A moment later, O-Kang's tightly clenched fist is already rushing towards one of the dummies. Then there is a bright flash that spreads throughout the training area. In addition, the mannequin starts spinning, and a strange energy floats through the air, leaving behind sparkling flashes. Watching from the sidelines is a surprised Shi-Hun, who realizes that O-Kang is using a spiritual practice. Watching what happens after he hits O-Kang realizes that one such attack takes away about 1/3. At that moment, a joyful Shi-Hun runs up to him and praises O-Kang for seeing it once and being able to do it again. Then shaking off his hands, O-Kang claims that this meditation has helped him a lot. Smiling, O-Kang thinks over the fact that the size of the crystal isn't the best, but if he continues, the stone will grow and it doesn't need to sit in a pose to do so. After that, O-Kang starts the next meditation, and upon seeing this, Shi-Hun is immediately plunged into panic. Covered in drops of sweat, Si-Hun yells at O-Kang to stop, and he can't meditate standing up without assuming a sitting position. Such words instantly distract O-Kang from his meditation, and he makes a stuporous and incomprehensible expression on his face. Shi-Hun makes about the same facial expression when asking O-Kang if he's okay. Confirming this, Okang already knew what Xu Hong meant to say about not cross-legged meditating because it would distort qi. That's when his facial expression takes on a normal shade again, and Okang finds it quite easy to do. Remembering the doors to hell, Okang realizes it's easy compared to controlling Manhwa Jung. Immersed in thought, Okang is happy that meditation and crystals are new promising developments. It's something to focus on. At this moment, Shi Hong tells him that this practice is the best, although if one accepts the power of God, many other practices will open up. Patting his comrade on the shoulder, Okang says it's time for them to call it a day with their training. Smiling a wide and smug smile, Okang suggests going to the S-rank gate next time. After that, the guys are going home. The news reports that representatives of the Chinese Cheonkomun Guild have arrived in South Korea. Walking to the car, Shi-hoon says he can take the subway back, but Okang is against it and invites him to get into the car. Immediately afterward, they hit the ground and the car rushes forward towards their house. While driving, Okang says that he will pick up Shi-hoon's car soon, but for now he should drive this one. These words surprise Shi-hoon a lot because he's already grateful for helping to treat his mother. But it's really not hard for Okang to do all this. At this moment, Shi-hoon can't contain his happy emotions. Okang wants to give the boy a nice gift so that he can always come to him. While thinking that buying a car is nothing compared to learning martial arts, Okang notices something strange. Approaching Shi-hoon's house, Okang notices a couple of Chinese-clad thugs blocking the way. Noticing this, Okang immediately pulls over and gets out of the car with a rather serious expression on his face. Si-hoon follows him out and immediately asks the thugs who they are and what they're doing here. One of them, with a scar on his face, claims to be the commander of the 3rd Cheonkomun unit named Namgun-jin. Turning to a surprised Shi-hoon, the man states that the swordmaster wants to see the Korean dragon and he needs to follow them. Surprised even more, Xu Hong realizes that the swordmaster in question is the leader of the Cheonkomun Guild. For some reason, starting to get aggressive, the man demands Shi-hoon not to speak of their master in vain. When he orders Shi-hoon to shut up and follow them, Okang realizes that something fishy is going on. That's when the thug comments that their plane is ready and they're waiting for the guy to follow them to the pad. At this moment, Okang abruptly places his palm on Shi-hoon's shoulder, as if to show him that he will deal with this matter. Standing up to his comrade, Okang turns to the bully and thinks they've learned Korean badly enough. Not quite believing what this guy is telling him, the bulky guy starts to get aggressive again and interjects what Okang told him. Then Okang repeats in other words, saying that the bully keeps talking to them in an informal tone. Overflowing with rage and resentment, the thug asks who this guy is that he's talking to him like that. With burning red eyes, Okang also aggressively replies that he is Shi-hoon's brother. At the same time, the thug mentions Kim Yoon-hoon, who is in prison, but Okang says that there are ties in the world that are stronger than kinship. At this moment, Shi-hoon just can't believe that Okang is talking about him in such a way, and it really encourages him. After that, Okang calmly listens to the bully saying that they are not interested in him, and the master only wants Dragon Shi-hoon. When Okang claims he doesn't care who the master thug is, he gets angrier than before. Literally brimming with furious energy, the man demands the guy start watching his tongue. Turning to a wary Shi-hoon, the thug claims that if he doesn't want Okang to get hurt, he should go after them. At this point, the guy himself starts to get angry, clenching his fist tightly and barely containing his emotions. That's when Si-hong suddenly demands this unknown bulky man not to be rude to his brother, and the man thinks he's being pushy. Remembering Master's words about meeting Shi-hoon respectfully, the man thinks it would be best to teach these little brats a lesson. At this point, he begins to twist something hastily and rather quickly between his palms. But then Okang appears above his ears and whispers to him about not daring to pull out his sword. At the same instant, the bulky man stops and stops twisting the hilt of his sword, not realizing how Okang knew of his intentions. That's when Okang warns the bully that if he draws his sword, he'll never come home again. As the man begins to squirm, he instantly realizes that his morale is somehow beginning to plummet. During this time, Okang continues to literally devour the man, taking all of his energy and spirit. Eventually, the thug does bare his sword and addresses, Okang, how dare he act like that? The man then calls Okang a lousy player from a small country and points his sword at him. At that moment, there is a bright flash left behind by a snapping Okang. After a moment, he grabs the bulky man's arm and breaks it and asks if he's really only bragging about his homeland because he's scared. Through gritted teeth, the man mentions that to Okang he is Namgung-jin from Cheonkomun, but Okang doesn't care deeply about who he is. Continuing to break the bully's arm, Okang turns to Shi-hoon and asks if there's a kimchi chiga restaurant nearby. Having a strange idea, Okang suggests going to a restaurant to eat and then sending these guys away. Eventually, they do indeed as a whole group head to a restaurant and order kimchi jjigae for 10 people. At this time, Namgung-jin still can't believe that he lost to some Korean player who will carry him everywhere like a lackey. At that moment, the auntie appears, already carrying a whole bowl of kimchi chiga and realizes that the guys like to eat. After that, the woman puts such a beautiful and colorful delicious dish like kimchi chiga on the table. Noticing this, Nam Gungjin questioningly examines the plate of food for a while longer. Just as he wonders what kind of mishmash this is, an enraged Okang appears beside him. After a while, Nam Gungjin returns to the guild and reports that Shohun's brother spoke to them and demanded that the master come in person. All the while his master listens intently to his acolyte leaning his chin on his hand. That's when he takes stock and realizes they've had a fight with the dragon people he asked to bring in politely. They end up coming back after the public defeat empty-handed. Because of this, Nam Gungjin begins to anxiously apologize. At this point, the man himself thinks about the fact that he made a mistake because he had no idea what would happen. Thinking back on what had happened, he never thought that this Okang type would lose his temper after Nam Gungjin insulted the food. Hearing such a silly story, the Chinese guildmaster starts laughing and at first barely audible. But then his laughter turns to something more ear-splitting and obnoxious. Sitting on his throne, he is subjected to emotion. Although it is really very funny, the master is going to punish his acolyte. Immediately after that, he directs a stream of his energy towards Nam Gungjin and abruptly throws him back. In turn, the man is subjected to a nasty attack that like lightning pierces his entire body. Leaving the thug lying on the ground, the master claims that he is now banished because a man who doesn't have the status of a soldier isn't needed by Cheonkoman. Then a girl appears who addresses the master as a father and asks if he is going to go to Korea himself. Turning back to his daughter, the man confirms it is he who has been sent such a beautiful invitation. One fine, sunny, and bright day, it's exactly 1 week since the Cheongkomun thug has returned to his home in China. Then, Okang is in his home sipping his favorite drink from a white mug, taking every opportunity to meditate even when he is just eating or enjoying coffee. All this time, the guy was completely focused on cultivating the demonic crystal through meditation. He did it absolutely always, even when he ate and slept, and without exception when he met his physical needs. As a result of all this, his demonic crystal had reached the size of a fist. It didn't take long for Okang to practice constantly, but he was never able to fulfill the last condition, but it's temporary. At some point, Okang goes to the gate to hunt. His companions are sent along with him. Shuhun diverts Okang's attention to himself. Then Echidna rushes over to him and the others claim that the break is over and it's time for them to start. At this moment, Seol, with a satisfied and happy face, states that they have rested and gained enough strength. Waving her hands, the disgruntled Yunbi is the only one who would like to have a little more fun. At this time, Echidna, for some disturbing reason, starts punching Okana on the stomach, getting his attention. Then, with pitying eyes, the girl asks her master not to overdo it, and if there is anything she can do to help it, is worth just saying. In response to such a request from the Echidna, Okang simply nods silently while smiling warmly. Shaking his head around, Okang plans to find the monster that broke away from the rest of the pack. At one point, the guy actually manages to find the one and only troll that stands apart from the others. Then, without a second's hesitation, Okang turns to Echidna and tells her to attack that monster. The girl asks her to keep it for her. In turn, Okang himself keeps looking around because he gets annoyed when too many monsters are provoked. Then, using the power of silence, Okang creates an atmosphere that will help Echidna in her task. Because of this, Echidna is able to approach her enemy from the back and calmly concentrate on attacking. Putting her tiny palms forward, the girl stores her magical energy in them. A moment later, the huge monster is subjected to a momentary attack from which it immediately shrieks. Reacting to the loud screams of their kin, several more monsters turn around at the sound. As soon as the monsters realize the growing danger, they immediately enter the battle with burning eyes. At that moment, Okang opens his mouth wide and starts yelling for someone to come out. Then Daesu enters the battle and rushes towards the monsters like a tank, covering his comrades with his shield. In turn, the satisfied and joyful Echidna turns to her master and asks if she is really good. On the other side, Seol waves her arms and appeals to Yunbi to be on full alert. At this point, the girl begins to whisper incantations into the magic crystal ball. Seol also comes to her aid while Yunbi concentrates on her lightning spear ability. Instantly, a multitude of lightning bolts envelop the monsters who were screaming in pain. Shuhun takes advantage of the moment to stand in front of them. Swinging the sword, Shihong winds it above his head and begins to concentrate on his target. Instantly, his body overflows with energy to use the 5th phase hidden dragon technique. Immediately afterward, Shihong makes a powerful swing of his sword and is watched by his excited comrades. At this moment, one of the monsters is subjected to Zihong's powerful attack without being able to resist. It all ends with the giant ogre being defeated. Then the guys realized that he was really strong. Afterwards, they rejoiced that they were able to defeat an S-rank monster. They really did it even by weakening the Echidna ogre. Watching the boys, Okang can't help but smile as it's not just about raising their level, but also gaining experience to develop their skills. Looking at Hoon, who can barely contain his joy, Okang realizes that, unlike the others, it was easy enough for him. After that, Okang suggests regrouping and going to catch the next monster. At this time, Ciel heals Dae-soo. After a moment, Okang starts to feel strange sensations and realizes that there is someone else here. At this moment, they are approached by several more monsters who are ready to pounce on their enemies. Turning towards them, Okang realizes that they smelled blood and instantly rushed towards him. Watching the monsters, Okang was extremely unhappy that 3 of them had come here at once. Immediately, Okang activates his dark energy and realizes that the monsters are annoying him and is going to deal with them with the dark spear. But suddenly, there is a bright golden beam that penetrates the monsters' bodies in a single motion. Noticing this, Okang is surprised because he hasn't even had a chance to attack yet, and doesn't realize whose power has entered the battle. After that, the next beam of energy appears, which dissolves the bodies of the monsters that appeared. There are several figures on the horizon. One of them says it took them a long time to find the boys. Directly addressing Okang, the stranger asks if he's Dragon's brother, and the guy realizes that this guy reminds him of someone. Cheonmu Jin from the Cheoncommon Guild appears in front of them. The man brings his daughter and an assistant with him. Then the old man apologizes for the fact that his men showed up unexpectedly and caused the boys some inconvenience. At this point, he realizes that the guys don't understand Chinese, judging by their mouths open in surprise. Turning to the assistant, Cheonmu Jin asks him to translate, and the latter instantly obeys his instructions, using the common language skill. Okang remarks that the old man can continue to speak his language, and he realizes that the guy knows Chinese. Then, in all seriousness, Okang mentions that anyone can apologize verbally, but it's really not enough. At this point, Cheonmu Jin adds that he is sorry that his subordinate behaved rudely towards them. Covering his eyes, the man calmly says that now is not the best time to be important. Then the old man, to the surprise of the others, begins to bow, thereby showing his respect. All the while, he is being watched by Okang, who is extremely surprised by this behavior of Guildmaster Cheoncommon. In addition to the others, his daughter and his assistant were surprised by this behavior and did not expect such behavior from Cheonmu Jin. The entire company of Okana Seo Eunbi and Dae-soo are equally shocked at what is happening since they have such an important person in front of them. Slightly embarrassed, Okang hears about how everyone who was rude was expelled from the clan, and it's Cheonmu Jin's responsibility that he failed in his duties. Continuing to be bowed, the man promises Okang that from now on something like this will never happen again. At this point, Okang's crazy and caustic nature begins to smirk, wondering if he's really promising to fulfill what he said. For some more time, the man tries to apologize for his behavior and that of his subordinates by bowing his head. Hearing the word promise, Okang starts to lick his lips as if he realizes he can take advantage of it. With a slight smile on his face, Cheonmu Jin confirms the fact that he is making a real promise. At this moment, Okang's face continues to pull on a caustic and malicious smirk. But then, for some reason, he abruptly gives up and agrees that one promise is enough. Then the same guy is going to listen to their story, because you should not be hostile to those who can become allies. Turning toward Hoon, Okang asks why travel such a long way just to see him. At this point, Cheonmu Jin starts laughing and claims that he just wants to check something. Then he surprises Hoon that the guy has somehow learned the martial arts of the god of battle. At this time, Echidna's little hand starts tugging Okang's coat to ask something. Getting his attention, the girl asks what the god of battle is, and the guy realizes she knows Chinese. Then the girl denies it and says that she can understand the foreign language thanks to her magic. Afterwards, Okang asks if it's possible to make the others understand Chinese too, and Echidna happily agrees. Following this, the Echidna points her palm towards the boys, applying special magic on them to understand the language. Examining his hands, Hoon tries to understand what's going on. Cheonmu Jin notices that he knows Chinese too. Putting her arms at her sides, the Echidna rather tells that all this is only happening because of her special magic. Patting his assistant on the shoulder, Cheonmu Jin realizes that he won't even need a translator in this case. In that case, he thinks the conversation will go faster. After that, he is going to repeat his question again. While Hoon doesn't understand what's going on, Okang interrupts him and asks how Cheonmu Jin knew that Hoon was using the martial arts of the god of battle. Putting his palm on his heart area, Cheonmu Jin said that he couldn't help but recognize such a thing. Then he reveals that their family is the true descendants of the battle god Young Dai Huan. Watching him, Okang thinks that if his words are to be believed, then in the past, the god of battle really lived on Earth. Cheonmu Jin further states that the techniques existed before the players existed, but that they became much more effective after they were born. At this moment, Okang once again reflects on the fact that what already existed before has awakened and become stronger. Then Kang says that what's more important is what Chanmu Jin is going to do when he finds out the way Shu-hoon learned. Then Kang suspects that after Chanmu Jin finds out, he will take Shu-hoon's life. These words seem to hurt the man. Barely containing her emotions, Cheon Jin tries with all her might to clamp her mouth as hard as possible. But at some point he snaps out of it and starts laughing loudly and resoundingly at the whole thing. Then, Kang feels a little awkward because he didn't expect to hear this from someone who seems to have escaped from a martial arts novel. Moments later, Cheon Jin takes a step closer and offers to make a deal. He goes on to say that many of their techniques were damaged, but the Dragon Sword technique is one of the ones that survived. At this point, Cheon Jin offers to personally teach Shu-hoon other techniques in case Dragon helps them recover. At this time, Kang turns toward Shu-hoon and asks his opinion on the whole situation. Hearing this question, Shu-hong abruptly thinks about it and even tenses up slightly, not sure what to say. Thinking back to that incident at the station, ISU Shu-hoon realizes that he really wants to become stronger. As he continues to reminisce, he wishes it wouldn't happen again, but more importantly, that he could save one more life. Noticing his comrade's confusion, Kang has a rough idea of what he's thinking right now. It makes me smile. Patting the guy on the back, Kang suggests he go and talk to Cheon Jin about whatever he needs to discuss. At this moment, Kang incites Shi-hoon with the fact that he is sure that he really wants to become stronger. As he continues to support him, he mentions that Si-hong wanted to live up to his expectations. Hearing the words of encouragement from his comrade Kana Si-hoon can't hold back his smile and tears of happiness. At this time, Seol is acting rather strangely, as if she is beginning to sense something that will bring her bad luck. Some time after this conversation, Cheon Jin and his daughter go about their business. At one point, the man remarks that it's a good thing they were able to make a deal. Even before that, Cheon Jin and Seo-hoon's hand did merge in a friendly handshake. At that time, Kang mentioned a special condition in which equipment recovery and training must take place in Korea. Then Cheon Jin turns to her daughter Seo-yoon, who agrees to stay in Korea because she wanted to come here anyway. Immediately afterward, the girl shocks her father with the fact that there is a man who is interested in her. This girl was never interested in men weaker than her. Her father suspected that Dragon Shu-hoon was interested in her. At that moment, Cheon Jin says out loud that Dragon Shu-hoon is really a nice young man. The boy had perfectly mastered a sword art that he had no training in. He understood the deeper meaning of martial arts on his own. This guy Seo-hoon really has a heaven-sent talent. It's undoubtedly a purely innate talent. Then the man asks what Seo-yoon thinks of Shu-hoon, but the girl says that she's not really interested in him. Starting to get embarrassed, Seo-yoon claims that she was more interested in the very guy named Kang. When Cheon Jin hears this name, he is startled because he didn't expect his daughter to fall for this stranger. Then Seo-yoon admires that Kang had the courage to demand an apology from the Sword Emperor. He's the strongest person she's ever seen. Watching Seo-yoon, Cheon Jin realizes that if it's not the dragon, it wasn't his plan at all. He realizes that Dragon will be much stronger than Kang in 10 years, but that Seo-eun will be out of his marriageable age. Rubbing between his eyebrows with tension, Cheon Jin thinks that Si-hoon is the best match for Seo-yoon, and his life won't be in vain if his daughter gets married. Cheon Jin starts talking about the dragon again, but the girl is not interested in men weaker than her father. Continuing to hide his tension, the man has no choice but to agree with her words. Rushing as fast as possible forward in his car, Cheon Jin is going to test the level of that cocky guy, Kang. The next day, Shi-hoon heads to the Scarlet Rose Guild house with Kang. It is a bright, sunny day. Seo-yoon and his father, Cheon Jin, arrive at the same time. The man surprises Kang with a proposal. Holding out his palm to Kang, Cheon Jin offers him a duel. Keeping their distance, Cheon Jin and her daughter and Kang and Shu-hoon stand in front of each other. Then Kang asks why such a suggestion all of a sudden. Then Cheon Jin claims that he just wants to see Kang's abilities, and of course for a reason. After that, a man offers to help from Cheon Komun. At that moment, Kang thinks about it and realizes that it's a good chance. He himself wanted to experience the power of demonic energy from crystal cultivation. If it was a world-class rancher, there was no fear of harm. Starting to pull a smirk on his face, Kang agrees to such an interesting proposition for him. The guy's whole body is racked with demonic energy. With a smirk on his face, he offers to start and hopes he can have some fun. After that, Kang activates the power of the metal axe, adding the power of deasing to it. Using his improved Leviathan, Kang strikes Cheon Jin first. At this time, the man himself is threatened by Okana's icing force, but holds back the blow with his sword. At one point, Cheon Jin even manages to sharply push Kang away from him with martial arts energy. Flying backwards slightly from the resulting blow, Kang holds on tight to his incredible Leviathan. Cheon Jin takes advantage of the moment, and a moment later, he's already in front of Kang. At this point, the guy manages to be even slightly surprised and wary of his opponent's speed. Just then, Cheon Mu-jin thrusts his sword forward and it whizzes past Oh Kang's face, who dodges in time. Cheon Mu-jin's unusual sword has a gold sticker with a yin-yang image on it. A moment later, the man swings his sword again to strike again. During all of this, Oh Kang smirks as if he knows that Cheon Mu-jin's punches are useless. Instantly, the situation turns the other way and there is a sharp tip within a millimeter of Cheon Mu-jin's eyes. At the last moment, the man dodges and Oh Kang's dark spear whizzes past him. Immediately afterward, there is a bright explosion that leaves behind a trail of demonic energy. But Cheon Mu-jin manages to react in time and bounce back a little to avoid being hit by the explosion. Continuing to hold the dark spear tightly, Oh Kang commented that it was dangerous while thinking that demonic energy was good. Combining the power of Hellfire and the power of Dark Spear, Oh Kang knows that the first advantage of demonic energy is speed. In the end, Oh Kang receives the double trident. His speed of using his abilities is now doubled. Clutching tightly at the hilt of his double trident, Oh Kang recalls the second advantage, and that is adaptability. Taking a sharp and quick step to the side, Oh Kang knows that he may not even resort to body enhancement skills. After all, Oh Kang will be able to reach the same high level without it, so he rushes into the fight without a second thought. Cheon Mu-jin then watches as the opponent's dark spear flies towards him with lightning speed. One moment before it hits, Cheon Mu-jin raises his incredible sword aloft. Immediately afterward, a beautiful, extraordinary blue dragon appears above his head. Through the powers of his martial art, Cheon Mu-jin wields his sword perfectly and summons the blue dragon. During this, a man's eyes show all his determination and self-confidence in every action. Next, Cheon Mu-jin directs a wave of the Heavenly Dragon Strike's unique ability at Oh Kang. With the power of martial arts from a directed strike, Oh Kang's dark spear begins to be absorbed by Cheon Mu-jin's energy. The man ends up in the midst of a vortex of dark spear shards and demonic crystals. Snapping his fingers and showing a downward gesture, Oh Kang recalled the third advantage of demonic energy. A moment later, the demonic crystals hovering around Cheon Mu-jin begin to overflow with energy. All of this causes Oh Kang to create a powerful and bright explosion that envelops the enemy from all sides. With a crazed expression on his face, Oh Kang uses destructive force, testing the abilities of his crystals. The concentrated magic was already enough. All the while, the battle is being watched by Shi Yi-hoon and Seo Yoon, who are horrified to realize that Cheon Mu-jin may have actually been hurt. But suddenly the man himself is already in sight and starts screaming loudly and frantically to show that he is alive. Thanks to the man enveloping himself in protective energy, he managed to remain unharmed. When Oh Kang starts laughing madly, he hears that Cheon Mu-jin underestimated him and it gives him goosebumps. Watching an incredibly powerful world-class ranker who takes things to seriousness, Oh Kang realizes that this is the true power of ranking. So Oh Kang wants to see the limit of this power. To do so, he combines the power of the blade and the power of Hellfire because the moment has come. Immediately afterward, clenching his fist tightly, Oh Kang adds decapitation power to the rest. Eventually, after all the manipulations, Oh Kang gets a new weapon called Gram. With eyes burning with pleasure, Cheon Mu-jin remarks that Oh Kang is a brave guy and asks who he really is. At this point, a taunting Oh Kang replies that they shouldn't have conducted their investigation because he will attack as hard as he can. Just then, standing in front of his opponent, Oh Kang turns back abruptly because he hears the phone ringing. When he picks up his phone, he notices that Cha Yun-ju is calling him. The guy tells Cheon Mu-jin that he'll pick up the phone quickly and he agrees. Immediately afterward, the guy picks up the phone and hears something strange in response. After a moment, he pulls the phone away from his ear because Cha Yun-ju is yelling at him that she's waiting for him at the guild entrance and asking where he is. Following this, the girl grudgingly tells them that they got a call from a director who had returned from Japan asking for a ride to Hwaran. Finishing her thought, she says that if the guy doesn't come over right away, she'll abandon the car and leave. Then he agrees and says he'll be right over. Oh Kang eventually apologizes to Cho Mu-jin and immediately runs away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. At this time, Seo Yoon becomes confused and marvels at how strong her new object of adoration, Oh Kang, is. Then Cheon Mu-jin thinks he wants to get to know Oh Kang and feels an eerie energy coming from him. Imagining the picture, Cheon Mu-jin compares this energy to a sea of sinister and terrifying energy. It seemed to swallow everything around it. At this time, the Hwaran Division headquarters is illuminated by the bright afternoon sun. There, Oh Kang, in the process of meeting and talking, hears about a succubus appearing on the horizon. At that moment, some man says it's a demon sucking the life force out of men. A Japanese church is trying to summon it. When asked what this demoness succubus's name is, the man tiredly puts his hand to his forehead and tries to remember the answer to that. After a while, the man remembers and claims the succubus's name is Lilith. The demoness looks quite mesmerizing. As soon as Okang hears the name of the succubus queen Lilith, his face instantly changes and you can see that the guy is worried. A few minutes ago, that man had introduced himself as Chang Hang-je, the head of the First Hwaran Legion. That's when Okang introduces himself and Cha Yun-ju calls the man uncle and says they haven't seen each other in a while. While Okang tries to sit down on a chair, Jang Hyun-jae tells him that he's heard about a major upheaval in Korea. Immediately, the man apologizes for not being able to help at the time. Okang realizes that he's really strong. Pointing his finger at Okang, Cha Yun-ju says that they managed to keep the people safe, but everything was solved thanks to the guy. Then Cha Yun-ju asks interestedly what happened, and Jang Hyun-jae claims he has news for them. When he mentions that it's related to the sect, Cha Yun-ju's face immediately shows his shock and horror. Then Jang Hyun-jae reports that the Japanese sect as well as the Korean sect are now planning a devil summoning. These demonic cultists are going to summon someone again like they summoned the demon Oriaxa back then. Tensely bowing his head, Jang Hyun-jae states that this time, this devil summoning will be more extensive. In response to Baek Hwa-yoon's questions for help, the man says that the whole thing hasn't gone to press yet, but the situation is extremely stalemate. Then Cha Yun-ju brings up Fujimoto Reme, who is world-ranked and doubts Japan will need their help. While Okang smirks, Cha Yun-ju tiredly rubs his eyebrows because the devil's summoning had just happened a short while ago and this situation is happening again. At this time, Okang doesn't hide his crazy smile and mentally rejoices at the appearance of a new devil. Okang's stats have just recently increased and he's excited to see if they'll increase again if he catches the devil like he did that time. While Okang is immersed in his thoughts with his eyes closed, Jang Hyun-jae tells him that they are going to summon the succubus queen. At this moment, Cha Yun-ju is very wary because it's the same demoness that feeds on men's energy. In turn, Okang's face changes dramatically, and before he hears the succubus's name, he manages to panic a few times. Suddenly, Okang jumps up from his seat so that the chair falls to the floor. Cha Yun-ju is very startled by his behavior. Starting to forcefully and tightly clench his fist, Okang shows that he is really tense and angry. With eyes burning madly, Okang claims that he simply has to stop this summoning ritual. Back in the days when Okang lived in hell, the succubus Lilith was his closest servant along with Valak. In turn, the servant Valak was a symbol of great power, ready to tear down everything in his path. Though Lilith ruled the demonic army with her excellent intelligence and abilities. On top of that, Lilith was his official so-called wife who constantly frightened Okang with her tentacles. When in the past Okang lost power after being defeated in a battle with Prince Lilith haunted him. She helped him deal with his crisis, and they vowed to get married. Despite this, Okang tried to run away from her. After that, Lilith was constantly invading Okang's bedroom, and he had to run away from her tentacles forever while hiding from her. Now Okang doesn't want to return to that life, but he says that for the sake of the world, he must stop the ritual. Putting his fist to his chest, Okang asks Jang Hyun-jae to immediately tell him about the situation in Japan. Putting his palms together in a lock, the man demands the others not to spread this information for anything. Remembering an extraordinary girl known throughout Japan, Kurosaki Yuri, a man is about to announce something. Then, with a serious expression on her face, Jang Hyun-jae tells her that she was kidnapped by a Japanese sect. Upon hearing this, Cha Yun-ju and Baek Hwa-yoon immediately jump up shocked by such news. The reason for this action is still unknown. At this moment, Okang whispers in Cha Yun-ju's ear who this girl is. Slightly squinting his eyes, Cha Yun-ju recalled a time 5 years ago when there was a cataclysm. That's when the SS level gate opened in Sapporo. At first, people didn't understand what it was and filmed everything on their phones. But at some point, the clawed paws of an unknown creature began to emerge from the red portal. Many Japanese people were brutally deprived of their lives because of the monsters that came from there. The state was unable to function at all. That's when the heavenly shaman Kurosaki Yuri appeared. She was a tremendous help to the Japanese players as the granddaughter of the king. Next, she sent monsters to Hokkaido and saved Japan from destruction. After that, Kurosaki Yuri became the moral support of the country. Among other things, Cha Yun-ju says that this girl's skills are really amazing. That's when she mentions spiritism. Kurosaki Yuri harnesses the powers of Japanese mythical gods. Thanks to her, Susanoo Rima's snow was created. Thinking hard, Okang realizes that the cult has kidnapped the spirit, and it might actually have something to do with it. But after that, he opens his mouth slightly in surprise when he recalls the words about mythical gods. Then the guy recalls the names of all 7 great demons. They all referred to the 7 pernicious sins. If their names have become myths, then Kurosaki Yuri's ability is not spiritualism, but the skill of summoning the power of a being from another dimension. Now Okang understands why the cult wants to summon Lilith. Her skills are sorcery and domination. They need that ability. Then Okang asks how many people can be mobilized, and Jang Hyun-jae replies the authorities want to cover up the kidnapping and therefore only 7 people. Starting to list the 4 people here and the 5th head, Gu Myung-ho. There are only 2 places left to mobilize. Then Jang Hyun-jae adds the fact that there is already a plane waiting for them at the airport for further travel. When Okang suggests inviting Echidna, the man flinches slightly and is even surprised. After a while, the white dragon reincarnated Echidna is already in the sky. Forming a huge magical ball on her back, the Echidna rushes to her destination. This magic ball was created solely for the team's onward travel to Japan. From inside this magic ball, Cha Young-ju starts pounding on it to test its strength. Then the girl turns to Okan, asking when he had time to prepare, but the guy claims that he has already had to fly. It was for this reason that Okang thought that they could all fly to Japan together right now. Suddenly from the back, Okan is approached by Seol, who calls out to him a little anxiously. Pointing to herself, Seol asks if she can fly with them since Shihun or Daisu would be more useful than her. Thinking back to the moment when Seol used the Grace of Light buff, Okang claims that this time her help will be much more useful. Distracting Okang from his conversation with Seol, Echidna loudly informs everyone that they are arriving at the location. While approaching their destination, they notice Sapporo Station, which leaves Seol and the others in shock. After that, looking around, the guys realize that the station is in a terrible and dilapidated state. That's when Okang notices several monsters that appear and crawl around the station with no end in sight. Some of the monsters look quite terrifying, endlessly baring their sharp fangs. This city on its last breath simply cannot cope with the constant monsters. For a while longer, Okang looks around the unfortunate town and silently assesses the situation. Watching the portal, he realizes that the magic has already spread throughout the station and has come into play. Then Okang turns to Jang Hyun-ju and confirms the fact that the devil was summoned at Sapporo Station. Then Okang realizes that they have no time at all, so they have to cooperate with the authorities. After some more time, the team arrives at the Sapporo base guarded by Japanese soldiers. At that moment, an unknown kid reports to his boss that their guests have arrived. Then breaking through the magic ball appears, Okana's foot comes down. Immediately afterward, the entire crew arrives from Korea to assist Sapporo Station. In turn, the local soldiers are extremely surprised by the arriving guests and are slightly alarmed. But then the old man tells them to put away their weapons, because their leader Jang Hyun-jae is coming here. Minister Yamada thanks the man for the quick reinforcements, extending his hand for a further handshake. At this moment, Okang faintly turns to Echidna and asks the girl to cast that very translation spell. Looking over Jang Hyun's shoulder, Jae Yamada asks who the man brought here from Korea. Looking back at the boys, he tells them that they will help in catching the cult and rescuing the hostages. The man personally vouches for their skills. Suddenly, the kid who asks Minister Yamada if he can finally introduce himself enters the conversation. Reaching out to the guys, the kid introduces himself as Fujimoto Reme from the World Player Rankings, watching the guy who keeps introducing himself. Okang realizes that it is indeed Fujimoto Reme that everyone is talking about. Noticing his rather interesting and unusual eyes, Okang realizes that they are Susano's eyes. At one point, Okang turns to Fujimoto Rema and, drawing attention to himself, suggests ending it there. Then Okang states that now the most important information is the location of the sect stage their ritual and discuss tactics. Instantly heeding Okana Fujimoto Reme's words, he begins to spin something in front of his face. Moments later, the guy recreates a huge map to explain to the guys the plan they made. A little later, at Sapporo Station, the confrontation with the monsters that are here begins. This, of course, involves Echidna, who begins to accumulate magic between her palms. After that, the girl puts her hands forward and directs a powerful stream of energy towards the monsters. Monsters exposed to the Echidna's attack begin to dash from side to side in an attempt to avoid damage. But despite their attempts, they fail to do so, and most of them begin to suffocate. Watching all of this from the sidelines are Okang and a greatly disturbed Seol while clutching her magic staff tightly. At this moment, Baek Hwa-yun, along with Jang Hyun-jae, are fighting the Hell Demon Golem dwelling here. In addition to them, there are other monsters, such as those Cerbers that came straight out of the underworld. While Cha Yun-ju, along with Gu Myung-ho, try to deal with the Cerberus, Okang ponders how the sect manages to summon and control monsters. After that, Okang turns to Seol and asks the girl to direct her blessing of light at him. Thanks to the buff, Seol Okang gains protection and his magical energy is increased by 3 units. In order to test the new stats, Okang immediately starts combining the Hellfire Force along with the Shredding Force. Together with Seol Okang's support, he directs a powerful magic beam towards the opponents. This dense and powerful magic ray whizzes past Cha Yun-ju and Gu Myung-ho, who are trying to dodge it. The ultimate target of this attack is one of the monsters that begins to burn alive in the flames. At this time, Cha Yun-ju, covering his face, is amazed to see such destructive power of Okong. But after a moment, her face immediately changes and she tries to deny what is happening. Cha Yun-ju then turns to Okong and Seol, asking why they're being so scary. Responding to the girls' grievances, Okong argues that they should not forget his mercy because he has dealt with a lot of monsters at once. But that's when the guy rolls his eyes a little and realizes there's a moment that makes him very uncomfortable. He then remembers Fujimoto Reme's plan to split up and exterminate the monsters. The sect, unaware of the team, will be confused. While this chaos in the territory will worsen one person from the team, will infiltrate the sect and their ritual. At the same time, Jang Hyun-jae clarifies whether to act alone, and Fujimoto Reme replies that they would not entrust such a dangerous endeavor to Korean players. Placing his palm on Fujimoto Reme's chest with a strange smile on his face, he says that he will take care of this matter personally. While Seol is trying to warn Okong about the danger of Cha Yun-ju, the guy thinks that if he knew where the ritual was being performed, he would have stopped it by now. A moment later, a rather bright and violent explosion of dark purple energy happens somewhere above their heads. In response to questions from Cha Yun-ju about what it is, Okong replies that with this kind of blast, Fujimoto Reme is trying to pajazzle. Then realizing that he needed to prepare, Okang takes a step and activates the red circle of omniscience under his foot. While the girl is distracted by Fujimoto Reme, Okang tries to concentrate, but due to the magical energy around it is hard to see. Covering his eyes slightly, Okang continues to concentrate and his eyes poured a red color. At this point, the guy activates his special skill called the Power of Observation. With this, Okang notices Fujimoto Reme and begins to suspect that he's in the same place as the ritual site. At this time, Fujimoto Reme himself is using his abilities and is massacring monsters thanks to his eyes. That's when Okang continues to watch Fujimoto Reme get rid of another monster. Watching him deftly deal with the monsters, Okang realizes that it's all rather strange. Despite all the commotion around Fujimoto Reme, not a single person from the demonic sect can be seen. At one point, Okang starts chuckling to himself as if a thought has entered his head. Raising his hand up, Okang realizes that, judging by the energy surrounding this place, the ritual is taking place right here. Abruptly and firmly clenching his fist, Okang activates his heavenly power for further action. The guy then adds a crushing punch to it and does a powerful cloak swing, realizing that if that place isn't on top, it's definitely below. Then it's as if Okang is breaking the ground with his fist. At that moment, Cha Yun-ju and Seol are completely shocked and don't realize what Okang is doing. Eventually, Okang breaks through the protective barrier and notices two demonic cultists in front of him. At exactly the same moment, one of the cultivators notices the unexpected guest and turns his fierce gaze on him. Grabbing their tools, the cultists turn to Okang and ask how he got here. In turn, Okang and his assistants realize that they are in the right place. After a while, only bloody masks remain of the demonic minions. After quickly and deftly dealing with the cultists, Okang looks around. Then Seol and Cha Eun-ju run up to him. At that moment, the girls express their desire to go with him, since Okang has found a place where people from the demonic school are hiding. But the guy stresses out both girls with his abrupt refusal because they're not allowed to go along with him. Explaining his decision, Okang says that there are still monsters on Earth and they can't just be left unchecked, especially since the others are still out there. Suddenly, there is also an echidna who unhappily calls out her master, Okana. The girl then gives her instructions and states that he should not do the same thing he did last time. Then she shows Okang her pinky finger and asks him to promise it. Okang realizes that it's about releasing Manmajung. Starting to smile, Okang makes his promise because he thinks he shouldn't do it now. Activating the Power of Heaven ability, Okang spreads his wings, hurriedly heading towards the ritual site. At the entrance, the guy is immediately tried by demonic cultists who notice his appearance. At this moment, Okang bare his sharp outgrowths on his sleeves to deal with the cultists. A moment later, several demonic cultists are defeated. Okang literally swept through them. Immediately afterward, the guy rushes forward again, spreading his wings and gaining confidence. At this moment, Okang is thinking that compared to the Korean demon school, their level is much lower. While the cultists are on their last gasp, screaming that Okana should not be missed, the guy looks back in their direction. Still continuing to look around, Okang is slightly surprised by the cultist behavior, as if they were loyal knights. After another moment, the guy notices in front of him a huge hole in the wall that leads to the place of ritual. There is an unknown man dressed in strange clothing with a picture of a succubus. He shouts that it is time to meet their true god. Bowing to a huge crack in the wall, a man shouts about no longer having to sit his life behind a monitor. The other cultists confidently support him that right now the goddess will come to them through space and time. Continuing to worship Cardinal Akiyami tries to summon the succubus Queen Lilith. Some demonic minions standing behind the entire crowd notice Okong's appearance. Then he turns to the cardinal and tells him that they have an intruder. At this point, Okong can barely contain his laughter and asks them to continue. Tensing more and more, Okong is extremely surprised that this is the same demonic school. Examining one of the cultists, Okong thinks that if this were true, they would have more darkness and madness with greed they don't smell. But if you look closely and discern the amulet and succubus pouch, Okong can certainly overlook a bit of darkness and gloom. Just then, a huge fat foot makes its move, and this man claims he will not leave his acolytes in trouble. At that moment, Okong is horrified to hear him say that love is learned through suffering and hardship. He turns out to be the cardinal of the Japanese branch of the demonic school, Akiyama Ichiro. He won't let the students suffer. For his part, Okong speaks his thoughts aloud. He realizes that the reason they want to summon Lilith is just animal desire. Then Akiyama Ichiro tells him that a succubus is every man's dream, and he believes that nothing else is needed. Hiding his gaze under his hair, Okong mutters to himself something regarding the usual hope that cultists express. Leaning down even more, Okong, as if he doesn't understand anything, and the cardinal further confirms that they want to summon a succubus. As soon as the cardinal begins his speech again, Okong is blasted towards him with the speed force. At that moment, unable to contain his anger and aggression, Okong strikes Akiyama Ichiro with his fist, shattering his mask. Forcefully pushing Cardinal Akiyama away from him, Ichiro Okon calls them empty-headed fools. In turn, the fat cardinal flies backwards and crashes into the nearest surface with a clatter. As the cultists look back at their Cardinal Okang goes to close in and demands of them that they don't treat hell so easily. Remembering Lilith with bloodshot eyes of rage, Okang says that there is no hope in hell. Standing up for their cardinal, the servants prepare for battle, about to pounce on Okang. But despite the cultists, Okong switches back to the cardinal and starts beating him up. Immediately following him are the rest of the minions, who fly away from Okang's fists. While the guy is engaged in a showdown with the cultists at this time, Cardinal already manages to get to his feet. Just then, Fat Akiyama Ichiru starts yelling loudly that they can't handle Okan. That's why he orders the others to retreat so he can buy them time. Meanwhile, Okang is in a complete stupor, watching what's going on and listening to the Cardinal. Continuing to yell and sweat, Akiyama Ichiru claims that even if his body dies here, their faith and desire will live on forever. While the other cultists are almost crying from Cardinal Okang's speech, he tries to catch his breath and taunts them in parallel. Making a disgusted face, Okang is amazed at people kidnapping and sacrificing others. It's disgusting that they believe in such nonsense. At the same time, Akiyama Ichiru can't stop screaming for Okang not to insult their faith, almost drooling all over the place. But when the Cardinal realizes that he has drawn the attention of Okan to himself and his words, he immediately changes his face and calms down a little. At this moment, Okang begins to combine the Blade Force, Blast Force, and Decapitation Force into one unified whole. Pointing the created weapon toward the Cardinal, Graham Okang asks if he can die for the sake of his faith. Okana's huge blade moves quickly toward the crack in front of where Kurosaki Yuri is being ritualized. Realizing that if Graham gets in there, it will crack, Akiyama Ichiru immediately puts his body up to save the girl for the ritual. Taking incredibly heavy damage, the Cardinal begins to cough up blood clots. In the end, Akiyama Ichiru falls to the ground with his whole body and thus protects the ritual site. That's when one of the cultists turns to his comrades and claims he'll deal with Okan while they take Cardinal with them and escape. But at this moment, Okang makes the most furious but cold-blooded face possible, ordering the cultist to get the hell out of here. Heeding Okana's order, the demonic minions leave, leaving the guy alone. As Okang begins to spread his wings again, he realizes that he'd like to end it all sooner rather than later. He doesn't want to waste his time on stupid fools who are in his way. With a slight sore, Okang approaches the ritual site. Channeling his energy into the crack, Okang is well aware that he will be using a rather crude method. Clenching his fist and grabbing the edge of the crack, Okang begins mixing demonic and pure power. Immediately afterward, Okang gathers his strength and begins to pull down the crack that has formed in space. Realizing that he was gradually getting better, Okang smiled smugly. Continuing to pull down the hole with force, Okang realizes that if things continue like this, he will be able to close it. But a moment later, the very tentacles of the succubus, Lilith, emerge from the crack and say something. Wrapping around Okan's arms, the tentacles begin to squeeze them, and Lilith herself calls him the Demon King. Thick, slippery, and unpleasant tentacles encompassed Okana's body harder and harder despite resistance. At this point, the guy begins to experience the same terrifying feeling that Lilith makes him feel. Stretching Okan's arms in different directions, Lilith shows more and more tentacles, promising that she is about to come to her king. When Kang hears this, he panics and starts screaming for Lilith not to come here. Noticing the tentacles dangling in front of his face, Kang realizes that it's hard to deal with even them. As soon as he realizes that his powers are almost running out, the demonic crystal within him begins to glow. The guy was about to resort to Manhwa, but he remembers that he promised Echidna he wouldn't do that. Remembering Lilith and realizing that he hates the very thought of her, Kang knows not to put his life in danger. That's why he's going to act differently. At this moment, dark energy is accumulating behind his back. Gathering his thoughts and strength, Kang is going to do whatever will be possible and proceeds to tighten the crack with the power of gluttony. What's forming the rift now is Magi. Kang converts the Magi absorbed by the gluttony force into pure power. Through this, Kang obtains the pure power of the right amount of crystal, and therefore the highest degree of demonic appearance has been achieved. When the three conditions for reaching the highest degree of demonic appearance are achieved, the crystal abruptly cracks and shatters. After that, Kang's body begins to transform. There is dark energy all around him. Starting to smile madly, Kang is happy that he can use this right now. That's when the guy starts channeling his overflowing energy straight into the rift to close it. After a few moments, his hands clasp together, thereby realizing that the crack was closing. Immediately afterward, Okana is abruptly thrown back because the power invested is too strong. Falling to the ground and starting to breathe heavily, Kang realizes that it was really scary since Lilith suddenly showed up. Examining his hands, Kang could not feel any changes yet, except that the energy of pure power had spilled all over his body. But on top of all that, the guy has a special 6th rank ability that makes his eyes widen in surprise. Abruptly jumping up, Kang is glad he can finally watch it because it was unknown before. Then he is offered the ability Demon's Equipment. You can create items above mythic level, though his marvelous legendary class coat. At the same instant, another rather interesting thought enters Kang's head, from which he turns back sharply. Recalling the equipment of the mythical class, Kang realizes that there is someone who will serve as an example of that. She turns out to be the same Kurosaki Yuri who is still lying unconscious after the ritual. Getting as close to the girl as possible, Kang places his palm on the table where Kurosaki Yuri is lying. Looking at her, he knows she's a celestial shaman. The girl said she could create mythical-level objects with spiritual powers. Recalling Fujimoto Reme's special eyes, Kang concludes that the items used by the world rankers were also made by Kurosaki Yuri. As Kang is about to get out of here, there is a sudden and unexpected explosion. Here comes Fujimoto Reme, who realizes that Kang guessed that the draft was held downstairs instead of upstairs. Making a nice and friendly face, the guy asks how Kang knew that the ritual would take place here. Starting to chuckle discreetly, Fujimoto Reme states that this is no place for Korean players, and asks why Kang came here. In turn, without a second's hesitation, Kang immediately lifts Kurosaki Yuri into his arms. Answering Fujimoto's question, Reme Kang reveals that he came here to rescue a stolen shamaness. But Fujimoto Reme doesn't believe that Kang came in here by himself. The guy replies that just because they went underground doesn't mean they left the war zone. Starting to tense up harder and harder, Fujimoto Reme tries to pretend to believe Kang, but it's not true. At this point, Kang begins to step forward and in doing so, realizes that the guy wanted to benefit alone. With a sneaky glance at Fujimoto Reme, Kang asks him to forgive him for leaving, and he himself knows there's no reason to worry. At the same moment, Fujimoto Reme turns around to Kang and starts laughing mockingly, talking about how many mythical weapons he's going to get. Immediately afterward, Okana is made to wince by the fact that Fujimoto Reme is yelling that they have an emergency. Turning to the crystal ball for communication, Fujimoto Reme demands to request the support of all unit members. Standing behind Kang, the guy keeps yelling that there's a demonic cult spy among the Korean players. Hearing the unbelievable nonsense that Fujimoto is now saying, Reme Kang can't contain his shock and falls into a stupor. In the end, it all ends with Kang being shackled in a Tokyo prison. At that moment, Fujimoto Reme tells me that he's using an orb to restrain magic. He locked Kang up because he couldn't escape before the trial. Smirking and looking at the guy with a caustic look, Fujimoto Reme states that the trial is scheduled for tomorrow. Imagining the culprit to be Okana, who is about to kidnap the shamaness, Fujimoto Reme claims that he is to be tried as a demonic spy. Putting his palm to the door about to open it, Fujimoto Reme suggests hiring a lawyer for Okana, but the lawyer is unlikely to help him. But at that moment, Kang calls out to the kid and sharply tells him the information that there are 5 of them. Fujimoto Reme doesn't know what he's talking about. Then Kang makes his crazy demon face again and claims that Fujimoto Reme made 5 mistakes. In turn, Fujimoto Reme behaves calmly enough as if he doesn't pay any attention to Okan's words. After that, he smirks again and thinks Kang is talking nonsense because he's cornered. He has a lot of free time now. Following Fujimoto's departure, Reme Okang remains alone in his cell for a while longer. Slightly lifting the corners of his mouth, Okang realizes that if the trial is scheduled for tomorrow, he should hurry. Just moments before, Seol Cha-Yoonju and Echidna were in complete shock when Okang was accused of being a spy. Then Cha-Yoonju tries to prove that it's some kind of mistake. But Fujimoto Reme claims that it's the shock that's doing this to the girl. Afterward, Fujimoto Reme claims to have personally seen a satisfied Okang trying to kidnap a shamaness just like Prime Minister Yamada. At this moment, Cha-Yoonju can no longer contain his aggression, and accumulating energy in his hands is about to respond to the lie. Starting to get more and more aggressive, the girl offers to see how long Fujimoto Reme can coddle. Then suddenly, Okang comes in and assures her that he'll be back soon. She doesn't know what the guy means or why things are the way they are. But despite his denial, he still assures her that he'll be back soon. Seol listens to his words and asks if he's telling the truth. In turn, Okang himself can't stop smiling and asks Seol to look after Echidna while he's away. Now sitting in a prison cell, Okang realizes it's time to get out. To do so, he will use dark energy. Using his shadow power ability, Okang's ghost-like shadow power begins to leave his body. In addition to this using another puppet force, Okang leaves his body still functioning the same way. Immediately afterward, his soulful essence penetrates the bars, leaving the cell for imprisonment. As soon as the mental part is on the street, Okang's body follows. At this point, he smugly reflects on the fact that Fujimoto Reme's first mistake is that such balls don't work on him. Starting to smirk to himself, Okang knows it's time to hurry up. Hostility must be met with hostility, in his opinion. Hovering in the air above Tokyo, Okang also knows that the intention to take one's life should be met exclusively with the same. The next day, everyone who is present at the Lilith succubus summoning incident gathers at the Tokyo courthouse. The disgruntled Fujimoto Reme is extremely annoyed because the trial started late and hopes it will go quickly enough. Starting to imagine things, Fujimoto Reme hopes that after the trial is over, he will become a hero for saving the shamaness and then marry her. Then the guy turns sharply in the other direction, looking at the suspect, Okang. Watching Seol and Cha-Yoonju's furious faces, Fujimoto Reme realizes that they simply wouldn't have time to prepare for the trial in a day. Unlike them, Fujimoto Reme is fully prepared. In addition, the judge who is in charge of the trial got a decent amount of money from him. This judge Wakabe Nobuhito has dealt with some Fujimoto Reme cases before, but now he looks extremely anxious and is stuttering. When Fujimoto Reme's lawyer gets up on his side, the guy himself doesn't understand why the judge is so shaky and why the trial started late. Counsel then argues that Okang left the position during the operation and participated in the demon summoning. Interrupting his testimony is Cha-Yoonju, who angrily yells that he's talking nonsense and they're all just crazy. After hearing from defense attorney Fujimoto Reme, the judge asks if the defendant has a defense attorney and what he has to say. At this point, Okang claims with the cutest expression that he has nothing to do with the demonic cult. For his part, Fujimoto Reme laughs at Okang's defense and realizes he's disappointed in his mental abilities. Thinking that Okang won't win this trial, Fujimoto Reme laughs evilly. That's when the witness is called. Thinking back on what happened, Fujimoto Reme knows that he has already made arrangements with all the witnesses, and the first one is the most influential. When Prime Minister Yamada Fujimoto comes out, Reme notices that he too is shaking violently and acting just as strange as Wakabe Nobuhito. After that, Fujimoto Reme does not take his gaze away from watching the minister unable to utter a word. As soon as he reveals that he was going to withhold one truth today, Fujimoto Reme realizes that something is not right here. In turn, the Prime Minister is constantly shaking and can't take away his trembling. The man then suddenly remarks that until today he had received constant threats from Fujimoto Reme. Hearing such a thing, Fujimoto Reme's eyes bulge forward sharply from growing shock and panic. Following this, the jury hears from Yamada that Fujimoto Reme deliberately accused Okana to cover up his secret. As Minister Yamada continues his story, Fujimoto Reme jumps up and harshly slapping his palm on the table asks what he is carrying. In an instant, he calms down and asks what Yamada is talking about, but the man isn't about to back down. As soon as Fujimoto Reme hears about the minister calling him a demonic teacher, he immediately falls into a sudden stupor. While all this is going on, the jurors who are attending the trial begin to rise from their seats. Then they interrupt each other and start asking questions about how Fujimoto Reme wasn't going to save the heavenly shaman. Yamada goes on to say that he had been hiding the truth up to this point because of threats from Fujimoto Reme, who was going to sacrifice his family. Pointing at Okana, Yamada claims that he was the one who saved the shaman, and Fujimoto Reme was just trying to cover up the ritual. Being on the cusp of a nervous breakdown, Fujimoto Reme claims that there is no evidence on him because he is dedicated to Japan and cannot be a cultist. But right after that, someone comments that the evidence is there, and it makes Fujimoto Reme wince. Showing a transparent bag containing a demonic crystal, Yamada claims that this is the proof. It's a stone of pure power that they later found at the crime scene. Next, Yamada shocks Fujimoto Reme with the fact that such a stone was found at his house and is used by the teachers of the demonic school. In an attempt to justify himself somehow, Fujimoto Reme panics and asks how they can prove that they found the stone in his house. Suddenly, a girl appears in the courtroom wearing pink-heeled boots. This is Seo Yan, who is in charge of investigating Fujimoto Reme and his involvement with demonic teachers. Immediately, the girl reveals that the minister wanted to hide the truth and therefore asked Cheonkomen's help to have his house searched. In order to show the results of the search, her acolyte begins to open a large suitcase. Pointing at the contents of the suitcase, So En tells him that Fujimoto Reme possesses demonic teacher items. While Fujimoto Reme tries to come to his senses, So En swears that his true identity is that of a demonic teacher. Fujimoto Reme realizes that if he continues to laugh, he will be accused of being a member of the demonic school. But despite his fears, Fujimoto Reme proves with his behavior that he is indeed a cultist. Then addressing everyone else, Fujimoto Reme claims that their claims are unfounded and he himself is trying to buy time. At that moment, the unknown person standing next to So-en begins to remove his hood and addresses Fujimoto Reme. Beneath those robes lurks the heavenly shaman Kurosaki Yuri, who demands that Fujimoto Reme surrender. The others present at the trial are shocked that the heavenly shaman is here, because not long ago she was still in the hospital. Thinking back on what happened, Kurosaki Yuri doesn't remember the details, but one thing is certain. It wasn't Fujimoto Reme who saved her, but Korean player Oh Kang. Bowing to the others, the celestial shamaness believes it is her responsibility because she was kidnapped and apologizes to the citizens. Turning to the judge, Seo Yun states that the incident has been resolved and gets the go-ahead to arrest Fujimoto Reme. Hearing how the guy is about to be searched now, he realizes that there is nothing left for him to do but run away, and so he smiles. Lastly, he once again is extremely aggressively defeated that his witnesses framed him and labeled him as a demonic school. Looking back at Okana, Fujimoto Reme realizes that all of this is definitely not a coincidence and someone did it on purpose. At this moment, Okang blurts out a terrifying grin, proving the fact that everything was pre-planned. Suddenly, Fujimoto Reme starts wrapping himself in magical ribbons and demands Okana not to laugh at him. Rushing out of here, Fujimoto Reme repeats once more that Okang dare not laugh at him. At this point, everyone else on Okang's side realizes that the guy is running away and should be caught. Right after that, Cha Yun-ju turns to Okang, but realizes something at the last moment. In turn, Okang has already gotten rid of his shackles and instantly disappears, leaving his comrades bewildered. At this time, Fujimoto Reme is swiftly and quite nimbly whizzing past buildings in Tokyo. Nervous more and more, the guy tries to understand at what exact moment everything went wrong as planned. Thinking about getting out of Japan, Fujimoto Reme suddenly detects a bright flash near him. A moment later, this bright flash completely envelops his body and begins to pull him down through the buildings. At this time, the cocky Okang is already waiting for him downstairs, as suddenly Fujimoto Reme crashes into the ground with a rumble. Falling face first to the ground, Fujimoto Reme shakes from the impact and asks how Okang dared to do such a thing. Raising his head, the guy notices the Korean player in front of him, who asks if he understands everything now. As Okang concentrates the force in his palm, Fujimoto Reme tries to get back to his feet. Starting to laugh and forming a balloon in his hands, Okang suggests that Fujimoto Reme tell him about his fifth mistake. Unwilling to listen to Okana Fujimoto's nonsense, Reme starts yelling that his plan was improvised and could have many loopholes. But then he stops abruptly because he hears Okang start talking about mistakes anyway. Continuing to smile radiantly, Okang tells him that the first mistake is that the orb restraining magic doesn't work on him. Clutching the lump of energy in his palm, Okang proceeds to tell of the second mistake. Showing the demonic crystal, Okang knows that Fujimoto Reme thought that only cultists could create such a thing, but he was wrong because Okang can do it too. At the same moment, Fujimoto Reme realizes that the stone found in his house was planted by Okang. Fujimoto Reme's third mistake was that he chose people with no skill resistance as witnesses. When asked what Okang did to the judge and minister, the guy doesn't say anything, but actually used the power of fear. The fourth mistake was that Fujimoto Reme thought Okang was a player with no connections. Now the guy asked Seo Yun to check out the Japanese player's house. Placing his palm on the guy's shoulder, Okang talks about the fifth mistake that he thinks is the most important. Showing his insane nature, Okang states that first you have to figure out if your opponent is a doggy or a demon. Hearing again that he made 5 mistakes, Fujimoto Reme begins to aggressively grind his teeth. In an instant, he jumps away from Okang with no desire to be near him. Creating a ball of tangled ribbons in his hand, Fujimoto Reme starts screaming for Okang to die. Throwing various threats in the guy's direction, Fujimoto Reme doesn't surprise him in the slightest. Okang himself behaves completely unperturbed. Once Fujimoto Reme's energy is right in front of Okana's face, the latter starts smiling without doing anything. Moments later, a massive explosion can be seen near one of Tokyo's towers. Rejoicing that he has defeated his opponent, Fujimoto Reme says that he should have done it before. But distracting him from the happy news, Okang starts laughing behind Fujimoto Reme's back, shocking him greatly. Once again enveloping himself in dark energy, Okang can't stop laughing and claims he's been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Activating the Iron Curtain Force. Okang says that despite his long expectations, he was greatly disappointed. Unclasping his hands, Okang continues that Fujimoto Reme seems friendly on the outside but is a manipulator himself. He really likes that kind of person. Making a cold-blooded face, Okang ends up being disappointed because Fujimoto Reme's mask came off too quickly. Hearing that someone is disappointed in him, Fujimoto Reme begins to create the ribbon ball again. Okanu manages to provoke Fujimoto Reme by saying he's stupid. Now the guy's going to attack him. Abruptly lowering his palms down and directing the ribbon vortex of Fujimoto Reme at Okana, thinks he dare not say that about him. After concentrating hard on such a punch, Fujimoto Reme begins to breathe heavily and is covered in drops of sweat. Moments later, Okang is behind him, saying that he expects nothing more from Fujimoto Reme. Instantly turning back around, Fujimoto Reme aggressively rushes towards Okang with his clenched fists. At the same moment, Okang leaps out of his seat towards his opponent, telling him not to make a pompous face. As soon as Fujimoto Reme and Okang collide with each other, there is a bright, powerful explosion in the sky. For some more time, guys continue to fight in the air now and then, flying from place to place. The place for the battlefield turns out to be a local tower in Tokyo, which is enveloped by the energies of the guys and the explosions from their battle. At one point, Fujimoto Reme and Okang bounce sharply away from each other, increasing the distance. With a mocking smirk, Okang asks where in Tokyo to eat sushi, where he will go after he deals with Fujimoto Reme. In turn, Fujimoto Reme himself tries to catch his breath and listens to the nonsense from Okang without much emotion. Then the guy starts creating ribbon vortices in the sky that point their ends towards Okang. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Fujimoto Reme plans to attack, but before he does, he asks how long Okang will bully him. With an aggressive wave of his hand, Fujimoto Reme sentences Okang to forfeit his life as soon as possible. At Fujimoto Reme's words of abuse, Okang only laughs contentedly, realizing that the kid has a grudge against him. Gracefully and demonstratively dodging his attacks, Okang apologizes because Fujimoto Reme was the best of his enemies. Abruptly changing his stance and making a wave of his hand, Okang promises Fujimoto Reme that he will take him to a sushi restaurant after the battle. Moments later, finding himself in front of Fujimoto Reme and swinging at him, Okang offers to finish quickly. But at this moment, it was as if the guy turned his back on Okang and activated his unusual eye. Not realizing what's going on, Okang turns back slightly anxiously to see what's wrong. Then a powerful stream of blue bright energy flies at the guy and pierces through him. Eventually, thanks to a punch like that, Fujimoto Reme manages to take Okang to the ground and force him to cough. Finally realizing what Fujimoto Reme Okang is up to, he smiles and says, "That's how you live your life, and suddenly you meet God." In front of the guy does appear a huge creature called the Wind God Susano. Okang himself finds himself facing him while being on one of the tall towers nearby. At this time, Fujimoto Reme knows that Susano's upkeep time is 1 minute. In that time, he must deal with Okang. Turning to the Wind God, Fujimoto Reme orders him to destroy Okana immediately. Then Okang raises his gaze to God, who says something about the kind of energy this kid is using. Shaking his head from side to side, Okang didn't hear what God said and is going to use the power of common language. Raising his huge palm up, Susano is going to use the power possessed by the evil Sea Spirit Master. Immediately afterward, a sharp dagger tip begins to seep through the clouds in the air. The tip of the sharp spear that Susano wields immediately follows. All the while, Okang is watching and has done nothing at all so far. Realizing that he doesn't have to waste energy on a common language, Okang begins to combine the power of hellfire and the power of darkness. The two-tooth is not enough, and neither is the Spear of Doom. That's why Okang adds crushing power as well. Starting to laugh louder and louder, Okang put in the force. At one point, his eyes turned completely black. All the while, Fujimoto Reme continues to control Wind God Susano by controlling the energy in the palm of his hand. Beginning to mock Okana Fujimoto's poses, Reme suspects that his foolish opponent is once again frustrated. Continuing to shout confident in his abilities, Fujimoto Reme still suspects something wrong. Watching the powerful Fujimoto whirlwind, Reme notices that the wind has increased and doesn't understand why it keeps blowing. Eventually adding the hurricane force to the previous powers, Okang creates the Gungnir. It's kind of like Odin's ancient spear. After seeing Okang create a powerful new weapon, God Susanoo realizes that it has the power of many demons. At this moment, his divine hand grasps the blade that bears the yin and yang symbol. The incredibly large-sized dagger is simply brimming with divine energy and ready to attack. Pouncing on the divine being, Okang blurts out that he doesn't know what Susanoo is talking about. A moment later, the opponent's tips almost collide and their energies seem to mix with each other. Immediately afterward, there is a collision that overwhelms everything around it with an incredibly bright light. This blinding flash is noticed from afar by Cha Yun-ju, who is watching mesmerized. Standing behind the girl, Seol with echidna in her arms says aloud that this light clearly belongs to Okan. In turn, the guy realizes that he's not strong enough to resist God and the wounds on his body increase. After that, Okang notices that a strange black-colored blood starts oozing from his shoulder. Then he realizes that after taking his final form, the demonic energy dissolved into the blood, so it's also highly concentrated. As he continues to watch the blood take different forms, Okang realizes that the mages overflowing into the blood will explode. Intending to take advantage of this, Okang plans to deliver a devastating blow to Susanoo. Then also God Susanoo shows his eyes which open from shock after seeing the energy of Okana. He then says that as expected the prophecy was not wrong. At this time, Okang is whirling towards Susanoo. The entire battle is accompanied by a blue haze that spreads near a tall tower in Tokyo. Moments later, there is a massive explosion that can be seen on one of the balconies of this tower. Eventually, Fujimoto Reme collapses to the ground exhaustedly and begins to stretch his palms forward, begging for help. At that moment, the guy realizes that Susanoo sucked out all his life and magical power, and then disappeared. It's only because of his eyes that Fujimoto Reme is still alive. Only the energy from Kurosaki Yuri can help him, but this is where Okan comes in. Mocking his opponent and hovering above him in the air, Okang remarks that the price of calling on God is indeed great. Starting to get aggressive provoked by Okana's words, Fujimoto Reme screams calling him names and insulting him. Afterwards, the guy looks back at his arm and realizes he still hasn't recovered. Approaching Fujimoto Reme, Okang asks why he's trying to take someone's life. Wouldn't he do it? Okang would have gotten the mythical item and saved the country? Leaning over to the terrified guy, Okang argues that he should at least take what he has from him. When Okang starts reaching for him, Fujimoto Reme shouts that he will die if he does. If he says so, Kurosaki Yuri will give him more. As soon as Okang's hand almost touches his face, the guy panics even more and starts to suggest various options to avoid getting killed. Eventually, despite Fujimoto's pleas and entreaties, Reme Okang takes the mythical object from him and smirkingly claims to take care of it. Afterwards, Okang apologizes for not being able to take the guy to the restaurant. In turn, Fujimoto Reme literally crumbles like sand. Leaving only sand dust behind, Fujimoto Reme says lastly that Okang is bullying him to the very end. Inspecting the item he received, Okang notices a notice that the artifact has already been bound and cannot be used. Recalling Susanoo, Okang wonders if such creatures will appear if the Guy system weakens. Even though he's in bad shape, his strength is incredible. As he ponders over whether or not the gods will be able to stop them, another notification appears in front of him. Putting his item in his pocket, Okang realizes from the information he has received that he must become a demonic deity to destroy the gods. Shifting his gaze in the other direction, Okang thinks he should go back first. Looking back and sitting on the fence, Okang notices the two who showed up here unexpectedly. The guy is about to ask them to clean the place up. That's when someone's foot appears. Cheon Mu-jin and his daughter Seo Yoon come here. The man remarks that Okang used the wrong kind of strength to show him. Cheon Mu-jin says that this power was created through effort and experience. He's willing to approve of Okang and Seo Yoon's wedding. But instead, Seo Yeon says with a slight smile on her face that she will go back to China because since Okang has no talent, shouldn't she compliment him on that? Looking down sadly, Seo Yoon thinks about the fact that now is not a good time. Watching Okang and his team, the girl realizes that she can hardly find her place among them. As soon as Okang returns, he is immediately attacked by Cha Yun-ju, who is unhappy that he didn't tell her where he was going. Also, Cha Yun-ju is annoyed that Okang didn't tell her about Fujimoto Reme being a cult member, but the guy himself recently found out even though it wasn't even a cult. Realizing that Cha Yun-ju is just overflowing with anger, Seol tries to calm her down by saying that Okang has safely resolved everything. After that, Seol herself lowers her gaze sadly because there are things that disturb her as much as anything else. As soon as she mentions that she was worried something would happen to Okang, The guy abruptly goes into a stupor and flinches in embarrassment. Looking at the expression on Seo Lokang's face, he realizes that if he answers wrong, he'll regret it and make things worse. Suddenly, Seol's attention, who was already letting tears fall, is distracted by the shouting of a guy who calls her his mistress. Holding Seol Okang tightly and hugging her like a hostess, he tells her that he's back. As soon as Okang says he wants to go home and eat kimchi, Seol smiles in agreement. Watching Okang's affection for Seol Cha, Yoonju is angry and promises herself that she'll get revenge on the guy. While hugging Seol himself, the guy is thinking hard about the fact that there is one thing he doesn't understand. Thinking back to Yuri Kurosaki, Okan doesn't understand why she helped him, even though he didn't use force or harshness on her. He then recalls her saying that she was coming around when he saved her, but the guy would definitely notice if it was true. Starting to pull Okang's cheeks, Cha Yoon-ju invites them to go to a nice restaurant, while Seol tries to calm down the echidna. While the guys are sorting things out amongst themselves, the very same heavenly shaman Kurosaki Yuri is watching them from the sidelines. Her assistant approaches the mistress and bows, offering to take the girl home. The shamaness accepts his offer. Before walking away from this place, Kurosaki Yuri slightly skews towards Okana and company. Right now she's watching Okang from afar, but it's only temporary, and she'll find him soon. Walking away following his assistant, Kurosaki Yuri calls the guy the Demon King for some reason. In fact, it turns out to be the case that the succubus Lilith does make her way into this world and is now part of the heavenly shaman Kurosaki Yuri. A week after the incident, it is a sunny and bright day. The boys are returning home. Happy that they are finally home, Okang and Echidna raise their hands in the air, contentedly. Afterwards, they notice a slumped and tired Cha Yoon-ju, who announces that she will finally go to rest. She is followed by Seol, who asks her to be more careful on the road. Seol tells Okang Seol that Cha Yoon-ju looks very tired, and the guy agrees for good reason. That's when Okang slightly tenses up and breaks a sweat, realizing that they've accomplished a lot during this week in Japan. Together with Cheon Mu-jin, they put an end to the demonic teacher Fujimoto Reme. Despite this, Japan still lost its national hero. Naturally, all the outrage over this was instantly directed at Korea and China. Cha Yoon-ju was extremely furious. Originally, Okang was supposed to come forward to answer for what he did. But thanks to Cha Yoon-ju, all the attention turned to her. With a smile, Okang realizes that Cha Yoon-ju cares about even such small things. At that moment, Seol suggests that he go home. Then Okang asks the girls to move on because he has some business left to take care of. Echidna immediately asks to take her along. After that, Okang gets Echidna interested in going somewhere quiet. When asked why and for what purpose, Okang reaches into his pocket for the item he received. Moments later, Okang shows the girls a white balloon from Fujimoto Reme and states that he is going to create an outfit. After a while, Okang along with Echidna go to a place closer to the gate. Looking ahead and spotting the gate, Okang said that this place would be perfect for them. Opening the system window, Okang is going to take another look and study the skill in question first. Realizing that the greater the strength, the more powerful the equipment, Okang recalls Gungnir. Now, even combining 4 powers is difficult. Okan knows that the force expended is not multiplied by 2, but the number of mages squared. But right now the guy isn't in combat, so if he concentrates only on using the power, he might even get 5. At that moment, his attention is distracted by the Echidna, who asks if there is anything she can do to help him. Saying that he needs to concentrate, Okang tells Echidna to watch out for monsters. The girl immediately agrees contentedly. The satisfied Echidna turns around and walks away, happy to be watching and helping her master. Starting to smile, Okang suggests to himself to start with a little practice. Something familiar should be used first. To do this, the guy makes a sharp upward movement with his index finger. Wrapping himself in dark energy, Okang uses his new skill demon's equipment. Instantly, dark pockets of flame begin to appear around him, spreading and spreading. The guy himself is almost motionless, standing still and trying to control the energy that comes from him. In the end, due to the concentration of Okang, it creates a transposition furnace. The right materials should be used to make high-quality equipment. Placing his palm on the red ball, Okang sees notifications that materials are missing and the maximum equipment level has been raised to legendary. Thanks to the combination of the darkness force of the Hellfire force and the crushing force, Okang obtains the Spear of Doom. Thus, the guy creates a unique weapon that immediately appears in his hand. Examining the Spear of Doom, he realizes that it is not as good, but in any case, this spear contains his power. At the same moment, Okang turns back sharply, looking at the nearest rock. He's going to try out the weapon. Moments later, a crack appears in the stone surface that is about to destroy the support. Okang then flies out through the cracked and shattered stone, destroying it with his Spear of Doom energy. Finishing his maneuver, Okang immediately looks back to assess the outfit's abilities. Inspecting the damage, Okang almost immediately concludes that there's about 20% of normal strength here. Glancing at the Spear of Doom, Okang thinks it's not a bad thing since the disadvantage can be compensated for by physical strength. Coughing from the rising dust, the echidna turns to the master and asks what he's going to make. Then Okang starts reasoning whether to choose a main weapon like Shihun's, but then he won't be able to change it and adjust to the situation. But the guy is suddenly surprised by the echidna, who asks if it is possible to create such a weapon that will change its shape. After a while, Seol joins them. Okang tells her that it's time to start and she immediately says she's ready. Activating his magic crystal on his staff, Seol is about to use the Grace of Light ability. Okang himself used Kraken's Wrath, so his current mage score is above 100. Then he adds the Eye of Susanoo. Following this by channeling dark energy onto his eye, Okang once again uses the Demon Equipment ability. Immediately afterward, Okang starts thinking and plans to add Hurricane Force to everything else as well. He also recalls Echidna's words that the weapon itself can change appearance and then different attacks can be used at any time. Thanks to the Echidna, Okang adds the power of transformation to the equipment as well. The use of the 5 powers is confirmed. Now Okang needs to last for 10 seconds in order to craft a mythic level equipment. Continuing to concentrate on building the outfit while reaching out for it, Okang remembers that there is some but. Thinking about God, Susanoo Okang reflects. The mythical level, though limited, can even call upon gods. Although mythic level items are quite powerful, but if you collect them, you can create a rift similar to the infernal weapons of the great demons. As the countdown almost comes to an end, Okang abruptly pulls his arm out about to do something else. In that case, that's not all, and once again grabbing the equipment ball, Okang thinks it's not enough. Completely focused on his cause, Okang finally adds another power called the Power of Devouring. All conditions appear to be met. Now Sol and Echidna watch as the superior equipment is produced. Trying to escape the blinding light and strong wind, Seol begins to shout Okang's name in a panic. In turn, the Echidna does roughly the same thing and worries about its master. Eventually, there is a bright flash of light that covers the entire immediate area. A completely exhausted Okang finishes creating his new outfit. Seol and Echidna watch the result in shock. Smiling smugly, Okang realizes that he has succeeded in doing the almost impossible. A successful crafting reveals the item Demonic Ocean Key. Okang realizes that this is a superior level equipment. As a result, Okang saw that his magic had increased by 2 units. He can no longer use the Demon Equipment skill. Putting his palm to the new object, Okang now realizes what the ability was for. So far, the exact characteristics of this outfit are unknown, but Okang is surprised by the fact that he has a developing type. As soon as the guy sees that this outfit is capable of transforming into a mounted weapon, a smile spreads across his face. Right after that, in front of Seol and Echidna, Okang channeling his energy is going to change the weapon. Invoking the Spear of Doom's superior equipment instantly transforms into the right weapon. Examining the Spear of Doom, Okang feels a power that resembles this weapon that he made earlier. After that, he changes his weapon to the magical Sword of Gram. The weapon change speed and energy consumption are excellent. Smugly smiling, Okang lastly wants to test a weapon called Gungnir as well. Instantly, he has Gungnir in his hands, but suddenly a notice pops up saying that changing weapons with 4 powers isn't possible right now. Tensing slightly, Okang immediately realizes that Gungnir is too much, and this despite the fact that not all of the weapon's potential has been unlocked yet. At that moment, Okang turns back around and notices the surprised faces of Seol and his familiar Echidna. Then Seol, watching Okang, asks if he did well, to which the guy cheerfully replies in the affirmative. Showing the ring on his hand, Okang tells that in addition to the weapon, the item can be altered in this way. When Seol sees the ring, she starts acting strange. Without noticing it, Okang says it's the most comfortable form to wear. A week after creating the outfit, Okang is once again faced with a level restriction notice. He was wondering if there was a hidden way to unlock the level using the new equipment, but it turns out it takes time. It's disappointing for Okang. Examining his ring, the guy realizes that he needs to level up faster and special skills like the demon outfit to weaken Manhwa. Continuing to ponder and realizing it was time to look for another path, Okang recalls trying to overcome the level restriction for a week. Then he recalls Cha Yongju's words that the cult has become active in Russia, but he's not going to catch them because the country is too big. Suddenly hearing his stomach start rumbling, the guy also remembers that he hasn't eaten anything normally lately. Licking contentedly, Okang is about to try something delicious to satisfy his hunger. In turn, Seol has prepared kimchi for him, which suddenly turns out to have the tentacles of the succubus, Lilith. Upon seeing this, Okang instantly starts screaming loudly in terror, attracting the attention of the alarmed Echidna. After a moment, the kimchi becomes normal and flavorful again. Oh Kang realizes that it's just octopus kimchi jjigae, and he's imagining it. Imagining Seol as the goddess O Kang repents to her because for a moment the octopus felt like Lilith's tentacles. Turning to Echidna, O Kang asks where Seol is and what the boxes are. The girl says that Seol went to the gate of Class A with the others. Then Echidna tells them that all these bags were brought to them by Cha Yun-ju yesterday. That's when Cha Yun-ju showed up on the doorstep and said that Kurosaki Yuri had sent Okan's belongings and 30 billion won. Kurosaki Yuri herself asked to convey her sincere apologies for the inconvenience caused to Okan. Also, Cha Yun-ju reports that the girl said they can count on her help and can call anytime. Telling that Okang and the right liked Princess Cha Yun-ju is suddenly shocked to see the look on Seol's face. At the same moment, the Echidna becomes very frightened because she notices that something is wrong with her mistress. Looking back at the bags, Okang thinks this kind of offering is too strange. It's like saving a drowning man and then putting the deed to the house in the bag. Then he also begins to suspect that Kurosaki Yuri has also sent an octopus. It's all very strange. At this moment, the news reports that world leader Alex Osborne, known for the Sword of Justice, has visited Korea. While listening to the news, Okang hears about Alex coming here to meet Shi-hoon. The Echidna keeps trying to get him to see what she wants. Then Okang believes about Alex that he is known for always taking up the sword in defense of the weak. After the incident at ISU station, Alex has been fighting demonic teachers. A month ago, he even prevented a casualty-free accident. Now summarizing, Okang wonders if he will get along with Shi-hoon and learns that his comrade has already returned to Korea. In addition, Okang begins to imagine pictures in which Alex Osborne and Si-hoon become good friends. Putting on his coat, Okang asks Echidna if Seol really went to Incheon, and she confirms. Looking back at the girl with crazy eyes, Okang says he's going to catch the golden sun. After a while, Okang goes with Echidna to the same cafe where the guys gather. He is already met there by a satisfied and happy Dae-soo, who waves his hands at Okan in greeting. Approaching his friends, Okang says it's good that they are still hunting. They, in turn, are happy to see him. As Okang sits down in his chair, he hears from Dae-soo that the players who entered the gate recognized Shi-hoon and told him about Alex Osborne. At this moment, Okang looks back toward Shi-hoon and begins to tense up slightly while blowing droplets of sweat. Asking what's wrong with Shi-hoon's face, Okang notices that he looks very happy and joyful. Then Shi-hoon talks about how he can't believe that the Sword of Justice came all the way to Korea to meet him. An excited Si-hoon thinks Alex Osborne is cool because his Sword of Justice protects the weak. Not sharing Shi-hoon's emotions, Okang abruptly changes the subject and asks if the guy is raising his level. When he claims to have recently reached the 60th level, Okang's face changes dramatically in surprise and shock. At this point, Seol tells us that Shi-hoon has no restriction. Yoon-bi thinks it's some kind of unfair fraud. Unhappily looking at Shi-hoon, Okang thinks about how he's trying his hardest to break the level limit, and he doesn't even have a limit. Awkwardly rubbing the back of his head, Si-hoon asks what he should even do and whether he should go to the airport to pick up Alex. Just then, an annoyed Okang replies that it's nonsense, as suddenly Shi-hoon notices someone outside the doors. Moments later, the doors open, forcing bright and warm sunlight into the room. Jumping up from his chair, Si-hoon realizes that it's Alex Osborne, who in turn is delighted to meet Si-hoon. Squinting at the man, Okang remembers that he is world-ranked, so he definitely lives up to his name. Looking at his feet, a guy can tell that grace and consistency is felt when walking. He has unwavering magical power. Inspecting his Sword of Justice, Okan doesn't know it all, or Alex Osborne is hiding an even greater power. Bowing to the guys, Alex Osborne expresses his joy at meeting them. Showing everyone his silky blonde hair and green eyes, the man claims to be Alex Osborne. This is followed by a handshake between Alex Osborne and Si-hoon. It is an honor for a man to meet a Korean hero. All the while, they are being watched by Okang, who is extremely annoyed by what is happening. Continuing to watch, the guy is pissed off that talking to him Zi-hong never made such an expression on his face. Lowering his head slightly, Okang suddenly turns to Alex and asks what brings the world ranker here. When asked who he is, Shi-hoon immediately tells him that Okang is like his own brother. Pointing at the girls who keep Alex Osborne company, he suspects that they are the dragon's companions. On being told about the inconvenience, Okang replies that Alex has already delivered it, so he asks again what brought him here. Then Alex starts laughing, realizing Okan's suspicions because he hasn't revealed anything about himself or his purpose at all. Immediately afterward, making a serious expression on his face, Alex states that he has a question specifically for Shi-hoon. Surprising Okang and Si-hoon with his question, Alex Osborne asks if Dragon knows anything about the Guardians. At this point, Okang remembers that Guardians are beings who are chosen by the system to save the world just like Si-hoon. Realizing that the Guardian is more than one person, Okan hears Alex Osborn introduce himself as a member of this affiliation. Afterward, Okang asks how Alex found out about Shihun being the Guardian, and if he came here to ask him to protect the Earth together. With completely serious intentions, Alex Osborn tells us that he wants to welcome Shihun into the ranks of the Defenders. Ahead of the questions, he tells that although not all the Defenders are known, Alex can assure that they are the hope of all mankind. Continuing his thought, Alex talks about what will happen if Si-hoon joins the Defenders. Alex assures him that they will do everything they can to make sure that Si-hoon is not disappointed like last time. Those words really hit home for the guy. That day, Alex saw the look on Shi-hoon's face during the battle at ISU Station. These monsters were actually innocent citizens, so a man can understand what Si-hong was experiencing. Clenching his fist tightly, Alex tells him that if you get stronger, you can save everyone. Alex also assures that these monsters can be subdued and kept alive until a cure for the infection is found. In such a case, the Guardians have a way to strengthen the Guardians' abilities. That's how Alex Osborn became stronger too. Listening to Alex's stories, Okang thinks that if he could really stop the cultists alone, he obviously wouldn't have turned to Shihun for help. After that, Okang notices Shihun's confusion, and at the same time realizes that he would like his comrade to become stronger. Eventually, the whole conversation comes to the point where Alex suggests that Shihun join him. At this point, the guy himself hesitates a lot. But then suddenly, before answering, Si-hong pauses to think again. After a while, Alex Osborn walks away down the lanes and looks rather disappointed. Sighing tiredly and desperately, Alex had never thought that Si-hong would refuse him. All the while, the man is being watched by Okang, who, hearing him chanting to himself, realizes that Alex is persistent. Just moments before, Alex Osborn was still sitting with the guys in the cafe, asking Si-hoon to join them. Then Okang used his dark energy to manipulate Shihun's personality. Shihun's heart is wrapped around a dark entity that asks him why he wants to go to the Defenders. Then, with the help of manipulations, Okang Si-hoon managed to convince that it is impossible to save everyone and Alex is just deceiving him. In this way, Okang uses the subjugation force on Si-hoon and successfully controls his mind. In the end, Shihun says that he refuses the offer. Alex offers to call him back if he changes his mind. Now, watching Alex, Okang realizes that Shihun can't just trust him because he's the sword of justice that saved everyone. At one point, Alex Osborn suddenly turns around and blurts out a question about who is following him. Moments later, a demonic cultist jumps off the roof and is about to take Alex's life. The demonic cultist releases his claws from his fingers to attack, which look really intimidating. In turn, Alex Osborn immediately grabs his sword of justice to confront the demonic cultist. The cultist pounces on Alex, saying that he must pay for disrupting their plans. Alex realizes that he has been following him since England. With a swing of his sword, Alex Osborn demands his surrender, but he's dead serious about destroying his arrogant nature. Moments later, a fierce battle ensues between the men in which each of them wants to win. Watching all this happen, Okang realizes that the demonic cultist and Alex Osborn have met before. Continuing to observe the cultist, Okang recalls that it is the European branch of the cult that was attacked a month ago. Shifting his gaze to Alex, Okang suspected that the man had already let the cultist go several times. When Alex points his sword at the cultist in the name of victory, Okang notices that their difference in skills is enormous, as expected of a guardian. At the cultist's pleas for Alex to take his life, the man himself suddenly refuses him. As soon as he says that everyone's life is important, Okang goes into shock, not realizing what Alex is talking about. Afterward, Okang watches as Alex demands that the cultist leave the cult and repent of his sins in order to live a new life. As the cultist prepares the bomb in his hands, Okang realizes that Alex hasn't been destroying the demonic cult members all this time. Immediately afterward, the cultist makes a sharp sweep of his arm and detonates the bomb against the ground that was in his palms. Alex Osborn's gaze immediately takes on disturbing hues when the cultist promises to pay him for his humiliation. Following this, the cultist rushes towards a passing girl and Alex tries to stop him. Alex Osborn himself loudly calls out to the girl, saying that there is danger ahead, and she turns sharply in his direction. A moment later, there is a sharp jolt, and the cultist throws the poor girl straight into the wall. Looking around and grasping his stricken shoulder, the cultist commented on his bad luck. Immediately afterwards, the cultist runs away and tells Alex that they will see each other soon. He in turn runs to the girl. With shaking hands trying to touch his dead soul, Alex Osborn doesn't realize what he's done yet. Starting to hug and hold the girl tightly to him, Alex Osborn cries out in horror about how and why such a thing happened. At that moment, Alex starts to cry and suffer, but his attention is distracted by someone's voice asking what he is doing. Alex then turns to look at the person who came and realizes it's Okang. He asks why Alex didn't take the cultist's life right away. Looking at Alex, Kang claims that if he had destroyed the cultist in time, the girl wouldn't have died. It's his fault, as if he killed her himself. Hearing once again that every life is important. Kang lightly smacks himself in the face with the palm of his hand, claiming that an innocent man died because of Alex's stupid beliefs. But then Alex suddenly emphasizes that an innocent man is dead. Kang's eyes immediately widen in surprise. At that moment, the girl's body starts to dissolve into the air in Alex's hands. He says he missed the cult guy, but no one was hurt. A moment later, only her clothes remain in the girl's place, and a satisfied Alex shows that there is no one here. When Kang sees this, he is shocked and wary. He had no idea that Alex was not himself. Afterward, Alex sighs tiredly because he's ashamed that he misses the demonic cult. Then Kang forces Alex to shift his gaze in his direction because he's about to ask something. With burning and bright red eyes, Kang clarifies if Alex Osborn is thinking about giving up on Shi-hoon. At this point, Alex starts to stand up and denies what Kang said because there aren't that many guardians. Afterward, Kang scoffs at Alex's words about caring for Shi-hoon as a brother, but it's about the common good of humanity. Clenching his fist and showing it to Kang, Alex states that Shi-hoon must become stronger because it is his destiny to save countless people. Eventually, Alex Osborn walks away and lastly asks Kang to try to talk Shi-hoon down at least once. Looking around, Kang remembers Alex's words about the good of humanity and realizes that it's all nonsense. Alex wants Shi-hoon to be like him. Last time Kang used force to stop Shi-hoon from agreeing, but as long as he admires Alex, nothing will stop them from working together. But also Kang scoffs and realizes that this is nothing but a chance. He already said that Shi-hoon should become stronger. Squinting his bright red eyes slightly, Kang thinks a good idea has popped into his head. Channeling his dark energy following Alex Osborn, Kang has to help this idea come to fruition a little. Sometime later, close to nightfall, Alex Osborn returns to the brick hotel building where he lives while in Korea. A tired and slightly frustrated Alex Osborn sits down in his chair and places his sword of justice next to him. At that moment, he recalls Okana's words that Alex should have killed the cultist right away so no one would get hurt. Starting to laugh, Alex knows that it is hard for Kang to understand, because he is not a guardian and cannot realize the value of any person's life. Starting to clench his fists, Alex is sure that Kang will one day accept his beliefs. But now it's time to deal with Shi-hoon. Suddenly, his attention is abruptly distracted by some noise that came literally out of nowhere. Looking toward the window, Alex Osborn is alarmed to realize that he hears a loud female scream. It was definitely coming from the roof. A moment later, Alex Osborn is already on the roof of the building, hurrying to the girl's aid. Landing in a squat, Alex Osborn, unbeknownst to anyone, immediately demands an immediate stop. But then suddenly his attention is caught by someone forcing Alex's green eyes to be directed in a different direction. Then Alex Osborn spots that demonic cultist in front of him. He says that, as expected, the sword of justice arrived quickly. With an aggressive smirk on his face, the cultist says that it's only been a few hours since they met, and it's quite nice to meet again. Hearing a question about who the lady was yelling here and where she was, the cultist lets out a chuckle and adjusts his mask. He then demonstratively shows Alex Osborn the female scream he recently heard in his room. Slightly wary, Alex realizes it was a hoax. According to the cultist's words to him, the person who was deceived is very stupid, followed by a demonic cultist expressing that he has a question. Alex is interested. Then the cultist mentions that a girl died during his escape that afternoon. When Alex Osborn hears this, he squints unhappily. In that instant, memories of hugging the dead girl flash through Alex Osborn's mind. His face begins to crinkle, and his lips shake when Alex hears about a cultist taking a man's life and not ruining it. Alex then says as calmly as he can that there was no one in the alley. The cultist laughs at him as if Alex doesn't care about anyone's life. As the cultist continues to taunt Alex, the man carefully grips the hilt of his sword, preparing for battle. Barebacking the sword of justice, Alex tells him that if the cultist's words are true, he will make him live a life of redemption for the sake of an innocent life. In turn, the cultist once again shows his demonic claws, saying that Alex never said anything about destroying him. Putting his incredible sword forward, Alex asks if it's really that important and that people like the cultist know about it. Activating the power of the Guardian, Alex Osborn argues that saving all people is a noble conviction. As the cultist continues to mutter something, Alex Osborn is already jumping out of his seat, heading straight for his opponent. His sharp tip of the sword of justice moves purposefully towards the cultist. In turn, the cultist can't stop smirking and taunting Alex while dodging his attack. As soon as Alex Osborn makes a powerful swing of his sword, the cultist instantly bounced to the side. Looking back at his arm, Alex tenses, realizing that his arm is hurting from trying to force the trajectory of the attack. Despite the pain in his shoulder, Alex Osborne takes another swing, but the cultist already knew in advance that this was going to happen. With a huff of stupidity, the cultist swings his fist and hits Alex squarely in the chest. In his opinion, stupidity is what Alex is doing right now. The cultist throws the man backwards with his fist punch. At that moment, Alex Osborne's eyes bulge in horror as he notices what is happening around him. Looking back at the cultist, Alex notices that he is using fire flames in the form of orbs to attack him. Moments later, a bright and violent explosion shrouded in fiery flames occurs in their battle territory. With no end in sight, Alex Osborne manages to survive the blast. Tensing harder and harder, Alex wondered since when a cultist had such skills. Alex is amazed that this mercenary has become so strong, even though not even a day has passed. Taking a return swing of the Sword of Justice, Alex Osborne plans to take the cultist's weapon away from him first. But then his attention is abruptly caught by something and causes Alex to sink into more shock. Then Alex Osborne notices that the cultist's weapon suddenly disappears before his eyes, and he uses another ability. Clenching his teeth hard and forcefully, Alex realizes that he's going to have to change his tactics. As the cultist flies towards Alex with his fist, the man takes another sharp swing of his sword. While the cultist asks what kind of joke is this, Alex Osborne silently watches the small explosion. But after that, surprisingly, Alex Osborne seems as if he can't withstand that kind of force and rolls onto the ground with his back. That's when the cultist notices Alex painfully grabbing his head, realizing that the opponent is strong, as if a completely different person. When the realization comes into his head that this is indeed another person, Alex's eyes widen dramatically. Remembering the cultist's red mask, Alex knows about the method by which the infernal teachers become stronger. Rising up and covering his eyes with his palm, Alex suspects that his opponent has just used this method. Slightly opening his fingers on his face and showing one eye, Alex Osborne realizes that this cultist has become a demon. In turn, his opponent continues to look down on Alex Osborne for his assessment of the situation and his behavior. At some point just above in the sky, there is a flash of energy that looks like a star. Making several zigzagging jerks, Alex Osborne rushes towards the cultist in a subsequent attack. Constantly waving the Sword of Justice in front of the cultist's nose, Alex Osborne demands he finally surrender. In turn, the cultist sighs tiredly and slightly tensely as he tries to dodge Alex's blows. Looking up at Alex, the cultist pondered the fact that he really didn't have the right to become a protector. Just a couple hours before, the case had taken place in an abandoned building with broken windows. A true demonic cultist crouched down to take a breather and wait out Alex Osborne in peace. While he is contemplating his suddenly the doors of the building are broken open with a rumble by someone. Suspecting it's Alex, the cultist immediately jumps up and bares his claws. He says the Guardian is holding up well today. But then his eyes widen in shock as he realizes it's not Alex Osborne at all. Kang, who came here, tries to cough out the foul air. The cultist asks him who he is. Then the cultist suspects that Kang is one of the Guardians. Kang himself opens his eyes in displeasure, as if he didn't hear what he was told. Starting to approach the cultist, Kang asks if he knows anything about the Guardians, to which the latter is not going to tell him everything so easily. Activating the transformation ability in his palm with the ring, Kang scoffs at the fact that the cultist won't just say anything to him. In an instant, his hand turns into a demonic paw that looks intimidating and threatening. Using the restriction force and adding the acceleration force to it, Kang rushes at his new opponent. A moment later, Kang's fist was already in the sternum of the cultist, who was spitting out his blood in horror. The cultist then begins to grin broadly and aggressively as if he is amused by what is happening. Swinging his demonic claws at Kang, he realizes that Kang is fast, but not very smart since he was going to corner him. But when the cultist was about to tell Kang to die, he notices that his power in his fist suddenly disappears. Looking back at the demonic hand of Okana, the man doesn't understand what it is or how it is explained. Continuing to suck all his strength and energy out of the cultist, Kang asks if he's thinking of starting to talk. In response, holding his hands to his chest, the cultist starts laughing and asks Kang not to make him laugh so hard. As soon as he continues to say something, his mouth is shut with another fist punch from Kang. Using the subjugation force on the cultist, Kang sentences that he can continue to remain silent. At that moment, the cultist's soul rebuffs the subjugation. Kang says that he wanted to do it nicely, but it's not going to work. Immediately afterward, the Okana fist that is in the mouth of the cultist begins to overflow with infernal energy. At this moment, Kang used the Hellfire force, which he channeled into the cultist's body through his mouth. Eventually, the man rolls to the ground, losing his teeth and leaving a small pool of blood underneath him. Kang hopes he's thinking about talking. Suggesting that the cultist repeat this maneuver again, Kang notices that his face is squirming in horror, and he assures that he will tell them everything. Sitting down on one knee in front of the cultist, Kang demands to spill everything. In response, the cultist asks why he wants it all, showing him the small flame in his hands. Kang offers a refill, but the man is horrified and refuses. He goes on to say that the Guardians are run by a so-called Guardian organization. Their number does not exceed 10 people. The main one in this organization is a woman whose ability is to find the protectors. Remembering Alex, Kang realizes that he found Shu-hoon because of this ability. If this continues, they will have to find him many more times. After that, the cultist assures him that he doesn't know anything at all and asks if Kang will let him go. The guy is a little slow in his desire to let him go. Starting to smirk, Kang sentences that a deal is when two people exchange something. Kang himself was going to keep the cultist alive, but what he would give him in return the man could not answer, being dissolved in fear. Following this, the cultist starts begging Kang to stop because he's really told him everything he knows himself. Afterward, a conversation ensues between the cultist and Kang that only the two of them know about. With hope in his eyes, the cultist begins to offer something to Kang and enthusiastically tell him. But in response, Kang only listens to him silently while slightly covering his demonic red eyes. Then Kang concluded that he had not heard anything worthwhile, although the information was interesting. But when asked if he would let the cultist go, Kang says no, because he won't say anything else. The cultist himself realizes that it was all a hoax. Starting to laugh, showing his toothless mouth, the man had already realized that Kang had planned all of this from the beginning. The last thing the demonic cultist sees in front of him is the silhouette of Kang, who stretches his arms towards him and realizes that he is the real devil. In the end, Kang leaves behind a torched abandoned building where the demonic cultist dies. Adjusting the cult mask on his face, Kang is satisfied that he now has gotten everything he wanted. Taking off his mask for a moment and showing his satisfied face, Kang thinks it's time to start implementing his plan. Now taking cover from Alex Osborn's attacks, Kang realizes that he has never really learned much about this young hero. Putting both hands up, Kang suddenly turns to Alex Osborn and suggests he finish. He's so bored that even fighting the Sword of Justice is tedious. At this moment, Kang fights off Alex Osborn's arm. Immediately afterward, Kang grabs him by the neck with such force that he simply blocks Alex's ability to breathe. Lifting the man up by the neck, Kang listens to his demands for him to let go. At this point, Kang thinks about who made the world ranking because there is no one worthy of it except Jungmoo Jin. Continuing to hold Alex by the neck, Kang says that if their battle is made into a movie, there will obviously be a scene to shed a lot of tears over. Watching Alex stare at him with his cowardly gaze, Kang wonders if he was scared of being grabbed by the throat like that for the first time. Continuing to taunt Alex Osborn, Kang squeezes his neck so hard that he almost stops breathing and grasps for every breath of air. Through teeth and pain, Alex Osborn demands with all his might that Kang be silent, but he suggests that he come to his senses and continues to strangle him to do so. Alex's hatred and anger is provoked by Kang's words that the man is only doing all this for empty self-satisfaction. Continuing to scream through gritted teeth and intermittent breathing, Alex claims Kang knows nothing about him at all. Suddenly, there is a bright blue light that blasts out the doors that lead to the roof. Here appears Si-hoon, who has his sword at the ready and asks if Alex Osborn is okay. Spotting an unknown man in a demonic mask next to the Sword of Justice, Si-hong anxiously asks who he is. Through the slits in his mask, Kang observes Si-hoon and realizes that the guy is not at all too shy to be sassy. Spreading his arm to the side and with the other holding Alex by the neck, Kang claims he is none other than Satan. With an aggressively fierce and hateful smile, Kang is content with what is happening, as evidenced by his crazed face. Falling into a slight stupor, Si-hoon asks again if this demonic cultist is really Satan, and Kang undercover agrees. Continuing to squeeze Alex Osborn, holding him by the neck, Kang argues that it's not a big deal right now. Watching Si-hoon's tense and furious face, the cultist realizes that the guy is nervous because Alex is so important to him. Si-hoon replies that he doesn't have to say anything and clutches his sword tightly. That's when he remembers about Kang. Just before that, Kang calls Si-hoon and tells him that he's in a bind, and the guy has to help Alex with the demon attack. After that, Kang coughs into the phone to make it look like he's hurt and hangs up. Si-hoon panics and tries to shout to him. Now, looking at the cultist holding Alex by the neck, Si-hong realizes that he must defeat the one who defeated the Sword of Justice. Intending to thwart this demon, Si-hong activates the Sword of the Sleeping Dragon and pounces on Kang under the cover of a cultist. For his part, Kang stands practically motionless and continues to hold Alex by the neck with one hand. Fending off Si-hoon's sword strike with his other hand, Kang continues to nonchalantly stand and watch the guy. Then he annoys Shu-hoon by saying that the guy is really weak even though he expected much more. Using the sword of the sleeping dragon, Si-hong summons a heavenly dragon behind his back that opens its maw. Shi-hong himself at this moment makes a powerful swing of his sword above his head to attack the demon. But at the same moment, the dark energy exuded by the cultist pushed Si-hong away in a single tug. As he continues to spread his dark energy around himself, O-kang remarks that there is something he cannot understand. Opening his black-red eyes wide, the demonic cultivator sees that Si-hong himself can sense their difference in strength. However, despite this, Sha-hoon still continues his attempts to resist the demon. With no end in sight as he fights off Shi-hoon's punches, O-kang reveals that Alex Osborne has nothing to do with Shi-hoon. In response, Si-hoon yells that it's not weird to save someone you're not related to in any way. Starting to smile, O-kang replies that it's really stupid and realizes that Shi-hoon is doing a good job. Watching Si-hoon try to break through his defenses, O-kang realizes that Si-hoon is much better than Alex, and so it gets even more interesting. Continuing to watch with a serious expression, O-kang observes that Shi-hoon isn't fighting just to win. When Shu-hoon's sword passes over O-kang's face, leaving a scratch on it, the guy realizes that it's the perfect sword that only thinks about destroying the enemy. At one point, O-kang decides to stop Shi-hoon and takes him down again with his dark energy. Pointing dark and sharp stakes at the cocky Shi-hoon, O-kang remembers that the guy had recently passed the 60th level. As his sharp tentacles came together, O-kang thought that even at this level, Shu-hoon would not be able to defeat someone with 100th level stats. Despite this, Si-hong continues to aggressively and confidently attack his demonic opponent. At this time, O-kang turns his back to him and even so manages to fight back. He knows that Shu-hoon is getting stronger. In an instant, turning to face Shu-hoon, O-kang thinks that he is a talent sent down by the heavens, a heavenly miracle. Shu-hoon is also a disciple of Cheon Mu-jin himself. Now he's showing O-kang his dragon sword skills. Wrapping himself in a protective shell, O-kang continues to stand motionless and watch Shu-hoon. In his opinion, this guy who's throwing his sword at him right now has only one problem. At this moment, Shu-hong noticed something strange, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. A split second later, the demonic cultist's hand is in front of his face. At the same moment, O-kang, under the cover of a demon, grabs Shu-hoon by his face, doing it with one hand. A moment later, Shi-hong flies backwards with a thunderous crash and crashes into the wall behind him. All of this happens just because of a single movement of the demonic cultist who thrusts his arm forward. After taking quite a bit of damage, Shu-hong abruptly throws back his head and begins to cough up blood. Looking at Shu-hoon and smiling at him, O-kang says that it wasn't a bad battle. However, if he works hard until the end, it will end like that. Grabbing his head, Si-hong demands the demonic cultist to shut up because he's really pissed off. When Shu-hoon rants about it being time to end, the cultist abruptly stuns him by saying that it's not over yet, starting to squeeze Alex Osborne's throat even tighter and harder. O-kang thinks this kind of fun shouldn't end this way. Channeling his energy into Alex's body, O-kang expresses that he enjoyed feeling the thrill of Shu-hoon's hatred and anger. Plunging into chaos and filled with dark energy, Alex Osborne utters Si-hoon's name in his last breath. A moment later, there is a small explosion that spews out black energy. Sha-hoon watches in horror, but then this dark energy starts to spread to the guy himself, who doesn't realize what's going on. Beginning to shake, whether from anger or from misunderstanding and fear, Si-hong begins to mutter something to himself. Abruptly, getting out of his seat, Si-hong rushed towards his opponent, calling him Satan. Starting to aggressively get angrier and angrier, Si-hong suddenly insults the demonic cultist. But at some point, the guy seems to trip over an invisible obstacle and falls face down. Clenching his teeth forcefully, Shu-hong realizes that he has become almost exhausted due to the last attack. Starting to cover his eyes, Shu-hoon sees O-kang that tells him to fight desperately and remember him of Satan. Continuing to cover his eyes, Si-hong once again sees Satan's smirk that tells him to use his anger as food to become stronger. Eventually, both Alex Osborne and Si-hoon pass out while lying on the ground. O-kang is happy that they both finally pass out. When O-kang took off his mask, he didn't understand how the real Satan could make such a speech, because it was very disgusting for him to do so. Looking back at Shu-hoon, O-kang thinks it would be great if this all becomes a real boost for him anyway. Staring at his fellow unconscious, O-kang knows that all he lacks is determination. Then O-kang remembers the day he beat up Kim Yun-hoon, who was hunting Shu-hoon. In addition to him, his father Kim Jae-hyun was also captured. After that, Shu-hoon has no motivation to move on. Right now, no one knows if the defenders are friends or enemies. Shu-hoon should get tougher to get stronger. Realizing that O-kang himself should break the level limit and become stronger, he suddenly sees a new notification. That's when O-kang notices that thanks to defeating the Guardian, he reaches the 7th rank, and the restriction is slightly weakened. At that moment, a realization came into his head. He had heard that there were no limits to the 89th level, but not in his case. He has a new limit of 69th level, and to remove the limit he must destroy the Guardian. This shocks him into turning around. Looking at Shihun and covered in sweat drops, Okang starts laughing, realizing that he can turn the situation to his advantage. Staring at his unconscious comrade, Okang wonders if his problem will be solved if he destroys the Guardians. For some more time, Okang, already with his mask off his face, looks around and contemplates his own thoughts. Starting to shake his head, Okang comes to the conclusion that all of this is not an option and not worth pursuing. Throwing off the robes of a demonic cultist, Okang thinks it was a foolish choice. Remembering the battle with God, Susanoo Okang doesn't know what creatures will invade the Earth, so it's not a good idea to reduce the number of Guardians so much. Opening the system window with his characteristics, Okang wants to see what he got at the new 7th rank. Pointing his finger at the window, he read the information. The special ability of the 7th rank is the SS rank Soul Reaper. It is related to the power of devouring. Okang's devouring power absorbs everything ending with the target's power. He realizes that this time he's added the ability to absorb souls. But beyond that, there's something else that makes the guy wonder. At this point, he squints his eyes slightly to the side. Then Okang also reads about the devil's essence. This is the second condition for becoming a demon lord. Just a short while ago, Okang had yet to realize the connection between rank 6 and the highest degree of his demonic form. But after obtaining the demonic ocean key, Okang finally realized everything. The Soul Reaper must have something to do with the devil essence. As Okang begins to lick himself, he thinks about the fact that he'll have to find out all of this through personal experience. Remembering Cha Yunju, who is feeling very bad now, Okang thinks he should talk to her about all this. After Okang deals with the special ability, he checks the power-sealing Manhwa Recap that has become weaker. Penetrating his dark consciousness, Okang is going to use the Dragon Breath technique to concentrate the mages. We should be satisfied with that for now. Now his body began to exist as one when he reached the highest degree of demonic appearance. Stepping into the red water and enveloping his foot with energy, Okang knows that the seal in the depths is still intact and the quality of the magician is dropping. If he thus formed demonic flowers and continued to absorb mages, Manhwa Recap could become his body. In that case, by attracting this energy to himself, Okang would be able to draw boundless magic from this ocean. Continuing to focus on this power of controlling dark energy, Okang realizes that there is only a little more to go. When his head and body are almost consumed by demonic flowers, Okang realizes it's time to stop. With tension on his face but focused on the case, Okang squints his eyes slightly. At one point, the guy clenches his fist tightly, finishing the procedure of absorbing the magi. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the guy realizes that the temptation was strong. He is now completing the replacement of the mage with Manhwa Recap's power. Noticing that his mages had increased by 8 units, Okang noticed that this time he had managed to release a lot of Manhwa Recap. Examining his characteristics, Okang realizes that the mage stat should be 121 right now, but it's 1 unit less for some reason. At this moment, his coat begins to glisten because using equipment below this class is impossible due to low efficiency. Examining Okang's coat, he is amazed that no one says that at high stats there is no effect if the outfit raises it by a specific number. Continuing to tug at his equipment, Okang abruptly realizes that it's precisely the fact that no one is talking about it. Starting to smile smugly, Okang looks around and realizes that this is directly related to the case. Looking back at Alex, Okang recalled that no human had ever reached 120 units in characterization. There are no players like that yet. Leaving behind a fiery flame, Okang pondered the fact that it would take him half a year to reach his current level. Lifting his pensive gaze upward, Okang ponders a time frame such as 6 months. Enjoying the starry sky in his head comes the realization of how long it all took. After a few days, Okang returns to the beautiful and unusual Scarlet Rose Guild building once again. There on the training ground, fighting Cheonmu-jin and Shihun, who is learning martial arts from him. At this time, the man looks quite focused and confident in his abilities. With a single glance without using any special techniques, Cheonmu-jin knocks the sword out of his student's hands. Cheonmu-jin makes an exemplary swing of his sword and says that that's enough for now. Putting away his sword, Cheonmu-jin hears Shihun affirm and assure him that he is able to continue training. At this point, Si-hong himself looks very tired and exhausted, suggesting that his ability to train further is false. Abruptly opening his fierce eyes, Shu-hong endlessly talks about becoming even stronger. Watching Shihun, Cheonmu-jin notices that his gaze is fierce and his blood boils. Because of this, the skills have become strong at an alarming rate. Squinting slightly in Cheonmu-jin's direction, he ponders this and realizes that it bothers him a lot. Turning to Okan, the man asks if he's okay with him and Shihoon going on a monster hunt. After hearing the news that Cheonmu Jin is going to take Shihoon to Shanghai, Okang has a sudden thought. Remembering that there's a SS-class gate, Okang thinks it's a little early to go there, but Cheonmu Jin relies on practical knowledge and training. Taking his gaze aside again, Okang sums up and realizes that the man wants to give Shihoon a private training session. Looking at the tired Shihoon, Okang agrees that it will be effective for his growth. Hunting will be much more useful than training. Starting to approach his comrade, Okang is going to give him even more incentive. Suddenly for Shihoon himself, Okang pulls him close to him and starts hugging him tightly as a friend. Starting to goof around, Okang says that what happened to Alex Osborne is just because he's so weak. Clenching his fist, Okang suggests that Shihoon become stronger together and avenge Alex Osborne. Hearing such words, Shihoon immediately blushes embarrassedly because they hurt his feelings. Shihoon agrees with Okang and assures him that he will become even stronger. When Shihoon says that he will avenge Alex with his own hands, Okang realizes that everything is going according to plan. Since Cheonmu Jin and Shihoon have gone to Shanghai, Okang has nothing to do and is sitting on the couch. When a guy thinks about the fact that he needs demons or cultists for Soul Reaper, his phone suddenly starts ringing. At that moment, he gets a call from Cha Yun-ju, who demands Okang to turn on the TV immediately. Not trusting the TV channels and the news they show, Okang listens and presses the button on the remote control. When a guy hears about what they really say on TV about demonic teachers, his eyes widen with surprise. There's a report that giant monsters summoned by demonic teachers are appearing in Vladivostok. In addition to this, the news says that demonic teachers have summoned and many different demons. While Cha Yun-ju tries to shout to Okang, he sits silently and starts drooling. Realizing it's time for a delicious meal, Okang literally drowns in his own drool and makes a happy face. At this time, Cha Yun-ju is sitting in his office, sorting out the documentation that has accumulated over time. At one point, the girl looks up because she notices someone has come in. Coming here, Okang, in the company of Echidna and Seol, says that he saw the news, but he's wondering what really happened. He goes on to say that on the way here, he saw the chaos going on in the Scarlet Rose Guild office. While Echidna tries to reach for some book on the shelf, Okang and Cha Yun-ju discuss the number of summoned creatures on the scene. A tired Cha Yun-ju claims that the demonic cult has summoned at least 100 demons plus hell monsters as well. Covering his mouth that is drooling, Okang thinks that the demon teachers are beautiful because they prepared their demons for him. Seated on the couch next to Seol Okang, Okang asks if there are any casualties, and Cha Yun-ju says that everyone is still alive. After hearing all the information from Cha Yun-ju, Seol concludes that the monsters are somehow moving around. At this moment, Cha Yun-ju tensely states that if the monsters change direction to Korea, a massive fight will begin. Asking what China accepts, Okang thinks that North Korea has long been destroyed, so the cult will definitely head to South Korea. Then, Cha Yun-ju tells us that they first asked Korea for an alliance, and now they are going to end everything in Manchuria so there will be no casualties. Sighing heavily, Cha Yun-ju continues that there is an urgent meeting in Harbin and they have been asked to join. So, they are going to head there. Directing her gaze to Okang, the girl wants to ask if the guy will go there with her. Shifting his gaze to the surprised Echidna, Cha Yong-ju also offers to take the girl with him. When asked if anyone else is going, Okang says that Shihoon is at a closed practice, and that he didn't call the others here intentionally. Putting a hand to his chest, the guy thinks that since there are demons involved, this is going to be a pretty dangerous endeavor. Showing his arrogance, Okang suddenly claims that he alone will be enough. After a while, the boys travel to Harbin, China. There rises an unusual building of the center for the control of players. Once inside, Okang looks around and says that it's much nicer than he thought it would be. Turning to Seo Yun, Okang thanks her for accompanying him and also for that incident with Fujimoto Reme. Looking back at the guy, Seo Yun makes a flirtatious expression on her face and replies that she promised to help him and fulfilled her promise. Then Okang asks Seo Yun about her personal training, and the girl sighs tiredly and replies that she still manages to do the work her father did. Seo Yun says that he's worried about his uncle. Since his father isn't here right now, his uncle will attend the meeting in his place. Her uncle Ghost Sword Jung Moo Hyun. He couldn't become famous because of Cheonmu Jin, but among the Chinese, he's a pretty famous soldier. When Seo Yun adds that Jung Moo Hyun is not being treated well, Okang assures her that everything will work out somehow. As they approach the entrance, the guys notice people they know who can't get in because of one thug. These people turn out to be the head of the Samurai Guild, Jong Hyun-ju, and the new head of the Onuri Guild, Cha Min-jung. Seeing the familiar faces, Jong Hyun-ju slightly agitatedly turns back towards them. Starting to whisper in Cha Yong-ju's ear that they had arrived quickly enough, a reply is heard as to why they are not going inside. After that, Cha Yun-ju is annoyed at the response that the guild heads have come so far away and they won't let them participate in the meeting. Turning to the bulky man at the entrance, Cha Yun-ju becomes furious and demands him to let the whole group in immediately. But in response, the bully says that Young Moo-hyun is holding a meeting and they can't go in. The results of the meeting will be given to them later. When Cha Yun-ju doesn't hold back her aggression and anger, Seo-yoon immediately picks her up under her arm, trying to calm her down. With a serious expression on his face, Seo-yoon asks what this thug is doing since the players came here to deal with the mayhem. But the thug refuses because when Cheon Moo-jin is absent, they follow Mr. Cheon Moo-hyun's orders. At this point, behind the others is Oh Kang, who approaches the entrance and interjects if what was said is true. Getting as close to the bully as possible, Oh Kang wonders if he's really not going to let them in. Hearing another rejection, Oh Kang's face begins to blur into a mad yet fierce grin. Unwilling to tolerate such behavior, the thug immediately takes a swing at Oh Kang, promising that he'll put the guy in a hospital bed. At that moment, there is a violent explosion that rattles the doors to the inside of the office where the meeting is being held. The people in the meeting turn toward the door in shock, wondering what happened. The others do exactly the same thing and gaze around trying to figure out what happened. Then the silhouette of Okana and his comrades appears in the hole, welcoming everyone to the meeting. The bully is defeated. One of the players sitting in the meeting abruptly leaves his seat, heading towards Okan with threats. But Okang deftly stops him and calls him a bald head. The guy holds his head with his palm, making a sharp jerk forward. Okang sentences the man off and pushes him back. A woman in company with an older man watching in shock at what is about to happen. In the end, the old man who jumped on Okang ends up with his bald head pressed into the floor. Not stopping smirking the whole time, Okang suddenly asks a question about what they're all doing here. The guy then calmly and contentedly sits down and suggests that the others continue the meeting immediately. Using the defeated thug as a chair, Okang takes a comfortable position to avoid taking someone else's seat at the table. At this moment, John Moo-hyun is acting too nonchalant even despite Okang's behavior for barging in here. But in response to his speeches, Okang says that he's not interested in fancy words. When he hears this, Young Moo-hyun squints at him and calls him an asshole. Extending his hand to the table, Okang turns to everyone present and offers to talk a little about Jung Moo-hyun, taking the two pens as an example. Okang begins that the younger brother is always in the older brother's shadow and is jealous. He never managed to surpass Jung Moo-jin. Beginning to wield the pens in his hands, Kang continues that one day the chance came his older brother was away when the monsters attacked, and the younger one wanted to distinguish himself. Abruptly throwing a pen towards Young Moo-hyun that flies past his face, Okang tries to show what he means. Okang goes on to say that Jung Moo-hyun called for backup but left them behind, which destroyed their chance to win the fight. Mocking the man, Okang calls him a real fool for trying to outdo his brother. At this point, the man is still holding back his emotions and continues to act nonchalant and adamant. But then his nerves fail and he starts to grind his teeth trying to answer something back to Okang. Stopping Young Moo-hyun, Okang claims that everything is already clear to him at first glance. Pointing her finger at Jung Moo-hyun, Okang thinks he's boring and has no personality. Continuing to lure the man to her, Okang knows that the man won't be able to contain his anger and will lunge at him. Starting to provoke Young Moo-hyun, who is barely holding back, Okang demands that he not pull out and attack. After a while, after all this, gathers a whole army of soldiers that will confront the monsters. The whole process is led by Cha Yun-ju, who is holding a loudspeaker in her hands. At one point, Okang, standing behind her, asks why the girl is suddenly so worried. First getting angry and then tense, Cha Yun-ju claims it's all because of what Okang said to Young Moo-hyun. Just before that, at the players' meeting, Okang provoked John Moo-hyun to attack. Pouncing on the guy by summoning the heavenly dragon, the man promises him that he'll make Okang shut his mouth forever. With an aggressive and fierce look, Jung Moo-hyun pounces on Okang but doesn't even have time to mutter threats. Moments later, there is an explosion that everyone else is watching. Okang suggests to Young Moo-hyun to do the following. Continuing to smile contentedly, the guy says that if Young Moo-hyun isn't willing to cooperate, then they will fight on the same side but separately. Turning to a battered Young Moo-hyun who has lost his teeth, Okang suggests that everyone should go their own way. Now Cha Eun-ju is getting on the guy's nerves about it because he took command of her and dumped all the work on her. Here are Onuri Guild members who are geared up for battle and wish each other luck. The members of the Samurai Guild will also participate. The head of the guild is pissed off that Okang is pretending to be cute while he's the devil. Along with everyone else, the Hwaran Guild is also watching. In an attempt to calm Cha Eun-ju down, Okang says he has his own business to attend to. This surprises the girl because what business can there be during a battle? Not going to answer that question, Okang says it's a secret. He himself just can't tell her that he's going to eat demons. Suddenly, their attention is caught by someone's cry that monsters and hellish creatures have shown up here. Looking far into the horizon, the participants of this battle notice that an army of monsters is approaching them. There are such a huge variety of them, ranging from ordinary aggressive animals to hellish creatures and demons. As the soldiers start to get alarmed, they don't know how many of them there are. Panic sets in that they can't handle so many enemies. At that moment, Cha Yun-ju starts shouting into the loudspeaker, demanding everyone to calm down because they have the power to fight the monsters. Next, the girl instructs the mages to use spells and the tanks to block attacks, and then retreat. But as soon as Cha Yun-ju starts coming up with complex strategies to attack the soldiers ponied up and tensed up even more. Rubbing the back of her head unhappily, Cha Yun-ju realizes that no one will understand her if she talks like this. Holding out the loudspeaker to his uncle Cha Yun-ju is going to provide this job for him. Then starting to smile with relief, Cha Yun-ju feels much calmer when not in command. Passing by the rest of the soldiers, Cha Yun-ju admonishes them not to think too much and take it as an experience. Clenching her fist, the girl suggests everyone take the opportunity to gain experience. At this point, the soldiers gain hope and enthusiastically agree to raise their levels and gain experience. Watching all this, Uncle Cha Yun-ju realizes that even though she said she couldn't do it, she succeeded in the end. Opening his eyes, he notices how Cha Yun-ju had made the players calm down with a few words and ignited the excitement of battle. As the girl activates her magical chains, her uncle realizes that this way he doesn't have to command anyone. Cha Yun-ju herself confidently informs everyone that none of them will be harmed and especially not killed. As he rushes towards the advancing monsters, Cha Yun-ju suggests that the rest of the soldiers gain experience. After a while, the soldiers are engaged in a battle with infernal monsters summoned by a demonic cult. The eyes of the summoned monsters burn bright red and have some sort of peculiar symbol inside them. With this symbol, the demonic teacher observes through the eyes of the monsters. He realizes that the monsters are moving in the right direction. This time, the demonic teacher turns out to be a dark apostle of the cult named Anton Sidorovich. The old man mentally speculates that the Gaia system protecting the planet is weakening, so the demons have more power. Anton Sidorovich's attention from thinking is distracted by a demon who calls out to him. A slightly brooding huge demon listens to a demonic teacher about how it is not yet time to reveal himself. This is the demon Uther from the 5,000th Circle of Hell. For clarification, he asks how long they have to hide. Looking back at his comrades, the demon tells them that they complain about not being able to go out and take the lives of a couple people. By showing his fist, Uther wants to prove to everyone that people are just people. Anton Sidorovich assures him that all this will happen, but a little later. Peering at the piece of paper, Anton Sidorovich argues that they have other far more important things to do right now. They need to meet one person whose image is drawn on paper. It's none other than Okang. Not too long ago in Japan, Akiyama summoned a demon just like him. Anton Sidorovich saw everything through his eyes and received a signal that he was under attack. With the demonic eyes, it was very interesting to watch everything that was going on. At that moment, Okang's eyes shone with madness and the desire to destroy for his own ends. Anton Sidorovich felt it just by looking at the boy. The old man had a rough idea of what Okang wanted and what he was striving for. Then it occurred to him to lure Okang to the demon teachers. Directing a stream of dark energy somewhere in the direction of Anton Sidorovich, claims that Uther will soon meet with Okang, we just have to be patient. At this point, Uther starts laughing, showing everyone around him his sharp and snow-white fangs. Responding to Anton Sidorovich's displeasure with his orders, the old man tells Uther not to make hasty moves. When he threatens to chew Anton Sidorovich's skin, Uther mocks him, but that's not what the old man is saying. Hearing the instructions for Uther not to go against the demon school, the demon begins to squirm with his aggression. Swinging his paw at Anton Sidorovich, Uther demands that he dare not say such a thing to the demon of the 5,000th Circle of Hell. At this moment, Anton Sidorovich himself behaves very calmly and almost nonchalantly, just staring at a book. Interrupting Uther, a powerful stream of energy suddenly crashes into his paw, which strikes the demon. Then dark energy begins to spread around Uther, forming demonic hands. Not realizing what is happening, Uther looks back in panic at the clawed paws that are about to grab him. All the while, Anton Sidorovich continues to stare into the book while dark hands pound Uther's face into the ground. Bending the demon at his feet, the old man clarifies whether Uther is going to listen to him now. Abruptly, and with a rattle closing his magic book, Anton Sidorovich expresses that he is sorry. Uther's partners eventually watch as the demon is literally torn apart. Anton Sidorovich then turns to Uther's comrades, thereby immediately drawing their attention to himself. Starting to smile like a madman, Anton Sidorovich says that he hopes that the demons will obey him. At this time, the monsters continue to attack the group of people that came here to confront them. In order to get rid of the monsters, Cha Yun-ju uses his magical chains to wield them in different directions. Despite this, one hell beast managed to sneak behind Cha Yun-ju's back. At that moment, Baekwot Yoon appears and destroys the monster, requiring Cha Yoon-ju to watch out for attacks from behind her as well. In response, Cha Yoon-ju gets nervous and angry, but Baekwot Yoon calms her down because they came here to help. Her partner starts squinting her eyes, peering somewhere ahead to assess the situation. Then they all realize that there's no end to the monsters and hellspawn and they're coming. Baekwot-eun mockingly says that if O-kang were here, things would be easier, but Cha Eun-ju disagrees, thinking he's a traitor who's gone off to do his own thing. At this time, O-kang himself looks around and realizes that judging by the situation, the player's side is clearly winning. At this point, Sol, along with the Samurai Guild, are sufficiently revitalizing their allies with magic. And Scarlet Rose Guild with Hwaran Squad and Anuri Guild are good at dealing with monsters. But even so, there is a problem. Thinking about it, O-kang makes a serious expression, and the smile falls off his face. He knows the cult has summoned a lot of demons, but they haven't shown up. That's odd because they were definitely going to use them in the battle. As soon as a guy wonders what the cult is even up to, something catches his attention. Suddenly concentrating and tensing slightly, O-kang abruptly turns to Echidna. He then orders her to go to Seol and protect her. The girl immediately agrees and will make sure that no one touches Seol. At that moment, dark lines begin to spread across the ground like a circulatory system spreading through the soil. A moment later, a red demonic hand appears out of it all and bursts out from under the ground. Immediately afterward, the fingers of her hand begin to move and Echidna notices that she is writing something. Watching what O-kang's hand writes, he realizes why he felt the sudden appearance of magic. As soon as his hand finishes writing on the ground in front of O-kang, a sign appears saying that someone wants to talk to him. Starting to smugly smirk, O-kang thinks it's obviously an invitation to a so-called dinner. At this time, Anton Sidorovich rubs his long white beard, realizing that O-kang got his message. One of the demons asks who to kill this time, but the old man stops him. The real battle begins when they meet O-kang. But the demon is not happy with this answer because they are hellspawn and are made of blood and fury. Abruptly translating his horrified look, Anton Sidorovich repeats that he told the demons not to hurry anywhere. Seeing his facial expression, the demon is immediately startled and flinches in horror looking at his demonic teacher. After that, the demon falls to his knees and bows before Anton Sidorovich. At this point, he asks for forgiveness. Turning to the demons, Anton Sidorovich asks if anyone wants to express their displeasure, but they are horrified to deny it. Continuing to rub his beard, the old man realizes that almost all the demons are captive under his power of fear. He wonders how he and O-kang can meet. After that, he thinks the easiest way is a hostage. Oh, Kang's kind of living with some girl who could be kidnapped. At some point, Anton Sidorovich's thoughts are distracted by a strange noise that comes from behind his back. Abruptly turning back, the old man tries to figure out what is going on. The demon asks him what's wrong. Suddenly, a dense and powerful beam of energy appears in front of the demons and the demonic teacher. Through the haze from the explosion, someone's voice begins to come out. Anton Sidorovich still doesn't understand who has come here. Shaking his shoulders off the dust appears O-kang, who can speak Russian in an unbelievable way. At one point, with a slight smirk on his face, O-kang squints his eyes to the side before saying something. As he assesses the situation, the guy spots low-ranking demons. He had never met such demons because they were of the 5th or 6th circle of hell. Continuing to shake off O-kang turns to Anton Sidorovich and asks what he wanted to talk to him about. Surprising O-kang with his answer, the old man informs about the benefits of demons. They get them from the Demon Guild. But the most important thing is that demons never die. They have no need for food and live forever. That's what the cult wants to take advantage of. Putting his hands up like a mad cultist and demon-possessed Anton Sidorovich speaks out on the pros of becoming a hellspawn. At that moment, O-kang asks what he wants to say, and the old man replies that their guild has the power that can turn a man into a demon. When Anton Sidorovich claims that O-kang wants to gain power over the earth and eternal life, O-kang starts to chuckle. As if calling the guy to himself, Anton Sidorovich offers him to become a demon because such a strong player like him should not be with humans. Extending his palm toward O-kang, enticing him to come with him, Anton Sidorovich offers him to go with them. Continuing to hold his arm outstretched, Anton Sidorovich states that he can see in O-kang's eyes how they are filled with desire and lust for power. They're the same. Unable to contain his emotions, O-kang covers his face and starts laughing loudly and demonstratively. Surrounded by various demons, O-kang sinks into his madness and laughter triggered by Anton Sidorovich's words. Then the demons are shocked that O-kang mocks Anton Sidorovich and mentions that his mom obviously didn't know he would become like this. At this time, Anton Sidorovich himself listens almost nonchalantly to O-kang's tales that he promises him eternal life and will make him a demon. Continuing to laugh so loudly that it can be heard from afar, O-kang can't calm down. But then in an instant, his face abruptly changes to an aggressive grin. Okan asks what Anton Sidorovich even knows. Showing his bright red eye between his fingers, Okang informs that Anton Sidorovich has no idea who he is. Seeing this expression on his face and the rage-filled eyes of Okana, Anton Sidorovich sharply flinches without uttering a word. Immediately afterward, the ground begins to be covered with magical sparks spreading everywhere. Bouncing off the ground, one of the demons picks up on the fact that the ground is starting to split and it's time for them to take cover. But eventually he fails to do so, and trying to get a grip on something, the demon flies down. An unbearable hum rises around Anton Sidorovich, and the rest of the demons and magical energy spreads everywhere. Watching all this with eyes wide open with surprise, Anton Sidorovich just can't believe it. A moment later, many demons are dead, left lying on the ground. At this time, the tense Cha Yun-ju starts to feel some strange vibration that is felt everywhere. Turning back sharply, the girl noticed that a column of fire was rising somewhere in the distance. As Cha Yun-ju continues to watch, he realizes what kind of business Okang has been having and hopes that he's perfectly fine. Surrounded by fiery flames, Anton Sidorovich simply cannot believe his eyes. Everything around him is covered in the horror of flames and chaos. The old man doesn't understand how a man can do such a thing. Then, Anton Sidorovich recalls those instances when world-class fighters could even change the look of the terrain while fighting their opponents. Still darting his eyes from side to side, the old man does not believe that it is possible to literally take and change the landscape. In reality, there is no one who can create a volcano on a flat spot or turn plains into rocks. Lifting his head up to look at Okana that stands on the edge of the hillock, Anton Sidorovich realizes who is in front of him. This young boy with demonic eyes, in Anton Sidorovich's opinion, is a real monster. Pondering what kind of abilities and power Okan has, Anton Sidorovich reaches into his inner pocket. The most important thing is that the old man now has the very book of nightmares he's been using. Only having this power received from the top demons, Anton Sidorovich will be able to suppress Okan, and in general, any world-class fighter. At the same moment, Anton Sidorovich turns back to see what the other demons are doing. Realizing that the demons are inactive, Anton Sidorovich immediately shouts to them to start the battle they wanted so much. A split second later, all the demons as one simultaneously leapt from their seats, heading towards Okang. At this time, Okang himself sighs tiredly as if he's tired of all this. The guy then opens them, slightly squinting his eyes, and examines his surroundings. Watching the advancing monsters, the old man imagines with what thoughts Okang started attacking them. As he begins to recite the spell, he considers changing the terrain to be a pathetic performance art. Okan must have thought they wouldn't attack him if he didn't do it himself. Moments later, Okang, with a slight smile on his face, says the word blaze to continue the battle. At exactly the same moment in front of the monsters appears a fiery flame that is ready to consume everything in a row. Immediately afterward, Okang demonstratively extends his arm and makes the appropriate gesture before snapping his fingers. When Okang says to cave in, the rocks nearby begin to crack. Moments later, there is a sudden explosion that shatters the rocks and takes one of the monsters by surprise. At this point, the monster itself, with several horns and green skin, is watching in horror at what's going on. An incredible array of rock fragments begin to collapse, falling straight into the fiery flames. Then that demon finds himself in the very epicenter of the chaos and begins to drown in the lava while begging for help. Suddenly another demon comes over his head who calls the drowning man a weakling since he died so easily. This demon hurriedly moves towards Okang while saying his name is Rakumba. As he talks about how his 4 paws can handle 4 weapons, Okang is already striking. In one incredibly fast and deft move, Okang strikes several monsters with his sword. Then the demons of the 6th and 5th circles of hell appear in front of him and begin to threaten Okan by pouncing from above. In an instant, Okang abruptly turns sideways toward them and puts his palm forward. In the palm of Okang's hand, magic power begins to concentrate with which he will strike next. Using his destructive wave ability, Okang gets rid of monsters by splitting their bodies in half in one move. Immediately afterward, the guy with the black and red eyes lowers his gaze down, noticing something there. Assessing the situation from below, Okang realizes that there are still quite a few monsters left. Spotting one of their demons, Okang concludes that Anton Sidorovich has summoned those he did not send to the battle. In that case, Okang immediately grabs his weapon and starts clutching it tightly in his hands. Pointing the sword tip towards the ground, Okang plans to utilize the abilities of this sword to the maximum. The guy then drives the sword into the ground to later combine 4 different techniques into one. At that moment, a dense veil of dark energy directed at the monsters began to spread from his side. In turn, the monsters notice the impending danger, but do not have time to do anything about it. One of the demons notices that dark energy is reaching his body. Then he tries to understand what it is and what is happening. As he tries to find out what this technique is, the dark energy is already engulfing him, and a blade slams into his paw. Eventually, a whole host of sharp spearheads emerge from the ground to destroy the demons. While the rest of the demons are panicking and fleeing, one of them is lying on the ground and remembers that he's heard about this somewhere before. While studying the blades, the demon remembers a prophecy in which a battle in hell will take place between 7 great kings and one man. The moment Okang forms a black ball in the palm of his hand, the demon remembers that, in the prophecy, the man summoned the power of the demon king Belphegor. Blasting a black balloon above his head, Okang states with a crazy smile that he can't just let his dear guests go. At this moment, the guy himself is thinking about what he would like to tell them about the fact that the head of hell himself has already appeared here. Holding his magic book at his chest, Anton Sidorovich is still trying to understand what kind of monster Okan is. When the old man tried to cast the first spell, he instantly lost his hand. The second time he cast the spell, Okang struck him from the back and slashed her. At the time, Anton Sidorovich thought it was just a coincidence, but then he took a chance and looked at the guy. The entire time while the old man was watching him, Okang continued to look into his eyes and laugh. Holding onto the book, Anton Sidorovich realizes that he has never experienced such fear and defenselessness. This simply cannot be. A moment later, the old man suddenly trips over something and falls backwards onto the ground. Lying face down on the ground, Anton Sidorovich mentally repeats to himself that this is just a terrible dream. Jumping up from his seat and turning toward Okang, the old man says in horror that this can't be happening. Putting his bloody hand on the book, Anton Sidorovich thinks he must take Okana's life in order to awaken from the nightmare. Starting to spread the dark energy from the book, the old man tells Okang to die as soon as possible. Watching the dark energy spread, Anton Sidorovich doesn't realize if he has succeeded. When Okang asks whether or not it worked out, the old man's face instantly dissolves into horror. In front of him appear the very demonic outgrowths that will later create the jaw. Controlling this incredibly powerful force, Okang asks if the old man really thought he could escape him with these words. At this point, Anton Sidorovich begs not to take his life. Okang agrees because that's where he should have started. Pointing his demonic jaws at him, Okang reminds the old man that since the demons have given him great power, he has obviously destroyed more than one person. While Anton Sidorovich is consumed by terror and fear, Okang asks if he has ever spared anyone. Begging Anton Sidorovich asks Okang to stop, but the guy only says that they are really alike. Starting to smile radiantly, Okang says that their similarities are that he too never gives mercy to anyone. All the while, chaos continues to wreak havoc all around, and the space is submerged in lava like hell. Okang activates the Soul Reaper ability to further absorb. He ends up absorbing a total of 237 souls. Noticing that his absorption is going well and the quality of his soul is improving, Okang begins to chuckle smugly to himself. Getting a clue to the first condition for obtaining a demonic soul and increasing demonic energy by 4 Okang licks, thanks for the food. Opening the system window, Okang realizes he's received quite a few bonuses, so he wonders if he should take a look at it. Examining the system window, Okang isn't sure how many souls he still has to absorb, but it's not bad that a new condition can be met so easily. Running his finger over the window, Okang with a happy smile wondered what he had there by demonic energy, which was 120 units. At the same moment, the guy realizes that without the cloak, he had 116, and now the legendary rank equipment is useless to him. Applying the palm of energy to his chest, Okang recalls that the notice said that he had improved his soul quality. Directing energy at himself, Okang covers his eyes to see what has changed in him. As if immersed in water, Okang opens his eyes because they don't feel much difference, but there definitely should be. At one point, he is greatly surprised because he notices that the seal on the core of the 10,000 demons has suddenly weakened. As Okang delved deeper and deeper into the depths, he confirmed to himself that the seal had indeed weakened, albeit only slightly. Extending his palm forward, the guy thinks it's the least he deserves considering the level lock. The Soul Reaper skill has a lot of potential. Now, Okang proceeds to convert demonic energy into experience points. Abruptly clenching his fist, as if grabbing the energy and collapsing it, Okang's demonic energy increases by 1 unit. Looking at Okang's fist, he realized that this unit gave him a considerable amount of energy. The stronger it grows, the harder it will be to increase it. Spreading his wings, Okang didn't expect such rewards, but he got them. Now it's time for him to return. At some point, his gaze drops again because he remembers something else. Observing the chaos around him, Okang thinks he should return the land to normal. The battle in Manchuria ended with the players winning and the monsters being destroyed, every single one of them. All players that participated in the battle receive Hu's 7th Awakening, Hu quite a lot of new attributes. But the news began to report that this was the first major fight since Cataclysm Day. So it is normal that the struggle has attracted the attention of the whole world. People everywhere are watching the broadcast news. Dae-soo and Eun-bi are also watching. Thanks to this victory, the public opinion of Korea has improved significantly. The demonic cult made the world tremble with fear, and the first large-scale attack was successfully blocked by destroying them. That's a relief. Okang, on the other hand, went to the place where another SS-ranked gate opened in Hokkaido as before. This place turns out to be Vladivostok. That's where Okang comes with his surname Echidna. With black eyes and a tired look, the guy realizes that getting here wasn't easy at all. Suddenly, Cha Yun-ju appears behind him and hurriedly runs towards him. While running, the girl asks Okang what he was doing. Stretching out his arms, Okang lands at her side and tells her he's dealt with a couple of demons. At Cha Yun-ju's surprises about the number of monsters, Okang smugly states that in total he single-handedly destroyed 237 monsters. Then the guy asks what happened to the Chinese, and Cha Yun-ju tells him that Jo Moon-hyun got hurt in the battle and came back without even saying goodbye. Following this, Okang asks Cha Yun-ju to report any cult movements to him after she returns to Korea. She suspects that the cult may act immediately. Chae Yun-ju looked away a little and noticed the fact that Okang had really done a good job. Coughing from embarrassment, Cha Yun-ju suddenly suggests Okang go to a cafe after returning to Korea, but the guy is distracted by something. Suddenly, Echidna and Seol appear. The girl happily reports that she was protecting Seol as she had been told. Turning to the others, Okang tells them to go home and he'll head to Vladivostok first. As soon as Okang announces that he wants to hold another draft there, the Echidna is immediately shocked so much that her jaw drops. Starting to let tears fall with pitying eyes, Echidna asks if he really doesn't need her anymore, but that's not what the guy meant at all. Then the girl starts to worry that Okang will summon someone stronger than her. Seol tries to calm her down because she knows what kind of person Okang is. Eventually, Okang was going to go there alone to summon something and return, but the Echidna followed him. Looking around, Okang notices that a complex circle has been drawn on the ground. He doesn't believe that the demonic cult conducted a major summoning using a single circle. At this moment, Okang activates his unique power of omniscience ability to make sense of the situation. But even using this power of being able to analyze targets, Okang can't understand this magic circle. Covering his eyes, Okang thinks it doesn't matter because for now he doesn't plan on interfering with the demon summons. Turning sharply toward the Echidna, Okang suddenly offers her to enter the gate, and she immediately agrees. Once they both get inside there, they are greeted by a huge locust-like monster. In front of him stands the cocky Echidna, who is going to make quick work of his opponent. Raising her hand up and beginning to enlarge her fist, Echidna shouts for the monster to stay away. In an instant, the little girl takes a swing of her fist and strikes the monster. Okang looks back and sees a happy-looking Echidna waving at him, no longer sad. Shifting his gaze back again, Okang is about to go about his business while Echidna deals with her enemies. Starting to reach out with his demonic hands towards the rift, Okang will do what he came here to do. After that, Okang creates a summoning crack. Grabbing both hands on different sides, the guy starts pulling the crack. Continuing to pull, Okang notices a green flash, and at that moment hopes to summon someone more obedient. At this point, the guy remembers that among the ancient demonic creatures with intelligence is Ouroboros or Volcatus. Hoping to see Galcian, Okang suddenly sees a notification that a crack to deeper space has been created. Through the crack, the green energy of some sort of creature begins to appear more and more clearly. Feeling that Okang has seen this somewhere before, he notices a notice that an interdimensional gateway to the continent of Urnor has been opened. In the end, it all ends with the successful summoning of a demonic monster whose feet are visible from the crack. Then the demon that came here at the call of Okang from this world begins to appear. He is the demon king of Urnor named Balzac of SS rank. He is successfully registered as a summoner. At this time, Cha Yun-ju gives Seol a ride home. The girl thanks her, but Cha Yun-ju thinks they can talk informally. But Seol is more comfortable, so she calls Cha Yun-ju by her first name again and asks if she's going to join the guild. She says yes because she has a lot of work to do. When asked if Okang will be okay, Cha Yun-ju calmly asks Seol not to worry about it. In fact, Cha Yun-ju doesn't believe that Okang will fight the Demon King himself, but that's exactly what happens when he summons Balzac. For a while longer, Okang, along with Echidna, watch Balzac come down to them. When he sees him, Okang is upset and even shocked because he expected to see Halshin here. As Balzac looks around to see what this place is, Okang is upset that some bones have appeared to him. The demon's attention is caught by Okana's words that they should have gotten to know each other first. Then flaunting his red crystal around his neck, Balzac claims to be the one who brings nightmares to Erno. He is the Lord of the Fallen and creator of Magic Demon King Balzac. During his greeting, he spreads dark magic around him. At this point, Okong is slightly displeased with the moment that Balzac is talking exactly like Satan. Then Echidna enters the conversation and suddenly says she knows Balzac. Balzac is a powerful lich that dwells in the northern part of the continent in the lands of perdition. The inhabitants call him the Demon King. Starting to stomp his knuckles in place, Balzac hears the news that it wasn't Erno and Okon who called him here. When questioned by Balzac about the summoning, Okang reveals that he only did it because he needs a familiar, making a friendly hand gesture. Okang confirms that they understand each other correctly and that Balzac will be his familiars. At this point, the Demon King himself, Balzac, begins to laugh, at first emitting light chuckles. After that, his laughter spreads everywhere because he is amused by the idea of Okang. Watching Balzac, Okang realizes that he's going to have a hard time with a henchman who has an unstable mental state. Beginning to aggress towards Okana, Balzac expresses that he is not going to serve the man. Rubbing the back of his head, Okang claims he's not really human, but it's hard to explain. But Balzac is right that he will indeed become a family man. Pointing his gaze in his direction, Okang says he will repay his loyalty. He has rules he's followed since hell. There were times when Okan was annoyed by Palak's overly loyalty to his servants. There were also times when Lilith tried to break into his bedroom despite his screams. Nevertheless, they were the ones Okang trusted, and that was why their loyalty was rewarded. All of this was only done because that's his role as monarch. All this happened a long time ago when Okang was ruling hell. Abruptly and forcefully hitting the floor with his staff, Balzac says that man has lost all fear. Creating magic circles everywhere, Balzac says he has a cure for such an ailment and orders someone to rise up. While his minions are rebelling, Okang is notified that the familiar is hostile to the master and the effect of the contract has been weakened. The connection between Okon and Balzac is weakened, so he can't give him orders. The guy realizes it's going to be harder than with Echidna. Putting both hands up, Balzac shouts for Okang to look and feel everything he does. Directing his acolytes toward Okana, Balzac demands that he immediately fall down in fear. At that moment, Okang raises his hand to snap his fingers demonstratively. This gesture is followed by a shockwave that affects all dark minions. Watching Okang, Balzac suddenly realizes that his human body conceals considerable power. Even so, Balzac has something Okang can't resist. For that, he raises his staff. With the Knights of Perdition behind him, Balzac asks if Okang can stand up to them. Directing the knights toward Okang, Balzac orders them to destroy this lowly boy who dares to deceive Balzac. Then Okang realizes it's the perfect chance to entrust the knights to Echidna. The girl agrees that she can handle them. Beginning to transform into the white dragon's body, Echidna raises that this is her chance to prove herself. Meanwhile, the Knights of Doom watch in mild horror as the Echidna is reincarnated. Protecting its master, the Echidna begins to growl loudly, directing its power at the knights. A moment later, two of them are above the white dragon, swinging their swords at him. But Echidna deftly and confidently deals with the enemies who dared to attack her from behind. Watching this, Balsa realizes it's a demon dragon. That's pretty good for a human, even though she's still a cub. Smiling slightly, Balzac remarks that he could not have imagined that the man would force him into battle personally. As he continues his nonsensical speeches, Okang is already disappearing from his seat and Balzac notices it. Being behind Balzac, Okang says that he thinks he's a god because he keeps saying his name. Eventually, Okang's spearhead crashes into the defense wall. Balzac claims that his surprise attack is good, but there is one problem. Speaking of how even the hero Ronald can't break through Balzac's barrier, he notices that cracks from Okang's spear are appearing on it. Slightly sidestepping to the side to dodge an attack from Balza, he's surprised that Okang is breaking through his defenses. Using his speed, Okang finds himself once again next to Balzac, who is amazed that the man has such power. Trying to fend off Okana's attacks, Balzac asks who it is he's calling his familiar here. At this time, Okang's huge red spear was already heading towards his opponent. At the same time, Balzac cannot stand still and abruptly falls with his whole body straight to the ground. Okang himself starts to smile because he realizes that his opponent is proving to be quite fast. Starting to strain harder and harder, Balzac realizes that Okang is really too strong. Grabbing the demonic crystal, Balzac is going to use its power here and in this situation. At this moment, another rift appears in front of Okang and begins to open up. Balzac himself sentences a creature that seeks eternity in the deepest abyss. With a smile on his face, Okang realizes that this rift looks dangerous and the energy feels like a more powerful Susano. But then Okang is sharply surprised to hear a familiar voice coming from the abyss. Huge hands emerge from the crack. A voice says he is the Guardian of Doom, a demon from the 9,000th circle of hell. A moment later, the Terror Guardian appears here, a huge monster with two horns on its head. Looking around, the Terror Guardian realizes that there is a battle going on and thinks that his opponent is that demonic dragon. But Balzac distracts him and tells him that his opponent is the man that controls this demonic dragon. Lowering his gaze down, the Terror Guardian notices the man and hesitates slightly before attacking. Examining Okang as closely as possible, the Terror Guardian realizes the fact that they already know each other. At that moment, the monster abruptly slams its hands on the ground to sink a little lower. Leaning over to Okan, the Terror Guardian continues to examine him to see who he really is. Making a cute and friendly face, the Terror Guardian realizes that before him stands none other than the Demon Lord. All the while, Balzac watches as the Guardian of Terror and Okang are excited to see each other because they haven't seen each other in a while. Immersed in shock and horror, Balsa doesn't understand at all what's going on or why the antagonists are talking so nicely to each other. Smiling with the corners of his mouth, Okang asks the Terror Guardian how things are going in hell. As he continues to rejoice that he has met the Demon Lord himself, the Guardian of Terror claims that things are the same in hell. But then he tells me that the demons have been acting too weird lately. Reporting that Galceon and other ancient demons are expanding their territories, the Guardian of Terror hears Okana's surprise that they have stirred. Remembering them, Okang knows that these creatures create their own territories and live there, never leaving. But now the guy suspects that the ancient demons decided to occupy the empty space that was formed after his disappearance. While the Guardian of Doom continues to discuss the affairs of hell with Okang Balsam, turns to him and asks what he's doing. Pointing his finger at Okana Balzac, orders the Terror Guard to destroy the enemy immediately. Then the Guardian of Doom swings his fist and hits Balzac so hard that he falls off his feet. With literally one swift and deft fist movement, the Guardian of Terror shoves Balzac off of him. At the same time, Balzac himself lurching from the blow and in parallel not realizing what's going on at all. When asked why, the Guardian of Doom replies that Balzac should watch his language when he calls Okan a pathetic man. Making a furious and aggressive face, the Guardian of Terror claims that in front of Balzac is his lord and king of hell. The Terror Guardian then begins to dissolve into thin air and realizes that his summoning limit has come to an end. Saying goodbye to Okan, the Guardian of Doom says he'll say hello to Balak. In response, Okang waves his hand but tensely tells Balak to never show up. While seeing the Terror Guardian off, Okang remembers how Balak often scolded him for acting too low in front of Okang. Balak hasn't changed at all. The guy then turns his gaze toward Balzac, about to say something, but stops. At this time, Balzac sits in front of him with his head bowed. Okang asks what he is doing. Balsa eventually names him Demon King, and thus the loyalty of the summoned creature increases. Balzac then puts Okang in a stupor by saying that he immediately realized that he was facing the Lord of the Demon World. Balzac then goes on to say that he can't hold back tears, but Okang realizes that skeletons can't sob, so he laughs at him. Then Okang asks how Balzac was able to summon a demon from the 9th circle of hell. At this point, Balzac realizes that he is talking about the demon realm. Then Balzac tells us that this was only made possible by the artifact of the blood of the evil god. When asked by Okan who the god of evil is, Balzac tells us that it is none other than Lucifer. He is the one who sowed all the evil on the continent of Urner. Rolling his eyes slightly, Okang remembers that the name Lucifer belongs to one of the 7 princes of hell. Remembering the statues from hell, Okang realizes that as long as such artifacts that store the souls of the princes of hell exist, the princes themselves can be reborn. Further recalling how he showed an obscene gesture to Lucifer, Okan suspects if the artifact made it to Urner, Lucifer was resurrected and called himself the god of evil. While rubbing his chin and chuckling, Okang realizes that if Lucifer's old power has returned, it won't be easy to defeat him. As Okang licks himself, he thinks of the Soul Reaper, which he can use to take the souls of the princes, devour them, and become stronger. Squatting down in front of Balzac, Okan asks if it's true that Lucifer is now on Urner, but he doesn't know it. While they are discussing who rules the continent and that the god of evil is gone, they are approached by an echidna who is carrying the bodies of the Knights of Doom. At exactly the same moment, Okang turns toward his familiar and notices that she's already here. Bringing the 2 Knights of Doom here, the echidna slightly anxiously turns to her master. Starting to sob and scream, the girl asks why he didn't warn her that the fight was over. After that, Okang immediately takes the girl in his arms and starts to calm her down while he yells about hating him. Realizing that she's finally calmed down, Okang suggests going back to their earlier conversation. Then Echidna tells us it's an old legend. To stop the movements of the god of evil, archangels came down from the heavenly realm. Hearing this, Okang asks how long Lucifer has been living on Urner. The girl doesn't know exactly, but says it was a long time ago. After pondering this question, Okang lowers his gaze and realizes that something doesn't add up. Only half a year had passed since Okang returned to Earth. Even if the relic ended up on Erner, the time doesn't exactly add up. But the most important thing to Okan now is the rebirth of Lucifer himself, and so he asks Echidna if the archangels are living on Erner now. Wiping her tears, Echidna replies that they disappeared with the evil god after the battle. Offering to return, Okang turns to Balzac and asks if he can disguise himself with magic. As soon as he starts saying that he's Balzac and can disappear into the shadows, he gets a blow to his skull. Showing his fist to Balzac, Okang reminds him of what he's already told him about watching his speech. After that, it's about food. Balzac, with an anxious look, states that there is no need for it, but he can do it. Being pleased with this response, Okang suggests that the whole new group go to a restaurant to eat kimchi stew. 3 months later, Okang lies on his bed and thinks about how he failed at finding a replacement cloak and dealing with a demonic cult. When the guy realizes that the rest of his comrades are much luckier, his face instantly shows rage and irritation. Cha Yunju had somehow broken through the wall of absolute talent and reached the 10th awakening. She is now a world ranker. Bai Kwa Yun and Gu Myung Ho awakened for the 9th time. This is a great result. As for Dae Su and Seol, they have overcome the 7th awakening of the Wall of Ultimate Effort and reached the 8th awakening. Yun Bi is slightly behind. Their growth rate is amazing, but this speed can have a negative effect on the player. Yun Bi is very unhappy about being behind, but that's okay. Afterward, Okang smiles contentedly, wondering how his comrade Shihun is doing. His attention is distracted by a knock on the door. Seol comes in and asks if Okang is awake, so he lets her come in. Once inside, the girl asks if he has a minute, and Okang replies that there's always one for her. But then the guy abruptly notices that Seol looks strange and her facial expression makes him go into shock. The girl herself looks very upset. She's worried about something and is going to tell Okan about it. Clenching the fist of the hand that is placed against his chest, Saul pauses for a moment to start. She then presses her back against the door to close it as tightly as possible. Approaching the bed, Okana Seol tells that a couple days ago she went through her 8th awakening. Carefully and slowly sitting down on the bed with her back to Okang, Seol says she got something weird. As soon as Okang asks what she's talking about, Seol starts to take off her shirt. Blushing with embarrassment, Okang panics and asks why Seol is taking off her clothes and realizes things are picking up too fast. When the girl reports that there's some kind of pattern on her back, Okang peeks out through his fingers to see what she's talking about. Baring her feminine back, Seol asks Okang not to stare, but shows him the pattern. It's strange wings with a staff in the middle,